Chapter 1. As the man who had captured him slowly drew a knife, Chun-Yi struggled desperately, attempting to free himself from the man's grasp, but to no avail. In his heart, he fervently pleaded, "No, please, I do not wish to die. I still have girls to pursue." He thought of entering his ring, but found himself unable to do so. Just as panic set in, the old man's voice echoed, "You insolent brat, ignoring me, causing me distress, extorting me, huh? I shall grant you this knife, fear not. You want die, but it shall be quite painful. Ha ha." With that, the old man vanished, leaving Chun-Yi in a state of despair, cursing the very lineage of the gods. At that moment, with a sharp thud, the knife plunged deep into Chun-Yi's chest, and his breaths began to wane in his final moments. He heard the words of his adversary. "I truly did not wish to kill you, Broly, but you have begun to affect my reign." As consciousness slipped away, he was unceremoniously discarded into a heap of refused time passed in an indistinct blur. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion shattered the silencia of volcanic eruption, the earth fracturing. Broly awakened from his stupor, and upon witnessing the cataclysmic scene, he understood that planet Vegeta was facing annihilation instinctively. He let out a mighty roar, a surge of formidable energy enveloping him, lifting him slowly into the air. To his dismay, his father was nowhere to be found. He wondered if his arrival had triggered a butterfly effect. Thus, propelled by the explosive force of his newfound power, Broly was transported to another planet as planet Vegeta succumbed to destruction. After an indeterminate period, he regained consciousness. Gazing at the peculiar decorations surrounding him bewildered, Broly mused, "Where am I? Well, since I find myself here, I might as well settle in and wait for the Dragon Ball saga to commence before seeking Kakarot." While lost in thought, a plant spoke to him. You were awake. Upon glancing at the being before him, Broly offered a genuine smile, replying, "Thank you," before fainting once more. Time flew by, and a decade elapsed at this moment. Broly was peacefully slumbering aboard a spacecraft thanks to the aid of the divine. He had not succumbed to loss of control as his power increased, unlike in the original tale. Within the confines of the ring's spiritual chamber, he had diligently trained for 10 years, progressing from 50 times the force of gravity to an astonishing 1,000 times. This rigorous training had granted him exponential growth in strength. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep in the spacecraft, a mechanical voice announced, 30 minutes until arrival at Namek. Please disengage sleep mode." 30 minutes until arrival. Slowly opening his eyes, Broly beheld the breathtaking planet before him, unable to suppress a joyful smile. "Ah, I have finally arrived. I hope the Grand Elder can help me unlock my potential further." Chapter 3. Unleashing potential and 3 wishes. Atop the highest mountain of Namek, within a house, a frail elder addressed the young man beside him. Such formidable energy. It is uncertain whether it is friend or foe. Nalu, please investigate. The young man, referred to as Nalu, respectfully responded, "Of course, Elder." With a resounding crash, Broly successfully landed on Namek. Emerging from a spaceship and inhaling the fresh air, a smile graced his lips as he spotted a Namekian approaching. Upon reaching Broly, Nalu cautiously inquired, "Visitor from another world, what brings you to Namek?" Observing Nalu's vigilance, Broly replied with a smile, "I have heard tales of the Dragon Balls. I am here to seek them. Additionally, I wish to pay a visit to your elder." After hearing Broly's words, Nalu responded, "Ah, in that case, please follow me. I will escort you to our esteemed elder." With that, he took flight, leading Broly toward the elder's residence. Upon arriving at the elder's abode, Nalu turned to Broly and said, "Follow me." Once inside, Nalu conveyed Broly's intentions to the elder, who then looked at Broly and asked, "Outsider, for what purpose do you seek the Dragon Balls?" Broly replied, "Actually, Elder, while the Dragon Balls are of secondary importance, my primary desire is to consult with you. I am aware of your ability to unlock potential, and I seek your assistance in that regard. If it poses a threat to your well-being, I shall forego it. As for my quest for the Dragon Balls, I wish to request 2 things. First, to create a training device that can regulate my own gravity. Second, to obtain a comprehensive map of the universe, for without it, my instantaneous movement would be futile. Only with knowledge of the locations can I traverse them instantly. These are my 2 wishes. I hope they are feasible." The elder replied, "I can grant you these requests. I can see that you are not of malevolent intent. Your heart is kind. Come forth, and I shall assist you in unlocking your potential." Nalu, please accompany Broly to the other elders to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Once his potential is developed, you may return to fulfill his wishes. Nalu responded respectfully, "Yes, Elder," while Broly smiled and expressed, "Thank you, Elder." "Broly, come here. I will help you unlock your potential," the elder said. Following the elder's guidance, Broly stepped forward. The elder slowly raised his hand, reaching toward Broly's head. After a moment, the elder exclaimed, "Such immense potential. Retracting his hand, he continued, Broly, your potential is boundless. I can assist you up to this point. Broly bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Elder. He then produced a communicator, stating, Elder, this device is a means to contact me no matter what transpires on Namek. You may reach me through it, and I shall arrive promptly. The Elder treasured the device now. Broly, you may go. Nalu has gathered the Dragon Balls. Broly and Neru ventured to a desolate location, where Neru employed the Namekian language to summon the mighty Shinron Purunga for Broly. Upon beholding the magnificent dragon, Broly was overcome with excitement at that moment. Purunga gazed upon Neru and proclaimed, The one who has summoned me. Articulate your wishes, I shall grant you 3, no matter their nature. Listening to the dragon's words, Broly conveyed to Neru that his first wish was to obtain an adjustable gravity bracelet that could enhance his weight across his entire body. With the maximum gravity being contingent upon the dragon's capabilities, he added that it would be preferable for the bracelet to be retractable into his body. Neru then articulated Broly's first wish in the Namekian tongue. Upon hearing this, the dragon's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and a bracelet materialized on Broly's wrist. Purunga announced, to retract the bracelet into your body, simply use your will. The gravity can be adjusted up to 100,000 times. Having familiarized himself with his newfound power, Broly felt elated, as he could now train anywhere at any time. Purunga then stated, Very well, now speak your second wish. After heeding the dragon's request, Broly shared his second wish with Neru. In no time, this wish was fulfilled, and Broly felt an influx of knowledge regarding multiple disciplines in his mind, which he hurriedly organized after the second wish was granted. The dragon continued, Now, for your final wish, please speak. Broly pondered for a moment before declaring to Neru, My last wish is to learn how to harness my ki. Neru conveyed this final wish in the Namekian language, and Purunga responded, This wish is quite simple. With that, a red light flashed in his eyes, and Broly's mind was enriched with methods of utilizing Ki. Very well, your 3 wishes have been fulfilled. Farewell. With that, the dragon soared into the sky, returning to the Dragon Balls scattered across Namek, as the heavens gradually returned to normalcy. After bidding farewell to the Grand Elder, Broly and Neru instantaneously transported themselves to an uninhabited planet, embarking on a journey of self-training and further understanding of Ki. Chapter 5. The World Martial Arts Tournament. The following morning, under a radiant sun, Goku and his companions donned their martial arts uniforms and entered the martial arts temple, where the preliminary rounds were set to determine the 8 strongest competitors for the tournament. After years of diligent training, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan had significantly improved their abilities. As everyone gathered, Yamcha suddenly noticed that Goku was devoid of his tail and inquired, Goku, where's your tail? Oh, the Supreme Kai said my tail was a hindrance, so it was removed. Honestly, I can't quite comprehend it. Goku replied, filled with perplexity. I see. Yamcha recalled Goku's transformation into a giant ape during the full moon, realizing that the absence of the tail eliminated a potential risk, and thus refrained from further questioning him. Sensing something amiss, Goku's expression shifted to one of grave alertness. Observing his sudden seriousness, Krillin and Yamcha inquired, Goku, what's wrong? Has something happened? Goku remained silent, turning to peer through the throng of people, his gaze fixated on a peculiar figure cloaked in a robe, lurking in the corner of the martial arts temple. The others followed his gaze, only to find the man coldly regarding Goku, before he huffed disdainfully and turned away. Goku, do you know him? His gaze is so chilling, he seems formidable, Tien inquired, his expression grave as he sensed the oppressive aura emanating from the stranger. Yes, he possesses immense strength and is certainly not benevolent. Krillin, Yamcha, should either of you encounter him in the tournament, concede immediately, or your lives may be at stake. Goku warned earnestly, aware that Piccolo's power was far beyond what Tien and the others could contend with. Are you joking? Our strength has increased significantly. Is he truly that powerful? Krillin and Yamcha asked incredulously. Goku nodded solemnly, stating, he is the reincarnation of the great demon King Piccolo, and his strength surpasses that of his former self by a large margin. The great demon King Piccolo's still alive. Krillin and the others gasped, their faces reflecting shock, as cold sweat trickled down their brows. Despite their rigorous training over the past 3 years, they had only marginally surpassed the original Piccolo. Facing this new incarnation, they were clearly outmatched. Yamcha swallowed hard, fists clenched in frustration, exclaiming, damn it. After 3 years of hard work, I wanted to make a good impression, but now the great demon King Piccolo has returned. Goku, it seems that dealing with him will fall to you. They all recognized their limitations against this new Piccolo. Goku nodded earnestly, a fire igniting within him as excitement sparkled in his eyes. Leave the great demon King Piccolo to me. I look forward to a proper showdown. At that moment, a delicate hand landed on Goku's shoulder, accompanied by a gentle voice, "Hey Goku, long time no see." Snapping back to reality, the group beheld a charming young girl in a chi-pao, her figure exquisite, beaming at them with a smile. "Who are you?" Goku asked curiously. To his astonishment, the girl's serene face registered a flicker of disbelief, and her cheeks flushed with indignation as she shouted, "You have forgotten me, you jerk." After her outburst, the girl turned away in a huff, leaving no further explanation at this moment. Our protagonist was nestled in a corner, engrossed in the spectacle before him, muttering to himself, "Ah, the live-action version is indeed far more captivating than the animation. That Kiki is undoubtedly more beautiful than her animated counterpart. I wonder if Android 18 and Bulma are also more exquisite in this rendition. Splendid, splendid. Alas, it will be many years before I encounter Android 18 first. I must devise a way to approach Bulma and her companions. Perhaps I should first win Bulma's favor." With a rather lascivious chuckle, he turned away from Goku and the others. Chapter 6. The preliminary rounds. Krillin, filled with envy, grasped Goku's collar, his face a mask of frustration as he exclaimed, "Such adorable girls. Have you truly been training in the heavens these past few years? How could such charming girls seek you out? And to forget such a delightful girl, how infuriating. No, it should be downright enraging." Indeed, the surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. Goku, feigning innocence, replied, "I genuinely don't know her. Who could say why she approached me?" Krillin, upon hearing this, felt utterly drained of strength. Why should someone like Goku attract such lovely girls while he remained unnoticed? To add insult to injury, Goku appeared nonchalant about it. The disparity was maddening. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed contestants, thank you for your patience. The preliminary rounds are about to commence. Please gather in the center to prepare for the draw. The voice of the staff echoed through the arena as the competitors assembled after the host outlined the rules of the competition. The drawing commenced. Thanks to the influence of the dumplings, Goku and his companions were not placed in the same bracket, successfully avoiding the one where Piccolo was situated. The competition quickly got underway. Goku, after 3 years of arduous training, I shall reclaim my honor this time." As the match began, Goku found himself facing his longtime rival, King Chappa. At this point was no match for Goku. In an instant, he was rendered unconscious by Goku's swift hand strike. The referee proclaimed, "The victor is Goku." Humph, this is getting interesting. Yet, I shall ultimately emerge victorious. "Goku, I will defeat you before all." Piccolo revealed a chilling smile, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Goku's strength seems limited. Indeed, it's rather disappointing he hasn't transformed into Super Saiyan yet. However, to get closer to Bulma, I shall endure this tedious competition. Sigh. "How dull," Broly murmured, stifling a yawn. Boom. Boom. On one of the platforms, a girl in a chi-pao engaged her opponent with focus and agility, her strikes swift and precise. "That girl possesses considerable skill," Tin Shinhan remarked, arms crossed as he observed the kippa-clad fighter on the stage. "I can hardly believe it. She's just a girl, yet I feel an uncanny familiarity, as if I have encountered her before." Insha furrowed his brow, fixated on the girl in the arena, feeling an inexplicable sense of recognition, though the memory eluded him. The competitions across various divisions were fiercely underwhelming. Ultimately, apart from the unexpected defeat of Dumpling at the hands of the android Tao Pai Pai, everyone else successfully advanced to the top 8. However, it was Broly's remarkable prowess that captured the attention of Goku and his companions, particularly during the final match that secured his place in the top 8, where he faced the android Tao Pai Pai. Just as Goku and the others anticipated Broly's defeat, he astonishingly dispatched Tao Pai Pai with a single punch, undeniably piquing the interest of Goku and his friends. Thus, the top 8 contenders emerged: Son Goku, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Insha, Krillin, Broly, Tianqing the Celestial God, and Jiming Buju Chi-Chi. The preliminary rounds conclude here. The matches for the top 8 will take place this afternoon on the open-air arena, where the audience will witness the remarkable performances of each participant. We wish everyone the best of luck. With the preliminary rounds concluded, Goku and his companions exited the martial arts temple to reunite with their friends. After a hearty meal, Master Roshi and the others crowded at the front of the martial arts tournament stands, ready to cheer for their favorites. The draw for the quarterfinals has commenced. The host called everyone to gather around, announcing that those who wish to participate should come forward to draw lots, thus determining their respective opponents. After the draw concluded, the first match was set. Tianjin Fan faced off against Insha. The second match featured Sun Wukong versus the renowned yet elusive figure. The third match displayed Clint against Mania Bick, and the fourth match saw Broly confront Tianqing Tianshan. The first match swiftly began. Despite Cha's fervent efforts in the use of his newly mastered technique, the energy sphere, he ultimately fell short against Tianjin Fan and was knocked out of the ring. The first match was extraordinarily thrilling, and the victor was declared to be Tianjin Fan. The host announced the results loudly, and amid the audience's eager anticipation, he proclaimed, "The second match will feature last year's martial arts tournament runner-up, Sun Wukong, battling against the remarkably impressive mysterious girl from the qualifiers. Please welcome both contestants to the stage." "Ah, it's my turn," Sun Wukong said, tightening his belt as he stepped onto the martial arts platform, igniting enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. Meanwhile, Broly was observing Bulma, thinking to himself, "Wow, she is truly beautiful. Yes, I must have Bulma for myself. Vegeta can play in the mud. If he dares to compete with me for a woman, he will learn why the flowers bloom so vividly." A smile spread across his face as these thoughts crossed his mind. Chapter 7. The matches continue. Why are you always so angry? The girl's attitude left Sun Wukong perplexed. However, his inquiry only seemed to exacerbate her anger. "You should ask yourself that," she retorted, launching a sudden attack on Wukong. With a rhythmical and agile combination of strikes, each punch and kick exuded power. Sun Wukong, unable to recall who she was, instinctively dodged her attacks. The audience was enthralled, cheering loudly as the action unfolded. After a relentless barrage, the girl's breath began to falter, while Wukong remained as composed as ever, his breathing unchanged. "Hey, who are you? I just can't remember," he exclaimed. Once she regained her composure, she angrily questioned, "Do you not remember our promise? I have eagerly awaited this day." "Huh? What promise? Did we ever make a promise?" "I can't recall at all," Wukong replied, bewildered as he stood on the platform. As she heard his words, her anger flared, and she resumed her assault, shouting in fury, "You've forgotten our promise. That is unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable." With each word, her attack intensified. Sighing, Clint watched from behind a stone pillar, envious of the exchange unfolding on the platform. Due to her earlier onslaught, the girl had exhausted much of her energy and was now forced to pause, standing on the platform to catch her breath. "What promise are you talking about? Please tell me, I truly cannot remember," Wukong innocently remarked. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi was enraged and shouted, "We had an agreement. Did you not promise to marry me?" She then launched a fierce attack, leaving Krillin and the others wide-eyed and in a state of shock. A wife? When on earth did Wukong make such a promise to such a charming girl? How cunning! Krillin exclaimed in jealousy. "Ah, Wukong has a fiancée?" Bulma gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at the girl on stage, her expression one of disbelief. Regardless of the shock and confusion from the audience below, Chi-Chi halted her assault on Wukong, took a deep breath to calm herself, and, striking an offensive pose, declared, "If you wish to know, you must first defeat me." Sun Wukong chuckled heartily and replied, "Why didn't you say so sooner? If I defeat you, you will reveal your identity." With that, he fully entered the fray. "Humph. Do you believe you can easily overcome me? Do not underestimate me," she countered. "Now I shall attack." With that proclamation, an overwhelming aura emanated from her, and she became remarkably tranquil, like a serene sky. Suddenly, Wukong unleashed a powerful punch, causing the surrounding air to ripple and generate a fierce whirlwind, accompanied by a deafening sound as it surged toward Chi-Chi. With a startled cry, she was swept away by the intense gale, flying out of the arena. The unexpected outcome left everyone in a state of bewilderment, unable to fathom that the once fiercely contested bout had ended so swiftly with Wukong's seemingly gentle blow. Once the host regained his composure, he announced loudly, "An unknown contestant has fallen from the arena. Contestant Sun Wukong is victorious." On the rooftop of the martial arts temple, Piccolo observed with a look of surprise as Wukong struck, muttering to himself, "How curious. This technique resembles that of our demon clan. Ouch, that hurt. No wonder I chose such a remarkable man. I didn't expect you to be this powerful. Only you are worthy of being my husband." Chi-Chi rose from the ground and approached Wukong, stating, "Have you not remembered yet? I am Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Bull Demon King." Chi-Chi, the crowd suddenly realized, their minds conjuring images of her as a child, struggling to reconcile the petite girl they once knew with the striking young woman before them. Chapter 9. Descent from the stage. As the host's voice faded, Broly strode toward the celestial star with an imposing demeanor, asserting, "Will you step down on your own? Or shall I throw you off? Choose wisely. You have 3 seconds." As Broly finished his declaration, the audience and Wukong were momentarily stunned, while Bulma's eyes sparkled with hearts as she murmured, "So handsome." Tianqing retracted his comical expression and gazed coldly at the youth before him. This young man exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure. Suddenly, Tianqing sprang into action, launching a powerful punch aimed at Broly. Upon impact, Tianqing felt as though he were striking not flesh and blood, but the hard as steel, his hand nearly breaking from the force. "Oh, you've chosen to make a move," Broly remarked. "You wish for me to cast you aside? With that meager strength of yours, striking me feels little more than a tickle. You are far too weak." With that, and under Tianqing's incredulous gaze, Broly seized the punch aimed at him and hurled Tianqing outside the ring. A resounding crash echoed as Tianqing collided with the wall, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, utterly drained of strength. After the bout, Broly cast a brief glance at Goku before retreating to the resting area. Only then did the audience awaken to the reality of the match, erupting into loud cheers, while the host appropriately announced Broly's advancement to the semifinals. Goku and his companions regarded Broly with eager anticipation, with Goku particularly exhilarated, yearning for an immediate confrontation with him. As the tournament progressed to the semifinals, the host excitedly called forth competitors Son Goku and Tien Shinhan. The crowd burst into fervent applause. "Goku, you must win," Chi-Chi shouted, and others rallied around, encouraging both Goku and Tien. Goku and Tien exchanged smiles as they ascended the platform, one after the other. "Tien, I have devoted these past 3 years to rigorous training to defeat you in this arena and demonstrate the fruits of my labor," Tien stated earnestly. "Huh, Tien, I haven't slacked off either. Allow me to showcase the results of my training with the gods over these 3 years," Goku replied with a serious demeanor. The two stood at a distance, neither making a premature move. On the platform, a palpable tension surged, akin to a stampede of wild horses, as the two forces prepared to collide. In an instant, both Goku and Tien vanished from sight, followed by the cacophony of intense combat, the ground trembling as rocks shattered. Krillin and the others strained their eyes, attempting to capture the fleeting silhouettes of the fighters. The arena became a whirlwind of exchanges as Tien and Goku engaged in a fervent battle, each unleashing a myriad of techniques, often clashing multiple times within a mere second. The thunderous sounds of the clash and the piercing echoes intermingled, arriving in a rhythmic fashion akin to a grand symphony. As the stunning visuals of combat continuously captivated the audience's hearts, the host, overwhelmed by the magnificence of the battle, endeavored to elucidate the unfolding events for the viewers. As the vibrations and fierce winds subsided, the figures of Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan gradually emerged, each standing at a distance from one another. Tianjin Fan was visibly fatigued, struggling to regain his composure, while Sun Wukong remained as composed as at the outset of the fight, showing no signs of breathlessness. "Though you have grown formidable over these 3 years, one aspect remains unchanged: your speed. Thus, I am certain victory will be mine," Tianjin Fan confidently declared. Meanwhile, perched atop the dojo roof, Piccolo observed the duel with a hint of ease, contemplating, "If this is the extent of your power, Sun Wukong, I shall certainly be able to vanquish you before everyone, and once I eliminate you, I will reign over the world." With this thought, he tightened his fists. At that moment, Sun Wukong casually removed the training attire bestowed upon him by the deity, displaying a relaxed demeanor, which left Tianjin Fan astonished. Soon, their fierce battle resumed. It was evident that Tianjin Fan struggled to keep pace with Wukong's speed. In a desperate attempt to defeat Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan unleashed the four-way fist. But after Wukong disowned 2 significant weaknesses, he triumphed over him. The host then loudly proclaimed Sun Wukong's advancement to the finals, eliciting a fervent round of applause from the audience in gratitude for the thrilling contest they had witnessed. The host subsequently announced, "Next, we have another match featuring Broly against the contestant Mania. Please prepare yourselves." Chapter 10. Transforming Piccolo into a swine head. Upon hearing the host's announcement, Broly slowly made his way to the arena, while the audience erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, Beerus gracefully floated to the platform using his flight technique. At opposite ends of the arena, Broly and Piccolo stood resolutely. Piccolo narrowed his eyes as he regarded Broly, sensing his overwhelming power. His eyes glowed ominously red as an unfathomable energy surged from his being. With a languid smile, Broly felt an exhilarating rush of excitement coursing through him, contemplating how he might deliver a sound thrashing to Piccolo. If onlookers could glimpse Broly's current thoughts, many would undoubtedly be left in a state of bewilderment. For only Broly possessed the audacity to disregard Piccolo entirely. Just as he pondered whether to transform Piccolo's visage into that of a swine, an overwhelming, ferocious aura disrupted his reverie. Broly narrowed his eyes, irritation brewing within him due to Piccolo's interruption of his contemplation. Thus, he resolved to pummel Piccolo into oblivion. As the announcer declared the commencement of the match, the audience erupted into applause and cheers, their spirits elevated. All eyes riveted on the ring in anticipation of the clash between Broly and Piccolo. Suddenly, Broly sprang into action, vanishing from the edge of the platform and reappearing before Piccolo, delivering a powerful punch. Piccolo, caught off guard and unable to evade, raised his arms to shield his face. But the impact sent him hurtling through the air. Broly swiftly pursued him, grasping the retreating Piccolo and launching him skyward. With a powerful kick, Broly propelled himself after Piccolo, and the arena echoed with the sounds of thunderous blows, left and right. He rained down punches upon Piccolo, each strike resonating with unrestrained vigor. Under such relentless assault, Piccolo found no means of escape, becoming an unwitting human punching bag. The audience erupted in a frenzy, utterly exhilarated. Broly's seemingly frenzied actions stirred their latent violent instincts. A chant arose from the crowd. "Broly, go for it. Flatten him." An overwhelming roar of encouragement filled the air, ignited by an unknown initiator. As the spectators bellowed with abandon, completely shedding their usual decorum. In the resting area, Krillin and the others watched in wide-eyed astonishment, unable to fathom the extraordinary spectacle unfolding before them. "Have they all gone mad?" Krillin muttered to himself in disbelief. Yamcha nodded in agreement, chuckling. "I too feel an urge to unleash some fury. Tien, who do you think is stronger, you or Broly?" Tien Shin'an leaned closer to Goku, observing the calm expression on Goku's face, yet noting the excitement flickering in his eyes. Goku glanced at Tien, offering a broad smile. "It seems my 3 years of training in the other world have yet to suffice." He then turned his gaze back to the slaughter taking place in the arena, refraining from further commentary. Tien understood the implication in Goku's simple remark, which conveyed the answer to his question. Watching Broly deliver a merciless beating to Piccolo, Tien mused inwardly. He is astonishingly powerful. Broly possesses a strength that justifies the title of the strongest man in the world. Yet, why have I never heard of this individual before? With a resounding thud, Piccolo finally plummeted from the heavens, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, Broly showed no signs of relenting. His fist continued to swing relentlessly. He paid no heed to the opinions of onlookers. The thrill of the moment consumed him. Previously, he had only imagined how he would strike Piccolo while watching the anime. But now, he was at long last realizing that long-held desire in reality. How could he not feel exhilarated? How could he not feel joy? Piccolo's anguished groans were drowned out by the rumble of the ground beneath. After 5 minutes, Broly finally ceased his assault on Piccolo. A hush fell over the crowd as all eyes turned towards the deep crater in the arena. Broly smiled, a radiant smile that illuminated the surroundings, as he beheld a battered version of Piccolo. In that moment, the once formidable king of demons bore no trace of his former grandeur. His face was bruised and bloodied, gasping as he expelled copious amounts of blood. Uniquely, Piccolo's blood flowed green, and his body was marred by numerous wounds, with blood oozing from his injuries, presenting a pitiful sight that evoked sympathy. Remarkably, he had yet to lose consciousness. He was quite resilient. Perhaps another blow would suffice. Chapter 12. A conclusion. As Goku ascended the stage to face Broly, the latter finally regained his composure, shifting his gaze towards Goku. This marked Broly's first genuine encounter with the most beloved protagonist of Dragon Ball, and upon seeing Goku, a flicker of excitement stirred within him. Though Broly had always favored himself, he held a fondness for Goku as well. Now, the moment had come for him to battle Goku, and his heart raced with anticipation. With his emotions in check, Broly fixed his eyes on Goku, who mirrored his seriousness. The announcer was vociferously detailing the backgrounds of the two fighters when Broly, wearing a smile, approached Goku. He lifted the hem of his garment to his waist, revealing the tail that had been concealed beneath his clothing. The crowd fell silent at the sight of the tail, especially Goku, who, upon noticing it, blinked in surprise and inquired, "You have a tail too, Kakarot?" "I finally meet you," Broly said with a grin. "What is Kakarot? Is it food?" Goku asked, bewildered. "Kakarot is your name, and we belong to the same race. Do you understand now?" Broly replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Well, I am not Kakarot. I am Goku. I understand that you say we are of the same race. But why do you call me Kakarot?" Sun Wukong spoke earnestly. "Let me put it this way. Neither of us are earthlings, but rather Saiyans. When you were born, you lay beside me, and your incessant crying left a profound impression on me. Kakarot is your name as a Saiyan, while Sun Wukong is merely your name on Earth. Do you see? The tail is a symbol of our race. Almost all our kin possess one. Now do you understand? Broly explained to Sun Wukong with a furrowed brow. Yes, I understand, but please continue to call me Sun Wukong, as I have grown up on Earth since birth. This planet is my home, Sun Wukong replied earnestly. Kirin and the others, upon hearing this, were astonished. So Wukong is an alien. No wonder he is so formidable, Kirin exclaimed in amazement. Regardless of whether Wukong is an extraterrestrial, he remains our best friend, Ichai said with a smile, and everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, the host had finished introducing the two participants and declared, the finals are now commencing, before exiting the arena. Sun Wukong assumed a battle stance, instantly entering a fighting state. However, Broly raised his hand dismissively and said arrogantly, Sun Wukong, I have no desire to fight you right now, as you are simply too weak to pique my interest. I came to this martial arts tournament to witness your strength, but you have greatly disappointed me. Allow me to demonstrate the gap between us. I hope you take this opportunity to train diligently. With that, he ignored Sun Wukong's expression and clenched his fists, unleashing a tremendous aura that surged to the level of Vegeta's power upon his arrival on the planet. Kirin and the others, sensing such overwhelming energy, were left in shock, their bodies trembling involuntarily. This is too powerful. I can hardly muster the will to resist, Kirin stammered, and the others nodded in cold sweat. Sun Wukong, however, furrowed his brow, realizing that under this immense pressure, even making a move was challenging. It dawned on him just how vast the chasm between himself and Broly was. Yet this revelation ignited a determination within him to surpass Broly. Afterward, Broly retracted his energy, and Sun Wukong conceded to the referee. Thus, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament concluded with Wukong's withdrawal and Broly's victory. At that moment, Broly and Wukong were gathered together. As Broly had invited Wukong and the others for a meal and was heading towards a restaurant, while Bulma gazed at Broly with starry eyes. Broly, where are you staying now? Bulma inquired. I just arrived on Earth and happened to find myself here for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Following the energy signature of Wukong and the others, I currently have no place to stay, Broly responded. Bulma felt a surge of joy within her and said with a serene expression, why not come stay at my house? It is quite spacious, and having another person around would certainly make it livelier. Broly was taken aback by how effortlessly he achieved his goal. Initially, he had been troubled within, pondering how to draw closer to Bulma. Now, with the matter resolved, elation surged within him, almost causing him to leap for joy, though he maintained a composed demeanor. Replying calmly, well, thank you, Bulma. How have you trained to become so formidable? Who is your master? Krillin inquired. I have no master. It's all self-taught, Broly replied. You must have noticed the golden dragon bracelet on my wrist. It's a device that automatically adjusts gravity with a maximum capacity of 1 million times. As he spoke, Broly raised his left hand to showcase the bracelet to everyone. 1 million times. That is quite extravagant. What gravity are you currently set to? Yamcha asked, a hint of impatience in his tone. Not wishing to discourage them, Broly replied nonchalantly, just 100 times. The others were left astonished by his response. Do you have any more of those bracelets, Broly? Please give me one. I wish to train like that too, Goku exclaimed, inspired by Broly's words. Broly shook his head, stating that he no longer possessed it. This was granted to me through a wish to the eternal dragon. However, you could ask Bulma's father to construct a gravity chamber for you. After all, isn't Bulma the heiress of the Capsule Corporation? I believe she would readily agree to such a trivial request. I am uncertain whether it can be made. I must inquire with my father. By the way, Broly, what wish did you make to the eternal dragon on your first visit to Earth? Bulma inquired curiously, while the others gazed at Broly in intrigue. Oh, the wish was made on Namek. The eternal dragon there can grant 3 wishes. So, Earth has Dragon Balls too, huh? I thought it was strange that the one I fought, Piccolo, resembled a Namekian. It turns out he truly is one, Broly replied with a smile. Namek? So Piccolo is also an alien? No wonder he looks so different from us. The eternal dragon on Namek is quite powerful, capable of granting 3 wishes. Unlike the one on Earth that only grants a single wish. Why is there such a disparity? Krillin remarked with a wry smile. The group was equally intrigued, all eager to visit Namek to witness its eternal dragon. Upon entering the restaurant, they experienced firsthand what it meant to eat with great fervor. As Broly and Goku's appetites astonished everyone, after a joyful meal, the group dispersed. Goku and Chi-Chi accompanied Broly and Bulma to the Capsule Corporation in West City. Thanks to the spaceship Broly had brought, Bulma's father requested that Goku return in a month to retrieve the gravity device, which could be adjusted to 100 times Earth's gravity. Subsequently, Goku and Chi-Chi took to the skies on Kintoan, while Broly settled comfortably at Bulma's home. Chapter 13. Mundane Affairs on Earth. A month passed at Bulma's residence in West City. Today, Bulma welcomed a rare guest, none other than Goku, who had come to retrieve the gravity device. Bulma and Chai naturally surrounded Goku, inquiring about his marriage plans. With a furrowed brow, Goku lamented, "Marriage is such a hassle. And wearing those uncomfortable clothes is a bother. However, the food is quite delightful." This elicited hearty laughter from everyone present. After a while, Goku departed with the gravity device in hand. During this month, Broly accompanied Bulma on various shopping excursions by day, while dedicating his nights to rigorous training within the confines of his spatial ring. Presently, the gravity he endured outside had escalated to a staggering 16,900 times, bringing his power perilously close to that of Super Saiyan 3 at full capacity. Due to Chai's flirtatious nature and his frequent entanglements with other girls, Bulma soon compared him unfavorably to Broly, resulting in a swift end to their relationship. Time, as it often does, slipped away quickly. And 3 years have passed since Broly claimed the title of champion at the World Martial Arts Tournament. In these 4 years, countless joyous experiences unfolded. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds affection, and indeed, the bond between Broly and Bulma has blossomed significantly over these 3 years, reaching a stage where discussions of marriage have become imminent, though both cherish the current atmosphere and have refrained from mentioning it. Throughout these 3 years, Broly also accompanied Bulma on a quest for the Dragon Balls. He informed her that due to his training, as long as she stayed with him, she could achieve eternal youth and avoid aging. Consequently, they procured a gravity bracelet similar to Broly's for Goku, which could also be stored within the body, albeit with a maximum gravity adjustment of only 500,000 times, indicating it was not an authentic Dragon Ball. Nevertheless, it sufficed for their needs. Subsequently, they visited Goku's home to present the bracelet. Over the course of these 3 years, everyone diligently pursued their training. With the gravity bracelet in his possession, Goku relinquished the gravity chamber to Krillin, who, upon acquiring it, intensified his training efforts. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Bulma's father, Chai also obtained a gravity chamber, embarking on his own rigorous training regimen. After Broly and Bulma had given Goku their blessings, they embarked on a joyous journey around the world, reveling in their adventures each day. However, under the cover of night, Broly continued his rigorous training. Over the course of 3 years, he had managed to increase his gravity training to an astonishing 40,000 times, resulting in a significant enhancement of his strength, bringing him perilously close to the mid-stage of Super Saiyan 4. One day at Bulma's home in West City, Broly gently kissed Bulma and said, "Bulma, I may need to leave Earth for a while." Bulma, fully aware that Broly could not remain by her side indefinitely, fought back her sorrow and asked, "How long will you be gone? Is there any danger?" "Approximately 2 years," Broly replied softly. "I will return after 2 years, and when I do, I shall marry you." "All right, I will wait for your return. You promise, right? If you forget like Goku, I will make you pay," Bulma declared fiercely. Following their farewell, Broly boarded the spacecraft that Bulma's father had newly crafted over the past 3 years, ascending into the cosmos. Bulma gazed longingly at the vanishing spacecraft, her heart whispering, "I will wait for you to return and marry me, Broly." Chapter 1. The Kanesa Star Mecha Army having departed from Earth. Broly found himself momentarily lost within the confines of the spacecraft, uncertain of his destination. In the known realm of Dragon Ball, most formidable warriors possess strengths around 10,000. With the Frieza race being among the strongest in the ordinary universe, boasting battle powers exceeding 1 million. Beyond that, the realms of the underworld held beings of immense power, such as the Kaioshians and the demon realm King Dabura, all surpassing a strength of 2. Additionally, the formidable Majin Buu possessed strength of Super Saiyan 3. And there might be hidden warriors lurking in the uncharted corners of the universe. With a sigh, he resolved to put such thoughts aside. "I shall focus on my training. I aspire to challenge Beerus's master, Whis, in the future," he mused as he continued his journey. Suddenly, he noticed a large-scale battle occurring on a nearby planet. Conflict truly is omnipresent, Broly thought. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the spacecraft. Ah, yes, it is indeed the small vessels commonly used by Frieza's subordinates and the Saiyans. A smile crept across his face. It appeared that he was about to encounter something intriguing. "Ha! You pathetic wretches, surrender while you still can. King Cooler has deemed this planet your fortune, and yet you dare to resist? You are courting death. shouted an alien as he looked down upon the hundreds of surrounding extraterrestrial beings. Begone, you shameless invaders. This is our mother planet, our home that nurtured us. We, the Kanesa people, will never abandon it, even in death. A towering Kanesa alien roared defiantly. Indeed, we Kanesa people are no cowards. We shall protect our planet, echoed the voices of hundreds of Kanesa aliens, none of whom possessed a battle power exceeding 1,000. With a resounding boom, Broly felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning upon hearing these words. His home? Indeed. It is no wonder that a sense of oppression pervades this world. I realize now that I harbor little sense of belonging here, even after forming a bond with Bulma. That sense of belonging remains tenuous, for I have always perceived this world as merely animated, never truly considering myself a part of it. Nevertheless, regardless of the world's authenticity, I exist in this moment. A surge of energy erupted within me. How delightful. My combat prowess has unexpectedly soared, since I am compelled by your misfortunes. I shall resolve these troubles for you, Broly mused. So you shall all perish. The extraterrestrial beings, emboldened yet feeble, dared to act so arrogantly despite their combat power barely exceeding 1,000. Their original intent was to capture and enslave. They even contemplated profiting off this planet. Just as I was about to strike, a thunderous sound from the sky drew everyone's attention. A spacecraft was descending. Oh, are there aliens arriving here? They truly have no fear of death, one of the extraterrestrials remarked to a companion. As the hatch slowly opened, Broly emerged, and several aliens quickly surrounded him. Oh, so many to welcome me. I am quite flattered, he quipped, before hurling an energy sphere at them. The aliens gasped. But their astonishment was cut short as they vanished in the ensuing explosion. The remaining extraterrestrials quickly assumed defensive stances. Who are you? And how dare you provoke the esteemed Lord Guldo's subordinates? Do you wish for death? They demanded. Broly chuckled. I have no interest in conversing with the deceased. Angered, a throng charged at him, but before they could reach him, the green energy spheres he cast sent them flying. The surviving aliens finally comprehended the gravity of their situation. They were no match for him and frantically activated their communicators. Summoning reinforcements? Just as well. It saves me the trouble of hunting them down individually, Broly remarked. One of the Kanasans approached, urging, My lord, you should flee. They are far too powerful. These are mere foot soldiers. Their leader is on the way. Such a considerate individual, even as his kind faces annihilation, Broly replied with a smile. Do not worry. I shall eliminate them before I depart. They are no match for me. The Kanasan, seeing his determination, ceased his pleas. In the distance, 3 figures soared toward a nearby hillside. They were the Guldo Mecha Brigade, established by Guldo through the recruitment of nefarious warriors from the North Galaxy. Each of the 3 members was a paragon of strength, with even the weakest among them, Nez, surpassing the formidable Captain Jinyu, making it exceedingly rare to find equals in the North Galaxy. Is it you who dares to provoke us? One of them sneered. Knowing we serve under Lord Guldo, you still choose to challenge us? How amusing it is that those with a modicum of power often lack wisdom. Nez spoke arrogantly from a position of superiority, his tone dripping with disdain. It was hardly surprising that he felt irritated. A planet that should have been easily conquered had suddenly reported the annihilation of a squad, provoking a sense of wounded pride. Savaiza let out a malevolent chuckle, a dark aura emanating from his being. How could such a primitive civilization comprehend the terror of a mechanized army? Ignorance is the original sin. Nez, Dre, be sure to entertain him well. Naturally, I can hardly contain my anticipation. Savaiza, at the forefront, pressed the energy detector, which emitted beeping sounds as it displayed fluctuating data on its screen. Finally, with a resounding pop, the detector could no longer withstand the excessive readings and exploded. Oh, it actually blew up. It seems the opponent is not to be underestimated. This will be entertaining. Savaiza was somewhat taken aback. Although the detector was not the latest model, it had a threshold of 100,000. The fact that it exploded indicated that the adversary's strength must surpass the device's limits. Nez let out a sinister laugh, stepping forward and turning to his companions. This fellow is mine. It has been a long time since I encountered someone worthy of my effort. With that, he prepared to take action. Oh, this means I won't have any fun, Dre lamented. Broly raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of fierce light flashing in his eyes. For it seemed these 3 individuals had utterly disregarded him. With a cold smirk, he thought to himself, no matter, soon you shall learn the true meaning of despair. He then began to unleash his energy, causing the very air to thicken and the ground to tremble, as an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the surroundings. The leading Nez's expression shifted dramatically, casting aside his earlier disdain. It was evident that this opponent was far from ordinary, his strength undoubtedly rivaling his own. Broly let out a chilling smile before vanishing in an instant. Alarmed, Nez realized the gravity of the situation, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Where could he be? With a sinister grin, Broly's ghostly figure reappeared behind Nez. Be cautious. He is right behind you, shouted Shaviza. What? Nez gasped, just as he attempted to evade. It was too late. Broly's fist landed brutally on Nez's back with a resounding crack. A sharp sound echoed from his spine, followed by Nez's agonizing scream as blood erupted from his mouth. His body contorted grotesquely, the abdomen bending backward in an impossible manner. There was no escaping this fate. The entire scene unfolded in mere seconds, leaving both Shaviza and Dre trembling in horror. It was too swift. They were no match for him. Their faces darkened. For this was the first time since the establishment of the mech army that a member had been killed right before their eyes. They needed to summon King Cooler immediately. Chapter 2. The Arrival of Cooler. Oh, are you calling for help? Broly chuckled, his demeanor appearing exceedingly malevolent in the eyes of Shaviza and Dre. Don't get too cocky. Just because you are stronger than us doesn't make you invincible. Just wait until King Cooler arrives, and we shall see how bold you remain. Shaviza exclaimed, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Is that so? Then I shall wait and see how formidable the Cooler you speak of truly is, Broly replied nonchalantly, eliciting a flicker of hope in Shaviza and Dre's expressions. However, to prevent being ambushed when Cooler arrives, shouldn't I first take care of the two of you? Broly suddenly declared, causing their faces to pale once again. Haha. I was merely jesting. You both should really consider joining a performance troupe for your dramatic reactions. Broly laughed heartily. Shaviza and Dre were filled with frustration, silently cursing. Who is this guy who surpasses us so effortlessly? When King Cooler arrives, we shall avenge this humiliation. Cooler, I hope you bring me some amusement, Broly murmured, gazing skyward. The previous battle had been devoid of urgency, as he had far surpassed his opponents. Broly believed that a confrontation with a master of Cooler's caliber might offer him the thrill of true combat. Moments later, a colossal and sinister aura emanated from the depths of space, casting a dark and oppressive pall over the sky. Soon after, an enormous disc-shaped spaceship descended. Such an immense presence. Shaviza and the others felt dwarfed in comparison. Cooler must be in a furious rage, otherwise there would be no need for such an intimidating display of power. Broly soared into the air, approaching the vessel. The doors of the spaceship opened slowly, and a battalion of uniformed extraterrestrial warriors streamed out, first clearing the surrounding obstacles. At the center, a purple figure descended with deliberate grace, a smirk playing upon his lips. His crimson eyes exuding a chilling brilliance akin to a pool of hellish blood. Is that Cooler? Just as depicted in the original narrative. Broly gazed from a distance, reflecting on the intricacies of Cooler. In the movie, after Frieza was defeated by Son Goku, Cooler led his mechanical army to Earth seeking vengeance. However, after a fierce battle, Cooler and his subordinates ultimately perished on Earth. It is said that Cooler surpasses Frieza in strength and possesses an additional transformation ability. Although there are inconsistencies between the film and the TV series, casting doubt on their credibility, the existence of Cooler suggests that the film may not be entirely fabricated. Cooler's primary form is adorned in purple, with his head, shoulders, and limbs encased in white, stone-like armor, complemented by a purple tail trailing behind. His overall appearance closely resembles Frieza's ultimate form. Though the colors are inverted, Frieza is predominantly white, with purple accents on his shoulders and wrists. In contrast to Frieza's petite stature, Cooler exudes a more masculine and menacing presence. In his normal state, he retains the appearance of Frieza's ultimate form, indicating that Cooler's power exceeds Frieza's by a considerable margin. It seems plausible that he possesses an additional transformation. Broly, now vigilant, carefully sensed Cooler's energy. Indeed, he truly embodied the dominion of the northern region with an unfathomable strength. The prospect of engaging in a thrilling battle stirred excitement within Broly, gazing at Cooler. His eyes sparkled with intense fighting spirit, a surge of fervent battle intent igniting within him, as if the warrior genes embedded deep within his Saiyan blood had been awakened. King Cooler, exclaimed Shaviza and Dre, kneeling in surprise. It was that man over there who killed Nez. We were no match for him. You worthless fools. Cooler's gaze grew icy, fixating on Broly with a chilling stare, followed by a mocking smile. An unknown individual dares to slay my mechanical army. Do you not fear facing my wrath? Just trash. If you wish to kill, then do so, Broly retorted, unleashing his own overwhelming aura, countering the oppressive pressure emanating from Cooler. Cooler's eyes widened in surprise before darkening, his tail thrashing against the ground, shattering the hard rock beneath. Huh. I never anticipated the existence of a warrior such as you. Tell me, are you interested in becoming my subordinate as compensation for slaying my army? Ha ha ha. You amuse me. You, Cooler, think you can recruit me as your subordinate? What a ludicrous joke. Broly laughed maniacally. Very well, you have successfully provoked my ire. I shall make you acquainted with the harrowing sensation of hell. A bloodthirsty killing intent emanated from Cooler, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Broly disdainfully shook his head. Such a level of power did not warrant a transformation into a Super Saiyan. He began to amplify his strength, his hair turning golden as a radiant aura enveloped him. Without any unnecessary movements, Broly swiftly launched himself at Cooler, attacking with direct intent. Broly's fist struck with relentless force against Gulad's chest, and in that fleeting moment of assault, a hardened claw attempted to grasp his wrist. Alas, it was too late. With a resounding thud, Gulad was sent careening away, crashing into a distant hill. Lord Gulad! His subordinates exclaimed in alarm, while a few smaller warriors rushed toward the scene. The sight of their seemingly invincible leader being struck down left Savizad dumbfounded. How could the mighty Lord Gulad be so easily dispatched? The hill erupted, sending debris and smaller warriors flying, igniting Gulad's fury. For years, aside from his father, King Kurd, no one had dared to leave a mark upon him. Even regarding his father, Gulad held a belief that he would eventually surpass him due to his relentless training and the development of a powerful transformation. Yet here he was, unexpectedly bested on this obscure planet. A torrent of murderous intent surged within him. Such a foe must be eliminated swiftly, lest he pose a threat to his clan's dominance. Resolute, he charged forward, fists raised. The collision of their blows reverberated violently, unleashing a wave of chaotic energy that rippled outward. In an instant, Gulad was propelled backward, while Broly remained steadfast, ready to unleash another onslaught. The air crackled with the sounds of impact and Gulad's anguished cries. With a thunderous crash, Gulad was once again sent crashing to the ground. Is this the might of the Cosmic Emperor? Such feebleness hardly befits the title. Broly jested. You scoundrel! Gulad bellowed. Though he quickly regained his composure, a sinister smile creeping across his face. You dare to inflict injury upon this king? I still have one transformation left, and you shall be the first to witness my full power. Prepare to experience the despair of annihilation. As a full-grown member of the Frost Demon clan, he possessed strength surpassing even Frisia's, coupled with a chilling ruthlessness. Broly's actions had ignited a furious wrath within him, pushing him to the brink of madness as he resolved to tear the young warrior before him to shreds. Chapter 3. Transformations Unveiled. Gulad roared. His fists clenched tightly. His muscles trembled as he unleashed his ultimate form. A torrent of energy surged forth, revitalizing his skeletal and muscular structure as if infused with new life. A viscous sphere pulsated within him, akin to a heartbeat, each thrum elevating his power. His muscles swelled, and the hardened shell on his chest began to fracture, culminating in a thunderous crack as a new layer of white armor emerged. He screamed in a frenzy. His visage twisted with rage, eyes ablaze with a crimson glow, exuding an aura of unfathomable terror. The hard carapace upon his head began to morph, protruding back toward his skull, gradually forming for sharp horns that settled into place. The frenzied energy surged toward Broly, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space, sending Gulad's subordinates and the surviving Kinesa warriors scattering in fright. Boom! Centered around Gula, a tempest surged outward, creating an expansive desolation spanning several hundred miles. In this vast expanse, only Gula and Broly remained, their figures remarkably distinct. Everything seemed to be reborn. A tremendous, surging power emanated from within Gula, gradually diffusing and stabilizing. As his colossal form exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, Broly stood with arms crossed, gazing at the scene before him, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration as he trembled in anticipation. At long last, he could engage in a proper battle. Broly thought to himself with excitement. Ha ha ha, a newfound power. It has been ages since I unleashed my full strength. Thank you for your patience. Now, let the combat recommence. A somber voice emanated from his armor, filled with a fierce intent as Golda vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, Broly too vanished, and with a flurry of movements, the two clashed repeatedly. In the span of a mere second, they exchanged blows countless times, each engagement punctuated by swift separations, their speed so extraordinary that they eluded the naked eye. The sky bore no trace of their forms. Only the resounding echoes of their fierce struggle and explosions attested to the ongoing battle. Suddenly caught off guard, Broly was struck backward, colliding with a mountainside. Golda did not relent. He continued his pursuit, fists clenched, delivering a powerful blow. The thunderous sound reverberated, and Broly spat out a mouthful of saliva as he slowly rose to his feet. Ah, it has been far too long since I felt this exhilarating. How thrilling. Haha. Let us continue. What a delight. Come forth. With that, Broly propelled himself forward, charging towards Golda, and they resumed their aerial combat. The air was filled with the sound of their relentless exchanges, intermingled with Broly's joyous laughter and Golda's furious roars. Their powers intensified with each clash, culminating in a resounding impact that sent Golda crashing to the ground, while Broly hovered above, a smile gracing his face as he looked down upon him. Broly gradually descended, remarking, "Well done, your strength is formidable. You are worthy of me unleashing my full power to confront you." Golda responded with a laugh. "Ha ha. Are you implying that you have not fought with your full strength all along? How utterly absurd. This just is far from amusing." Yet, his eyes glinted with a chilling coldness. Broly scoffed disdainfully and revealed a secret. "I am the very existence that your Frost clan fears the most." As he unleashed his power, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from within him, instantly surpassing Gula's aura. His height surged by 30 centimeters, his purple hair transformed into green, and his pupils vanished, marking the first emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan in millennia. Gula's face finally bore an expression of shock as he realized that his opponent's battle prowess had eclipsed his own in an instant. Suddenly, Gula recalled an ancient legend passed down through the Frost clan, which he had always dismissed as mere folly. Yet now, it seemed the tale might hold truth. Could it be, you are a Saiyan? Indeed, you are correct. I am the existence that your Frost clan dreads. Your brother, Frieza, harbors an unyielding desire to eradicate beings like me. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura surged hundreds of times, rising like a tempest, sweeping into the boundless void. Amidst this chaos stood a formidable figure with green hair, devoid of pupils, ablaze with an overwhelming energy, radiant as the full moon. The Super Saiyan. Gula clenched his fists tightly, trembling, his heart roaring. There truly exists a Super Saiyan in this world. How could he be a Super Saiyan? Simultaneously, resentment towards Frieza welled up within him. How infuriating. Frieza, if you intended to obliterate planet Vegeta, why did you not act more decisively? How could there be a survivor? Wait, a Super Saiyan is merely a legend. Perhaps it is not as formidable as the tale suggests. Gula reassured himself. What? Are you contemplating surrender? I do not accept captives, Broly remarked coolly. Die. Gula bellowed in rage, vanishing from sight, leaving only a blurred silhouette behind. He reappeared before Broly in an instant, his speed astonishing. Boom. A fist struck Broly with tremendous force, but soon Gula sensed something was amiss. His opponent remained utterly unfazed, as if his attack had been entirely ineffective. Anxiety gripped Gula's heart, and his pupils dilated in disbelief. How is this possible? Your speed is akin to that of a crawling turtle, and your strength is pathetically weak. Broly seized Gula's hand, disdain dripping from his words. In a state of desperation, Gula attempted to free himself from Broly's grasp, yet no amount of effort could liberate him. Panic flickered within Gula, his lips twitching involuntarily, his face contorted with incredulity. Broly seized Gula with one hand, while delivering a powerful blow to Gula's abdomen with his fist. Following this, he executed a spinning kick that sent Gula flying through the air. Emboldened by his advantage, Broly relentlessly pursued Gula, overwhelming him with sheer force until Gula was finally brought crashing to the ground. You despicable fiend. Gula's expression twisted with malice as he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and rising towards the sky. Trying to escape? Just as Broly was about to chase, he sensed a disturbance. For it seemed as though the sky had birthed a second sun, a colossal energy sphere. Humph. Death sphere. Gula intended to obliterate this planet. Broly regarded the massive energy orb with disdain. You wild child, how will you survive once the planet is gone? Gula cackled maniacally. Saiyans are ultimately nothing but inferior wild monkeys. Though I must admit, your strength is indeed the mightiest in the universe. Haha. Perish. Gula's subordinates, filled with dread, shrieked in terror as they frantically rushed towards their spacecraft. Broly gazed coldly at the descending death ball, extending his right hand to brace against it. A surge of green energy erupted from his palm, swiftly countering the deadly sphere and propelling it back with remarkable speed. What? Cooler watched in disbelief as the rebounding death ball, enveloped in the vibrant green energy, carried him along and hurled him into the cosmos. No. A lamentable cry echoed as the overwhelming force sent Cooler crashing into a planet, piercing through it, until he ultimately fell into a blazing star, where it all came to a halt. Chapter 4. Reactions from all sides on planet Kanasa. The inhabitants of the universe stared in shock at the starry sky, unable to fathom the demise of King Cooler. In that instant, panic swept through the crowd. Broly hovered in midair, his pure white eyes coldly surveying the scene below. With a stern countenance and an imperious tone, he declared, "Guldo is dead. Effective immediately, vacate this planet. Should anyone dare to resist, that very planet shall be your fate." The news of King Guldo's demise sent a shiver down the spines of the extraterrestrials, who gazed up at the unyielding figure in terror. A cacophony of murmurs erupted among them. The absence of King Guldo left many in a state of panic, for they were ardent loyalists, thriving under Guldo's tyrannical reign. Gradually, the clamor subsided, as regardless of their sentiments, none dared to provoke the wrath of the victor. Many extraterrestrials hastily made their way to their respective spacecraft, eager to depart the planet, fearing that delay might lead to their annihilation at Broly's hands. In contrast, the Canassian gazes were filled with fervor, for he was the one capable of vanquishing King Guldo and effortlessly obliterating planets. Numerous extraterrestrials departed in their vessels, as they were compelled to report Guldo's fate to King Cold. A handful of individuals remained, willing to surrender, those who had long suffered under Guldo's brutal rule but felt powerless to resist. Broly, uninterested in governing them, allowed them to align themselves with the Canassians. The Canassians, grateful to Broly for liberating their planet, greeted him with warmth. Broly, in turn, displayed a measure of goodwill towards those who had helped him resolve some of his inner conflicts. He spent several days exploring the Canassian world under their guidance. After bidding farewell to the Canassians, Broly boarded his spacecraft and resumed his interstellar journey. In a distant palace on the planet Cold, King Cold's fury erupted as he shattered a wine glass upon receiving the news. His eyes glowed with a chilling light, reddened by rage. The revelation of Guldo's death shook him to the core. His anger surged at the thought of a formidable challenger emerging to defy the Frost Demons. Particularly, the chaos in Guldo's territory, with planets in disarray, deepened King Cold's animosity toward the one who had slain Guldo. He wished for nothing less than to rend flesh from bone. Yet, despite his wrath, King Cold remained astute. The individual capable of swiftly dispatching Guldo, leaving no room for retaliation, possessed formidable power that could not be underestimated. And he knew he must tread carefully. The immediate priority was to stabilize the tumultuous situation. Guldo's demise had already begun to impact his own domain. "Bring forth my subordinates," King Cold commanded coldly. Shortly thereafter, an aide rushed in. "Dispatch personnel to stabilize the situation. Anyone who dares to provoke us shall be executed without mercy. Additionally, keep a vigilant watch over the northern territories. Report any disturbances at once." "Yes." The subordinate acknowledged with a nod and promptly exited. The Kurdish king sat in his chair, his expression dark and unpredictable, with a glimmer of murderous intent flickering between his brows. At Frisia's headquarters, Frisia was filled with trepidation. He had not anticipated the emergence of a formidable warrior capable of vanquishing Gula in the neighboring region. Although he and Gula were not on amicable terms, Gula's strength was unequivocally superior to his own. He ordered the complete withdrawal of his subordinates from the planets adjacent to Gula's territory, fearful of provoking a conflict. "Mr. Shambo, Dodoria, the recent unrest in the area is quite concerning. Arrange for personnel to eliminate all those who are causing disturbances," Frisia commanded with an impassive expression. "What about Vegeta and Nappa? How are they faring?" Frisia inquired, lifting his gaze. Still adhering to the tasks assigned by the king, Nappa has shown little improvement in strength. But that little brat Vegeta has made significant progress, nearing an impressive fighting power of 18,000. Dodoria replied gravely. "Ah, nearly 18,000 fighting power, indeed. Mr. Shambo, Dodoria. Take heed not to be surpassed by the younger generation," Frisia remarked with a dismissive chuckle. Recognizing Vegeta's situation, he scoffed. The Saiyan monkey was hardly a threat. Even Vegeta, the most gifted among the Saiyans, barely exceeded 10,000 in battle power. It was laughable that he remained wary of the emergence of a Super Saiyan. Shambo and Dodoria exchanged indifferent glances. To them, a battle power of 25,000 was already the zenith of Saiyan potential. They recalled that King Vegeta's typical power was merely around 10,000, achieving close to 100,000 only through the transformation into a great ape. As long as they prevented Vegeta from transforming, he could be easily disregarded. However, they held great apprehension towards the Saiyan who had once single-handedly confronted them during the destruction of planet Vegeta, Bardock. His final display of power had been nothing short of astonishing. Yet he had ultimately met his demise at the hands of King Frieza, on King Kai's planet, shortly after Gula's death reached the North Kai. One of the three burdens on his heart was alleviated. Although the identity of Gula's slayer remained unknown, it mattered little. The crucial point was that Gula's demise had restored tranquility to the northern region of the North Galaxy. How could the North Kai not be pleased? Nevertheless, he felt compelled to investigate the identity of Gula's killer. It would be prudent to discern the character of this individual. Extending his antennae to probe, he soon discovered that a being named Broly had slain Gula and was currently wandering through the cosmos. The North Kai resolved to observe Broly closely. If he possessed no malevolent intentions, he would extend an invitation to discuss future matters. Thus, unbeknownst to Broly, the North Kai began to monitor his actions. Chapter 5. The Invitation from King Kai in the Universe. For the 2 years following Broly's defeat of Gula, Broly traversed various planets, seeking formidable opponents to challenge, each encounter culminating in his unequivocal victory. One day, as was customary, Broly's spacecraft descended upon a planet abundant with verdant foliage. Upon landing, an unsettling sensation enveloped me. What manner of planet is this, so frigid and abundant in verdant foliage? It defies expectation. As I navigated through the forest, a man-made civilization emerged before the distant lake. Could it be extraterrestrial beings? Has this planet been claimed by others? Broly pondered. From the base, a towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, emerged. His skin, a shade of green, enveloped his aged visage, exuding an aura of wisdom. Beside him, armed soldiers gazed with reverence. He was undoubtedly their leader. Broly scrutinized the elder closely, quickly discerning that despite his advanced years, he possessed a formidable reservoir of power, roughly equivalent to half that of Cooler's third form. Who was this venerable figure? Broly mused, wondering when the North Galaxy had birthed such a powerful entity. One must remember that for over 2 decades, Frieza maintained a battle power of 530,000 without anyone daring to challenge him. Such an individual should not remain obscure. Pronto. How long until the transformation of this planet is complete? A subordinate inquired of the elderly researcher, noting the complexity of the task. What? Isn't that your responsibility? King Shrag is aging. We must expedite our efforts, the subordinate urged. The elder turned, intrigued. The subordinate quickly realized the implications of his words. However, before he could finish, he was silenced by an energy blast emitted from Shrag's fingertip. Now, tell me, what is the current status? Shrag inquired. King Shrag, it will take approximately 10 more days to complete the planet's transformation, replied the elder. With a swift motion, Shrag eliminated him, then directed his question to another nearby. And you, how many days? Yes, it will only require 3 days. The elder trembled as he spoke. Shrag nodded, retrieving several pills to consume, anti-aging. Upon hearing this, the realization struck. This was Shrag from the theatrical release, an evil Namekian, one of the rare super Namekians. The Kais believed him to be more formidable than Frieza. Yet it appeared he was merely slightly stronger than Frieza's third transformation, far from the full extent of Frieza's might. Nevertheless, encountering me would certainly spell misfortune for him. Though it may not be as exhilarating as facing Cooler, he would still serve as a worthy adversary. In an instant, Broly materialized before Shrag. Who are you? Are you perhaps a remnant of this planet's ancient reptiles? Shrag squinted, a murderous intent emanating from him. It was clear this encounter would not be trivial. Broly chuckled. Who I am is of no consequence. What truly matters is that your demise is imminent. With that, he surged towards Shrag, delivering a powerful punch to his face that sent him flying. Without hesitation, Broly pursued him, seizing his face and forcefully slamming it into the ground, creating a colossal crater upon impact. Shrag swiftly rose to his feet, his expression a storm of fury as he bellowed, "Damn you. I will see you dead." With that, he prepared to attack. The sound of commotion drew the attention of Shrag's subordinates, who rushed out from the base. King Shrag, a few kneeling leaders reported, but Shrag, visibly irritated, commanded, "Stand aside, do not obstruct me." Broly calmly declared, "Since you have come, you shall all perish." With that, he unleashed a barrage of green energy orbs, the sound of explosions resounding as they decimated a large group of foes. Shrag, with a scornful sneer, dismissed them as worthless trash, and then, with a slight bend of his body, propelled himself towards Broly like a rocket. Grasping Broly's incoming fist, he leaned back, only to be met with a swift kick that sent him soaring into the air. Blood spewed from Shrag's mouth as he forcibly halted his upper body, barely taking a moment to catch his breath before Broly appeared above him, fists clenched, delivering a crushing blow to his head. Ah! A cry of immense agony escaped Shrag's lips as his body plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, creating a thunderous impact. Gradually rising, his eyes blazed with fury. Impressive. It seems I must unleash my full power. Prepare to meet your doom. Shrag's form began to expand, his combat prowess surging exponentially, instantly multiplying over threefold to reach a staggering power level of 28 million. After his transformation, Shrag erupted into maniacal laughter. Despite his previous beatdown, he now believed that with his full strength revealed, victory was assured. Broly, feeling a sense of ennui, observed the maniacal laughter of Shrag. In an instant, he lost interest in continuing the battle and swiftly raised his energy. With his purple hair shimmering and golden aura radiating around him, his power surged far beyond that of Shrag. How could this be? Cold sweat streamed down his face as he quickly realized that this insufferable youth was undeniably more powerful than himself. He needed to escape before Shrag could flee. Broly vanished and reappeared before the colossal head, unleashing a flurry of strikes, culminating in a devastating kick. Shrag crashed to the ground, his giant form reverting to normal. Seizing the moment, Broly swiftly grasped Shrag and hurled him skyward, conjuring a massive energy sphere that struck Shrag directly. With a resounding explosion, Shrag was utterly obliterated. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai had been observing Broly over the past 2 years, sensing that he did not possess the nature of an evil being. Thus, he resolved to invite Broly to his realm. Upon witnessing the conclusion of Broly's battle, the King Kai transmitted his thoughts. Broly, it is I, the King Kai. Do you hear my voice? Broly raised an eyebrow, pondering the reason behind the North Kai summons. He inquired, Kai, what business do you have with me? The North Kai replied, well, due to the demise of Cooler at your hands 2 years ago, I need you to visit the Kai planet. There is something of great importance I wish to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Broly gave it little thought and responded affirmatively. I will come by when I have the time. The Kai then urged, please make an effort to visit at your earliest convenience. Broly acknowledged this and subsequently stored the spaceship within his dimensional ring, utilizing instant transmission to return to Earth. Chapter 6. The Return After 2 Years. At Bulma's residence in West City. As usual, Bulma reclined on the sofa in the living room, a steaming cup of coffee resting on the table beside her. She found herself rather bored, watching the tedious soap opera flickering on the television. What a complete waste of time, she sighed, propping her chin in her hand. Clearly feeling stifled. Casually, she picked up the remote control lying nearby and switched off the television. With a languid motion, Bulma sank deeper into the sofa, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the milky white ceiling. Let us get married when I return in 2 years, she mused. The promise Broly made to her echoing repeatedly in her mind. Bulma ran her fingers through her hair, expressing her frustration as she remarked, that foolish Broly. Just wait until you return. I'll show you how to handle things. On the sofa, she tossed and turned, her mind wandering aimlessly. Eventually, she sat up decisively and walked over to the bookshelf. She pushed open the glass window and retrieved a photograph nestled within. The image captured a moment from their travels around the world, taken at an amusement park, where both of them beamed with radiant smiles, exuding a sense of sweet happiness that could easily evoke envy in many. Bulma gently caressed the visage of Broly captured in the photograph with her delicate fingers. The sensation was so intimate, so familiar. How wonderful it would be if you were not a warrior, but rather an ordinary person who shared my life. Bulma sighed deeply, feeling that Broly's presence in her life was so surreal, akin to a dream that could shatter at any moment. As she set the photograph aside, she realized she had been overthinking, and a self-deprecating smile escaped her lips. In that very instant she turned around, a familiar face distinctly reflected in her astonished eyes. The man standing before Bulma was none other than Broly, the one she had awaited for 2 long years. Broly beamed at Bulma and gently said, I apologize for my late return. With that, he opened his arms wide and embraced Bulma tightly in his warm embrace. Bulma, overwhelmed by emotion, savored the solace bestowed by that powerful embrace, relishing the warmth and tenderness of a long-awaited hug. A single tear cascaded down her cheek, as she stifled the inexplicable sorrow and managed a bittersweet smile. You fool, you have finally returned. A myriad of words hovered on the tip of her tongue. Yet all that remained were joyous grievances that filled her heart. Bulma buried her head in Broly's chest, the two seemingly inseparable, tightly entwined with one another. Bulma, Broly gently whispered in her ear. Bulma tightly closed her eyes, feeling an overwhelming surge of emotion in this moment of reality. When I return from the North Kai, I shall propose to you, all right? Broly suddenly declared. At his words, Bulma trembled, incredulous as she opened her eyes wide, fixating on Broly's gaze, which radiated genuine affection. Yes, Bulma replied shyly, and then abruptly inquired, how long will you be with the Kai? It won't be long, at most a day. I shall return, Broly gently responded. Upon hearing this, Bulma enveloped Broly in a tight embrace, blissfully resting against his chest. After a while, Broly softly released her, saying, Bulma, I am heading off now. Wait for my return. Bulma gazed at him quietly, adjusting his attire. Make sure to return swiftly. I shall be waiting for you at home. With that, she planted a kiss on Broly's cheek. Broly nodded and then, sensing the energy of the Supreme Kai, vanished before Bulma's eyes. Chapter 7. North Kai's Temple as usual. The Supreme Kai was within the temple, while outside, a figure sat on a blanket, holding birdseed, with several small birds perched upon him, feasting. Suddenly, Broly materialized within the temple. Who are you? The figure inquired, startled. How did you appear here so suddenly? Is there something you need? Broly stated, I am Broly, seeking the deity to escort me to the underworld, for the King of Worlds has summoned me. The deity, taken aback, responded. What do you mean the King of Worlds seeks you? You claim it is the King of Worlds? As he spoke, the deity materialized before Broly, his expression a mixture of astonishment and doubt. Broly nodded and remarked, Indeed, if the heavenly god harbors any doubts, he may reach out to the King of the Underworld to verify the truth of my words. The heavenly gods swiftly contacted the king, who confirmed Broly's claims. Astonished, the heavenly god exclaimed, I never anticipated you possessed such extraordinary fortune. Come, let us proceed together. Meanwhile, Broly could not help but scoff internally, thinking, what kind of fortune could the King of the Underworld possess? Someone easily swayed by a few jokes. Surely, this summons cannot bode well for me. Broly approached the deity, and as he drew near, the deity activated his unique celestial ability. In an instant, they were transported to the underworld. The deity conversed briefly with King Yama, informing him of the King of the Lower Realm's summons, and then guided Broly along the snake path. This is where I shall leave you, Broly. You must proceed on your own, the deity stated, to which Broly nodded in acknowledgement. The snake path connected to another realm, enveloped in a sea of yellow clouds that stretched endlessly. At the tail end of the snake path lay a diminutive, spherical, celestial body. Upon attuning his senses, Broly detected a formidable presence from a distance, with a combat power estimated around 16,000. He teleported instantaneously and appeared on King Kai's planet, first disabling the gravity that surrounded him. There, a rotund figure reclined on a lounge chair, soundly asleep, bubbles occasionally escaping from his nostrils. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, followed by another. A small gorilla, tilting its head in curiosity at Broly's unexpected appearance, soon reacted with a startled cry, ooh ooh, before turning to flee in panic. In a swift motion, Broly positioned himself before Babris. Startled by the sudden appearance of the figure, Babris frantically waved his arms, his mouth agape as he let out a series of frantic cries. Yet, despite his desperate attempts to break free, he found himself ensnared by Broly's grip. Fear not, my friend, Broly reassured him. I have been sent by the King of the Universe. Upon hearing Broly's words, the laughing gorilla ceased his struggles and responded with a peculiar call directed at the king. With a resounding pop, another bubble burst, and the North King of the Universe yawned widely, stretching his limbs leisurely. Broly cast a doubtful glance at the legendary King of the Universe, who appeared rather unreliable. The king sported round spectacles, 2 tufts of flesh hanging from his chin, and what resembled long antennae atop his head, all while his corpulent figure was clad in an oversized black robe emblazoned with the words King of the Universe. Ah, Broly, you have arrived. And Babirus, what brings you here? The North King exclaimed. Nothing much. I teleported here after visiting the underworld. As for this gorilla, it's no big deal, Broly replied, gently setting the gorilla down. Teleportation? You are quite remarkable. The king marveled. Indeed, but what is it that you seek from me? Broly inquired. Well, you ought to be aware of certain matters, the king replied, his expression turning grave. In the region of the North Galaxy under my jurisdiction, there exist 3 extraordinarily powerful beings, devoid of humanity, utterly malevolent. They ruthlessly suppress those who dare to resist them, conquering countless planets and turning them into veritable hells. Many worlds have vanished entirely from the fabric of the cosmos due to their tyranny. Their existence is a calamity for all planets in the North Galaxy, and their strength is so formidable that no one can hope to subdue them. Yet, just recently, you, Broly, managed to slay one of them, which is truly exhilarating. The king declared with a hint of excitement. Following this event, the Frost Demons have shown some restraint, yet their rule has grown even more brutal. As the king of the universe, could you grant me a request? The king asked. Are you asking me to eliminate Frieza and his son right now? Broly responded. The king gazed at Broly with anticipation, but Broly, wishing to have Goku deal with Frieza and the others, deliberately stated, Frieza is not my match, however. I cannot currently defeat King Cold in his final form. I see, the king replied, his tone slightly subdued. Noticing the king's demeanor, Broly felt a twinge of compassion and reassured him, do not worry, in a few years, when my strength has grown, I will go and eradicate them. The king nodded. That is true. After all, they have dominated these regions for so long. A few more years will not matter. Let us wait a while longer. Broly inquired, King Kai, is there anything else? He continued, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. By the way, King Kai, I would be delighted if you could attend my wedding, which is approaching soon, huh? The King Kai, in a cheerful mood, nodded in agreement. Very well. Congratulations on your impending nuptials. I shall return for the occasion. Broly replied, please take care, King Kai, and farewell, Babarusu. With a wave of his hand, he vanished in an instant. This child possesses astonishing strength and potential. It won't be long before he becomes a formidable force capable of moving the entire universe, rendering the Frieza clan's arrogance short-lived. With a chuckle, he entered the house. Chapter 8. The Wedding March and Reunion. With a flash, Broly's figure materialized in the heavenly temple. Upon seeing Broly's return, the deity inquired, Broly, have you met with Lord King Kai? Broly nodded and said, indeed, I have just returned from the King of the Worlds. Upon hearing this, the deity smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, as I am quite occupied with my impending marriage. If you have no further matters, I would be delighted for you to join my wedding. The deity replied with a smile, very well, I shall attend alongside. Upon hearing this, Broly nodded and waved his hand as he soared down to the lower realm. Initially, he intended to teleport directly to Bulma's location. However, a realization struck him. He was about to propose to Bulma, yet he didn't possess a ring. How could he possibly seek a commitment without such a token? As he flew downward, he rummaged through his ring for items of monetary value. Over the past 2 years of wandering through the cosmos, Broly had gathered a plethora of treasures within the confines of his ring. Shortly thereafter, he discovered a dazzling blue gemstone in his possession. I shall trade this at a jewelry store, he thought, then purchase a ring and a bouquet of roses to complete his plan. How delightful. Before long, Broly arrived in West City, selecting a secluded spot to land. He made his way to the jewelry store, where he presented the blue gemstone for appraisal. After successfully exchanging it for a substantial sum, he procured a diamond ring from the establishment. With his acquisition in hand, he proceeded to a flower shop, where he purchased a bouquet of roses. Seizing a moment of solitude, he placed the flowers within the ring before teleporting back to Bulma's residence. Broly approached Bulma, delicately holding a rose in his hand. This is a gift from Bulma, he said, and she joyfully accepted it. Then, noticing Broly retrieve a small box from his person, Bulma became entranced by the ring nestled within. With a single knee on the ground, Broly declared, Bulma, will you marry me? Bulma, overwhelmed with emotion, covered her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. After a moment of excitement, she nodded in agreement. Broly, elated, stood up, took her hand, and adorned her with a ring, subsequently embracing her tightly. The following day, Bulma eagerly called everyone to share the joyful news of her engagement to Broly and his return. Her friends were overjoyed, showering her with congratulations, and soon they all gathered at Bulma's home for a celebration. In the expansive courtyard, an oval table was set with an array of delectable dishes. At this moment, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Master Roshi, and Launch had all arrived, with Goku and Chi-Chi being the last to join. Curiosity surrounded the child with them, and when Goku introduced him as his son, Gohan, a wave of astonishment swept through the group. They were taken aback to learn that in just 5 years, Goku had become a father. The day was filled with animated conversations as they reminisced about the past 5 years, expressing their longing and the joy of reuniting, along with the happiness of Bulma and Broly's engagement. After the meal, everyone congregated once more. Goku reflected on how marriage would limit his training time, revealing that he had only recently adapted to the gravity of 100 times Earth's. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others had diligently trained over the past 5 years, with Yamcha adapting to 30 times, Krillin to 40, and Tien to 50 times gravity. They all made significant progress, inspired by Broly. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and camaraderie. As the gathering was coming to a close, Bulma announced that she would be marrying Broly next month and invited everyone to attend. Congratulations erupted once again before everyone departed. Chapter 9. The wedding time flew swiftly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the bustling West City, streets were alive with a cacophony of traffic, featuring hovering vehicles and honking cars, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Today marked the long-anticipated wedding day of Broly and Bulma. How frustrating. This road is always so congested, grumbled a bearded man driving a truck, leaning out of the window to gaze at the endless line of cars, cursing under his breath. Beside him, in a luxurious car, a well-dressed man nodded in agreement, remarking that if everyone adhered to the rules, the traffic would flow smoothly. Have you heard the news reported this morning? The bearded man inquired, looking towards the suited gentleman. The man, puzzled, responded, did something significant happen? Miss Bulma, the heiress of Universal Enterprises, is getting married today. The bearded man exclaimed with excitement. Oh, is it really today? The suited man inquired, intrigued. Absolutely, affirmed the bearded man. Today, this road is quite congested, and part of the reason is that many people are heading to attend the wedding of Bulma. As the two engaged in animated conversation, 3 streaks of light, reminiscent of jet planes, zipped across the sky above them, heading towards the end of the long line of cars. What could that be? The man in the suit exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the fleeting lights with a comical expression. Uncle Beard followed the direction of the suit-clad man's finger but saw nothing. Looking at him quizzically, I just saw 3 lights flying by rapidly, as if they were 3 individuals. The man in the suit awkwardly explained, yet even he was uncertain whether he had truly seen them. Uncle Beard chuckled, insisting, You must be seeing things. Perhaps so, the man in the suit replied, shaking his head slightly and letting out a sigh. Meanwhile, in the distant sky, 3 figures appeared as blurred lights, soaring at an unimaginable speed. Tianjin fan? Dumplings? Should we bring a gift to Broly's wedding? T, dressed casually with flowing long hair, said with a smile, gliding through the brisk air beside his companion. As usual, Tianjin fan was clad in form-fitting training attire, his 3-eyed visage fixed ahead. Upon hearing T's words, he responded, I don't think it's necessary. Neither Broly nor Bulma are particularly picky. At this moment, though Bulma's home was not adorned with extravagant decorations, the atmosphere was lively and festive. Starting from the entrance, a red carpet was laid out for the guests arriving to extend their congratulations. In the spacious courtyard, housekeeping robots busily moved about, occasionally serving platters of fruit and snacks amidst the throngs of guests. Meanwhile, the servants attended to the guests, ensuring everyone was seated promptly. Before 10 o'clock in the morning, Bulma's courtyard was already brimming with people, friends and relatives arriving from all corners of the world, as well as partners from various enterprises. So many people. Krillin, with his bald head standing out in the crowd, marveled at the bustling scene around him. Beside him was the rarely serious Master Roshi, dressed in a suit and wearing sunglasses, leering at the young women with exposed thighs passing by. Krillin. At that moment, a voice reached his ears. Krillin looked around and finally followed the sound to see Goku's family waving at them. Goku, you made it. Krillin and Master Roshi squeezed through the crowd to join Goku's family. Yes. Goku nodded with a smile, glancing at the throngs of people. I didn't expect so many to attend our wedding. While they chatted, a servant approached them. Excuse me, are you Mr. Son Goku and Mr. Krillin? The servant respectfully inquired. Son Wukong and his companions nodded in response. The servant then said, Please follow me, and turned to lead the way through the throngs of people. Without much thought, Wukong and the others followed in the footsteps of the servant. After navigating through the crowd, the servant brought everyone into Bulma's living room. The lights in the room shone particularly brightly today, and the rows of exquisitely arranged sofas on either side astonished all present. This was indeed the true venue for the wedding. After Oolong rose from the sofa, he explained to the group. Son Wukong and Krillin exchanged glances, finally comprehending the servant's intention in bringing them here. Chapter 10. United in love, Son Wukong surveyed the guests who had genuinely come to celebrate the union of Broly and Bulma, and to his astonishment, he recognized many familiar faces among them. Heavenly God, mister, you have come as well? Upon a fleeting glance, He noticed that a deity from the celestial realm had personally attended Broly's wedding, prompting him to approach for a greeting. The heavenly god smiled and nodded, "Mister. And I heard that Broly was getting married, and we simply had to attend." Sun Wukong returned the smile. After a brief conversation with the heavenly god and others, he made his way towards the sofas, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. At that moment, the heavenly god inadvertently noticed someone, causing him to startle. For the individual was none other than the king of the universe, who governed the entire galaxy. Just as he intended to greet him, the king shook his head and communicated telepathically, "Under no circumstances must you reveal my identity. Remember, today I am merely an ordinary guest at Broly's wedding." Upon hearing this, the heavenly god nodded hurriedly and turned his gaze elsewhere. Why are Broly and Bulma taking so long? The guests waited impatiently for the two protagonists of the wedding to make their entrance. Sun Wukong occupied a vacant seat, with the heavenly god on one side and his wife, Chi-Chi, on the other. The situation evoked memories of the day when Goku proposed to her. Chi-Chi reminisced about those days, nestling happily against Sun Wukong's shoulder. Esteemed guests who have traveled from afar. A resounding voice rang out from the front. Everyone instinctively turned their attention towards the speaker. Prepare your warm applause to welcome this couple who is about to step into the sacred realm of matrimony. The host's passionate voice ignited the atmosphere like a spark. Applause erupted instantly, accompanied by timely sound effects. Under the collective gaze of the attendees, Broly, clad in a white suit and radiating a charming smile, stepped onto the stage. In corresponding fashion, Bulma, adorned in a pristine white wedding gown, gracefully approached the host's right side. Did the two newlyweds have any words they wished to convey to one another? The host, holding the microphone in hand, concluded his speech and passed it to Broly, seated to his left. The guests at the banquet below, observing this perfectly matched couple, erupted in applause, offering their heartfelt blessings. Broly took the microphone from the host, contemplated for a moment, and then spoke. "Today, Bulma and I have finally become a couple destined for each other. Reflecting on the myriad moments we've shared, I am filled with an ethereal sense of wonder. I hope that Bulma and I can lead an even more joyful life together in the future." With that, he handed the microphone back to the host. Meanwhile, Bulma gazed at Broly with excitement and happiness as the audience erupted in a chorus of congratulatory applause. At Broly's wedding, amidst the playful teasing of the guests, Broly unabashedly kissed Bulma in public. Following this, the newlyweds ardently engaged in the various festivities of their celebration. Who would have thought that Bulma would also marry Broly? Only he could endure her headstrong temperament. Krillin chuckled. The crowd erupted in laughter at his words. As the guests continued their jovial banter, remarking on the newlywed couple, the host cleared his throat into the microphone, capturing everyone's attention. "Mr. Broly, do you take Miss Bulma to be your lawfully wedded wife?" the host inquired, holding the microphone up to Broly's lips. Broly cast a glance at Bulma, who was adorned in a resplendent white wedding gown, looking exceptionally beautiful today. As memories of their past experiences flooded his mind, he slowly uttered, "I do." This heartfelt declaration stirred an overwhelming wave of emotion within Bulma. Following the same sentiment, the host brought the microphone to Bulma's lips, ready for her response as the bride. Bulma gazed deeply at Broly and softly uttered, "I am willing." Following the exchange of vows, Broly and Bulma embraced tightly, savoring the moment enveloped in the atmosphere of their wedding. Suddenly, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted, initiated by an unknown source. Amidst the applause, the blessings resonated in the hearts of both Broly and Bulma as they listened intently. Mr. Broly and Miss Bulma had traversed their youthful years and were now poised to embrace a blissful and sweet life after marriage. The host's impassioned voice elevated the festive spirit of the occasion. As the wedding march played, the couple, having finally united, walked down the red carpet, stepping forward into their future together, buoyed by the silent blessings of their companions. Chapter 11. The onset of crisis. Half a year had elapsed since the wedding, and Broly and Bulma's lives had returned to tranquility. Their friends, who had gathered for the celebration, had since dispersed to pursue their individual dreams. During this time, Broly had devoted himself to Bulma, cherishing 6 months of blissful companionship. The morning sunlight bathed their spacious home in a golden hue. Bulma's mother cradled an adorable kitten while sipping juice and engaging in cheerful conversation with her husband. Meanwhile, Broly and Bulma swayed gently on a swing, appearing less like a married couple and more like a pair of love-struck partners. Just then, a melodious phone ring broke the serene tableau. Bulma stood up to answer the call, and upon her return, Broly revealed that he had just received a message from Krillin, inviting them to gather at Kame House. "Shall we go?" Broly smiled. Absolutely. Let us go together. After bidding farewell to Bulma's parents, they tidied up and set off in their flying vehicle towards Kame House. The azure sea stretched endlessly beneath a clear sky, with a solitary house perched on a small island, waves crashing against its shores. A small aircraft descended gracefully, landing softly. As Bulma and Broly disembarked, Krillin and Master Roshi, having already heard their arrival, emerged to greet them. Upon seeing Bulma, Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with delight. My, how you've blossomed over the past 6 months. Your skin, your figure, absolutely enchanting. He mused inwardly, though his outward demeanor conveyed a different sentiment. Broly, Bulma. It seems you two have enjoyed a splendid married life. Krillin chimed in, adding to the cheer. Bulma, initially taken aback, quickly adopted a mock-fierce expression and retorted. What is it to you? Shaking her small fist playfully. The four friends then entered the house, their reunion after 6 months filled with nostalgia and heartfelt reflections. In a lively exchange, four friends conversed about the events of the past 6 months. Before long, Sun Wukong arrived with his son, Son Gohan, joining the animated discussion. As they expressed their longings in the joy of reunion, the Ireland Chicken Farm, a quaint establishment, though modest in scale, boasted an exceptionally pleasant environment. The weather was remarkably refreshing that day. The owner hummed a tune while drying hay on the farm, and an atmosphere of harmony enveloped everything. Unbeknownst to them, high above the distant Earth, a circular, meteor-like spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere, creating friction with the air and trailing a long fiery tail. Under the influence of gravity, it plummeted toward the farm at an unparalleled speed. Within minutes, the spacecraft crashed to the ground, releasing an enormous amount of kinetic energy that resulted in a thunderous explosion, shrouding the area in a cloud of smoke and causing the earth to tremble. After a while, a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the dust to reveal the scene within. The farmer, pale with fright, grasped his hunting rifle and timidly approached the site, only to be astonished by the sight before him, a massive crater, 50 meters in diameter, cradling a metallic sphere resting 10 meters deep within. Wisps of white smoke rose slowly from its surface. As the hatch of the spacecraft opened, Raditz emerged. Ascending from the depths of the pit, he stood on the ground, surveying the frail humans before him, his expression darkening. Indeed, the natives of this planet live on. He mused. Kakarot, have you truly chosen to coexist with these humans? Have you forgotten the dignity of the Saiyans, the strongest warriors in the universe? The thought of Kakarot, a proud Saiyan, living harmoniously with these primitives ignited a fierce anger within Raditz. He activated his scanner, conducted a brief search, and then shot into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 12. Raditz on the island of Kame House, Sun Wukong and his former companions engaged in fervent conversation, while little Gohan played with the turtle. Wukong, is that a Dragon Ball atop Gohan's head? Bulma inquired, glancing at the orange-red orb embedded in Gohan's cap. With a smile, Sun Wukong replied, indeed. That is the 4-star ball, a keepsake from my grandfather when he passed. I truly cherish those days spent searching for the Dragon Balls with Bulma and Oolong. Bulma smiled gently, seemingly recalling the scenes of yesteryears as images from her fading memories began to surface in her mind. At that moment, Broly and Goku exchanged a glance, and Goku's eyes sparkled with a fierce radiance, transforming him from the jovial figure he had just been into someone formidable. Broly, Goku, what is the matter? Bulma observed the shift in Goku's expression, realizing that something was amiss, and she inquired with concern. Upon hearing Bulma's question, everyone turned their gazes toward Goku and Broly, where they noticed a flickering light in the sky rapidly approaching their location. Ah, finally. Took its time. Broly remarked casually, then turned to Goku, saying, Goku, this individual has come seeking you. Broly teased, leaving everyone perplexed by his words. With a chuckle, Broly added, don't look at me. Once the person arrives, you'll all understand. Lacking any interest in elaborating, Broly left them to await the arrival of the stranger. A gust of cold wind swept through, and amidst the astonished and curious gazes of the onlookers, the newcomer gracefully descended, landing firmly before them. The individual was clad in peculiar attire, exuding a menacing aura steeped in bloodlust, with a sophisticated device resembling glasses affixed to his right eye. This was the ruthless man who had emerged from the spacecraft and had taken the life of a farmer. Silence. A brief hush fell as Goku and the mysterious man stood face to face, scrutinizing one another. The enigmatic figure smirked coldly and spoke. At last, we meet. Though you have grown, I recognized you at once, Kakarot. Upon hearing the name Kakarot, Goku recalled Broly's earlier words and finally understood their significance. He regained his composure and asked, who are you? Raditz, somewhat irked, replied, "You don't even recognize me? Very well, let me jog your memory. For you shall need to assist me with many tasks in the future." He then proclaimed, "You are not of this planet's humanity. You were born on planet Vegeta, the renowned home of the mightiest warriors in the universe, the Saiyans, and I am your brother, Raditz. Do you comprehend? Saiyan? You are also a Saiyan?" Bulma exclaimed in surprise. You know of Saiyans? I never expected our fame would reach such a remote planet as Earth." Raditz replied with a hint of pride. That's not it. It's merely that Broly mentioned he and Goku are both Saiyans. Bulma clarified. Broly? So there is another Saiyan on Earth? Where is he? Raditz asked, somewhat taken aback. Goku, hurry and deal with this trash character. We're going inside to eat. Broly chuckled, his eyes filled with disdain. At Broly's words, Raditz's fury ignited. You dare to look down on me? Prepare to face your demise. After glancing at the detector, he noticed that the maximum combat power was merely 850 points. Instantly, he disdainfully muttered, trash. In a split second, he vanished from his position and unleashed a powerful punch towards Broly. Broly gazed at Raditz, who was approaching with the speed of a tortoise, yawned casually, and delivered a single punch. In an instant, Raditz was sent hurtling away, unable to believe that a mere 1,000 point disparity in battle power could render him powerless with just one blow. At that moment, Raditz lay on the ground, utterly incapacitated, blood involuntarily spilling from his mouth. Being Goku's brother, Goku was reluctant to kill him. Ultimately, he heeded Broly's advice, binding Raditz's tail and confining him within the Heavenly Temple. Before his imprisonment, Raditz warned them that a Saiyan far stronger than himself would arrive on Earth in a year to exact revenge and annihilate everyone. Upon hearing this, Krillin remarked, "We have the Dragon Balls. We can bring people back to life, so they won't truly die." Raditz, however, chuckled, thanking them for such crucial intelligence. On a distant planet, Vegeta and Nappa had just conquered it and were now grilling food. In the dim surroundings, Vegeta chewed on an unknown cut of meat, while beside him lay an alien creature reminiscent of an octopus. Nappa, with his massive frame, sat nearby, tapping on his scouter, a mocking smile etched across his rugged face. He turned to Vegeta and remarked, Raditz is utterly useless. He got captured on that lowly planet, Earth. Vegeta furrowed his brow slightly, displeased, and replied, I never imagined Earthlings could alter their battle power. By all accounts, Earth should be a mid-tier planet. Nappa nodded. It appears our intelligence was flawed. What shall we do next, Vegeta? Rescue Raditz? Rescue? What value is there in retrieving that waste? Humph. To be captured by Earthlings is a disgrace for a Saiyan. Vegeta scoffed. Nappa hesitated, but we can't just abandon Raditz. After all, he is a Saiyan, and our numbers are dwindling. Although Nappa regarded Raditz's power with disdain, he recognized the significance of their dwindling Saiyan kin. I have no concern for Raditz's fate, however. I am quite intrigued by that artifact known as the Dragon Balls on Earth. Vegeta declared, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, it seems capable of granting any wish. Nappa responded. Vegeta proposed, let us journey to Earth, collect the Dragon Balls, and wish for immortality. That way, we can savor the thrill of battle for eternity. Nappa chuckled. It seems only fitting for you, Vegeta. The two boarded their spaceship, drifting into a state of slumber. Two beams of light pierced through the cosmos, heading toward Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, Goku delivered Raditz to the temple, where he was to be watched over. Despite Goku's now formidable battle power, the Supreme Kai still sent him to the afterlife to train on King Kai's planet. Mick accompanied Sun Wukong in his training and soon uncovered the latent potential within Wukong, leaving him utterly astonished. Chapter 13. The arrival of the Saiyans. As time flowed by, Krillin and his companions began their own training upon receiving the news. And a year swiftly passed. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of outer space, two streaks of light traversed the inky sky, gradually approaching the solar system, heading toward a cerulean planet within its orbit. Tiny fragments of meteorites collided with them, but were effortlessly deflected by the protective shield surrounding the spacecraft. Larger debris met a more destructive fate, shattering into countless pieces that scattered in all directions. Subsequently, the spacecraft entered the atmosphere, and the friction with the air transformed it into two blazing fireballs, trailing long tails reminiscent of fiery serpents, revealing their menacing fangs. With a whoosh, the two fireballs streaked across the sky, heading toward a bustling metropolis. In the heart of the city, as a new day commenced, pedestrians and vehicles alike noticed the descending fireballs. Recognizing the imminent danger, they hastily sought refuge. Boom, boom. Two thunderous explosions echoed, shaking the earth violently. And not far from the vibrant city, two enormous craters emerged. In the outskirts, dust and debris billowed into the air. The crowd's curiosity propelled many to drive toward the impact site, and soon the craters were surrounded by an eager onlookers. Some enthusiastic individuals gazed at the white spherical object nestled within the crater, chattering excitedly, blissfully unaware of the impending peril drawing near. Creak. The hatch of the spacecraft swung open. Vegeta and Nappa emerged, gradually levitating into the air. "It's a person," someone exclaimed. "Who are they? How can they fly?" Panic ensued among the crowd, leading them to retreat into their vehicles, igniting their engines in a frantic bid for escape. "Is this Earth? It's not all that impressive." Nappa scoffed, observing the fleeing masses with disdain. "Let us extend a cordial greeting, shall we?" Nappa suggested with a chuckle. Vegeta responded nonchalantly, "Just don't overdo it." With a sudden motion, Nappa raised his fingers, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that erupted from the ground. Boom! A violent explosion erupted skyward, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud that materialized in the heavens. In an instant, the expansive fields were obliterated, and all the small lives inhabiting that land were reduced to mere ashes. The overwhelming energy was swiftly sensed by the warriors on Earth, prompting them to gather together. Through the smoke, Nappa and Vegeta emerged. "Ha! I may have been a bit too enthusiastic with my greetings." Nappa laughed heartily. Vegeta, displaying impatience, remarked, "We must focus on the task at hand. First, let us locate the one who captured Raditz and extract information about the Dragon Balls." Nappa, with a simple-minded nod, activated the scouter to scan the surroundings. There are several power levels exceeding 3,000 in this vicinity, with the highest reaching 4,500. No wonder Raditz was apprehended. Nappa's expression grew serious, recognizing their abilities. "Let's move forward," he commanded. Vegeta, with a disdainful glance, propelled himself and Nappa at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Krillin, Kaiatsu, and Gohan sensed the approaching energy and readied themselves for confrontation. Upon witnessing the arrival of Vegeta and Nappa, Piccolo's demeanor turned grave as he inquired, "Although I prefer not to dwell on this, I must ascertain, are you truly Saiyans?" Nappa, studying Piccolo, suddenly recalled something and turned to Vegeta. "Ah, that boy is a Namekian, isn't he?" Vegeta responded, "Indeed, it makes sense now why Raditz was captured. The existence of Namekians explains it all. I've heard rumors of their remarkable powers, surely. You are the creators of the Dragon Balls." Krillin, taken aback, exclaimed, "Piccolo, you're an alien too." Piccolo grit his teeth, astonished by the revelation. "So, I am indeed a Namekian." Nappa retorted, "Even if you are a Namekian, you are no stronger than an insect in my eyes. Hand over the Dragon Balls. And do it willingly." With that, the group assumed battle stances. "It seems you wish for a demise, Nappa. Don't you have a few bio-warriors? Bring them out to witness." Vegeta ordered with an air of authority. "Good idea. Let the bio-warriors face them." Nappa chuckled, then, slapping his forehead in amusement, he planted several bio-warrior seeds into the ground and quickly dripped a few drops of green catalyst liquid on them. In no time, several bio-warriors emerged from the soil, baring their fangs and surrounding Vegeta and his companions. Piccolo surveyed the bio-warriors, and Krillin remarked, "What are those things?" "They are revolting." Piccolo cautioned, "Be careful. Their strength is quite formidable." The bio-warriors were easily dispatched by the empowered group. Now I am itching for a fight. The complete annihilation of these bio-warriors doesn't faze me. I shall eliminate them all right now. Nappa spat, clearly displeased by their total destruction. "One person? For dealing with you, one Nappa is more than sufficient." He boasted arrogantly. "Excellent. Let's take this opportunity to eliminate one, leaving the other easy to handle." Piccolo thought to himself. The group united against Nappa, engaging in a fierce clash. The two sides exchanged blows, shadows danced as energy waves erupted, sending ripples of power through the air. The atmosphere became increasingly thin and fragile. It would be a challenge for an ordinary person to even breathe in such a tumultuous environment. Suddenly, Piccolo stepped back. "Stand clear. Special beam cannon." As the others dodged, Nappa prepared to absorb the attack with his body. Beep, beep. The scouter emitted frantic beeps, displaying rapidly changing data. "What? Power level 8,320. Nappa, get out of the way." Vegeta shouted. "What?" Nappa was taken aback, hastily turning his head, yet a scar was left upon his visage. Anger surged within him as he began to take the situation seriously. The few individuals who had previously held the upper hand were now faltering, desperately clinging to the hope of victory, though defeat was merely a matter of time. Beep, beep, beep. The detector registered an overwhelming surge of energy approaching. Astonishing Vegeta. What is this energy? Piccolo and the others also sensed it. Indeed, it is Son Goku. Ah, Kakarot finally arrives. I thought he lacked the courage to show up. What is his battle power? Nappa inquired. Impossible. It has already surpassed 32,000. Vegeta was astounded. And Nappa was equally shocked. Without needing further words from Vegeta, Son Goku materialized before them, and at that moment, the battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 14. The battle concludes. Meanwhile, Broly hovered above Vegeta and the others, gnawing on a chicken leg, eagerly observing the unfolding combat. Upon witnessing Goku's impressive battle power of 32,000, Vegeta realized he had no choice but to transform into a great ape. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Although the transformation into a great ape was grotesque and savage, it was a formidable weapon for the Saiyans, effective against foes with battle powers below 100,000, though its efficacy diminished beyond that threshold. Where is the moon? Vegeta scanned his surroundings, perplexed, for a full moon should be present at this moment. Could it be that wretched Kakarot destroyed the moon in advance? The veins on Vegeta's forehead bulged. Does he think this will leave me without options? Unbeknownst to him, the moon had been obliterated by Master Roshi. Utilizing some energy, a brilliant artificial moon soon manifested above Vegeta's head and was hurled into the sky. Then, Vegeta called out to Nappa and pointed upwards. In an instant, both Nappa and Vegeta transformed into colossal great apes towering over 10 meters high. With their transformation complete, their battle power surged to an astounding 220,000, exuding an unparalleled aura that crushed everything in its vicinity. Upon witnessing Nappa and Vegeta's transformation into great apes, Broly recognized it was time for him to intervene, lest there be casualties. With that thought, Broly appeared before everyone in an instant. Seeing Broly, the tension that had filled the air dissipated. Broly, why did you arrive just now? Krillin complained. Well, I was here all along, Broly replied. I was merely observing from above. These two gorillas are beyond your capabilities. You should retreat a bit. He then turned to Goku and said, Goku, I leave Vegeta to you. I shall handle this Nappa beast. The remainder is up to you. Goku gazed at the transformed great apes, Nappa and Vegeta, suddenly recalling his grandfather's words, realizing the truth of the matter. The monster that trampled his grandfather was none other than he. Grandfather, I'm sorry. With a composed demeanor, Goku distanced himself and unleashed an enormous Kamehameha wave, the cerulean energy beam soaring into the heavens, relentlessly directed towards Vegeta. At that very moment, Broly also sprang into action, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Nappa, delivering a singular, devastating punch to his abdomen. The impact sent Nappa crashing to the ground, his form reverting back, rendering him unconscious. How remarkable! The formidable adversary we struggled against was dispatched with a single blow. Krillin and the others mused. Meanwhile, Goku's Kamehameha collided with the great ape, yet it seemed utterly ineffective against the colossal creature. Infuriated, the great ape retaliated, swatting at Goku and emitting a thunderous roar, followed by a powerful beam of energy erupting from its mouth, like a relentless column of water. This opponent is truly troublesome. The disparity in power was glaring. Goku found himself evading continuously. Suddenly, an idea struck Goku regarding the creature's tail, prompting him to dart in front of Vegeta. Their eyes met, and Goku grinned mischievously. Vegeta instinctively sensed something amiss. Solar flare! Goku exclaimed, placing his hands on his forehead, unleashing a blinding light that momentarily seared Vegeta's vision. Ah! The great ape clutched its eyes, howling in agony. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Goku swiftly executed a flat, disc-like energy blade, aimed directly at the great ape's thick tail. Thud! The tail severed, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Ah, my tail! Vegeta cried out in pain, feeling his strength wane as his form began to shrink, soon reverting to his humanoid size. Now in human form, Vegeta was no match for Goku and was swiftly brought to the ground. Following the original storyline, Goku spared Vegeta, and they all parted ways, while Broly transported Nappa and Raditz to the Kai for supervision. Shortly thereafter, Broly instantaneously appeared at the Kame House. Chapter 15. Preparation. The group gathered at the Kame House, surrounding Broly upon his return. Broly looked at Goku and remarked, Goku, your strength remains inadequate. What? Goku exclaimed in surprise. And Krillin and the others gazed at Broly in astonishment. Do you think I jest? Humph. Soon you shall encounter beings even stronger than Vegeta, Broly declared. Upon hearing Broly's words, Goku and the others learned that Piccolo and the others had been taken by the Supreme Kai to train on King Kai's planet, occasionally testing their mettle against Nappa. Goku intensified his training under increased gravity. Meanwhile, Broly took Bulma on excursions, and one afternoon at Bulma's residence, as Broly enjoyed his meal, the scouter suddenly emitted a sound. Broly. The voice belonged to the Grand Elder of Namek. Grand Elder, what is it? Broly inquired, pondering whether Frieza had already passed. Broly, I sense an impending force of destruction. Planet Namek may not withstand this calamity, the Grand Elder sighed. I understand. However, Grand Elder, why do you not utilize the Dragon Balls? Broly questioned. It is futile. This far exceeds my capabilities. The foe is beyond what Purunga can contend with. The Grand Elder replied, shaking his head. Broly was in a state of turmoil, stating, instead of confronting the enemy directly, you could have Purunga find a suitable planet for relocation in times of crisis. The Grand Elder replied slowly, indeed, that is a possibility. However, I would prefer not to leave Namek, as this is my homeland. Naru, please go to each village and gather the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder added. A complete relocation should be our last resort. I will also be present when that time comes. Perhaps Namek can evade this calamity after all. I have a few friends who possess formidable power and will join us. I hope the Grand Elder can help awaken their latent potential when the moment arrives. Broly said. Very well, the Grand Elder responded. Bulma inquired, Broly, who was that message from just now? Ah, it was from the Grand Elder of Namek. In a few days, I may take Goku and the others to Namek. You just stay home and wait for my return, Broly replied. Thus, Broly spent the next few days joyfully accompanying Bulma at home, while Goku and the others immersed themselves in rigorous training. At the headquarters of planet Frieza, a spherical spaceship descended, and Vegeta emerged slowly. The battle on Earth had left him feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He had been surpassed by a mere lower-class warrior. Had it not been for Kakarot's mercy, he would have perished on Earth. How infuriating. If only I could become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta roared inwardly. Then, regardless of whether it is Frieza or anyone else, they would not stand a chance against me. Only by becoming a Super Saiyan can I maintain my pride. He believed that he was the most gifted warrior in Saiyan history, destined to become the only Super Saiyan. Ah, is that not the Prince of the Saiyans, Lord Vegeta? A boisterous voice echoed down the corridor. Where is Raditz? Has he been eliminated? Vegeta recognized the speaker as a boastful alien named Chue, who bore two fleshy antennae at his jawline. His power level was the same as Vegeta's 22,000, and they had always been at odds. However, in a real fight, Vegeta could have easily dispatched him, were it not for Frieza's influence. Vegeta sneered in disdain. Feeling Vegeta's contempt, Chue arrogantly proclaimed, still calling yourself a Saiyan Prince? Pathetic. But I must thank you for the news from Earth. Lord Frieza has gone to search for the Dragon Balls. Vegeta's anger flared. What? Frieza seeks the Dragon Balls? Those are mine, and I shall not allow you to succeed. Vegeta stormed out of the headquarters, boarded his spaceship, and set a course for Namek, seething inwardly. I never imagined that Frieza would also learn of the detector's information. How infuriating. On Frieza's ship, Frieza addressed his subordinate, Chue, report. Vegeta has once again taken a spaceship without permission. It appears he is heading to Namek. Dodoria remarked. Oh, so Vegeta is also going to Namek? It seems he desires the Dragon Balls and the immortality they promise. However, his repeated insubordination is a grave disrespect towards me, Frieza responded coldly. Go summon Chue, eliminate Vegeta. Chue and Vegeta have never seen eye to eye. He will certainly relish the opportunity, Dodoria chuckled darkly. Then it is settled, Frieza said. His crimson eyes gleaming with a mysterious light, his demeanor as frigid as ever. Chapter 16. Return to Namek. Days swiftly passed, and on Earth, Broly found Goku and discovered that under the gravity training, Goku's normal battle power had reached nearly 200,000, with his maximum power soaring to 200,000. He marveled at the astonishing progress brought on by pressure. Directly stating his intention, Broly inquired whether Goku wished to visit planet Namek to encounter even stronger opponents. Goku readily agreed, and they instantaneously transported to King Kai's planet. Although they had all trained diligently, aside from Piccolo, whose battle power approached 40,000, the others hovered around 5,000 to 6,000. After all, they were Earthlings, not a warrior race. And it was improbable to achieve significant gains in just over a month. Piccolo, however, seemed to have awakened the latent potential of his Namekian heritage, progressing swiftly. After discussing the situation with King Kai and mentioning the Grand Elder's capabilities, Broly asked if anyone was interested in unlocking their potential and meeting formidable experts. Consequently, they all decided to go. With Goku and the others in tow, Broly activated instant transmission, and in the blink of an eye, they materialized in the village of the Grand Elder on planet Namek. Except for Broly, the others gazed around in awe at the expansive green plains. Wow, is this planet Namek? The landscape is entirely covered in grasslands. Even the sky reflects a green hue. What an incredible technique to have transported from Earth to Namek in an instant. Goku exclaimed, "Is this truly Piccolo's homeland?" The air composition is quite similar to that of Earth. As he surveyed the area, Goku noted that while the species were scarce on Namek, everything else bore little difference from Earth. Piccolo, gazing at what could be considered his ancestral home, murmured, "So this is my homeland. It indeed carries a sense of nostalgia." Observing the others, Broly urged, "Prepare yourselves. We are about to meet the Grand Elder. He is the most revered figure on Namek, so please be mindful." Entering the village and greeting familiar faces, they approached a somewhat dilapidated circular structure. "The Grand Elder is inside," Broly announced. As the door swung open, a Namekian resembling Piccolo emerged. "Greetings, Nail. It has been a long time," Broly greeted. Nail replied coolly, "The Grand Elder requests your presence." Understanding Nail's demeanor, Broly sighed. "This is Nail, the Grand Elder's guardian and the strongest warrior of Namek. His temperament is rather aloof. Come on in, everyone." Piccolo's expression turned serious. Nail's strength is formidable. No wonder he is the mightiest warrior of Namek. Upon entering the room, Broly remarked, "Welcome to Namek. I sense your powers have grown even greater." Following the voice, they beheld the imposing figure of the Grand Elder. The immense stature of the Grand Elder left them all astonished, their mouths agape in sheer disbelief at the profound impact of his colossal presence. Broly chuckled, expressing his apologies for disturbing your rest. "These are the warriors of Earth, and I hope you can assist them in unlocking their potential. The Grand Elder sensed their essence. I can feel they all possess a heart of righteousness. So, who shall step forward first?" Sun Wukong glanced around and approached. "Grand Elder, allow me to be the first." The Grand Elder placed his hand upon Sun Wukong's head, and a soft blue radiance began to emanate from him. Sun Wukong felt his pores open, an exhilarating sensation washing over him. Piccolo and the others looked on in astonishment, not expecting that a mere touch from the Grand Elder could elevate Sun Wukong's power so significantly. The Grand Elder chuckled lightly. "You possess remarkable potential. Are you also a Saiyan?" Sun Wukong was taken aback by the strength surging within him. "I never imagined I could be this powerful. So much so that it frightens me." In response to the Grand Elder's words, he respectfully replied, "Yes, I am a Saiyan raised on Earth." The Grand Elder nodded, while Broly observed Sun Wukong, thinking to himself, "Excellent. His battle power is nearing 3 million. Now we await Frisia's arrival. Sun Wukong, do not disappoint me." Next, they enjoyed tea, and Krillin and the others stepped forward to unlock their potential as well. They felt their newfound strength. Incredible. This is undoubtedly stronger than when Vegeta first came to Earth. The Grand Elder turned to Piccolo. "You are the child who was sent away during the climate upheaval, correct? Come forth, child." Piccolo approached, somewhat excited. The Grand Elder continued, "Would you mind if I glimpsed into your past?" Piccolo felt a bit apprehensive, but nodded in agreement. With a thought, the Grand Elder summoned visions of Piccolo's past before his eyes. "Indeed, you are the child of Kakarot. It is unfortunate that a fragment of evil caused such a division. If you had been whole, perhaps you would have. Alas, I have a general understanding now. Although you originated from malevolent intent, you are no longer part of the demon clan. Very well, I shall strive to unlock as much potential as possible. Before long, the potential had been fully realized. Is this truly my power? How astonishing!" Piccolo exclaimed in delight, while Broly marveled. "This is certainly over 1 million. The Grand Elder, feeling fatigued, remarked, "You lack a complete innate gift, so I could only unlock this much." He leaned wearily against his chair, although unlocking potential does not harm his lifespan. It does deplete his physical and mental energy. Broly handed a Senza bean to Wukong. "Grand Elder, this is a Senza bean. Consuming it will restore your energy." What a miraculous item. It instantly rejuvenated my strength. The Grand Elder mused in wonder. Broly's expression turned grave. "Elder, the enemy is about to arrive on Namek. It would be prudent to leave now. Once word of this battle spreads, peace will be a distant memory here." The Elder nodded in agreement. "Indeed. It is time to utilize the Dragon Balls. Nail, summon Purunga." Nail placed the 7 colossal Dragon Balls on the ground. Come forth, Purunga. The sky darkened swiftly as immense clouds gathered, golden light weaving through them, and a resounding roar echoed through the heavens as Purunga's monumental form emerged. This is the Namekian dragon? It appears quite formidable. Krillin trembled. State your wishes. Anything is possible. Limited to 3. Purunga declared. 3 wishes. 2 will suffice, Nail replied. For my first wish, please locate a planet suitable for Namekian life, preferably remote and uninhabited. Understood. That is quite simple. Purunga's eyes glimmered with crimson light. For my second wish, aside from Earth, transfer all Namekians to New Namek. Immediately, every Namekian on the planet vanished, relocated to New Namek. As the Elder was transported away from Namek, the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into orbs, accompanying him. Well, the Namekians have departed, and the enemy approaches. Are you all prepared? Chapter 17. The demise of the Ginyu Force. Goku and his companions wore serious expressions. In this battle, regardless of life or death, I shall not intervene. Your fates rest solely upon your own strength. Now, if anyone lacks confidence, step forward and I shall ensure your safe departure, Broly stated calmly. Excluding Goku. The others were taken aback. It was understandable, considering the Earthlings, like Krillin, had experienced significant power boosts, each surpassing 25,000, while Tien's power had soared to nearly 35,000, greater than Vegeta's when he first arrived on Earth. Their confidence was palpable. Moreover, Piccolo's power was approaching an astonishing 1,000,000, an unfathomable strength for them. Oh, it seems you all possess considerable confidence. Very well, I shall take my leave. Prepare to face the enemy, Broly declared. On Namek, a colossal circular spaceship began its descent. As the hatch opened, throngs of extraterrestrial beings leaped down, with Frieza floating in his specialized egg-shaped craft, flanked by the corpulent Dodoria and the monk-like Berta. This planet is rather unremarkable. Scout for any potential for development, Frieza commanded. Dodoria, scan this planet's life forms and assess their strength. Frieza issued a calm command. Dodoria pressed the detector, and the lens began to flash a series of data. What is this? There are only a few life signs. Yet their combat power exceeds 25,000, nearing 30,000, Dodoria said, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Frieza, tapping his fingers, responded, It appears there are several with combat power above 25,000. Dodoria, it seems we must summon the Ginyu Force. A scout with a horse-like face stepped forward. Lord Frieza, this planet possesses no special minerals and holds little value. Frieza's eyes glimmered with a cruel light as he replied nonchalantly. It seems this place is only fit to serve as a prison. Such wretched planets are everywhere. Once we acquire the Dragon Balls and attain immortality, we shall celebrate with fireworks. Dodoria, you and Mr. Goku's subordinates will search for the Dragon Balls. Wait for the Ginyu Force to arrive before investigating those life forms to see if they possess the Dragon Balls. I will await your good news here. Not long after Frieza's arrival, another small, circular spaceship streaked across the starry sky, descending towards Namek with a resounding crash that sent dust billowing into the air. Vegeta quickly emerged from the spacecraft, declaring, This is Namek. I must find the Dragon Balls before Frieza does. With that, he began to search for the Namekian villages. What is going on? Why is there no one in any of these villages? Vegeta fretted, unaware that the Namekians had evacuated to other planets. At that moment, as in the original tale, the ever-apathetic Chui, obeying Frieza's orders, prepared to eliminate Vegeta. However, due to Vegeta's heightened combat power, he swiftly dispatched Chui instead. After vanquishing Chui, Vegeta continued his search for the villages, hoping to obtain the Dragon Balls. Where have all the Namekians gone? Have they all sought refuge? Or could it be, oh no, they must have taken the Dragon Balls with them? Vegeta roared in frustration. At this juncture, Vegeta was in a foul mood, overwhelmed by a murderous impulse. With a swift motion, he soared into the air, his expression fierce as he set off towards his next destination. However, after flying to several locations, he found no trace of any Namekians. Gradually calming down, Vegeta realized the hope of finding the Dragon Balls was dwindling, and he began to contemplate how to evade Frieza's pursuit to preserve his own life. Without daring to linger, Vegeta accelerated towards the direction of his spaceship. Meanwhile, Frieza's Ginyu Force had arrived on Namek, meeting with Frieza and receiving the command to eliminate Vegeta. The 5 members then pursued Vegeta's trail. Before long, the Ginyu Force caught up with Vegeta, who had landed and assumed a battle stance. Leading the charge, Ginyu said, I must ask, Vegeta, What madness has overcome you to betray Lord Frisia? Do you not understand that without Lord Frisia, you cannot accomplish anything? What did you say? Vegeta retorted, his anger flaring. Enough. Though it may diminish my stature, I suppose I shall exert some effort to dispose of you. In a moment of desperation, Jinyu raised his hand, prompting the other four to plead fervently, Captain, do not employ such cunning tactics. Allow me to take this on. Among them, Guldo was the most anxious, insisting, Captain, let me go. I have a personal vendetta with him. With no other recourse, Jinyu declared, then let us settle this through a game of rock, paper, scissors. The victor shall engage. The onlookers erupted in excitement, eagerly anticipating the contest. Vegeta, however, felt a surge of anger as he watched, and ultimately, it was Riku who emerged victorious. Despite Vegeta's significantly enhanced combat power, he was still no match for Riku, and soon found himself gravely injured. Just as Riku prepared to summon Guldo to finish off Vegeta, a cheerful voice rang out. You must be one of Frisia's underlings. Your prowess is quite commendable. How about we engage in battle? Jinyu and his comrades looked up in astonishment to see several figures appearing in their line of sight. Vegeta, aghast, recognized the newcomers as Son Goku, Piccolo, and others. A wave of despair washed over Vegeta. His planet was annihilated, his kin reduced to but a handful, and with the pride of a prince. He found himself serving under his nemesis, Frisia, hoping to amass strength through combat to surpass him. Yet, he was unable to even contend with Frisia's subordinates. And now he had to rely on them for salvation. This situation was intolerable. Jinyu's group, noting the arrival of reinforcements, eagerly suggested another round of rock, paper, scissors to allocate responsibilities. However, their foolish antics incited Piccolo's wrath, who unleashed a deadly energy blast from his fingertips. Jinyu sensed impending doom and narrowly evaded the attack. While Jeez and Birdo were caught off guard and obliterated, Guldo, fortunate due to his diminutive stature, remained unscathed. As the scene unfolded, Vegeta was left in a state of shock, while the members of Jinyu Force appeared increasingly unsettled. Although Jinyu himself feigned composure, he was mentally calculating the strength of Krillin and the others, realizing their abilities were mediocre at best. A body exchange would yield little advantage. His gaze shifted to Goku, whose strength was indeterminate, but then landed on the Namekian, who seemed formidable. He would suffice for an exchange. Jinyu thought, a triumphant smile creeping across his face. Ha! Let us exchange, Jinyu exclaimed with fervor, releasing a yellow beam aimed directly at Piccolo. What is this? Piccolo pondered, yet his subordinate acted swiftly, unleashing a surge of magical energy that halted the beam's advance. This is bad, Jinyu gasped in shock, realizing the Namekian was far too powerful to exchange with. He turned to flee, cursing under his breath. What kind of monsters have emerged here? Even Namekians can be this strong? Trying to escape? You wretched creature from Namek. You shall descend into the depths of hell, Piccolo declared, his fingers crackling with electricity as a terrifying wave of energy surged forth. No! Jinyu screamed in defiance as the overwhelming force pierced through his body. Guldo and Riku trembled in fear, too paralyzed to move. Piccolo turned his gaze toward them, stating, Since you are all in this together, you might as well face your fate collectively. For many years, he wielded power with impunity, yet alas. Before he could enact his malevolence on Namek, the Jinyu Force met its demise. Chapter 18. First encounter with Frisia upon receiving the news of the Jinyu Force's annihilation. Frisia was consumed by fury. He had not anticipated that anyone would dare to challenge his authority in this place. With a resounding crash, the goblet in his hand shattered into dust. He then darkly commanded, proceed to the location where the Jinyu Force encountered Vegeta. Dodoria and Zarbin sensed Frisia's wrath. Though they were taken aback by the sudden loss of the Jinyu Force, they swiftly obeyed their master's orders. They soared through the air and soon confronted Goku and his companions. Frisia's gaze fell upon the severely injured Vegeta leaning against a wall, and he surveyed Goku's group before descending slowly, inquiring, Are you the ones who eliminated my elite squad? How audacious to provoke me. Very well. If you seek death so eagerly, I shall gladly oblige. However, it was Piccolo who stepped forward first, letting out a cold huff before vanishing from sight and reappearing before Frisia. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Frisia, who extended his claw in an attempt to intercept the blow. Yet, he was a moment too late, as Piccolo's fist struck his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. In the next instant, Piccolo materialized before Dodoria and Zarbin, delivering swift kicks that sent both flying, their fates seemingly sealed. Frisia's fury intensified, yet a sense of caution began to rise within him. although that strike had been a surprise attack. The fact that he had been unable to react in time indicated that Piccolo was no ordinary adversary. Confronting such a formidable opponent rendered his usual combat prowess insufficient. He recognized the imminent danger. Reluctant to fall victim to an unassailable foe, he resolved to transform. Ah! Frieza bellowed, as his battle armor split apart and his form began to expand. His two horns curved upward, and his energy surged nearly threefold. In the distance, Broly continued to observe the battle, while Krillin and the others were left astonished. Piccolo, however, was struck by an even greater shock, as he had not expected Frieza's energy to escalate so dramatically with a single transformation. As events unfolded similarly to the original narrative, Piccolo soon found himself overwhelmed. Witnessing Piccolo's plight ignited a fierce rage within Gohan, who summoned forth a tremendous power and kicked Frieza away, thus rescuing Piccolo. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood utterly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that Frieza possessed such immense power in reserve. Additionally, it was a bitter pill to swallow, realizing that even Kakarot's son wielded such formidable strength. At that moment, the pride of the Saiyan Prince flared anew. Humph, humph. Though you may surpass me now, I shall soon eclipse you all. For I am the Prince of the Saiyans, and I shall not allow any Saiyan to outshine me. Frieza's fury intensified. All he desired was to crush these individuals beneath his heel, giving no thought to a second transformation or the ensuing battle. He resolved to unleash his ultimate form, wielding absolute power to annihilate those who dared to oppose him. Haha, I want you to witness an ultimate power more terrifying than death itself. To understand the dreadful taste of hell, open your eyes and behold, Frieza declared with a chilling laugh. With that, he began to gather his energy once more. And as his rage surged, his form underwent yet another transformation. A tremendous roar erupted, unleashing a wave of despair-inducing energy. Krillin and the others trembled as they observed Frieza's transformation. Soon, the torrent of energy ceased its escalation, revealing a diminutive white figure. My apologies for taking a bit longer. After all, I have undergone a second enhancement of power. Behold, this is my ultimate form. Is this really Frieza's ultimate form? It appears far cuter than before. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. This serves as a lesson. Never judge by appearances, Piccolo remarked with a hint of anxiety. Goku's expression turned serious as he stepped forward to confront Frieza. Chapter 19. Has Vegeta perished? Frieza's face remained expressionless, his merciless gaze scanning the crowd with icy detachment. He extended a finger, uttering a command as a violet-red energy beam shot toward Goku, its speed so swift that only Goku perceived it. With a decisive motion, Goku thrust his palm outward, redirecting the beam off its trajectory toward a nearby mountain, where it collided with a thunderous explosion, obliterating the peak and sending a fierce gust of wind and debris their way. Frieza, taken aback, could hardly believe that Goku had deflected his energy beam with a mere hand. He scrutinized Goku further, pondering, I feel as though I have seen this individual before. Then the memory struck him. Ah, he is the one who resisted until the end during the destruction of planet Vegeta. Suddenly, Vegeta, standing nearby, burst into laughter. Frieza, it would be wise to confront him with your full strength. This individual is the very embodiment of your greatest fear, the Super Saiyan. Indeed, he is the legendary warrior, the strongest in the universe, the Super Saiyan. Frieza, you are finished. Who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? Frieza's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly shot a beam through Vegeta's chest, so fast that Goku couldn't intervene in time. With disdain, he remarked, you should know, Vegeta, I have little tolerance for meaningless jokes. Hey, Vegeta is utterly defenseless. There is no need for you to finish him off. Goku shouted at Frieza. The Super Saiyan is merely a pointless, tedious legend, Frieza retorted. He should not have clung so tightly to that myth. I detest those who are stubbornly fixated on such tales, Frieza coldly remarked. Vegeta, with wide eyes, collapsed, continuously coughing up blood, his breath faint as he addressed Goku. Kakarot. You, how can you still speak of righteousness and morality? Aren't you a Super Saiyan? Fool, you must be ruthless. Stop uttering naive words. I know you must have a way, you can surely become a Super Saiyan. Yet Goku did not agree with such a notion and was entirely ignorant of the Super Saiyan concept. Super Saiyan is, he coughed, blood spilling from his lips. Realizing his time was running out, Vegeta refrained from further explaining the Super Saiyan to Goku. Listen closely, Kakarot. My home planet, Planet Vegeta, was not destroyed by a massive meteorite, but by Frieza. We Saiyans have long been loyal dogs, obeying his orders, enduring hardships without recognition. Yet he slaughtered our entire race. Your father and my father both perished at his hands, merely because he feared the emergence of an unknown Super Saiyan among us. Do you understand? Please, kill Frieza. I implore you. Avenge the Saiyans. With that, Vegeta took his last breath. The proud prince of the Saiyans shed tears of dignity before the very low-class warrior he had always looked down upon, entrusting him to harness Saiyan power to vanquish Frieza. Goku resolutely replied, Vegeta, rest easy. Although I once despised you, you never lost the dignity of a Saiyan in your final moments. Fear not, I will personally defeat Frieza. Frieza, however, sneered, another tiresome individual. Every time I witness your display of brotherhood, I cannot help but feel nauseated. Trash is trash, forever incapable of creating legends. I care not for any Super Saiyan. I will defeat you, villain. Goku declared firmly. With that, he charged at Frieza, the battle about to commence. Meanwhile, Broly was quite troubled. He had been so engrossed in the spectacle that he inadvertently allowed Vegeta to perish. He had hoped to face off against the fusion of Vegeta and Goku in the future. Alas, this was quite troublesome. It seemed he would have to venture to the new Namek to resurrect Vegeta. Without him, much of the fun would be lost. If Bulma weren't already my wife, I wouldn't even consider reviving you. However, now that I have taken your original wife, I suppose resurrecting you shall serve as compensation. In a fleeting moment, Broly vanished. Chapter 20. Son Goku vs. Frieza. Son Goku materialized before Frieza, launching a powerful punch towards him, while Frieza raised his own fist to meet it. Boom. The collision of their fists unleashed energy akin to Mars colliding with Earth. Visually, it was a soul-stirring impact. As Goku's fist swung forward, countless blue beams of light converged upon its surface, coalescing into a dazzling radiance in an instant. The air crackled with energy, and as blue met gold, an extraordinarily intense shockwave surged forth. At the point of collision, the entire space twisted and contorted. Frieza let out a sharp cry, intensifying the force in his punch. The white fist beginning to push Goku's back. Simultaneously, Goku exerted his strength, and with a resounding crash, the ground beneath them suddenly collapsed. Unable to bear the weight of their godlike powers, sinking deeper into the earth. Dirt flew, dust exploded, and around Goku and Frieza, the air roared with turbulent energy. An aura of destruction disintegrating everything in its wake. As they remained locked in this stalemate, a glint of cold light flickered in Frieza's eyes. With a cruel smile, his face twisted into a permanent grimace, and his tail lashed out with a terrifying force, striking Goku's left shoulder. Goku's expression shifted, and he was sent flying, crashing into a mountainside before finally halting. He quickly rose to his feet, adopting a combat stance, his gaze piercing as it fixed on Frieza. In an instant, Goku's form blurred and appeared beside Frieza, delivering a punch aimed directly at his chest. Frieza, unfazed, sidestepped the approaching blow with ease, and Goku swiftly followed up with a kick to the left, which Frieza again evaded effortlessly. At that moment, Frieza ensnared Goku's other leg with his tail, hurling him through the air. After flying several meters, Goku planted his hands on the ground, executing a somersault to regain his footing. Frieza observed from a distance, arms crossed, showing no intention of attacking. If you won't come to me, then I shall come to you. With that, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Frieza, unleashing a punch. Frieza tilted his head, dodging the assault, and Goku followed up with a relentless series of punches, each one deftly avoided by Frieza. Amidst their fierce battle, Broly suddenly materialized on the new Namek. Broly, what brings you here? The Grand Elder inquired, having met with me, allow me to clarify the situation. A brave soul perished during a battle against Frieza, and I wish to know if the Dragon Balls are still functional, as I intend to revive him. Broly expressed earnestly. Indeed, they remain operational, yet only one wish may be granted. Ordinarily, 100 days must pass before they can be used again. However, due to my absence, the Dragon Balls have not turned to stone this time, and are still available for your use. Take them, the Grand Elder replied, instructing Nail to present the Dragon Balls to Broly. After expressing his gratitude, Broly sought an open space to summon the Eternal Dragon. He articulated his wish, and the dragon successfully resurrected Vegeta before dispersing into the ether. After bidding farewell to the Grand Elder, Broly instantaneously transported himself back to planet Namek. In Chapter 21, Who Will Prevail? As Broly made his wish to the dragon, the battle between Goku and Frieza took a pivotal turn. Initially, Frieza had not unleashed his true power against Goku, opting instead to toy with him. However, as Frieza grew impatient, he began to augment his strength. Consequently, Goku found himself unable to retaliate, mercilessly subjected to Frisia's relentless assault. New wounds continuously appeared on Goku's body until he was ultimately kicked into the river. As Goku surfaced, gasping for air, Frisia seized him by the head and forcefully pushed him down. Goku struggled desperately, but to no avail. Is this all you can do? I have only used a third of my power. Ha ha ha. How does it feel to be a fish in the water? Frisia taunted cruelly. As Goku swallowed mouthfuls of water, his consciousness began to fade, and his struggles grew feeble. In his delirium, he experienced fleeting visions of his comrades being slain, culminating with Chi-Chi and Gohan, accompanied by Frisia's chilling laughter as the earth exploded. Startled, Goku jolted back to awareness, unleashing all his might in a Kaioken. The immense energy caused the water's surface to erupt, generating tumultuous waves that sent Frisia reeling into the air, his expression reflecting surprise. A crimson aura enveloped Goku, surging rapidly as his power escalated. Enraged, he declared, "Regardless of whether you have yet to exert half of your strength, whether you speak the truth or lie, I will defeat you with a 20-fold Kaioken." The energy swelled to its maximum, conjuring a colossal storm directed at Frisia, whose balance faltered. Before he could stabilize, Goku appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing down, swiftly following with another blow that propelled him into the sky, subsequently unleashing a Kamehameha wave towards Frisia. Frisia, taken aback, raised his left hand to shield himself and pressed down with force, resulting in a tremendous explosion from the collision of their powers. As the smoke cleared, Frisia reappeared. Panic washed over Goku. Even the 20-fold Kaioken proved ineffective. Frisia's claims were indeed true. He still possessed untapped strength. What manner of monster is this? Frisia scowled at his soiled left hand, seething with rage. Damn Saiyan. He suddenly descended directly before Goku, his voice laced with menace. That last blow truly hurt. Do you know how much it hurt? He charged at Goku, sending him hurtling backwards. The onlookers, tense with anxiety, attempted to intervene, but Piccolo restrained them with a slow shake of his head. On the other side of the battlefield, after employing the 20-fold Kaioken, Goku found himself nearly devoid of energy. Frisia, with a continuous sneer, advanced, kicking Goku until he lay sprawled by the lake, struggling to catch his breath. After gulping down some water, Goku managed to lift his head and cough, only to have Frisia grasp his collar, tauntingly questioning, "Where has your earlier bravado gone?" Sun Wukong remained silent, continuing to cough when, unexpectedly, he expelled a mouthful of water that splashed onto Frisia's face. Frisia, once again displaying an expression of fury, forcefully hurled Sun Wukong aside and relentlessly kicked at his waist, eliciting cries of pain from him. Subsequently, Frisia struck Sun Wukong with his tail, sending him hurtling backwards until he collided with a mountain, crashing down to the ground. Struggling, Sun Wukong managed to rise, slowly lifting his hands to begin generating a spirit bomb, which soon manifested as a gigantic white sphere in the distant sky. Frisia, having waited impatiently, observed the lack of movement from Sun Wukong and remarked, "How long do you intend to play this game?" To which Sun Wukong replied with a smile, "Who knows?" Frisia's anger flared, and he soared into the air, kicking Sun Wukong down once more. Yet, Sun Wukong stood up again, resuming his stance. "Are you mocking me?" Frisia seethed, unleashing a series of assaults on Sun Wukong until he was driven back to the edge of a lake. Suddenly, Frisia noticed the reflection of the glowing sphere. "What is this? Did you create it?" He widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing at Sun Wukong. "Though I do not comprehend your intent, you will be of no use if you're dead. Farewell, wild monkey." As he prepared to fire a beam from his finger, he was abruptly struck in the face by a surprise kick from Piccolo, sending him tumbling into the river. With a furious roar, Frisia ascended into the sky, exclaiming, "Damn Namekian, you dare to ambush me." He swiftly moved behind Piccolo, wrapping his tail around his neck and delivering brutal blows to his waist, causing Piccolo to cry out in pain until he was finally thrown aside. Worried, Sun Wukong thought of Piccolo. Piccolo, still being mercilessly battered by Frisia, was ultimately kicked towards Sun Wukong, utterly exhausted. "Wukong, are you not ready yet?" "I am nearing my limit." Sun Wukong, filled with urgency, replied, "Just a little more." Frisia descended, addressing Piccolo, "Since you are so eager to perish, I shall eliminate you first." As he pointed his finger at Piccolo, preparing to unleash his attack, he was suddenly bombarded by several energy spheres that exploded upon impact. As the smoke dissipated, Frisia reappeared, glancing to the side where Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan were preparing to assist. With a twitch of his eye and a mocking smile, he exclaimed, "You insignificant insects, how dare you not hide?" Your ability to infuriate me is truly remarkable. Clenching his fists, he bellowed, I can no longer endure this. I shall reduce you and this planet to cosmic dust. He pointed towards the sky, conjuring a swirling black-red energy sphere that ominously ascended. Sun Wukong shouted, All right, everyone, take cover, and forcefully gestured downward. As Frisia reveled in his triumph, he suddenly sensed a disturbance above and turned to see the spirit bomb descending, shocked as he exclaimed, What is that? I am not afraid. He extended his hands to resist, yet the spirit bomb relentlessly pushed him towards the river, blood vessels bursting in his eyes as he roared in rage. With the ensuing impact, a massive storm erupted, but as it gradually subsided, the group gathered together to find that the landscape of Namek had been entirely transformed. Krillin and the others cheered. At last, we have finally vanquished that demon Frisia. Indeed. We can finally return home. How are you feeling, Goku? Krillin inquired. I have no strength left, Goku replied with a smile, eliciting laughter from the others. Meanwhile, at the place where Vegeta had perished, he suddenly rose from the ground, bewildered as he examined his hands and chest. Though he was uncertain as to why he had died only to return to life, he resolved that as long as he lived, he would defeat Frisia. It must be me, the Prince of the Saiyans, who vanquishes Frisia, he declared, beginning to sense the whereabouts of Frisia and his minions. On the other side, as everyone was joyfully preparing to return, a look of terror suddenly crossed Krillin's face. The others, puzzled, followed his gaze and were equally struck by fear. Trembling as they exclaimed in unison, Frisia. There stood Frisia on a rock above the lake. One eye closed, his tail severed, pointing a finger at Goku. A red beam shot forth, and Goku found himself utterly unable to evade it. In a moment of desperation, Piccolo cried out, Goku, and forcefully pushed Goku aside, only to be gravely injured himself. Piccolo. The group gasped, while Gohan shouted, Uncle Piccolo. Goku clenched his fists in fury. That energy ball was indeed formidable, even I, with all my strength, couldn't withstand it. Do you have any idea what you've done, nearly causing the death of this cosmic emperor? Frisia shouted, his rage intensifying. Before the others could react, a red beam struck Krillin. Frisia lifted Krillin with a tight grip, and Krillin could only shout, Goku. Before he exploded, Goku stood in shock, his mouth agape, as Frisia displayed a cold smirk. Goku's fury reached a boiling point. No. Unforgivable. You killed Krillin. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and lightning flashed ominously. Goku growled, his body radiating golden light, his hair shifting between black and gold, a tremendous power surging within him. The others watched in astonishment at Goku's transformation, while Frisia wore a look of disbelief, wondering what had happened to this monkey. With a furious roar, Goku's rage broke through all limits. His hair stood on end, all turning golden, his eyebrows became golden, and his eyes transformed to a vibrant green, engulfed in a fiery golden aura. His demeanor had utterly changed. If Goku had once embodied the essence of a cheerful young man, he now resembled a deity of death, his icy gaze instilling fear in all. Chapter 22. The Super Saiyan and the Demise of Frisia. Upon Broly's return, he was elated to see Goku transform into a Super Saiyan. Splendid. He has finally transformed. Wonderful. Frisia's usefulness has come to an end. It seems he can be left to Goku to handle. As Broly suddenly materialized before everyone, Vegeta arrived just in time. Upon witnessing Goku's current state, he was taken aback and thought, is this the Super Saiyan? Such terrifying power. I must become a Super Saiyan. Then I shall be the mightiest Saiyan in the universe. At that moment, everyone beheld Broly's presence, who inquired, who wishes to return to Earth? The imminent battle on Namek will likely be catastrophic. Yet, the crowd hesitated. Goku interjected, you should all head back. You won't be of any assistance here. However, Goku was interrupted as he continued, there are no buts. After I defeat Frisia, I will return aboard a spaceship. Seeing the unusual expression on Goku's face, the others pleaded, Goku, you must come back alive. Frisia, observing the sudden appearance of Broly, sneered, so, there are still some trash yet to make their entrance. But do you truly believe I will allow you to escape unscathed? Broly, dismissive, merely chuckled as he was seized by the others. Turning to Vegeta, he queried, Hey, Vegeta, are you coming or not? If not, I shall take them back. Vegeta, unwilling to relent, cast a reluctant glance at Goku before stepping closer to Broly and grasping him. In an instant, Broly activated his instant transmission and vanished. What? Frisia exclaimed in astonishment, bewildered by their sudden disappearance. Just then, Goku appeared right before Frieza, catching him off guard. Gripping Frieza's hand, Goku admonished, "You ought to know when to stop." Frieza struggled fiercely, finally breaking free, and, flexing his wrist, regarded Goku with disbelief. "How can you still possess such strength?" With a cold, piercing gaze fixed on Frieza, Goku unleashed a roar. "I am truly enraged now, Frieza." His golden aura blazed more brightly in response. In a flash, he materialized before Frieza, delivering a devastating blow that sent Frieza soaring into the sky. As Goku pursued him, he struck down fiercely, driving Frieza deep into the ground with a resounding crash. Emerging from the earth, Frieza bore the marks of battle. Perplexed by the transformation that had granted Goku such formidable prowess, a thought struck him. Could it be that you have become? Meanwhile, on Earth, Broly had instantaneously transported everyone to Bulma's doorstep. What on earth happened to Goku? His energy was terrifying. The others wondered. Vegeta, casting a disdainful glance at them, declared, "He has transformed into a Super Saiyan, the universe's mightiest warrior. However, I shall surpass him." Broly marveled at Vegeta's unwavering pride, which ultimately led him to become a Super Saiyan, relentlessly pursuing Goku. Most would dismiss the defeat by a Super Saiyan as inconsequential. At that moment, Bulma, alerted by the commotion, emerged from the house and embraced Broly, exclaiming, "You're finally back. I was so worried." "Haha, I'm back, Bulma. I apologize for causing you concern. By the way, I'm quite hungry. Could you prepare a meal?" Broly replied gently. Vegeta turned his gaze towards the ship-shaped gravity chamber and inquired, "What is this?" "This is the gravity chamber, allowing for adjustable gravity training. It turns out Goku trained with this too," Yamcha responded. "What? Kakarot?" Vegeta clenched his fist, declaring, "This belongs to me now. I shall train in there from now on." The group immediately protested, and a heated argument ensued, hinting at a potential brawl. Broly, feeling exasperated, stepped between them and commanded, "Enough. It's merely a gravity chamber. If you desire one, I can have Bulma's father construct another. Now, cease your bickering. I need to eat. If you continue this nonsense, I'll take you both outside for some serious training, and I assure you, it will be quite satisfying." Witnessing Broly's barely contained fury, the group promptly fell silent, both sides huffing and turning away. Broly then embraced Bulma, leaving the others behind as they entered the house. Meanwhile, on Namek, Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan showcased an overwhelming strength that astonished Frieza, who prided himself on being the emperor of the universe. For the first time, Frieza felt the sting of humiliation, and in his fury, he unleashed his full power, reaching an astonishing combat strength of 120 million. He retaliated swiftly. Bam! Once again, Goku's elbow strike sent Frieza flying, yet he quickly regained his stability mid-air. Bam! Goku's speed was astonishing. He reappeared before Frieza, delivering a powerful uppercut that struck Frieza squarely. Frieza was propelled backward, and as Goku charged forward, Frieza, realizing the impending threat, hastily countered with a fierce side kick. Goku, anticipating Frieza's move, raised an arm to block the kick. Frieza, undeterred, followed up with a sweeping punch aimed directly at Goku's face. The sound of their fists and feet colliding echoed continuously as they exchanged blows. After a relentless barrage of attacks, Frieza, utilizing Goku's blocking force to spring back, gathered his energy into a dark red sphere and hurled it towards Goku. Goku sidestepped just in time, and the energy sphere created a deep crater in the ground upon impact. "That was close," Goku remarked. "If that had hit me, I would have sustained some injury." Frieza sneered. "Do you think evading it means you're safe? I must inform you that the core of this planet has just been compromised. In other words, within 5 minutes, this planet will explode." Sun Wukong was somewhat taken aback. Frieza erupted into laughter, proclaiming that the demise of Namek was imminent, and he relished the thought of witnessing Wukong's end. "Let me tell you, my body can survive even in the vacuum of space, but you, ha ha ha." Sun Wukong responded calmly. "I will defeat you." With that, he lunged forward. The formidable energies emanating from both fighters converged as they engaged in a relentless exchange of blows. Frieza unleashed an energy wave towards Wukong, who deftly evaded it and retaliated with a wave of his own. Neither was willing to yield, and they continued this fierce back and forth for a considerable duration. As their powers escalated, Frieza's stamina began to wane noticeably, his speed diminishing significantly, allowing Wukong to seize the opportunity and land a strike. Frieza then declared, "The planet is shrinking. In 2 minutes it will explode. Will you perish before I do? Or will the planet's destruction come first?" He continued, Regardless, you cannot survive in the vacuum of space, so your demise is inevitable. Is that so? Wukong replied nonchalantly. Frisia, puzzled by Wukong's apparent composure, chose to disregard his words. Die! Frisia suddenly shouted, seizing Wukong and hurling him against a nearby rock. Wukong retaliated with a fierce elbow strike. While Frisia attempted to ensnare Wukong's foot before launching a kick, which Wukong narrowly dodged. Frisia's stamina continued to plummet, even in his fully powered state. He was losing energy faster than Wukong. Suddenly, Wukong stood up and declared, I'm done playing. Frisia, taken aback, asked, What do you mean by done playing? Wukong continued. Despite your full power, have you not realized your energy has been steadily diminishing since earlier? Continuing this fight is futile. As in the original tale. Frisia's anger escalated upon hearing Wukong's words, leading him to unleash 2 energy blasts reminiscent of Krillin's techniques towards Wukong. Wukong quickly reacted, resulting in Frisia inadvertently dismembering himself into 4 parts with his own attack. In a display of shamelessness, the fallen Frisia begged Wukong for assistance. Although Wukong was furious, he ultimately decided to share his energy with Frisia, who, rather than showing gratitude, repaid Wukong's kindness with malice. Eventually, Wukong, unable to endure any longer, unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at Frisia. Before the explosion on Namek, Goku departed aboard the spaceship of the Ginyu Force, with their next destination set for planet Etedra. Chapter 23, The Mysterious Boy. In the ensuing days, Piccolo and others engaged in their respective training regimens. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having acquired a gravity training device, mysteriously disappeared for his own cultivation, while Broly devoted his days to the company of Bulma and retreated to the confines of his ring for solitary training by night. Krillin, having been resurrected by the Namekians at the behest of King Kai using Purunga, was surprised to learn during Goku's revival that Goku was not, in fact, deceased. Goku himself declared his intention to return. A year swiftly passed, during which everyone experienced significant enhancements, particularly Broly, who had acclimatized to a staggering 45,000 times the normal gravity, elevating his power to a level capable of contending with the latter stages of Super Saiyan 4. On this particular day, as Broly prepared to accompany Bulma to the cinema, he suddenly sensed 2 formidable and malevolent auras hurtling towards Earth at an alarming speed. A sensation that was also perceived by Vegeta and the others. At Goku's home, Gohan, troubled by his father's prolonged absence, sensed the ominous presence. Startled, he was interrupted by the ringing of the phone beside him. Picking up the receiver, he heard Krillin's voice. Gohan, can you feel it? A sinister energy is approaching Earth. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. Can you discern if it is Frisia? Krillin inquired. Alas, it seems Bulma may not be able to go to the movies today, but we shall watch a live-action film instead, Broly cheerfully suggested to Bulma. Huh, what live-action film? Is something amiss? Bulma queried, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing of great consequence. Merely that Goku fellow, always dawdling and lacking decisiveness. He failed to eliminate Frisia, and now the fiend returned seeking vengeance. With that, he took Bulma by the hand and stepped out. Bulma, however, expressed her concerns. If Frisia were to arrive on Earth, would it be reminiscent of the devastation on Namek? Upon hearing this, Broly chuckled softly, enveloping Bulma in his embrace and gently patting her back. Foolish girl, there is no need to worry. For a minuscule pest like Frisia, I can effortlessly crush as many as he sends. He lacks the capability to invade this planet. Almost simultaneously, sensing the malevolent energy, their companions gathered at the site where the aura was most potent, an isolated wilderness. Broly, you are here too. Krillin and Yamcha, who had initially rushed forward to greet him, suddenly halted, their gazes fixated in confusion. Broly, why have you brought Bulma along? Krillin inquired, bewildered. After Broly greeted everyone with a smile, he remarked, Oh, it's nothing much. I brought her along to enjoy the spectacle. I initially intended to accompany Bulma to the movies today, but it seems this event is far more captivating. So I brought her here. Everyone was momentarily speechless. Indeed, this couple seemed perfectly matched. To bring one's wife to witness such a grand battle was likely something only they could conceive. As they descended to the ground, Bulma cheerfully greeted everyone. Has Frisia not arrived yet? She inquired, noticing the tension etched on their faces. Krillin and Gohan shook their heads, while Vegeta stood aloof with an air of indifference. Tien and Kaiatsu silently awaited the arrival of their adversary. Broly, meanwhile, seated Bulma upon a rock, patiently biding their time. Just as Broly began to grow impatient, a malevolent aura finally approached the atmosphere. Yawn, they are finally here. They are quite slow. Broly's gaze fixed upon the boundless expanse of clouds above. Everyone followed his line of sight, and in an instant, the clouds parted violently, revealing a blinding light that pierced through the surrounding air like a meteor shower. Descending towards the earth, with a resounding boom, the ground trembled, followed by the upheaval of flora and the tumultuous rush of air. The spaceship landed 1,000 kilometers away from their position. After estimating the distance, Broly announced to the group, and everyone nodded solemnly. He then embraced Bulma and declared, "Let's go. Time to see the show." With that, he soared toward the landing site of the spaceship, followed closely by the others. At that moment, the spaceship's hatch opened, and a figure emerged from the lingering smoke. An aura of murderous intent pervaded the air, heavy enough to send chills down their spines. The beings that stepped forth were grotesque in appearance, seemingly from various planets, yet they shared one commonality: they donned the standard battle attire of the cosmos. As they formed two lines, clearing the path to the spaceship's ramp, two shadowy figures gradually made their entrance. Lord Cooler, King Frieza, the extraterrestrial warriors proclaimed in unison, their voices filled with reverence. As the sunlight dispersed the shadows, the sources of two sinister auras were revealed. Frieza, glistening with a metallic sheen and adorned with numerous parts and instruments, and the imposing figure of King Cooler, whose muscular frame and brooding demeanor radiated cold ferocity. Frieza surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "So, this is Earth. A rather pleasant environment, indeed." Suddenly, I recalled the contemptible words spoken by that scion. And an overwhelming aura surged once again, with crimson streaks appearing in my eyes. It seemed that Frieza was either excited or infuriated. However, the sight of him tightly gripping his mechanical arm, with oil spilling out, indicated that he was undoubtedly enraged. The suffering I endured would be repaid to him 100-fold. "The Super Saiyan will take 3 hours to reach Earth. Will you wait?" King Cold inquired. "Of course," Frieza replied with certainty, "but when he returns, I shall ensure that he witnesses the slaughter of Earthlings, plunging him into despair. Although there are many Earthlings, 3 hours is more than sufficient." King Cold remarked indifferently, "I am indifferent to the fate of the Earthlings. However, that Super Saiyan must meet a gruesome end. Only our race is worthy of possessing the strongest power in this universe." Contemplating the words passed down from his ancestors, King Cold felt a surge of displeasure. As the two conversed, the clouds above suddenly trembled, followed by ripples, resembling the surface of a lake disturbed by a stone. It appeared exceedingly peculiar. Frieza and Cold shifted their cold gazes skyward. Under their intense scrutiny, a bizarre spaceship seemingly materialized out of thin air, appearing above them without any explanation. The ship's tail emitted a red glow as it descended slowly, stirring up a cloud of dust. Frieza and Cold were baffled by the sudden emergence of the spacecraft. Their curiosity piqued as they gazed at the opening hatch. The hatch creaked open, and a shadowy figure stepped out. Frieza turned his attention to the newcomer. And under the blinding sunlight, the figure was illuminated before his and Cold's eyes. Before them stood a mysterious figure clad in a sleek black uniform, with neat trousers and a pair of short leather boots. This individual, who descended from the spacecraft, possessed striking blue-violet hair, cascading casually over their shoulders. Upon observing the figure's face, both Cold and Frieza were taken aback. A woman. Indeed, the master of the spaceship, standing before them, was a stunning teenage girl. The girl was undeniably beautiful, yet a fierce and imposing aura emanated from her brows. Her light blue eyes scrutinized the two formidable opponents before her, as if regarding mere jesters. A slight smile curving her lips. "Are you prepared to face death?" the girl inquired coolly. Chapter 24, Frieza's Demise, King Cold's Injury. Upon hearing the girl's words, Frieza and his father were momentarily taken aback. Frieza chuckled. "Did she just say she intends to kill us, father? You heard that too, right?" He cackled. Both he and his father finding the girl's words utterly presumptuous. The so-called ignorant individuals are indeed the happiest. Frieza mocked. The girl regarded Frieza and his son with the disdain reserved for fools, incredulous that such ignorance could exist. Truly, it was a waste of sustenance. "Hurry and choose your demise. Do not squander my time any longer," she retorted dismissively. "Bastard." Frieza clenched his fists, her words igniting the fury he had kept concealed. At that moment, several subordinates clad in battle attire approached, suggesting, "Lord Frieza, perhaps we should eliminate this oblivious girl." "Go ahead," Frieza's companion, Crud, waved his hand nonchalantly, seemingly dismissive of the girl's presence. The subordinates nodded and advanced towards her. One alien warrior with reddish skin cast a derisive glance at the enigmatic girl, exaggerating his disdain. "Dealing with trash like you would require nothing more than a single finger." he proclaimed, prompting laughter from his comrades. Yet, for the sake of caution, the red-skinned warrior decided to assess her combat power. He activated his power detector, aiming the lens at the girl, which began to emit a series of beeps. Just as the numbers danced across the lens, the girl suddenly vanished from his sight. This left the alien warrior momentarily stunned, and confusion spread among the others. Meanwhile, Frisia and Crud's expressions shifted dramatically. A sudden exclamation pierced the air as the mysterious girl reappeared beside the aliens. Before anyone could react, she radiated a dazzling aura. Her energy rippling outward like waves, golden beams slicing through the air with deadly precision. The chilling cries echoed, reminiscent of a midnight wolf howl. As Frisia's subordinates were swiftly annihilated by the energy she unleashed. At that moment, Broly, who was rapidly approaching Frisia's ship, abruptly halted. As Vegeta and the others caught up, Krillin inquired anxiously, "Broly, what just occurred?" "Oh, nothing much, as we were on our way." "I sensed a dozen varying energies vanish in an instant," Broly replied, his tone indifferent. Krillin was slightly taken aback, and the others exhibited similar expressions of surprise. "Uncle Broly, who could have done that?" Gohan asked with curiosity. "I do not know. We shall find out when we arrive. Let us hasten." With that, he accelerated his flight, enveloping Bulma in an additional protective shield. The group responded in unison, hastening their pace towards Frisia's location, far away on King Kai's planet. The king himself observed the unfolding crisis from the distant reaches of the universe. He had anticipated the return of Goku or perhaps Broly to eliminate Frisia, yet unexpectedly. A mysterious girl with blue-purple hair emerged, ruthlessly dispatching all of Frisia's minions with an air of provocation. Who could she possibly be? The king adjusted his sunglasses, muttering to himself. At that moment, the girl faced off against Frisia and his father, both in terms of presence and gaze. "Now it's your turn," she said coolly. "Damn it, I will kill her," Frisia replied coldly. King Cold nodded solemnly, advising, "Do not underestimate this woman." "I know." Frisia's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light, as his energy surged steadily, causing the surrounding pebbles to tremble restlessly. As Frisia advanced towards the girl, the solid earth beneath him cracked open like a worm, subsequently sinking into a depression. With a fierce shout, Frisia wasted no time on idle chatter, transforming into a swift blur of light. As he concentrated his energy, a crescent blade of power formed in his hands, slicing sharply towards the girl. In a flash, she vanished from her spot. Just as she reappeared, a faint green glow enveloped her fist, and upon contact with the energy blade, she deflected it back towards Frisia. Then, she vanished once more, only to materialize right in front of Frisia, delivering a powerful punch that pierced through his chest. The sound of impact echoed as her fist dazzled with brilliance, and Frisia was reduced to ashes in an instant. What a terrifying woman! King Cold witnessed his son, once hailed as the mightiest warrior in the universe, being so brutally vanquished by this unknown girl, and a sense of dread took root within him. Meanwhile, Broly and his companions, racing towards Frisia's ship, shared a collective expression of disbelief. They all sensed that the malevolent aura representing Frisia had vanished in an instant. Frisia was killed? Vegeta found it hard to believe, struggling to comprehend what kind of being could so effortlessly eliminate such a formidable foe in such a brief span of time. Others shared his confusion, pondering who had entered the fray in this battle. Broly, however, remained remarkably at ease, albeit slightly disappointed. He had anticipated reveling in the action film for a longer duration, only to find Frisia utterly inept, unable to withstand even the brief moment it took for him to arrive, far away on King Kai's planet. The king witnessed the scene of the blue-haired girl vanquishing Frisia, gasping in astonishment. He had not expected that, aside from Goku and Broly, there existed such a formidable being in this world, one who appeared to be a relatively youthful woman. Next is you, the blue-haired girl. Her long hair billowing in the cold wind and her expressive eyes shimmering with frost, slowly advanced towards the sole surviving King Cold. King Cold's expression shifted slightly. Whether from fear or a calculated attempt to ingratiate himself, he wore a broad smile as he spoke. "Little girl, your abilities are quite impressive. Why not become my daughter and traverse the universe with me? If my father hears that, you will be turned into a mere pulp." The mysterious girl retorted coldly, her expression devoid of mercy. King Cold clenched his fists, his gaze sharpening, his tone turning ominous. "In that case, let you accompany my son to his grave." With that, he swiftly launched his attack. In stark contrast to Frisia, King Cold's power was evidently superior. He bellowed, launching himself forward, his fierce fist aimed squarely at the girl's chest. "Humph!" The blue-haired girl scoffed, vanishing in an instant to evade the strike. then suddenly accelerating towards King Cold, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen before he could react. King Cold emitted a pained grunt as he was sent flying, crashing into the mountainside. The blue-haired girl retreated several meters and unleashed a pale green energy beam, striking King Cold with the ferocity of a dragon imbued with demonic flames, piercing through his chest in an instant. At that moment, Broly and his companions finally arrived. "What an impressive girl!" exclaimed Krillin and the others, hovering in midair, astonished by the girl's ruthless prowess, beads of sweat forming on their brows. They could hardly fathom that the one capable of defeating Frieza was, in fact, a mere girl. Moreover, judging by her assault on King Cold, she seemed to possess ample strength still. As the blue-haired girl prepared to finish off King Cold, she noticed them, her cold gaze first resting on Krillin, then glancing at Piccolo and Vegeta, ultimately fixing upon one individual. Broly, too, scrutinized the girl, astonished as he pondered, "Who is this girl? Why does she evoke such a sense of familiarity within me? Wait until you kill him. He hasn't yet unleashed his full power. Let him reveal his utmost strength. For it has been a long time since I engaged in battle. I wish to see how much power he can draw out against me. You may stand aside and observe." Broly spoke softly. Chapter 25, The Annihilation of the Frost Clan. Vegeta and the others never anticipated that upon arriving here, Broly would address the young girl in such a manner. It was nothing short of provocation. However, to their astonishment, the girl with blue-purple hair gazed intently at Broly for a prolonged moment, before her imposing demeanor softened unexpectedly, revealing a playful and endearing smile. "All right," she said gently. Upon hearing this, everyone looked on in bewilderment at this inexplicable purple-haired girl. How could this be? Having witnessed her ruthlessly eliminate Frieza and injure King Cold, they had involuntarily associated her with cold-bloodedness and a lack of empathy. Yet now, she seemed transformed, displaying a charming demeanor towards Broly. At that moment, Broly retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket, a gift from Goku during their last visit to Namek, and was about to approach King Cold when the voice of the Kai echoed. "Broly, what do you intend to do? Why are you preventing that girl from killing King Cold? If you seek battle, there will be opponents for you. Hurry and eliminate him." For a colossal metallic planet is hurtling towards Earth, Broly awkwardly remarked. "Well, shall I eliminate him now?" As he spoke, a beam of light shot from his eyes, striking King Cold and instantly reducing him to cosmic dust. The onlookers gazed at Broly in confusion, to which he calmly responded, "The King of Worlds just contacted me. Shortly, a foe surpassing Frieza will arrive." Just as the tension had begun to ease, it tightened once more. Broly turned to Bulma in his arms, saying, "Bulma, I may have to engage in battle soon, and I won't be able to look after you. Find a safe place to stay." Bulma nodded. "Be careful. I'll find a spot further away to cheer you on." With that, she retrieved her capsule plane and flew off into the distance. In less than a minute, a colossal silver sphere appeared on the horizon, slowly approaching Earth before morphing, extending numerous tentacles akin to a cephalopod that latched onto the planet's surface. With a resounding thud, the massive metallic object landed, and a green figure swiftly emerged, halting not far from Broly. The emerald figure, with a metallic sheen, bore a striking resemblance to King Cold. Upon recognizing the identity of the visitor, Broly, filled with perplexity, inquired, "Guldo, I thought you perished." The one who had arrived was indeed Guldo. Miraculously surviving after being cast into a burning star by Broly, he had been saved by the Namekian forces and transformed into a metallic form. Presently, he seemed to be in his third transformation, yet his power surpassed that of his enhanced fourth transformation from years past. Recently, he had learned of Frieza's demise at the hands of a Super Saiyan and was aware that both his father and Frieza had come to Earth, compelling him to seek vengeance. As Guldo scanned the surroundings, he noticed the absence of King Cold and Frieza, and his expression darkened. He realized that they had likely met their end. Upon seeing Broly, his conviction solidified. He then declared, "Are you astonished to see that I have survived? Had it not been for the intervention of the Namekians, I might have perished. It is all due to you, cursed scion wild monkeys, that I have been reduced to this wretched state. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Do not think that your past victory over me grants you the right to be arrogant. My current strength far exceeds what it once was. Prepare to meet your end." Guldo roared with sudden ferocity, his voice echoing throughout the arena. Vegeta and the others were taken aback. They knew Broly was formidable, but they had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Broly descended gradually, feeling a tinge of astonishment within. Truly, today was a grand gathering of frozen demons. All members of the family had arrived, yet they would ultimately perish together in this moment. Broly remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Gula. Before a cold smile crept across his face. Is this all you have to offer? He thought disdainfully, shaking his head. Suddenly, his entire aura erupted with a fierce intensity. A torrent of energy surging upwards, igniting in a blaze of golden flames. Broly's hair transformed into a radiant gold, his eyes shimmering a vivid green. The golden locks danced wildly amidst the fiery aura, unleashing an overwhelming presence that eclipsed even Gula's might, indicating that he need not exert his full strength to confront them. Vegeta watched Broly intently, a defiant expression etched on his face. This fellow is a Super Saiyan as well. No wonder he possesses such power. I, the proud prince of Saiyans, am being surpassed time and again by so many. How infuriating. Just the sight of him in this loathsome state makes me want to obliterate him. Upon witnessing Broly's Super Saiyan form, Gula let out a furious roar. He then swiftly charged at Broly, who instantly responded in kind, their figures flashing through the air as waves of terrifying energy erupted between them. Broly, feeling rather lackluster, perceived himself as undeniably weak. At this moment, perhaps only the diminutive Bu could ignite a flicker of interest within him. Contemplating this, Broly resolved to conclude the battle, suddenly amplifying his strength. In an instant, he surged towards Cooler, delivering a devastating punch. How swift! His power had intensified once again. Cooler, caught off guard, was propelled backward in shock, struggling to regain his composure. Before he could react, a green energy wave hurtled towards him. He barely managed to evade it, yet still sustained injuries that marred his body. Broly cast a sinister smile at Cooler before vanishing from sight in an instant. Cooler, gathering formidable strength in his hands, braced himself for a counterattack. However, after several seconds of waiting in vain for Broly's strike, he began to scan his surroundings with growing agitation. Hey, where are you looking? He exclaimed, swiftly pivoting to throw a punch, only to be met with a brutal blow from Broly that struck his waist. Pain surged through his body, igniting his nerves, and beads of cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Without mercy, Broly propelled Cooler through the air, seizing his leg and launching him high into the sky. Broly raised his right hand, gathering an immense amount of green energy in his palm, compressing it into a luminous green orb, which he hurled directly at Cooler, enveloping him entirely. The shockwave gradually disintegrated Cooler. Broly understood that unless he annihilated Cooler, who was fundamentally linked to the star Bigos, he would have the capacity for infinite resurrection. In the next moment, Broly appeared before Cooler's true form, observing the peculiar cables that encased his body. Wild monkey, you pitiful creature. Is this truly how you present yourself? How lamentable. Yet, I implore you to meet your demise. Broly remarked with a sardonic smile, instantly gathering a colossal energy blast and launching it at Cooler. The formidable force began to erode Cooler's essence piece by piece. In defiance, Cooler roared, "How can I be vanquished by such power? I shall not perish. I refuse to accept this fate." Grasping the pinnacle of Bigos, he violently tore it away from the earth, unleashing a tremendous energy wave that caused Bigos to erupt and ultimately disintegrate. Sensing Bulma's presence, Broly swiftly appeared before her. Bulma rushed over, exclaiming, "You're back. How did it go? Did you resolve the issue?" Broly smiled and nodded. Of course, those weaklings hardly posed a challenge to me. Meanwhile, the attention of the others shifted to the blue-haired girl, and Bulma too turned her gaze toward her. Chapter 26, The Return of Son Goku. Upon seeing Bulma, the blue-haired girl appeared quite exhilarated, while Bulma quietly observed the young woman. Broly gazed with perplexity at the girl with blue-purple hair, having initially expected Trunks to arrive. Although the history of this timeline had undergone significant alterations, Broly believed that the Dragon Ball universe encompassed 3 distinct parallel realms, the one he currently inhabited, another mirroring the original Dragon Ball narrative, and the final one where Trunks had met his demise at the hands of Cell. He had anticipated the arrival of Trunks from the original story, yet to his astonishment, a young girl stood before him, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. At that moment, Bulma approached the girl, her finger pointed in astonishment at the black uniform the girl wore. "That emblem, are you an employee of our company?" she inquired. "No," the girl stammered in response. The peculiar blue-purple-haired girl piqued the curiosity of all present, leaving them eager to uncover her origins. "May I ask your name, dear sister?" Bulma seemed to feel an instant rapport with the girl, her demeanor becoming unconsciously amiable. The girl hesitated for a moment, glancing at Broly before replying, "I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose my name." Disappointment washed over the others. Yet, within Broly's heart, astonishment brewed. Could she possibly be the daughter of Bulma and himself? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, although he refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead softening his gaze towards the girl with growing warmth and affection. "Oh, there is something I must share with everyone. Mr. Goku is about to return," the girl suddenly recalled, addressing Broly and the others. Oh, the others were momentarily taken aback. Yet Broly was already aware of Goku's imminent return. In 2 hours, Mr. Goku's spaceship will land approximately 600 kilometers ahead, the girl declared with a smile. Bulma had to inquire, "Are you saying that Goku is returning?" The girl nodded affirmatively. "Then, you must know Goku, right?" Chai asked. The girl appeared hesitant to respond, casting doubt on her words. "It's all right. I trust this little sister," Bulma said with a smile. Vegeta scoffed. "If that Kakarot has indeed returned, I am quite eager to witness just how much his training in the universe has enhanced his strength." Following the girl's lead, the group arrived at an open area. With a flick of her wrist, the girl tossed a universal capsule, which, upon striking the ground, erupted in a puff of white smoke. As the smoke dissipated, a machine resembling a refrigerator emerged, filled with an assortment of beverages. "There is still an hour to go. Since we have drinks here, why not give them a try?" the girl suggested, gesturing towards the myriad of bottles within the refrigerator. Intrigued, the group sampled the drinks the girl retrieved. Initially, Krillin and Gohan exclaimed how delicious they were, prompting everyone else to quickly down their beverages. Broly, too, took 2 bottles, one for Bulma and the other for himself to savor. Beneath the blazing sun, these long reunited companions enjoyed their drinks and engaged in light-hearted conversation, patiently awaiting Gohan's arrival. Meanwhile, Bulma was increasingly curious about the girl's origins. Her demeanor and the black uniform she wore evoked a sense of familiarity intertwined with strangeness. Bulma persistently inquired of the young girl, posing questions such as the whereabouts of her home and whether she was currently attending school or engaged in work. However, no matter how indirectly Bulma approached her inquiries, the girl remained unresponsive. Broly leaned against a grand tree, observing the warm and harmonious conversation between Bulma and the young girl. After patiently waiting for an hour, the girl abruptly concluded her dialogue with Bulma, her gaze fixed upon the cerulean sky, tranquil like a still lake. Noticing the mysterious girl's expression, the previously engaged group perked up, collectively directing their attention towards a small point in the sky that was gradually enlarging. "Mr. Goku is coming," the girl proclaimed. A gust of wind swept across the land, stirring the grass, swaying the trees, and startling the birds, as if nature itself were orchestrating a welcoming ceremony for the spaceship's arrival on Earth. A small, spherical spacecraft violently collided with the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, everyone gathered at the site of the spacecraft's landing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the hatch creaked open, revealing a familiar figure stepping out. Adorned in peculiar attire reminiscent of theatrical costumes, with a tall and imposing stature, sharp eyes, and a confident smile, the newcomer was none other than their long-awaited companion, Son Goku. "Goku!" Krillin and Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Most eager to see Goku, of course, was his son, Gohan. Upon seeing his father after a year of separation, Gohan's longing transformed into tears as he rushed toward Goku. Goku, momentarily taken aback by the sight of everyone awaiting him, was soon met by his son, who approached him in tears. "Gohan, I'm back," Goku said, patting Gohan's shoulder with a smile. Wiping his tears, Gohan looked at Goku and nodded, a joyful smile emerging on his face. "Everyone is here," Goku remarked, astonished as he surveyed the group. Krillin, with his usual candor, said, "Goku, how can you even say that? We waited for a whole hour. How did you know I would land here?" Gohan inquired, puzzled. "She told us," Piccolo interjected, pointing at the girl with violet blue hair. Goku, somewhat perplexed, turned his attention to the girl and slowly asked, "Who are you?" "Mr. Goku, I have something I would like to discuss with you," the girl replied calmly. At this moment, everyone realized that this sudden appearance was of someone who did not actually know Goku. But how could she have known in advance when and where he would descend upon Earth? "Oh, go ahead," Goku encouraged the girl. She glanced at Broly and the others standing nearby, hesitating slightly before saying, "Mr. Goku, may I speak with you privately?" Though puzzled, Goku nodded without hesitation. "Very well." Subsequently, the two soared towards the opposite side, while Sun Wukong offered an apologetic smile to the group before following suit. The others were discontented with the girl for whisking Sun Wukong away to exchange whispers, as curiosity enveloped them all. What secrets could this young maiden be concealing? Why was she unable to voice them in front of so many? "Broly, do you sense it?" Bulma inquired softly, leaning closer to Broly. Broly nodded, expressing his understanding. I can tell that you, like me, sense an inexplicable familiarity emanating from this girl, don't you? He gently inquired, while secretly pondering, of course. She is my daughter, how could it not be familiar? However, he knew that revealing this truth was not yet appropriate. The inherent curiosity of humanity was undeniable. And even these formidable warriors were not immune to it. Both Vegeta and Piccolo were intensely intrigued by the exchange between the girl and Goku. Yet, positioned at a considerable distance, they could only observe with their eyes, unable to hear the conversation. What secrets might this enigmatic girl unveil? Chapter 27. Revealing the future in a state of confusion, Goku was led by the girl to a hill located 100 meters away from Broly and the others. He scratched his black hair and slowly spoke. If there is something you wish to share, please do so. Facing Goku, the girl's blue-purple hair danced in the wind, and the folds of her black uniform shimmered under the sunlight. Mr. Goku, we actually know each other, she said softly. Goku looked at her in astonishment, certain he had never encountered this girl with blue-purple hair before. Suddenly, she declared, I am Broly's daughter. What? Goku gasped, his expression exaggerated, as if his jaw might drop to the ground, incredulously gazing at the girl before him. Nearby, Bulma and others observing their conversation were equally perplexed. How could the usually composed Goku display such astonishment? What could have transpired? Among the crowd, Piccolo widened his eyes in quiet surprise, glancing at Broly, who was resting under a tree. Uncle Piccolo, are you all right? Gohan asked, noticing Piccolo's unusual demeanor. Piccolo shook his head slightly, responding, it's nothing. Unaware of Piccolo's extraordinary hearing, Gohan refrained from pressing further. In the distance, Goku stared incredulously at the girl. You say you are Broly's daughter? How can that be? Uncle Goku, don't be surprised. I actually traveled from the future to this era. I am the child of Broly and Bulma, born a year from now. My name is Schwer, the girl explained calmly. Goku felt as though he were deciphering a foreign language. Her words were utterly unanticipated. Meanwhile, Piccolo, eavesdropping on the conversation from afar, found it utterly absurd, his expression shifting continuously. I was able to traverse to this world thanks to a time machine developed by my mother, allowing me to journey between the future and the present. I have urgent matters to convey to you. Oh? After Sun Wukong gradually acclimated to these facts that deviated from his understanding, he realized something significant had transpired when he heard Schwer speak. Schwer gazed at Sun Wukong and said, Uncle Wukong, in 3 years, you will succumb to heart disease. What? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. When Piccolo heard that Sun Wukong would perish due to heart disease, he nearly choked in astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the man who had always been insurmountable would fall to such a trivial ailment. What should I do if I am to fall ill and die? Sun Wukong, with a grim expression, looked at Schwer and asked despondently. Schwer smiled gently and produced a small vial from her pocket, saying to Sun Wukong, although Uncle Wukong is afflicted with a viral heart disease that current science cannot cure. Fret not. Have you forgotten that I have returned from the future? Are you suggesting that the contents of this vial can cure my heart disease? Sun Wukong exclaimed, taking the small vial from Schwer's hand with excitement. This is a medication specifically developed in the future to combat this type of heart disease. My mother insisted that I deliver it to you. Schwer affirmed. Please convey my gratitude to future Bulma. Sun Wukong instinctively turned his head to glance at Bulma, who was observing from a distance. My mother said that Uncle Wukong is a dear friend of hers and she does not wish to see him perish from heart disease. Schwer added with a smile. Sun Wukong then inquired, surely there is more to discuss? Indeed, Schwer continued. The second purpose of my visit is to inform you that on September 25th, 2 androids will emerge. Their strength is formidable, far surpassing both the Gula that Father defeated and the Frieza that you vanquished. Furthermore, being androids, we will not be able to sense their energy. They are expected to appear approximately 9 kilometers southeast, around 10 o'clock. That is the situation, Uncle Wukong. I have shared everything with you, and now I must return. Do not forget to take the medication I provided. Schwer smiled. I will, Sun Wukong nodded, without making a point to bid farewell to the others. Schwer flew towards the time-space spaceship grounded nearby. Upon entering the cabin, she disappeared from view as everyone watched her leave. After Schwer departed, Sun Wukong collected his complex thoughts and, with a swift motion, soared towards his curious companions. Wukong, what did that girl say to you? Krillin was the first to approach. Bursting with curiosity, Sun Wukong shook his head and replied, well, it's hard to say. At this moment, Bulma inquired, Goku, has she revealed her identity to you? She has, but it's difficult to articulate. Just then, Piccolo interjected, if you are unsure of how to respond. Allow me to speak on your behalf. Goku, perplexed, asked, Piccolo, did you overhear our conversation? Of course, Piccolo replied. The ear structure of us Namekians differs from yours. Goku still felt a tinge of concern. It's all right. I know what should be said and what should remain unspoken. Subsequently, Piccolo deftly sidestepped the matter of Shuer's origins and instead informed everyone about the impending arrival of the androids, along with their distinctive characteristics. Upon learning the truth, the group resolved to train vigorously in preparation for the androids' emergence 2 years hence. As Shua vanished, Broly sensed a familiar sensation, a fluctuation in space accompanied by unknown waves. She hails from the future. Could it be time itself? Due to his connection with the divine and the wish he made, Broly had gained considerable insight into the manipulation and understanding of space, allowing him to perceive this phenomenon. It bore a resemblance. Both instances involved instantaneous transitions from one point to another, differing only in the temporal aspect. Broly began to ponder, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. Chapter 28. The Time Machine. Broly became intrigued. If his thoughts were not mistaken, perhaps he could return to the past by capturing a point in time, but the journey back would likely be a one-way trip. For the past lacks the temporal dimensions of the present or future, yet the time machine possesses such capabilities. The universe encompasses all time and space. The established realm can be envisioned as a circular surface, where the continuous forward movement signifies time, possibly extending infinitely or ultimately converging to a singular point. However, according to the laws of physics, the current spatial plane cannot intersect with the temporal dimensions of the past or future. Yet, the time machine unexpectedly emerged, capturing a moment from the past and employing a unique method to traverse back, thus altering the past and giving rise to a divergent future. Nevertheless, the world reached remains in synchrony with the future, implying that while the future remains unchanged, the future stemming from the altered past can indeed be modified. Broly pondered the opportunity to examine Trunks and Cell's time machine, which recorded 2 distinct points in the future, should he comprehend its principles. He might also venture into the past. However, he recalled that in Cell's world, Earth was devoid of formidable warriors, and the threat of Majin Buu had never resurfaced. In Trunks' timeline, Buu also did not manifest, yet if Trunks were to grow stronger, perhaps he should investigate further next time. Suddenly, he remembered that Cell had already constructed a time machine, and he could ask King Kai to search for it, as it seemed to be located near West City, ideal for showing Bulma. While Broly contemplated this, Vegeta addressed Goku. Kakarot, how did you escape before Namek exploded? I recall Frieza's ship was already malfunctioning. Goku recounted his experiences on Namek, as in the original tale, and informed everyone that he had learned instant transmission on Yardrat, prompting his companions to request a demonstration, just as in the original narrative. Subsequently, they dispersed to train, with Goku and Piccolo taking Gohan along for their training, while Broly flew home, cradling Bulma. Upon arriving home, Broly exchanged a few words with Bulma before heading to visit King Kai. On North Kai's planet, Broly greeted, Hello. King Kai. Ah, Broly, what brings you here? King Kai inquired. Broly asked, You are aware of the origins of that young boy, are you not? King Kai nodded, Indeed. I found it peculiar that I had no records of him. It turns out he hails from the future. It is truly astounding that such a talent could create a time machine. Broly nodded and said, Indeed, however, King Kai, you have also seen his time machine. I sought you out to request that you investigate the vicinity of West City to see if there might be something similar. King Kai chuckled. Oh. How could that be possible? Broly, you truly have a sense of humor. This is an artifact that came into existence reluctantly 20 years from now. How could it possibly exist here? Haha. Nevertheless, he proceeded to scan the area around West City with his antenna, and his expression changed. This. How can this be? There truly is something. Who could have arrived in it? Broly inquired, King Kai, have you found out? The king nodded. Indeed, however, it appears to be damaged. I'm uncertain who has occupied it, but it is located in the outskirts of West City, at 1050. Broly, you must go and investigate. I can sense an ominous energy within that has yet to dissipate. Broly nodded and instantly teleported to the dense forest in the western suburbs, where he swiftly discovered a time machine with a gaping hole. Upon seeing the eggshells of the parasites within, Broly let out a cold chuckle, resolving to deal with it in 2 years, allowing it to hide on the ground for now. He pressed a button to restore the machine and stored it within a capsule, hastening his return home, eager to show Bulma this time machine. Bulma, I'm back. I have something to show you, he declared as he tossed out the universal capsule. Bulma emerged from the house upon hearing a sound, only to behold the somewhat damaged time machine that had materialized from the capsule. Bulma surveyed the object before her, exclaiming, "Is this a time machine?" Broly replied nonchalantly, "Indeed." "Ah." Bulma gasped in astonishment, then examined it closely. "It seems to be different. This one appears to have been left in the wilderness for some time. Could there be other time machines? Where did you find it?" "In the outskirts of West City. At the coordinates 1050. It appears that something has traversed from the future," Broly explained. Bulma, I need you to investigate the principles behind it, as I will require it in the future." "Very well. I shall inform you once I have unraveled its mysteries," Bulma responded. Her curiosity piqued as she nodded at the time machine. Broly gently kissed Bulma's forehead, expressing his gratitude. Bulma shook her head, blissfully leaning against Broly's chest, feeling immense joy in being able to assist this man. A month had passed since the arrival of Frieza and his son, and on this day, in the distant sky above a desolate land, the air suddenly twisted in an eerie manner, followed by ripples and waves. A small spacecraft, emblazoned with a colossal emblem, emerged from a black hole created by the spatial disturbance. With a swift motion, the ship soared across the heavens before gradually decelerating amidst the howling winds that rustled the surrounding flora, gently landing on the ground. After a brief pause, the vessel creaked open, revealing a set of descending steps that connected to the earth. The soft sound of footsteps gradually pierced the stillness as a figure emerged from the shadows, casting an abstract silhouette in the brilliant sunlight. "At last, I have returned to the past," sighed the handsome young man, pressing a button on a specific spot of the craft. A small capsule materialized in his hand. He gazed skyward, cradling the capsule in his arms, and then retrieved a peculiar locating device to check his position. The newcomer was clad in a blue uniform, impeccably adorned, with an emblem upon his cuffs that mirrored the one on the spacecraft. He wore black trousers and leather boots, his face strikingly cold and handsome, complemented by rare silvery long hair that exuded an air of arrogance, creating an overwhelming sense of defeat in those who beheld him. In the sunlight, the most captivating feature was the mysterious sword sheathed at his back. Though it remained in its scabbard, a sharp aura emanated from it, seamlessly merging with the young man's formidable presence. "Now, I must head to the location where Frieza will arrive. Mother mentioned that he and his father came to Earth to eliminate Mr. Goku. Yes, I shall proceed with this plan and then seek out Mr. Goku." The young man murmured to himself before flying off in a chosen direction, vanishing in an instant. "Ah, this must be the place. I should arrive shortly," he mused, casually selecting a large, clean rocky outcrop to sit upon. His gaze fell into contemplation, recalling his mother's concerned admonitions before his departure, urging him to find Goku, who might offer assistance. Is Mr. Goku truly like Brother Gohan and Mother described? "And Father, I shall finally see you." A gentle whisper wafts through the vast emptiness of the air. Chapter 29. Trunks, time and space-time is relentless. It slips through one's fingers unnoticed, rushing forward with an unyielding current. The howling cold wind rustles the scattered stones upon the ground, setting them in a restless motion. A young man with silvery hair sits like a statue upon a towering rock, gazing upwards at the drifting white clouds in the sky. His expression betrays a growing sense of urgency and confusion. How could nothing be happening here? According to his elder brother Gohan, Frieza was supposed to attack Earth, and Mr. Goku would return around the same time. Yet, hours have passed since the young man's arrival, and despite waiting at the anticipated sight of Frieza's approach, he has been met only with disappointment. Not only has Frieza failed to appear, but even King Cold and Cooler have been eradicated without a trace. The history he is familiar with seems to have vanished. Reluctantly, the young man ventures to the Earth where Goku is meant to arrive, but once again, disillusionment awaits him. After several hours of waiting, Goku has not come, and time continues to elapse, stirring within him a growing restlessness and unease. Could it be that his arrival has altered the course of history here? Perhaps he has not arrived in the era he had calculated. Has there truly been an error? The young man cast his gaze down at the timepiece on his wrist, pondering if his presence has irrevocably changed the timeline or if he has indeed stepped into an alternate reality. This young man is Trunks from a future timeline, and the mysteries of the multiverse are as elusive as they are profound. Following Broly's arrival in this world, two timelines began to diverge. Yet Trunks' mere presence here suggests that the original timeline still exists. What should he do now? Trunks ponders in silence for a moment. If this timeline truly differs from his future, it may not be a matter of great concern. As long as Goku is alive, there is hope. For at this very moment, Trunks is certain he has not returned to a different world, nor has time itself been disrupted. He just needs to learn from Mr. Goku how to defeat the androids, or perhaps bring Goku back to his own timeline. Trunks had yet to conceive the idea of surpassing the androids through sheer strength. However, a moment of inspiration struck him, and a smile illuminated his face as he devised a plan. Without hesitation, Trunks pressed his palm against a rock and leaped into the air, gracefully rolling before landing firmly on the ground with his hands resting on his hips, his stance steady. In an instant, his gaze turned icy. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled violently, and the stones that had been resting on the ground began to levitate. A tremendous force erupted from Trunks, disintegrating the surrounding stones into dust that scattered through the air. The clouds above, as if sensing this energy, slowly parted. A golden aura surged around Trunks, his tousled hair transforming into a golden sheen, his eyebrows adopting the same hue, while his blue eyes shifted to a pale green. The powerful energy radiated around him. Indeed, Trunks had ascended to the level of a Super Saiyan. Understanding that it would take considerable time to confirm his transformation independently, Trunks decided it would be more efficient to summon others to him. Although Earthlings had grown significantly stronger, they were still far from matching the prowess of a Super Saiyan. Trunks surmised that those sensitive to this energy, like Goku and his companions, would undoubtedly rush to his location. Such a formidable aura could not go unnoticed. As Trunks unleashed his power, the inhabitants of Earth swiftly detected it, all racing towards the source. Upon sensing this energy, Broly was filled with elation. At last, Trunks has arrived, he exclaimed. The temporal pathways that Trunks had traversed were of considerable importance. If only he could consult with Trunks and then allow Bulma to study the findings, they might ultimately access Trunks' timeline. Having concluded his thoughts, Broly greeted Bulma and sped towards Trunks. His arrival was swift, and although he felt a twinge of unease, he wondered if it was Goku. Perhaps, indeed, Goku had arrived early due to his own presence. Trunks sensed an astonishing energy approaching him rapidly, prompting such speculation. Furthermore, numerous other powerful energies were converging upon the same location, raising questions in Trunks' mind about the abundance of formidable warriors on Earth. In truth, Piccolo, Krillin, and others had significantly improved, not to mention Vegeta and his allies. Suddenly, a streak of light descended from the heavens, landing directly before Trunks. The first to arrive was none other than Broly. "Who are you?" Trunks inquired, bewildered, for he did not recognize the figure before him. Unlike the familiar faces of his deceased father, Goku, and Krillin, whose photographs had allowed him to identify them easily, this individual was a complete stranger. "This is impossible." Trunks shook his head, wearing a perplexed expression. The speed with which this individual had approached indicated a formidable strength, yet how could such a powerful being remain obscure? He had never heard of anyone of such caliber in that era. "Heh, I'm Broly. You are a Saiyan, are you not?" "I don't believe we have crossed paths before," Broly remarked with a smile. Naturally, he refrained from revealing that Trunks hailed from the future, as such a statement would only arouse suspicion. Instead, he preferred to let Trunks gradually unveil his own experiences, convincing him that this situation arose from the butterfly effect caused by his arrival in this time period, an effect that had been in motion for many years. "Indeed, I am a Saiyan," Trunks replied absent-mindedly, his thoughts still swirling without yielding any clarity. In his future, Broly did not exist, and thus the notion of him being a factor was beyond Trunks' comprehension. Suddenly, Trunks gazed at Broly in astonishment. "Could it be that you are also a Saiyan?" Broly undeniably nodded, and with a resounding boom, an overwhelming aura erupted around him, enveloping the vicinity. Trunks, facing him, felt a pressure that stifled any urge to resist. The magnitude of this power exceeded his wildest imaginings. Even the androids might not possess such might. How could such an extraordinary being remain inconspicuous? Trunks felt a sense of dizziness wash over him. This was indeed a Super Saiyan. Although the transformation appeared different, Trunks could still sense that familiar essence, the very essence of a Super Saiyan. Yet, the individual before him was so formidable that it extinguished any inclination to oppose. Could it be that my arrival has wrought astonishing changes upon this timeline? And what of Mr. Goku and the others? Broly informed Trunks that Raditz and Nappa still lived, albeit imprisoned within the Heavenly Temple. Moreover, Vegeta had also joined their ranks as a combat companion. Upon hearing this, Trunks felt a wave of confusion wash over him, rendering his thoughts muddled. He realized that the history he was acquainted with had become fragmented, its trajectory unclear. However, it was a misjudgment on his part. The mere existence of another Trunks in this realm indicated that the timelines and dimensions were entirely distinct, and the alterations in history would not affect him. Who are you? And whence do you hail? Broly inquired in a grave tone, delivering a sharp shock to Trunks. Broly's presence signified that this timeline had already diverged significantly, allowing Trunks to set aside his apprehensions, thus minimizing unnecessary speculation. I am Trunks. He hesitated momentarily before resolutely declaring, I have come from the future aboard a time machine. In my timeline, 2 formidable androids exist, and all the warriors of Earth have been slain, leaving me as the sole survivor. What? So I have perished as well? Broly feigned astonishment. From the moment Trunks arrived, Broly understood that Trunks belonged to a different dimension of the original world, and his reaction was merely a facade, as it was only natural to respond to such news. No, I am unsure why, but in my future, you do not exist. Moreover, Nappa and Raditz should have perished long ago, not been confined within the heavenly temple. This world has transformed completely. Trunks shook his head in bewilderment, continuing, furthermore. It was my mother who urged me to seek out Mr. Goku, and thus created the time machine. Oh, by the way, my mother is Bulma. Have you heard of her? Bulma? What did you say? Bulma is my wife. Broly responded solemnly, though internally he was thoroughly amused. Yet he understood the necessity of maintaining the pretense. Your wife? It is entirely different, truly entirely different, Trunks uttered in a daze. Then looked at Broly with an expression of bewilderment. Mr. Broly, could you enlighten me about the significant events that have transpired in this world? Very well. Broly proceeded to recount various occurrences. Whether discussing the divergent origins in the future or the existence of Frieza's brother, Cooler, Trunks realized that this world was beyond his expectations. He felt a sense of despondency in recognizing that he had no semblance of presence here. Fortunately, Mr. Goku, Krillin, and others still existed, indicating that it was merely a shift in time rather than an entirely alternate world. So this is how it is. Then, allow me to share the details of my future. Trunks finally regained his composure and accepted the reality. I am Trunks. The Earth was once a realm of tranquility. But one fateful day, the arrival of 2 androids plunged it into a maelstrom of bloodshed and despair. Countless lives have been extinguished by these artificial beings, leaving the future Earth in ruins, shrouded in the remnants of destruction. As he recounted the fragments of his future to Krillin and the others, Trunks shared not only his identity but also his profound concerns in the reasons for his arrival. His tone was heavy, revealing the weight of his grief. All his companions had perished, leaving him utterly alone, save for the support of his mother, which prevented him from succumbing to despair. Broly also informed Trunks that a month prior, a girl from the future had revealed the existence of the androids to Goku and the others, even providing Goku with a special medicine. Upon hearing this, Trunks remained silent, recognizing that they had acquired the necessary knowledge. It was time for him to return. Just as Trunks prepared to depart, Broly halted him, inquiring about the spatial nodes and the nature of his world. Trunks readily divulged this information before departing in his time machine, promising Broly that he would return in 2 years to seek ways to eliminate the androids. With that, he vanished into the ether. Chapter 30. The emergence of the androids. Time passed, and soon Vegeta, Goku, Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, and others had gathered at the site. Completing their assembly, they approached Broly, eager to learn what had transpired. A young man named Trunks, who hails from a future timeline, came to inform us about the androids. Broly explained. In his timeline, it appears that all the Earth's warriors have been slain by these 2 androids, leaving Trunks as the sole survivor. He came to notify us of the android's existence and also to deliver medicine for Goku's heart condition. Although you already received medicine from that girl, it never hurts to have more. As he spoke, he produced the medicine and tossed it to Goku. His third purpose was to discover methods to eradicate the androids. Wait, are you saying everyone fell to the androids? Is it possible that not even you can contend with them, Broly? Not only was Goku astonished to voice his surprise, but even Piccolo and Vegeta bore expressions of sheer disbelief. They possessed some awareness of Broly's formidable strength, although they had never witnessed him unleash his full power. Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo understood that even at their utmost capacity, they would undoubtedly fall short against Broly. Thus, they refrained from challenging him, choosing instead to devote themselves to rigorous training. Well, he mentioned that in his timeline, my existence was absent, so he is unaware of me, Broly articulated. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point is that we can ascertain the emergence of the androids in 2 years. If we do not intensify our training now, it is entirely plausible that we could meet our demise, Broly stated with gravity. Upon hearing Broly's pronouncement, everyone nodded in agreement, and they swiftly departed from that place. A more powerful adversary would indeed appear in 2 years, and they must endeavor to enhance their skills. Broly returned to find Bulma, imparting to her the temporal coordinates he had acquired from Trunks, urging her to expedite her research. He also briefly recounted Trunks' situation to Bulma, who then took the data to commence her studies. Meanwhile, Broly entered his own realm to engage in even more rigorous training. During these 2 years, each individual undertook increasingly arduous training regimens. At this juncture, Bulma, after spending considerable time deciphering the principles of the time machine using the data provided by Broly, explained to him that even with the current capabilities of Capsule Corp, it would take a staggering 10 years to construct a time machine, and to gather sufficient energy for round trips would require at least an additional year. One could not help but admire the future Bulma, who managed to accomplish this feat in a mere 17 years under such dire circumstances. Truly remarkable. After much contemplation, Broly pondered whether he could achieve his goal. After a lengthy reflection, he concluded that with a definite time and location, it was indeed possible. He then instructed Bulma to disassemble the time machine's temporal device for reconstruction, planning to adjust it to synchronize with the timeline of his world upon Trunks' arrival. This journey through time might allow him to grasp the profound truths of existence. As time flowed, 2 years swiftly passed. On September 25th, what appeared to be an ordinary day, the sun rose as it typically did. The Z-Fighters concluded their training and gathered on a large island situated 9 kilometers off Southeast Island. "Ah, it's Tien and Kaiatsu," Krillin exclaimed, floating in the air. Spotting a few individuals atop the island's peak, he descended alongside Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan. "We've been waiting for you. You're late." "Well, Gohan has grown so tall." Bulma, cradling a child, stood beside the spaceship. "Broly, how could you allow her to come here?" Goku asked helplessly. "I just came to watch." "It's fine. I'll just take a quick look at the androids and head back," Bulma replied nonchalantly with a smile. Krillin, with his mouth agape, exclaimed, "What surprises me the most is what Bulma is holding. Is that your child with Broly? What is their name?" With a swift kick to Krillin's calf, Bulma scowled. "How can you speak like that? This is my child, not something as you call it." "Well, the name has been decided. It's Cher, a name chosen by Broly. Isn't it lovely?" At that moment, 2 oddly dressed individuals appeared on the island, a chubby man and an elderly figure, both adorned with the RR insignia, the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. The Z-Fighters, having waited in vain for the androids, expressed their confusion. "Why has anyone shown up?" Tien wondered. "Ah, I just remembered that girl mentioned the androids lack energy signatures," Goku exclaimed. The group collectively pondered the situation. "What should we do?" Let us spread out and search. But don't venture too far," Goku suggested. "If you find anything, notify everyone immediately." With that, they dispersed, each embarking on their own mission. Goku landed atop a domed building, surveying the town from his vantage point. "Damn it," he muttered. "Where exactly are they? If only I had asked Shuya to describe their appearances earlier." No matter how hard Wukong searched, he could not uncover any trace of the androids, and he could not help but voice his frustration. Soon, Incha was ambushed, and Wukong and the others swiftly realized that Incha had lost his temper and rushed to his aid, using the magic beans to rescue him. After meeting, both sides engaged in a heated discussion that quickly escalated into conflict, ultimately retreating to a secluded island to commence their battle. Chapter 31. The heart attack. The battle erupted swiftly, with 2 figures entangled in fierce combat. Wukong's movements were even more rapid and ferocious than during his time on Namek. Each punch and kick resembled the force of terrifying artillery. As Wukong's opponent, the seemingly stout android, despite his bulky and awkward appearance, matched Wukong in both speed and strength. How infuriating! The tall, slender android stood a short distance from the battlefield, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 combatants with a furrowed brow. He could hardly believe that his companion was evenly matched with Wukong. Krillin and the others also stood nearby, watching the intense clash between Wukong and the android, their expressions growing increasingly grave as the battle intensified. "It appears that Wukong and this android possess similar strength," Krillin observed, his eyes darting back and forth, never straying far from the 2 rapidly moving figures before he voiced his thoughts. "No," Piccolo interjected, shaking his head with a slight smile. "Wukong is holding back his true power, and let us not forget, he can transform into a Super Saiyan." As soon as Piccolo finished speaking, Wukong transformed, catching the android off guard, though he maintained a calm demeanor. Throughout the ensuing battle, Wukong relentlessly pressed the advantage against Android 19, delivering a powerful kick that sent the android crashing to the ground. As he sat up amidst the falling debris, the android appeared unscathed, staring impassively at Wukong. At that moment, Wukong also exhibited signs of abnormality. Despite the battle having just begun, he was panting heavily, as if he had exhausted much of his energy. Seeing the android rise without a care, Wukong, filled with rage, unleashed the Kamehameha wave, determined to settle the score with this technique. Android 19, grinning maliciously, faced the incoming Kamehameha with a sinister laugh. He raised his right hand, fingers splayed wide, aiming at the oncoming energy wave. Although the energy wave struck the android directly, it caused no harm. Instead, the android joyfully absorbed the potent energy contained within. Realizing the situation, Piccolo swiftly warned Goku that the enemy could absorb energy, advising him to refrain from further energy attacks and to be cautious of being caught in a fierce struggle against the now re-energized Android 19. Goku soon found himself at a disadvantage. To the astonishment of all present, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest in agony, gasping for breath as the burden on his heart intensified with each assault from the android. Witnessing this dire predicament, the others could hardly contain themselves. They instinctively leaped into action, intent on providing assistance. However, Android 20 appeared to anticipate their response. He suddenly flashed a peculiar smile at the group, exchanging a knowing glance with Android 19. Understanding the cue, 19 abruptly appeared beside Goku, seizing him by the neck and hoisting him off the ground. In an instant, the previously eager crowd was stunned into silence by this sudden turn of events, while Android 20 reveled in his triumph. Android 19 was busy siphoning Goku's energy when Vegeta arrived, delivering a powerful kick that sent 19 flying. Following the original storyline, Goku was then taken away, and after Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, he swiftly dispatched Android 19. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Android 20 unleashed an energy wave and, shrouded by the ensuing smoke, made his escape. At that moment, Trunks arrived in his time machine, prompting everyone to look skyward as the spacecraft gradually descended. A young boy emerged, quickly recognized as the one they had not seen before. He informed them that the androids they had just encountered were not the ones he was familiar with. Piccolo recalled that Broly's daughter had mentioned a combination of a male and female android, which he subsequently queried, receiving confirmation from the boy. The group then dispersed in search of Android 20's whereabouts. Chapter 32, The Death of Android 20, and Drive Jero. While the group scattered in search of Android 20, Broly had just returned Bulma to her home. Concerned for the safety of their friends, Bulma urged Broly to assist them. There is no need to rush. The real androids have yet to appear. I'll intervene once the two genuine androids show up. Rest assured, everyone will be fine. Don't forget, I can teleport, Broly assured, gazing at Bulma with affection. Okay, just be careful yourself. I'll be waiting for your return, Bulma replied. Soon, the group reconvened after their search for Android 20. Damn it, he got away, Vegeta exclaimed, still anxiously and angrily searching for the whereabouts of Android 20. At that moment, Trunks inquired, where are Mr. Goku and Mr. Broly? Why aren't they here? The heart condition of father has flared up. Uncle Broly has just returned Aunt Bulma home and should be back shortly. Gohan's delicate visage was etched with worry. It seems even the timing of the affliction has changed, Trunks murmured with deep concern. At that moment, Piccolo posed a crucial question. What exactly is the appearance of the androids you mentioned, the male and female duo? I certainly do not wish to err again. Number 17 is a dark-haired youth, adorned with a scarf, while number 18 embodies a young girl, her attire resembling mine. Both exuding an icy demeanor, complemented by round earrings, making them easily identifiable, Trunks replied. Are they akin to the androids we encountered earlier? Do they absorb energy with their palms? Piccolo inquired further. Absorb energy? That is unnecessary. Their energy reserves are boundless, Trunks clarified. At that moment, Broly appeared before everyone, revealing that Android 20 is none other than Dr. Jero, and disclosed the location of Dr. Jero's laboratory. Broly stated that Bulma had provided him with this information, and to verify its authenticity, he had even brought data extracted from Bulma's computer for everyone to peruse. Subsequently, they swiftly made their way to Dr. Jero's research facility. Soaring through the skies, none anticipated that upon their arrival at the lab, they would be met with the sounds of a heated altercation. Bursting through the doors, they beheld the scarf-adorned youth leaping into the air, his movements as swift as lightning, executing a sweeping kick aimed directly at Dr. Jero's head. With a resounding thud and the sound of something rolling, an eerie silence enveloped the room, leaving the onlookers in disbelief, rendered speechless by the shocking scene before them. Closest to the youth, Krillin stood frozen, his gaze fixated on the ground, his eyes wide with horror, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. It was then that he realized Dr. Gero's head had rolled to rest at his feet. Though reduced to merely a head, Dr. Gero was not entirely deceased. His eyes bulged like brass bells, flickering with emotions of regret, fear, and anger, before he let out a roar, "You ungrateful wretches." Before he could finish, the dark-haired youth soared into the air, gracefully landing atop Krillin's head. The sound of a crack echoed through the silent laboratory, akin to thunder in Krillin's ears, abruptly silencing Dr. Gero. At this moment, Broly leisurely arrived on the scene, with a singular purpose in mind, to rescue number 18. He deemed it a travesty for such a beautiful and charming girl to be with Krillin, and thus resolved to liberate her from his grasp. Upon witnessing the arrival of number 17, a visage of eager anticipation adorned his face as he awaited the entrance of number 18. Chapter 33, Numbers 17 and 18. As a strikingly handsome youth, characterized by his flowing black hair, otherworldly features, and sharp, elongated eyes devoid of emotion, yet brimming with lethal intent, emerged before the crowd. A girl followed closely behind him. She possessed an enchanting and delicate visage, alluring golden short hair, and a statuesque figure, all of which signified her beauty that could captivate hearts. Regrettably, her expression was one of indifference, and her gaze was chillingly cold. Upon seeing the duo, Vegeta scoffed. "It appears that you two are the true androids." Number 17 and number 18 remained unperturbed, yet 18 approached another stasis pod and inquired, "Number 16? I don't recall any android of that designation." Number 17 shook his head in uncertainty and remarked, "Why not open it and find out?" Indeed, with that, 18 activated the pod, and number 16 awakened instantaneously. He was tall, with a pineapple hairstyle, clad in green attire, and boasted a mane of fiery red hair. Number 16 began to engage, casting a glance at 17 and 18 before silently exiting the room. At this moment, Vegeta's fury erupted. He had been blatantly disregarded. How could such brazen neglect not incite his wrath? With a disdainful huff, Vegeta gathered a formidable amount of energy, forming a sphere of ki, which he hurled towards the trio of 17, 18, and 16. Boom! The explosion reverberated through the mountains, sending plumes of dust into the air and causing the ground to cave in, while Vegeta soared into the sky. Following closely behind him were the unscathed figures of 17, 18, and 16. The four now hovered in midair, a palpable tension of murderous intent crackling in the atmosphere, signaling that an intense battle was on the brink of eruption. Since number 18's emergence, Broly had not diverted his gaze from her. He mused, how adorably charming she is, and her figure is simply exquisite. How can such a breathtakingly lovely girl be with that little bald-headed Krillin? No, she is mine, Broly thought to himself. At that moment, Broly approached Vegeta, stating, "Vegeta, feel free to engage with 17 and 16, but leave number 18 to me," and with that, he paid no heed to Vegeta's reaction, retreating to stand among the others. Number 17, however, regarded Vegeta with an impassive expression and coldly articulated, "I do not wish to squander time on you. My objective is Son Goku." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's countenance twisted into a more sinister grimace, his hair transforming instantaneously into a golden blaze akin to a raging inferno, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace. As his power surged, the stones and dust on the ground began to rise, and fine fissures spread beneath his feet, extending in all directions. Whoosh! Vegeta vanished from his position, transforming into a series of ethereal afterimages, and in an instant, he appeared before Android 17. Launching a fierce punch, the gust of his powerful fist swept through the air, tousling 17's long hair. With a fierce cry, Vegeta intensified the force behind his blow, producing a sharp sound that pierced the hazy atmosphere. Android 17 shifted his stance, his form flickering dangerously as he narrowly evaded the assault, his piercing gaze sweeping over Vegeta. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed a rapid barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta propelled himself off the void, his movements fluid like a dragon, harnessing the energy beneath his feet to swiftly evade 17's onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows in midair, their figures moving with such speed that even Piccolo, watching from the ground, found himself bewildered, unable to keep pace with their rhythm. How swift! Piccolo's expression darkened as he watched the two silhouettes darting and hovering in the sky. Unable to discern their actions, it was clear that with his current strength, he could not partake in such a high-caliber battle. Just as the onlookers were entranced by the aerial duel, a cold voice rang out, "Then allow me to take care of you." Huh? The crowd turned in surprise towards the source of the voice, revealing the usually taciturn golden-haired girl. Though she was a woman, Piccolo was well aware of her true identity as a cyborg, and he felt no inclination to underestimate her. "Don't be so tense. I'll handle this girl. You all can just watch," Broly said casually, prompting the others to relax and resume watching the clash between Vegeta and 17. Meanwhile, Broly floated before Android 18. TSK, such a beautiful girl. Yet you're always calling for fights. That's not good. Before Broly could finish, 18's anger flared as she instantly raised her elbow to strike him. However, Broly remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he caught her arm and twisted it. Undeterred, 18 attempted to retaliate with her other hand, only to have it captured and twisted as well. She tried to struggle, but with both arms restrained, she found herself unable to move. At this moment, Broly was secretly pleased, for Android 18 found herself ensnared, her hands firmly grasped and twisted. In her struggle, she instinctively leaned back, bringing their bodies into close proximity. "Enough. Girl, do not struggle, it is futile. Behave yourself and observe the battle between Android 17 and Vegeta," Broly commanded. Heeding his words, Android 18 ceased her resistance. Yet the position left her flushed with embarrassment. Broly, upon noticing her reddened cheeks, was momentarily taken aback, his strength waning significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Android 18 swiftly extricated herself from Broly's grasp and shot him a fierce glare, choosing not to strike back. The onlookers were left speechless, bemused by how the fight had devolved into such an awkward entanglement. Meanwhile, the battle between Android 17 and Vegeta raged on with fervor. A resounding crash echoed as a figure was sent flying, colliding with a hillside and becoming ensconced within the rocky crevice, appearing utterly disheveled. Android 17's long hair danced in the tempestuous winds as he swiftly transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the dinted hill. He halted at a vantage point several meters above the ground, unleashing a barrage of dazzling energy waves, bombarding the already crumbling hill like a torrential storm. As dozens of energy waves converged in a web-like assault, a haughty roar erupted, followed by a burst of golden light akin to the blinding sun. Dressed in a blue battle suit, Vegeta's eyebrows shot up, his golden hair standing on end, radiating an overwhelming aura as he launched a swift counterattack against the multitude of energy waves. The collision of energies created a kaleidoscope of colors illuminating the sky, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous sounds. As their battle intensified, the ground trembled and cracked, while the clouds above seemed to swirl under the influence of their formidable power. "Is this all the strength you possess?" Android 17 taunted, a glint of disdain gleaming in his eyes. With a sudden surge of speed, he appeared before Vegeta, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes. Faced with Android 17's blatant provocation, Vegeta's expression darkened, yet he found himself unable to retaliate amid the relentless onslaught. Forced to dodge left and right. As Android 17's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, Vegeta's movements became clumsy, and after enduring a series of blows, he was forced to retreat, leaving a trail of golden light in his wake. With a resounding boom, Android 17 raised his fist, and before Vegeta could even react, he landed a devastating punch to Vegeta's chin. The force of the impact sent Vegeta hurtling backward, crashing into a vast expanse of barren land. Dust and debris soared into the air, swirling amidst the howling winds, as Vegeta's body sank into the cold earth. Android 17 chuckled derisively, his figure vanishing from sight only to reappear beside Vegeta. "You scoundrel!" Vegeta struggled to rise, but Android 17 pressed his foot firmly upon him, eliciting a painful groan as his body sank deeper into the earth. 17 gazed down at the utterly defenseless Vegeta and remarked coolly, "Your strength is still woefully inadequate." At that moment, Broly intervened. "Enough, Android 17. Though you are artificial beings, you do not seem to relish in slaughter. Why fixate on Goku? Is it not more fitting to engage with ordinary humans?" Upon hearing Broly's voice, Android 18 shot him a fierce glare before departing alongside Android 16 and 17. Not long after their departure, Broly's voice echoed through the air. 18, I shall come seeking you again, so await my return." Almost losing her balance in midair, 18 hastened her flight. The others regarded Broly with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. "What are you staring at? Let us head back," Broly declared. Meanwhile, Krillin handed a Senzu beam to Trunks, who was to feed it to Vegeta, and the group prepared to leave. Vegeta's face was ashen, his body trembling with rage. The humiliating defeat against the androids had inflicted severe torment upon him. What a disgrace! He bellowed in fury before soaring into the sky alone. "Let him be. Ever since he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his arrogance has returned. This blow is likely quite significant, Piccolo remarked, restraining Trunks, who sought to follow. Trunks paused, seemingly recalling something, hesitating to speak, then collected himself and pondered aloud. They do not resemble the androids I once knew. Those I encountered were not nearly as powerful. And their demeanor is entirely different, appearing far less brutal. Broly approached, saying, Trunks, allow me to examine your time machine. Trunks, somewhat perplexed, inquired, what's the matter? Oh, it's nothing. Just show it to me, Broly replied. 2 years ago, I discovered a time machine in the western suburbs, and I currently have it at home. You may take a look at it later. For now, please present yours. Trunks, astonished at the existence of another time machine, wondered how that could be possible. Nevertheless, he retrieved the capsule and tossed it out. Broly stepped forward, utilizing the time machine's internal modification recording instrument to document the temporal fluctuations of Trunks' world. Excellent, Broly exclaimed, elated. Does this mean I can traverse between these two worlds? Chapter 34, Broly versus Broly. For the moment, matters had reached a pause, and Piccolo seemed to have made a decision, taking flight towards the sacred world of the Kais. Broly intended to experiment with the time-space connections between his current dimension and that of Trunks. Accompanied by Trunks, he returned to Bulma's residence to inspect the time machine. He informed Bulma of his impending departure, urging her to take care of Cher, and Bulma, reluctant to part with Broly, bid him farewell. Once Broly had prepared his belongings, he commenced his attempt to link the time-space points. In an instant, he felt as though he had entered a kaleidoscopic tunnel, catching fleeting glimpses of something unfamiliar before it vanished. What lay before him was a desolate street, utterly ravaged and devoid of life, clearly not his own world. He had indeed succeeded, though the transition had been too swift for him to discern details. Closing his eyes, he concentrated intently, a surge of indignation rising within him as he realized the global population was less than 100,000. It was no wonder Trunks harbored such hatred for the androids. These creations were truly abominable. Although it did not concern him directly, witnessing such a scene ignited his fury. However, Trunks would return in a few days, and there was no need to engage with him. Yet, a lesson could certainly be imparted. Soon, he sensed an energy fluctuation and let out a disdainful snort, activating his instantaneous movement. Androids 17 and 18, with sinister grins, proclaimed they had granted a 10-second head start. Why were they so slow? As they spoke, they unleashed energy blasts. Though their power was not overwhelmingly destructive, capable only of claiming a few lives at a time, clearly aiming to instill terror before killing slowly. With a flicker of space, Broly appeared before them. It seems there are unfamiliar faces among us. Don't tell me they've come to defeat us. They scoffed. 17, this one is mine. These humans are dreadfully dull, but finally, someone interesting has arrived. 18 declared coldly, her malevolence palpable. How delightful it would be to have some fun. 17 echoed with a wicked grin. Observing the two, Broly was struck by the irony. They bore identical features yet were entirely disparate beings. Disinterested in further dialogue, he transformed in an instant, golden energy igniting around him. A Saiyan. The expressions of the androids shifted to seriousness. In this world, the presence of two Super Saiyans could indeed pose a challenge for them. With Trunks having manifested again, this was far from reassuring. They exchanged nods and cha, however. There was no time to pay them any heed. Far away, he sensed the direction of the southern galaxy, feeling an overwhelming and familiar aura. In an instant, he teleported to a distant planet, and with that came an unexpected sensation of kinship. Broly surveyed his surroundings, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Could fortune truly smile upon him? In an unknown part of this planet, a figure resembling a slumbering beast seemed to awaken, gradually coming to consciousness, emitting a low growl of anger. Broly took note of this and teleported closer, his gaze fixating on the person whose face was contorted in surprise, revealing that indeed he was not mistaken. It appeared that this being had been in a deep slumber prior. Broly was taken aback, for he beheld himself. Aside from a slight variation in attire and demeanor, the resemblance was strikingly uncanny. He regarded Broly 1, who represented the Broly from Trunks' world, with a sense of caution. Gradually, Broly 1 opened his eyes, his aura surging with intensity as he clutched his head in apparent agony, calling out, Kakarot. Kakarot. His voice resonated deeply, and suddenly he shouted, Kakarot. Upon gazing at the Broly before him, Broly 1 appeared momentarily perplexed, but soon summoned the remnants of his destructive rationality to inquire, Kakarot, where is he? Broly harbored a quiet suspicion, as it appeared that this individual had indeed slain his father. He had been wreaking havoc, and whenever fatigue overtook him, he would simply slumber. Now, Broly existed solely for destruction, devoid of any hope for salvation. He then uttered softly, "He is dead. In this world, Kakarot is truly deceased." Dead? Lacking the answer he sought, he remained lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a furious energy began to surge within him, and in an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Broly transformed instantaneously, elevating his power to the zenith of his ordinary state as a torrent of energy erupted, accompanied by streaks of lightning. Broly lunged forward in an instant. Devoid of any discernible technique, he raised his foot and delivered a swift kick to the opponent's face, causing him to stagger back several paces. A trickle of crimson blood escaped from the corner of Broly's mouth, yet he merely scoffed in contempt. With a flick of his wrist, he gathered a sphere of green energy and hurled it forth, unleashing a barrage of energy orbs that relentlessly assailed the adversary. Broly deftly evaded several energy orbs, propelling himself at astonishing speed towards Broly 1. In a swift motion, he delivered a powerful punch to the chest, followed by a fierce kick that sent Broly 1 hurtling through the air, crashing through vast expanses of forest and numerous boulders until he ultimately came to rest upon the surface of a lake nestled within the woods. Roaring. Roar. Broly 1 floated above the lake, unleashing a series of deafening roars as the surrounding space trembled and his power surged ever greater. He unleashed a green energy projectile, which Broly initially underestimated, attempting to sidestep its trajectory. However, the energy orb suddenly expanded to an immense 10 meters, leaving no room for evasion, and it struck him, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Broly rose from the ground, his fury igniting in an instant. He unleashed his maximum power, directing a green shockwave towards Broly 1. To his astonishment, Broly 1 countered with a fist, resulting in a tremendous explosion, yet he remained standing. At that moment, a fierce glint appeared in Broly 1's eyes, intensifying his rage. As his anger swelled, the atmosphere darkened, rumbling thunderously. Pebbles began to levitate, swirling into the air as Broly 1's energy surged. Suddenly, it was as if the center had erupted. A torrent of green energy waves erupted outward, and Broly 1's physique expanded dramatically, his height increasing from 2.3 meters to 2.6 meters. His pupils vanished entirely, while his golden hair transformed into a luminous green. Arcs of green electricity soaring skyward, heralding his legendary state. As the dust settled, Broly 1 bore a sinister smile, gazing at Broly with an unwavering intent for destruction. With a piercing scream, he lunged toward Broly, delivering a powerful punch, which Broly met with his own. The impact sent Broly 1 hurtling backward, while Broly stumbled back several meters. The two resumed their fierce confrontation, with Broly 1's energy continuing to escalate rapidly. Recognizing the peril, Broly resolved to unleash his full power to eliminate him. Allowing Broly 1 to grow stronger would spell trouble. Chapter 35. The return of Broly. At this juncture, Broly ceased to conceal his strength. His aura erupted in a magnificent surge. A cacophony of roars filled the air as a wave of destructive energy exploded forth, his stature soaring as he transformed. His golden hair morphed into a vibrant green, and his pupils vanished completely, signaling his transformation into the fabled state. Both warriors now stood in their legendary forms, and sensing an imminent threat, Broly 1 charged forward. In response, Broly unleashed a brilliant energy sphere to meet the oncoming assault. Upon witnessing the scene, Broly unleashed a green energy sphere toward Broly 1. The two energies collided, and Broly's luminous orb swiftly dissipated Broly 1's green energy sphere, propelling itself toward Broly 1. Sensing the imminent threat, Broly 1 deftly evaded, charging straight at Broly with primal instinct and a singular purpose: to rend the foe asunder. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of attacks, each employing direct assaults, prioritizing speed and strength above all. "Die!" Broly shouted, suddenly compressing an energy sphere before launching it. Broly 1 roared and charged forward, eschewing any evasive maneuvers, intent on overpowering his adversary with sheer might. Boom! Though his attempt was thwarted, resulting in injury, the pain only fueled his fury, elevating his strength to nearly match that of Broly's. With a maniacal laugh, Broly 1 surged toward Broly, their fists colliding with a thunderous impact. Both warriors were sent reeling, yet they paid no heed to their predicament, swiftly regaining their footing and propelling themselves toward each other once more. With a resounding crash, they collided, grasping each other's hands and engaging in a fierce test of strength. Broly suddenly struck, delivering a knee to Broly 1's chin. Unfazed, Broly 1 seized the opportunity to lift Broly into the air, delivering a powerful kick that landed squarely on him. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, their strength escalating with each clash. The very fabric of the universe seemed to tremble in response to their ferocity, with dimensional rifts beginning to manifest in space. The sound of their fierce combat echoed, a cacophony of impacts resounding as they continued their brutal assault. With a thunderous noise, they both momentarily retreated only to spring back into action, colliding once more with tremendous force. Broly delivered a powerful punch that struck his opponent, and with remarkable agility, he retaliated by launching a swift kick, sending him flying. At this moment, Broly's wounds, a result of his wish for immortality made to the gods long ago, were healing rapidly. However, Broly 1's injuries remained irreparable, and the advantage began to subtly shift. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Broly 1 erupted into a frenzied laughter, his aura surging once more, despite the severity of his wounds. In a state of extreme bloodlust and madness, he showed no concern, charging furiously towards Broly. In an instant, Broly reciprocated the charge, and the two engaged once again in a relentless and brutal melee. "Fall before me," Broly shouted, his fist slicing through the air with incredible speed. Broly 1 retaliated with a fierce punch, and with each collision of their blows, shockwaves erupted, producing a thunderous cacophony that reverberated throughout the battlefield. Broly, unwilling to linger in anticipation any longer, roared as he concentrated his power into his right fist, elevating it to its zenith, and charged toward Broly 1. In response, Broly 1 emitted a fierce cry, retaliating with equal fury, delivering a punch of his own. The clash resonated with a thunderous boom as their fists collided against each other's chests. Broly 1 was immediately sent hurtling backward, the impact compromising his speed and strength, a fresh wound appearing on his chest. Without allowing him to descend, Broly pursued relentlessly and unleashed a devastating punch that shattered Broly 1's feeble barrier, landing squarely on his chest. The force of the blow sent Broly 1 crashing to the ground. Swiftly, Broly approached Broly 1, delivering a relentless barrage of punches upon him. Ultimately, with a powerful kick, Broly sent Broly 1 soaring through the air, sliding across the ground for several dozen meters before coming to a halt, crashing heavily onto the earth. At this moment, Broly 1 was gravely injured, unable to maintain his legendary form, reverting to his original state as he collapsed, coughing up blood. Broly stood before him, grinning. "Indeed, you are the first to compel me to exert my full strength, and the first to withstand such a prolonged battle against me. As a reward, I shall ensure that both you and this planet vanish. Farewell, Broly 1. Meanwhile, Broly continued to murmur, cough, "Kakarot, Kakarot." Suddenly, with a mighty roar, Broly enveloped himself in a protective barrier and ascended into the cosmic expanse. He gathered a colossal energy sphere in his hands and hurled it toward the planet. Upon impact, the planet erupted like a firework, disintegrating into the void of space, with Broly 1 vanishing alongside it. Well, it's time to return. I wonder how things are on Earth now. Has Cell achieved his perfect form? Contemplating this, he instantaneously departed from that temporal point. Meanwhile, on Earth, Cell emerged from the depths of the Earth, seeking to enhance and empower himself by absorbing the essence of humanity, resulting in the tragic demise of countless inhabitants. In response to an adversary even more formidable than the androids, the Supreme Kai and Piccolo finally fused, amplifying Piccolo's strength. However, the Dragon Balls on Earth had vanished. In a confrontation with Cell, Piccolo not only triumphed over him, but also cunningly extracted the truth of Cell's origins and intentions. Just as the powerful Piccolo intended to eliminate him, Cell executed a solar flare, utilizing the terrain to escape. To overcome such a formidable foe, Goku resolved to transcend Super Saiyan. He brought Vegeta, Trunks, and Gohan to the hyperbolic time chamber of the Supreme Kai's temple, where one day outside equated to a year inside. Due to the restriction of admitting only 2 individuals at a time, Goku allowed Vegeta and Trunks to enter the training chamber first. During the fierce confrontation between Android 17 and Piccolo, Cell made his appearance. Despite Android 16's intervention, Android 17's arrogance ultimately led to his absorption by Cell. After evolving, Cell easily overpowered 16 and the others, culminating in Tien sacrificing himself to enable Android 18's escape. Once Vegeta completed his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he arrived before Cell, where he effortlessly dominated the semi-perfect form of Cell, provoked by Cell's taunts. Vegeta inadvertently assisted Cell in absorbing Android 18, enabling Cell to attain his perfect form. However, he was swiftly taught a harsh lesson by Cell, who boasted about his prowess, subsequently defeating the late-stage Super Saiyan Trunks. Cell then declared that in 10 days, he would host the World Martial Arts Tournament, with himself as the sole opponent. Should all participating fighters fail, he threatened to annihilate the Earth before soaring away. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and at the Cell Games arena, Goku was engaged in an intense battle with Cell. At that moment, a distortion in space heralded the arrival of Broly, whose massive figure descended with a thunderous impact. Goku and Cell paused their fight, both perplexed by Broly's sudden appearance. It was only Goku and the others, excluding Cell, who immediately recognized him. "Broly," Goku greeted. Hearing Goku's voice, Broly turned his gaze towards him, his eyes devoid of pupils, startling everyone with his formidable presence. "What brings you here, Goku?" Broly inquired. "It's a long story, but to put it simply, another android has emerged. He has absorbed both Android 17 and Android 18, achieving his perfect form. That's the one standing to your left," Goku explained. After listening, Broly turned to face Cell, expressing his disdain. "Is this the caliber of opponent you wish to contend with? So you absorbed Android 18, did you? No matter, Goku. I shall take this match. I intend to forcefully extract 18 from his grasp," Broly declared with a contemptuous gaze directed at Cell and Goku. Goku and the others had no objections and quickly assented, though Goku proposed a match with Broly once Cell was dealt with, to which Broly agreed. Subsequently, Broly confronted Cell directly. At that moment, the Satan Brigade and reporters, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, shouted, "Sir, if you wish to duel, it must be done in order. No interference is allowed." Chapter 36. Crushing Cell. Krillin and the others admired the audacity of the reporters and the Satan Brigade, exclaiming, "What courage they possess." Meanwhile, Cell seethed with anger. Having transformed into his perfect form, he could not fathom being labeled as trash. Did they not recognize him as the most flawless and powerful warrior in history? With this thought, Cell vanished from sight, only to reappear in an instant, landing a kick squarely on Broly's head. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, as Broly remained utterly unmoved, not even bending his neck. With an icy glare, Broly challenged Cell, "Is this truly the extent of your power? I am deeply disappointed, Cell. I had anticipated a modicum of enjoyment from this battle, yet it appears you are nothing but garbage." With that, he swiftly unleashed a punch that connected with Cell's face, sending him hurtling backward. As Cell landed, he staggered to his knees, spitting out green blood. At this moment, Goku and the others were once again astonished. Could this truly be the Cell they had struggled against with all their might? How was he so weak? How could he not withstand even a single punch from Broly? The greatest shock was borne by Vegeta, who clenched his fists in frustration, realizing the vast chasm between his strength and Broly's. Meanwhile, the commentator excitedly proclaimed, "This is magnificent. Although this gentleman may not have adhered to the order, he has felled Cell with a single blow. It appears Cell is finished." Piccolo, possessing the wisdom and experience of a deity, was equally astonished. That was Cell, to be taken down by a single punch. Clearly, he is no match for Broly. Though I was aware of Broly's strength, I had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. Cell, coughing and glaring with bloodshot eyes, rose to his feet, bellowing in fury, "You little brat, I will not spare you. Is that so? Then let me witness your prowess. Spare me your grandiloquence," Broly retorted, beckoning with his finger. "You think that was all my power? Allow me to demonstrate my true strength." Cell roared in rage, raising his energy to its peak, approaching the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. Even so, others were taken aback. With a resounding crash, a swift punch landed squarely on Broly's face. Shilu initially wore a smug expression, but soon realized something was amiss. The punch had struck Broly without eliciting any reaction, failing even to make him turn his head. This revelation shocked Shilu, yet he did not halt his assault. As he prepared to follow up with a left punch, Broly countered with an even swifter left jab to Shilu's face. Before Shilu could react, a right punch followed, culminating in a devastating elbow strike that sent him sprawling to the ground. Broly disdainfully remarked, "Is this your true power? Pathetic. Garbage is merely garbage. With such feeble strength, how dare you proclaim yourself the strongest warrior in the world?" With that, he delivered a powerful kick, sending Shilu hurtling like a marionette with severed strings, crashing violently into the mountainside, where he was buried beneath the rubble. At that moment, Sun Wukong, witnessing Broly's formidable strength, exclaimed with excitement, "Broly is truly impressive. I can't wait to have a match with him. This is fantastic." The others looked at him in disbelief. With a thunderous sound, Shilu emerged slowly, clutching his abdomen, and roared, "You wretch! I am the epitome of perfection. I cannot possibly lose to you. I will not be defeated." As he spoke, his body swelled with newfound might. Trunks observed the one-sided battlefield and commented, "Shilu is solely focused on amplifying his power. While this state enhances his strength, it severely compromises his speed. He had just told me this not long ago, and now he finds himself repeating the same mistake." Wukong sighed in resignation. There is nothing to be done. The disparity in their powers is far too great. Shilu's strength cannot possibly affect Broly, and it appears he has reached a dead end. With Shilu's enlarged form came a surge in power, crackling with occasional sparks of electricity as he launched a punch at Broly, which was effortlessly caught by Broly's hand. A sinister smile crept onto Broly's face as he taunted, "You have disappointed me, Shilu. Is this truly all you can muster? You are so weak that I have lost interest in playing with you any longer. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, he delivered a crushing blow, sending Shilu crashing to the ground, leaving a distinct trail in his wake. Broly slowly approached Shilu and said, "Allow me to liberate you, to ease your burden." Shilu gradually rose to his feet once more, his eyes wide with intensity, veins of crimson surfacing. His chest began to swell as he covered his mouth. Yet to no avail. With a sudden gasp, he expelled a woman with golden hair. Broly swiftly seized the fallen android 18 and, in an instant, appeared before Goku, who was momentarily taken aback. Before Goku could respond, Broly vanished again, reappearing directly in front of Cell. As Cell expelled android 18, he let out a pained cry, retreating in despair, "Damn it! I won't let you off, you little brat." Meanwhile, Trunks, filled with exhilaration, shouted, "It's android 18. This is fantastic." Cell is not at his full power. In this state, even he can be vanquished. There's no need for concern. Broly let out a chilling smile. "You think you can escape unscathed? Do you possess any abilities yet to be unveiled? Then by all means, reveal them." Trash is merely trash, perpetually spouting meaningless drivel. With a fierce roar, Cell maximized his energy, his form swelling larger. Broly regarded him with cold disdain. "Haha, I shall ensure your demise." Cell cackled, "In just 1 minute. I will explode, and the earth shall follow suit." Broly stepped forward, and Cell warned, "You must not attack. The moment you touch me, I will detonate." "What will you do now?" The crowd gasped, as Goku's expression suddenly hardened, seemingly resolved to take action. "Is that so?" In an instant, Broly seized Cell, a protective shield materializing at his side, and in a fleeting moment, transported Cell to the vastness of space. He then waved goodbye, preparing for his own self-detonation. "I shan't entertain you any longer," and with that, Broly vanished in a flash. "You, stop right there. My hatred is boundless." Cell roared in futile anger, his eyes blazing with resentment. Yet, the self-detonation had commenced, spiraling beyond his control. His body, immobilized, began to swell uncontrollably, the energy within him surging violently, gradually leaking outward. His skin cracked, blood gushed forth, and his visage twisted grotesquely, resembling a demon of vengeance from the depths of hell, resigned to his fate. "I refuse to accept this." With a piercing howl, the ground trembled as a thunderous explosion resonated. In the emptiness of space, the medium for sound was scarce, rendering the explosion's echo feeble. Yet the immense shockwave radiated outward, stirring tumultuous waves in the once serene cosmos. Approximately half an hour later, tranquility returned. Goku and the others had not anticipated Broly would vanish with Cell, and they awaited his return. At that moment, Piccolo inquired, "Was Broly's transformation just now a Super Saiyan? Aren't Super Saiyans characterized by golden hair and azure eyes?" His form was not only more colossal, but those vibrant green locks and white pupils seemed far from ordinary. The group fell into contemplative silence, pondering the unknown. "If none of us understand, we shall await Broly's return to inquire," Goku suggested. And they all nodded in anticipation of Broly's reappearance. Chapter 37. The fall of Cell. Vegeta, however, was lost in thought, uncertain of his musings. Just then, Broly materialized before them, and the group quickly surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. "Broly, where did you send Cell? Is he dead? What is your current state?" Amidst a cacophony of inquiries, Broly found himself overwhelmed, exclaiming, "Please, quiet down. I shall address each question in turn. I sent Zero into the cosmos, but whether he lived or perished remains unknown. As for the third query, I believe Vegeta would possess the answer." With that, he directed the question towards Vegeta, who now stood under the scrutiny of the gathered crowd. At that moment, Broly extended his hand to receive Android 18 from Goku, while everyone awaited Vegeta's response. Vegeta, casting a glance at Broly, appeared to have an epiphany and spoke. I cannot affirm its accuracy, but it seems plausible. His appearance and demeanor suggest he may indeed be the fabled Super Saiyan. Trunks interjected, Super Saiyan? Are we not Super Saiyans ourselves? The crowd regarded Vegeta with puzzled expressions. No, it is not the same, Vegeta insisted. He is a Super Saiyan who emerges once in a millennium, a bloodthirsty and frenzied warrior of legend. That form is exclusive to the legendary Super Saiyan, and we stand no chance against him. Vegeta's voice was laced with reluctance. I am not bloodthirsty or frenzied, Broly retorted. Such behavior stems from an inability to control one's power, leading to emotional turmoil. However, I have mastered it completely, so there is no need for concern. Observing the anxious expressions of those around him, Broly reassured them. After some contemplation, the group nodded in agreement, realizing that had Broly lost control moments ago, he would have unleashed indiscriminate havoc. A collective sigh of relief washed over them. Goku, brimming with determination, inquired, So, do you still wish to fight? If so, I am ready. However, I must admit, you currently failed to pique my interest. Broly responded confidently. Goku assessed himself, then glanced back at Broly before declaring, Let us postpone our contest. I shall surpass you. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, gazing at Broly with a fierce resolve, vowing to one day surpass both him and Kakarot. As he prepared to take flight, suddenly, a beam of light shot towards them, prompting a collective shout of duck, as everyone dodged the incoming attack, which pierced the ground with ferocity. They turned to see Zero, reappearing with an air of triumph. A bewildered reporter remarked, What on earth is happening? Zero, who had vanished, has suddenly returned. Zero, adorned with a self-satisfied expression, emanated golden energy crackling with electricity, clearly signaling a significant boost in power. The crowd gasped. But we thought you were dead. Dead? Zero scoffed. I too believed I would not survive. Yet, fortune smiled upon me. After my self-detonation, my core remained intact, allowing for my resurrection, and now I have returned stronger than ever. Broly gazed at Cell and remarked, Is that trash that can only self-destruct still alive? Cell appeared somewhat anxious, and then bellowed, Do you think I am the same as before? Let me assure you, I am now far stronger than I was earlier. You believe it will be so easy to defeat me again? Is that so? Then allow me to witness your newfound strength. Broly charged forward, throwing a punch at Cell. Cell retaliated, and their fists clashed with a resounding crack. Cell's arm shattered instantly, prompting a cry of pain. Unfazed, Broly unleashed a powerful left punch, sending Cell hurtling backward. Before he could fly away, Broly seized his foot and slammed him violently to the ground, following up with another mighty blow. The earth trembled with a thunderous impact, creating a vast circular crater. Observing Cell, who was now gasping for breath, Broly coldly smirked, Is this all you've got? You dare challenge me with such feeble strength? Once again, you have disappointed me. I had hoped you would provide me with a bit of a workout, yet trash is ultimately trash, and no matter the circumstances, it remains inconsequential. I have lost all interest in toying with you. Prepare to meet your end. With that, he hurled Cell into the sky, unleashing a powerful energy wave. Cell barely had time to scream before he vanished, leaving not a single cell behind. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. They had felt the formidable power of the revived Cell, yet he was swiftly dispatched by Broly in mere moments. Such overwhelming strength only ignited the fighting spirit within Goku and Vegeta, solidifying their resolve to train harder. After Cell's demise, Android 18 slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing Gohan and the others, she was taken aback. Wasn't I absorbed by Cell? Suddenly realizing something was amiss, she looked down and noticed she was half embraced by a man. Let me go? She exclaimed, struggling in vain against Broly's grip. Calm down, woman. Remain still, or I shall spank you. Broly quipped, continuing to hold onto her. Could you please set me down? She requested, to which he replied, No. Soon, everyone gathered around, inquiring about Broly's whereabouts in recent days. He responded, Oh, I didn't go far. I merely visited Trunks' world. Yes, Trunks, after you went there. You just needed to deal with Android 17 and Cell. I have already captured 18. Subsequently, I fought against my counterpart from Trunks' world, which is why I have only just returned. Ah, the crowd gasped in astonishment. What is there to be surprised about? I had Bulma modify the time machine used by Cell to create a device that records temporal coordinates. I used it to document the coordinates of Trunks' time machine and simply traverse the dimensions. Broly explained nonchalantly. Oh, can you not be so dramatic? Broly sighed, then continued. In that world, I encountered myself in the southern galaxy. The individual, seemingly plagued by misfortune and brimming with fury, confronted me with the inquiry, "Where is Kakarot?" Before initiating hostilities. In a swift turn of events, he metamorphosed into the very form I had encountered earlier. With no other recourse, I was compelled to exert my utmost strength in battle, ultimately managing to subdue him. Trunks exhaled in relief, astonished by the magnitude of peril that loomed in my world. Far more terrifying than the androids. Fortunately, the threat has been vanquished. Broly remarked, "Well, it's settled. You can rest assured." He then turned to Trunks and said, "Trunks, I believe I have a fair understanding of your world. At this moment, the androids in the yet-to-appear cell are no match for you. However, I offer you a piece of advice." Trunks inquired, "What is it?" Broly remarked, "Though uncertain, your world likely harbors an entity even more formidable than the recently encountered cell, currently sealed away. The key to unshackling this power lies in the energy of a mighty warrior. Therefore, after vanquishing the androids in cell, it would be prudent for you to refrain from exhibiting excessive strength, lest you attract unwanted attention. Of course, should you possess power surpassing that of Lightning Cell, then you shall have no cause for concern." The crowd was taken aback. Stronger than Cell. Trunks, understanding the implication, nodded in agreement. "Yes, I comprehend." At that moment, a journalist, previously a mere observer, approached. "Excuse me, sir, may I inquire your name and your feelings regarding the defeat of Cell?" The crowd. "Should I commend your professionalism?" Broly, somewhat at a loss for words, decided to offer a polite response. "It is of little consequence, merely a duty owed by every individual. As for my name, let us forego that. I prefer not to be disturbed." With that, he bid farewell to the gathering, took hold of Android 18, and vanished through instant transmission while the others dispersed. Chapter 38. Emotion and Sweetness. The aftermath of the Cell incident swiftly transitioned into a month of relative peace, with the world's order progressing as anticipated toward a brighter future. Contrary to the original narrative, Din did not ascend as a savior. Since Broly returned with Android 18 to Bulma's residence, Bulma initially exhibited some resistance upon encountering 18. Nevertheless, Broly felt fortunate, as their battle against Cell had seemingly piqued her interest. Given his fondness for 18, he welcomed this development with delight. Over the course of the month, Bulma and Android 18's rapport flourished, with Bulma becoming increasingly attached to 18, aware that the modifications had erased her former memories. One day, as Broly played with Cher, Bulma watched the scene with warmth, cherishing the hope that their lives would continue in such tranquility, free from adversaries, allowing them to enjoy a blissful existence together. Yet, as Android 18 observed this tender tableau, she suddenly felt superfluous, lost in the happiness before her, contemplating whether her feelings were merely one-sided. Just as she prepared to depart quietly, Bulma, ever attuned to 18's expressions, intercepted her with a smile, asking, "Where are you going, 18? In that moment, 18 found herself momentarily bewildered, pondering where this world might lead her and where her true home lay. Bulma smiled and said, "Since number 18 has nowhere to go, why not join us? It seems my lecherous husband has taken quite a liking to you. Although I harbor some reluctance, I understand that he is not someone I can control alone. So, number 18, would you be willing to help me keep an eye on this rogue?" At this moment, Broly found himself at a loss for words, pondering when he had become a lecher. With his formidable strength, if he were truly a libertine, he would have long since established a harem. Naturally, he could only silently complain within his mind. Android 18 gazed intently at Broly but turned to Bulma and inquired, "What does he mean?" Bulma cast a glance at Broly, and her meaning was unmistakable. "You're in luck." Broly solemnly stated, "If you are willing, we shall be one family." As he gazed upon the two women standing together, along with his daughter cradled in his arms, a wave of contentment surged within him. "Once I ascend to the realm of the divine and complete my challenge against Whis, I shall be able to remain joyfully with them forever." The recent battle in Trunks' world against Broly 1, although somewhat arduous, yielded significant benefits. This clash has enhanced my ability to control my energy, and my strength has notably increased. Should I unleash my full combat potential, I would be able to contend with Super Saiyan 4 at full power. However, I remain uncertain about the true nature of the divine realm. It seems I must consult the Supreme Kai or the Elder Kai to gain insight into this matter. Nevertheless, I shall not dwell on it any longer for now. Bulma led number 18 into the room, with Broly following closely behind. He observed the two women sitting together, whispering to one another. A faint smile unconsciously appeared on Broly's face. He considered himself a fortunate man to have won the affections of both women. Bulma, noticing Broly's smile, inquired, What are you grinning about, you big flirt? However, Broly offered no response. Instead, he gradually approached Bulma and Android 18, embracing them both and gently placing them on his knees, bestowing a kiss upon each of them. He remarked, Android 18 has just joined our family, so make sure to get along well. Both Bulma and Android 18 shyly nodded in agreement. In the ensuing days, Broly took the two ladies on delightful excursions around Earth, indulging in leisure and shopping. As emotions deepened, everything naturally fell into place. Over the course of several days, Broly was fortunate enough to share a bed with both women. Initially, Bulma felt a sense of bashfulness, while Android 18 remained silent. Yet, through Broly's persistent and bold advances, he eventually succeeded. Broly finally grasped the meaning behind the saying. From this moment, the king does not attend court, as he found the experience overwhelmingly intoxicating, easily leading to a loss of ambition, especially with two women, each possessing their own allure, one elegantly beautiful, the other charmingly cute. Reflecting on this, he understood why the ancients proclaimed, the realm of tenderness is the grave of heroes. For such words rang undeniably true. Under the warm embrace of time, Broly and his companions led a blissful existence, while Shuer flourished rapidly under their nurturing care. Everyone diligently honed their skills, and time swiftly passed by. Chapter 39, The Demise of the Malevolent Wave. As time sped by, 7 years elapsed in the blink of an eye. Everyone was immersed in rigorous training, and during these 7 years, significant transformations occurred among Goku and his friends. Following the incident with Cell, although the military failed to locate Broly, they did find Goku and others. It was during this time that King of the Dog Kingdom finally recognized Goku as the young hero who vanquished the Demon King Piccolo, which filled the king with immense gratitude. He inquired in detail about the battles Goku and his companions had fought, and upon learning about the capabilities developed through martial arts, he was even more astonished, realizing that humanity could attain such remarkable strength. The martial arts, long regarded merely as a means of physical fitness, proved to be astonishingly powerful. Thus, he proposed the establishment of a martial arts academy to instruct aspiring warriors. Goku and his friends fully supported the idea of cultivating just and strong protectors for Earth. Yet Goku expressed his own challenges, stating that he lacked sufficient time to mentor disciples, especially since many had barely begun their martial arts journey. They could at best be considered slightly more skilled in combat than the average person, unable to grasp the concept of energy and without fundamental understanding. They could not comprehend this world. The king chuckled, suggesting the recruitment of some martial artists to lay a foundation, who could then guide newcomers in their martial arts initiation. He proposed constructing a circular martial arts sanctuary centered around Baozi Mountain, complete with various amenities and commercial streets, which, once completed, would evolve into a luxurious metropolis. Consequently, Goku convened with Krillin and others. Krillin and Yamcha resolved to establish a Turtle School martial arts academy, while Tien and Kaiatsu reopened the Crane School, leading those with potential towards the path of martial arts. They encouraged their students to challenge the Korin Tower, allowing those who could ascend to receive further guidance in their training. Before long, towering skyscrapers sprang up around Baozi Mountain, and the area within a 50-kilometer radius of Goku's residence became his private domain, with strict prohibitions against intrusions that might disturb Mr. Goku's tranquility. In the heart of the city, a statue of Goku was erected, and the king proclaimed Goku's childhood triumph over the Demon King and his confrontation with Cell to the world, declaring him the honorary mayor of Baozi Mountain. Thanks to the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy, Goku and his friends prospered immensely, achieving wealth beyond measure. Meanwhile, Gohan commenced his high school journey. Today, the weather was as radiant as ever, with Broly engaged in gravity training with Shuer, while Bulma and Android 18 observed from outside, occasionally revealing signs of concern. At that moment, a wave of sinister energy surged forth, prompting Broly to halt the training and instruct Bulma to take Shuer for a bath. Just then, the phone in the room began to ring. Broly, do you feel that? Such a wicked aura. But it seems it's not from Earth. Broly focused intently, suddenly widening his eyes and declaring, this seems to emanate from hell. We must consult Goku. It appears we have an intriguing adversary on our hands. After concluding the phone call, I conferred with Bulma and number 18, and we were promptly transported to the sacred realm. Meanwhile, an extraordinary phenomenon was unfolding on Earth, as numerous deceased individuals inexplicably returned to life. Goku entrusted his sons, Gohan and Goten, with the responsibility of addressing the ongoing issues on Earth, while he himself ventured to the sacred realm in search of Broly. Over the years, Vegeta had also found a partner on Earth, finalized his divorce, and welcomed a son, whom he named Trunks. At that moment, Vegeta, following the trace of Goku's energy, ascended to the sacred realm, where Piccolo also made his appearance. As the group congregated in the sacred realm, King Kai conveyed urgent news to Broly and the others. A grave incident had transpired in Hell. The soul-cleansing machine had exploded, releasing malevolent energy that coalesced into a being known as Evil Thought Wave. He urged them to hasten to Hell without delay. In an instant, the group, clutching Goku and Broly, teleported before King Kai, who, recognizing the severity of the situation, instructed them to proceed directly to Hell to confront Evil Thought Wave. For it was imperative to restore order to both Hell and the world. Broly and the others suddenly appeared before the malevolent wave, engaging in a heated debate. Ultimately, Son Goku took action. However, even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, he struggled against the corpulent malevolent wave. He then transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and charged forward. Just as in the original story, the rotund malevolent wave, after sustaining blows, morphed into a super evil, lean malevolent wave. Goku intensified his assault, yet the malevolent wave continually evaded his strikes. After a while, Goku paused his onslaught, while the malevolent wave retreated to what it believed was a safe distance. Keeping a vigilant eye on Goku, Broly, and Vegeta, Goku, feeling frustrated, remarked, "This guy possesses considerable power but is exceptionally evasive. It's quite challenging to land a hit on him. Otherwise, I would have defeated him by now." Meanwhile, Broly watched Goku with excitement, astonished by his growth over the past 7 years. In contrast, Vegeta felt disappointed and resentful, as he had hoped that his years of rigorous training would finally allow him to catch up to, or even surpass Kakarot, only to find that the gap had widened. At that moment, the malevolent wave, agitated by the relentless pursuit, conjured a sword and slashed it through the air. Goku sidestepped just in time but was ultimately struck by the sharp sword's energy, sustaining an injury. The malevolent wave continued to swing its sword, forcing Goku to evade repeatedly until he was ultimately ensnared in a blood pool by the wave's magic. As the malevolent wave prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Goku, Vegeta unleashed a ki blast, catching the wave off guard, allowing Goku to break free from his confinement. Infuriated, the malevolent wave launched a punch into the air, seemingly tearing through the fabric of space, and instantaneously appeared before Vegeta. Vegeta barely managed to evade the attack, but the wave continued its relentless assault. And despite his efforts to dodge, Vegeta was ultimately struck and sent flying. At this moment, Broly chuckled. "It has been ages since I've encountered such an entertaining opponent." Goku. "Vegeta, you are not his match. Allow me to handle this." Though Goku and Vegeta were reluctant to accept this assertion, they recognized the truth in his words and stood behind Broly, nursing their injuries. The malevolent wave, now wary, fixed its gaze on Broly, who approached it with a smile. In truth, the malevolent wave is not so formidable. If its power surpassed ours, we might be at a loss. But it is evident that its strength is inferior to ours. It relies solely on magical abilities to evade our attacks. Without those abilities, Goku could contend with it. Now, watch me. With that, he vanished from sight in an instant and delivered a powerful punch toward the malevolent wave. Broly deliberately slowed his attack, allowing the wave a chance to react. As the wave attempted to evade Broly's strike, a sinister grin spread across Broly's face, and he shouted, "Foolish malevolent wave." A luminous shield suddenly materialized around my hand, enveloping the malevolent energy wave, which was instantly immobilized in its process of disintegration. At that moment, Broly extended a finger, and beams of emerald light swiftly penetrated the fragments of the malevolent energy wave. In an instant, countless green spikes erupted, transforming the fragments into a multitude of spherical hedgehogs, densely packed and resolutely impeding the disintegration. The malevolent energy wave emitted a sorrowful whimper, as if it had sustained a grievous wound. Broly sneered, "Humph, decompose. Continue to decompose for me to witness." His tone was chilling to the bone. However, the malevolent energy wave, in its second form, finally uttered a phrase, "So." Without any final words, "I bid you farewell." Broly replied coldly. A frenzied glint appeared in the eyes of the energy wave, causing all decomposed entities to glow red. Broly's gaze turned icy. Did it still intend to self-destruct? Suddenly, he clenched his fist, and all the pierced cells exploded with a resounding bang. The malevolent energy wave emitted a cry of agony as the remaining fragments gradually reformed into a portion of itself, though its size was now less than a third of its original. In terror, The energy wave attempted to flee, but alas, its magic was shattered under Broly's relentless blockade. It was ultimately obliterated bit by bit. In the end, the malevolence was entirely eradicated, leaving only the bewildered underworld workers, who, upon awakening, screamed in fright and fled. The tragic energy wave, possessing power not inferior to that of Majin Buu, had boasted for a while in the original theater. Yet it was swiftly vanquished upon entering this world. Chapter 40. The imminent epic battle. At this moment, Son Goku, having consumed a Senzu bean, approached Broly. I initially thought that even if I couldn't surpass you, my strength would be comparable. I never expected that the malevolent energy wave, which I couldn't handle, was effortlessly dealt with by you. It seems there remains a significant gap between us. Broly chuckled in response, had it not decomposed and chosen to confront me directly. I could not have dispatched it so easily without utilizing my full strength. Goku nodded in agreement. At that moment, Broly spoke again. Goku, I heard that during these 7 years, you spent 3 of them training on King Kai's planet in the underworld and participated in the underworld's martial arts tournament. Did you acquire any new techniques? Goku nodded. Indeed, I learned a new technique, fusion. Broly, familiar with this technique, smiled upon hearing the explanation. Goku, how about you and Vegeta fuse and then battle me? I wish to see how formidable the 2 of you become in fusion and whether I can match you with all my strength. What do you think? Goku was visibly excited and turned to Vegeta. Although Vegeta was reluctant, feeling frustrated that he could not confront Broly with his own power. The prospect of battling Broly was undeniably enticing, driven by an insatiable desire to ascertain the extent of the disparity between himself and Broly. He resolved to exert greater effort in his training, striving to surpass both Broly and Kakarot, for he is the prince of the Saiyans. Over the years, he has languished beneath the shadows of these 2 formidable warriors, fostering a deep-seated resentment. Thus, when Broly proactively proposed a battle involving himself and Kakarot, he was greatly intrigued. Although the thought of relying on external abilities chafed at his pride, the mere opportunity to engage in combat with Broly, to comprehend the gulf that lay between them, was an enticing prospect he could not dismiss. Initially, upon witnessing the fusion technique, he contemplated surrendering, yet the prospect of clashing with a fully unleashed Broly rekindled his determination. He momentarily set aside the pride of a Saiyan and the seriousness of Kakarot, dedicating himself to mastering the fusion technique, all for the singular purpose of battling Broly. Once Vegeta became adept at the fusion, Broly led him and Goku to the North Kai, where they exchanged greetings. Broly then requested the North Kai to inform their families on Earth and the other inhabitants, before instantaneously transporting Vegeta and Goku to a desolate planet. At that moment, Vegeta and Goku commenced their fusion. A dazzling burst of light erupted instantaneously. As the brilliance began to subside, a new warrior emerged, clad in a black vest, with golden energy surging upward, assuming the form of a Super Saiyan, with a distinct hairstyle reminiscent of both Goku and Vegeta. He exuded a chilling demeanor, the newly born fused super warrior. Meanwhile, back on Earth, the presence of this formidable energy caught the attention of many. The North Kai, utilizing the antenna-like protrusion on his forehead, monitored the unfolding battle. In the underworld, having just restored order, King Yama watched the impending epic confrontation on a television screen, while the people on Earth focused on the impending clash with the assistance of the crystal ball wielded by the fortune teller. At this moment, on the Kaioshin planet, the sheer magnitude of power was palpable. When did such formidable beings descend to the lower realms? He mused, beginning to observe the upcoming battle with keen interest. Broly chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, this is truly remarkable. Such power makes things interesting. Who are you now?" The golden-haired warrior responded, "I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one destined to defeat you. My name is Vegeto." "Vegeto, is it? Then I shall not hold back." With that, Broly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, unleashing his full might for the first time at the onset of battle. He assumed a battle stance and declared, "Come forth. I hope this fight proves exhilarating." Meanwhile, everyone watched anxiously, anticipating the monumental clash between the fused warrior Vegeto and the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. The great battle was about to commence. Chapter 41. The first battle of Broly versus Vegeto. At that moment, everyone on Earth was fixated on the crystal ball of the fortune-telling lady, awaiting the impending confrontation. Son Gohan then inquired, "Uncle Piccolo, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Piccolo gazed at Gohan and replied, "I cannot say. The power of both fighters surpasses ours by a significant margin, making it difficult to predict the outcome." As Broly and Gogeta faced each other, They paused momentarily before simultaneously launching their first moves, both unleashing a ki blast. This technique, ideally suited for gauging an opponent's reactions, was fittingly employed at this juncture. In an instant, both combatants surged forward. Curiously, they relied on fundamental martial arts techniques rather than showcasing overwhelming power. They exchanged blows for an extended period, inflicting minimal damage to each other, with only occasional strikes landing on non-critical areas. Consequently, both bore marks of their confrontation. Yet neither sustained any significant injuries. Despite this, the sheer intensity of their clash manifested palpably to onlookers. The air crackled with the collision of emerald green and golden energy, resonating with explosive sounds. The tremendous force began to reverberate through the earth and mountains as Broly and Gogeta, two titans at the pinnacle of strength, engaged in fierce combat. Onlookers, including Gohan, Piccolo, and the denizens of Earth, as well as the Supreme Kai, North Kai, and King Yama, were captivated by the spectacle. Though aware of the disparity in power, their shared passion for martial arts rendered them enthralled, particularly by the climactic showdown between Broly and Gogeta, which held an irresistible allure for any warrior. With a resounding impact, their fists collided once more, forcing Broly and Gogeta apart. Broly declared, "Our warm-up is nearing its conclusion. What follows will not be so easily managed." Gogeta, equally confident, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have grown accustomed to this level of power. It's time to get serious." Gasps of astonishment echoed among the spectators. What? That intensity was merely a warm-up? Without further ado, both warriors immediately maximized their energy, vanishing from sight as they charged towards one another. Gogeta leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick with formidable force. Broly lifted his foot, and with a resounding thud, both combatants were sent flying. Before they could react, they simultaneously propelled themselves off the ground and charged at one another once again. Goku struck a powerful punch aimed at Broly's face, but Broly swiftly evaded to the side, raising his right leg to deliver a fierce kick towards Goku. In response, Goku, having missed his initial punch, lifted his right leg to block Broly's strike. Subsequently, Goku unleashed a ki blast from his left hand, targeting Broly directly. As Broly regained his footing, he had no time to dodge and could only bring his hands together to shield himself. The blast did not explode but created an opening, causing Broly to lean back slightly. Goku seized the moment, rapidly closing the distance and delivering a powerful punch. The first blow was barely deflected by Broly, but the second landed squarely. The third punch sent Broly hurtling backwards. Goku accelerated to pursue the retreating Broly, intending to land a few more blows. At that moment, Broly pressed one hand against the ground and kicked upwards, aiming for Goku's chin. Goku instinctively raised his hands to block. Broly swiftly executed a spin and regained his footing, then charged at Goku, delivering a punch aimed at his abdomen. Goku retaliated with a punch of his own, but their fists narrowly missed each other. Broly's punch struck Goku's abdomen, while Goku's hit Broly's face, resulting in both fighters being sent flying, crashing into nearby hills. At this moment, Goku elevated his energy to the Super Saiyan 2 limit, unleashing a formidable aura that surged through the dust, compelling even Broly to glance aside. Broly's eyes gleamed with excitement as he laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Now this is what it means to be a super warrior. This is the most exhilarating kind of battle." With that, Broly also pushed his energy to its maximum. In an instant, both warriors vanished, charging towards each other. Their fists and feet collided with tremendous force, creating an explosive sound that reverberated through the air. The onlookers watched with exhilaration, realizing that witnessing such an intense battle was a rare opportunity that they could not afford to miss. "Broly, will he be all right?" Bulma asked anxiously, observing the fierce clash and the rising energy. Seeing Bulma's concern, Android 18 took her hand reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry, he will be fine." However, Android 18 was apprehensive that if the battle escalated further, the outcome might spiral beyond the control of the two fighters. After a fierce exchange, both warriors found themselves evenly matched. Following a final, violent clash, they withdrew from each other, with numerous scars adorning Broly's body and Goku having endured several heavy hits. Overall, their conditions were equally balanced. At that moment, Broly charged once more, delivering a punch that Goku blocked with his left hand. However, Broly continued his assault, following with a right-handed punch. Goku deftly deflected Broly's fist with his right hand and quickly advanced, reaching for Broly's neck. Broly was unable to evade in time and instinctively reached for Gogeta. Simultaneously, they unleashed a tremendous shockwave that erupted in an explosion, engulfing both combatants in a fiery blaze. In an instant, they were propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. leaving a deep gash upon the earth. Gradually, they rose to their feet, solemnly gazing at one another, their bodies marked with scorched traces. Though they remained still, the onlookers felt a surge of trepidation. Historically, Broly's battles rarely exceeded 10 minutes, characterized by a sheer dominance over opponents, typically resolved in mere moments. Yet this encounter proved to be exceptional. The fusion of Goku and Vegeta was indeed astonishingly powerful, with the battle now extending beyond 20 minutes. What outcome could possibly arise from such a fierce conflict? All eyes were eagerly fixed upon the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 42. The end of battle. The intensity of their clash escalated, with relentless exchanges of power reverberating through the air. The ground fractured, and mountains crumbled as the entire planet trembled violently. The exchange of techniques had diminished, giving way to a frenzied onslaught. Broly landed a blow to Gogeta's face, while Gogeta retaliated with a kick to Broly's abdomen. Their combat had transcended rationality, devoid of any constraints, driven purely by their instincts as warriors. Meanwhile, the spectators on Earth watched with bated breath, while Bulma's eyes flickered with concern. The battle raged on. Gogeta delivered an uppercut that sent Broly flying, then accelerated to pursue, launching another punch. At that moment, Broly unleashed a powerful energy wave from his hands. Gogeta deftly evaded, but Broly snorted derisively and shot another energy wave. Gogeta, unable to dodge in time, lifted a leg to deflect the attack. Subsequently, Gogeta executed instant transmission, appearing behind Broly and ensnaring him, enveloped in a golden aura, before crashing down to the ground like a meteor. With a thunderous boom, the earth shattered, rocks erupting and forming colossal trenches, the force of the impact immense. The two quickly separated, with Broly chuckling, "It seems your fusion time is running short. It is perhaps time to determine the victor. To battle you to this extent has truly exceeded my expectations." "Indeed, I too wish to conclude this fight," Gogeta replied. Having completed their energy enhancements, Broly gathered a compressed green energy sphere and charged toward Gogeta, who retaliated with the ultimate Kamehameha. The two energy blasts collided, neither yielding to the other. At that moment, both warriors intensified their energy output, causing the center of their confrontation to swell until, with a resounding explosion, they were simultaneously thrust backward, crashing into the rocky terrain. Now, only 5 minutes remained of their fusion. Gogeta prepared to unleash his absolute power to bring this battle to a decisive end. "Broly, I did not anticipate such a swift engagement, thus, I shall employ my utmost strength to conclude this struggle. However, this power can only sustain me for 5 minutes. Just as the 5 minutes conclude, I spread my arms wide and let out a mighty roar. At that moment, my hair begins to lengthen backward, heralding the birth of the Super Warrior, a fusion of the Super Saiyan 3 form. Broly felt the surge of power that had surpassed his current pinnacle and laughed heartily. "Excellent. Splendid. I eagerly anticipate the battle that lies ahead in the next 5 minutes." With that, he concentrated his energy into his fist and launched a direct strike towards Gogeta, who, in response, shouted fiercely and met him with a punch of his own. The ensuing explosion was tremendous. Broly was sent flying, while Gogeta merely staggered before regaining his footing and accelerating after Broly. He then delivered an elbow strike to Broly's abdomen. Caught off guard, Broly instinctively raised his right leg to defend, but the hasty motion resulted in him being slammed to the ground with a resounding crash, creating a massive crater. At that moment, Broly's power surged uncontrollably. He quickly ascended from the pit, raised his left hand, and unleashed a powerful energy wave. Propelling himself forward, he charged at Gogeta. Observing this, Gogeta deftly swatted the energy blast aside with his left hand and countered with a punch of his own. A thunderous impact ensued, and as Broly was sent reeling, he retaliated with a kick aimed at Gogeta. Gogeta, however, braced himself, blocking the strike with both hands. Just as he intended to pursue Broly, the latter swiftly regained his balance, launched off the ground, and attacked Gogeta again. Recognizing that Broly's energy was continuously escalating throughout the battle, Gogeta understood that delay was not an option. Otherwise, they would inevitably reach a stalemate. In a flash, he struck at Broly with a powerful punch. The two fists collided with an explosive force, sending dust and debris swirling. Broly was propelled away, and Gogeta seized the opportunity to accelerate and grasp Broly's right leg, hurling him skyward. Following this, Gogeta unleashed a Super Kamehameha, realizing he could not evade it. Broly crossed his arms to shield his face, bracing himself for the oncoming blast. Gogeta then soared into the sky, positioning himself behind Broly, and delivered a crushing blow to Broly's back. Broly plummeted towards the ground with a thunderous crash, creating yet another massive circular crater. However, he swiftly emerged from the pit, standing defiantly opposite Gogeta. Impressive, truly impressive. You are the first to make me feel this way. Huh. Let us commence the final strike and determine our victor, Broly declared, gathering a colossal green energy wave in his hands, while Gogeta concentrated his energy into the ultimate Super Kamehameha. Simultaneously, they unleashed their energy waves towards one another. The two blasts clashed fiercely, neither yielding an inch. As they both intensified their energy output, the core of their energy waves began to swell aggressively. Ultimately, an explosive detonation occurred, sending both warriors hurtling away. In that instant, Goku and Vegeta's fusion reached its limit, and the two separated rapidly, colliding against a mountainside before coming to a halt. Broly, too, crashed against the mountainside, momentarily halting his momentum. The three combatants struggled to rise, each displaying their own brand of tenacity in the face of adversity. Broly remarked, "It seems that you have the upper hand. Quite impressive indeed. I concede this match, but I hope to battle you once more in the future. However, I must utilize Super Saiyan 3 from the outset. Otherwise, it would lack excitement." Goku and Vegeta resolutely responded, "Next time, I do not wish to rely on fusion to fight. I want to face you with my own strength in a fair contest." With that, they exchanged knowing smiles. "All right, let us depart. We must return to Earth. This desolate planet is on the verge of destruction." Subsequently, they instantaneously transported themselves to Master Roshi's island, where everyone gathered around them, offering each a senzu bean. Afterward, they all returned to their respective routines, intensifying their training. Broly accompanied Bulma and Android 18 back, subsequently seeking a quiet place to reflect on the recent battle. Chapter 43, Prelude. As time passed, a month had elapsed since the bout between Broly and Gogeta. On this day, in a bustling street, a young man with short black hair, dressed in a distinctly scholarly manner, was sprinting down the road, murmuring to himself, "Oh no, oh no, if I don't hurry, I'll be late." With that, he quickened his pace. Onlookers would have been astonished, for his speed was remarkable, surpassing that of speeding automobiles. This individual was none other than the grown-up Gohan, who was on his way to high school. While Gohan was hurrying along, a series of gunshots rang out, causing him to halt abruptly. He spotted a nearby bank where pedestrians were screaming and fleeing in panic. A barrage of bullets ricocheted off the surrounding shops, as a group of robbers was pillaging the bank's treasures. Witnessing this chaos, Gohan sprang into action, vanishing from sight in an instant and swiftly neutralizing the robbers. To avoid drawing attention, he hastened towards his high school. The onlookers were left in disbelief, and whispers began to circulate among the crowd about the legend of the Golden Warrior. Gohan arrived at the school building and knocked on the wooden door of the teacher's office. "Come in." Upon receiving permission, he entered. After completing the necessary enrollment procedures, his assigned teacher guided him to his classroom. Following the teacher's introduction, as Gohan was about to sit in an empty seat, a short-haired girl called out, "Here, over here," while pointing to the adjacent vacant spot. Gohan made his way over, greeted her, and took a seat. As in the original tale, Gohan's inclination to meddle in others' affairs led to his true identity being discovered by Videl, who subsequently leveraged this knowledge to coerce him into participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament. In a moment of resignation, Gohan agreed to participate in the martial arts tournament. He subsequently shared this news with Broly, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin. Upon learning of Gohan's decision, Goku expressed his intention to join as well, prompting everyone else to declare their participation. Thus, the most prestigious martial arts tournament on Earth was about to commence. Before long, half a month had passed, and the grand event was on the horizon. Outside the tournament venue, the strongest warriors, led by Broly, Goku, and Vegeta, made their way into the bustling arena. The appearance of Goku alone drew countless gazes, for he had bravely confronted the demons that sought to conquer Earth on numerous occasions. Following them was Krillin, dressed casually as if merely out for a stroll. Then came Piccolo, cloaked in white, his countenance emanating a chilling aura, and lastly, Gohan, clad in an eccentric outfit, wearing a mask and sunglasses, alongside the laid-back tea drinker. The presence of these individuals compelled all pedestrians in their path to instinctively step aside. The formidable aura they exuded was palpable, especially from the trio at the forefront. Goku couldn't help but reminisce about the familiar scene. Years had flown by, and the tournament had seen countless iterations, transforming them from naive youths into established individuals, evoking a completely different sentiment. Upon arriving at the registration area, they each signed up before gradually entering the contestants' lounge, where they settled into convenient spots. Goku surveyed the competitors participating in this tournament, while Vegeta remained stoically silent. and Broly simply closed his eyes, awaiting the commencement of the preliminaries. As the number of registered participants in the lounge increased, so did the murmurs and cacophony of voices, leaving Goku and his friends to pass the time idly. Meanwhile, Gohan, still masked, decided to seek out the restroom. As he walked, he unexpectedly collided with another individual, sending them both tumbling to the ground. Ouch! The girl on the other side groaned as she rubbed her backside and stood up. To Gohan's astonishment, he recognized her as Videl, the daughter of Mr. Satan and his classmate from high school, dressed in a black-fitted t-shirt paired with loose sports pants. Videl looked at Gohan, her expression one of surprise. "I knew you would come to this tournament. I can't believe you're here too," Gohan replied, having previously wondered why he hadn't seen her. "I was just looking for you. I'm so glad I found you," Videl exclaimed, joyfully wrapping her arms around Gohan's. Feeling a bit bashful, Gohan scratched his head when suddenly, a youthful voice chimed in from behind. "Gohan, who is this woman?" As Sun Wukong regained his senses, he was taken aback to find a girl standing behind him, none other than Broly's cherished daughter, the endearing Chilai. Chilai and Videl appeared on either side of Sun Wukong, their eyes shimmering with an intensity akin to flames, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. "Brother, where are Dad and the others?" It was only then that Sun Wukong noticed his younger brother, Goten, accompanying Chilai. "How did you end up here?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Sister Chilai said she would bring me here for the tournament," Goten replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Chapter 44. The Realm of the Gods as the Four Conversed. They made their way towards the resting area of the martial arts tournament. Meanwhile, Broly and his companions chatted leisurely in the lounge, sipping sodas and enjoying their camaraderie. As time passed, the atmosphere in the lounge grew increasingly charged, with competitors eagerly anticipating the imminent clashes. Each warrior, whether driven by a passion for battle or the allure of prize money, yearned for the contest to commence. Sun Wukong and his companions were equally restless. For many contestants, the World Martial Arts Tournament might seem trivial, merely a chance to secure a lucrative reward. However, for Sun Wukong and Krillin's generation, it represented a cherished reservoir of youthful memories and fervor. Amidst the lively chatter, a relatively brief span of time elapsed before Broly and the others prepared to embark on the preliminary rounds of this illustrious tournament. Familiar rings, reminiscent scenes, and the well-known elimination format welcomed Sun Wukong and his companions as they stepped onto the battlefield, their hearts brimming with nostalgia for their youth. With an imposing presence, Broly and his allies intimidated their opponents merely through sheer force of will. A single glance or gesture rendered their adversaries paralyzed with fear. Krillin and the others also dispatched their foes with remarkable ease. Advancing smoothly to the top 16, they relished their victories. Fortunate that none of them encountered one another in the preliminaries, thus averting premature clashes among the strongest. After the elimination rounds concluded, the group shared laughter over past misadventures, recalling, for instance, how Sun Wukong feared his opponents exploiting his tail as a weakness, or the time Broly faced Piccolo for the first time, leaving Piccolo looking like a battered mess. Such memories intertwined, evoking nostalgia among the friends. "It seems we occupy at least half of the top 16, Krillin remarked, leisurely sipping a drink. Though Piccolo remained taciturn, he wholeheartedly concurred. After all, the galaxy's most formidable warriors had gathered here, and victory was all but assured. As they continued their jovial discussions about the tournament's trivialities, a figure approached them on their way to the arena for the draw. "Excuse me, are you Sun Wukong?" the stranger inquired. "Yes, that's me," he responded. Sun Wukong, scratching the back of his head in perplexity, inquired, "May I shake your hand?" With a look of curiosity, he extended his hand and clasped it with that of the stranger, confirming the rumors that surrounded him. "I apologize for the interruption," he remarked before taking his leave. The others, filled with curiosity, questioned, "Wukong, do you know that individual?" To which Sun Wukong, furrowing his brow with a serious expression, replied, "I suspect that this time, ascending with ease may not be a possibility for us." The group remained bewildered, uncertain of the stranger's identity. Meanwhile, Piccolo appeared visibly tense, while Broly observed the departure of the enigmatic figure with keen interest. "Ah, that must be the Supreme Kai," he thought to himself. "I should inquire about the nature of divine realms. If he is unaware, perhaps he can escort me to the Supreme Kai's domain. I shall retrieve the Supreme Kai's sword and question the old Supreme Kai." He pondered this quietly. Subsequently, everyone made their way to the martial arts tournament's lounge to participate in the draw for matchups. True to the original narrative, Krillin drew number 2, being the first to compete. His opponent, however, was an unimpressive, portly individual. The second match pitted Piccolo against the Supreme Kai, while the third saw Dilly face off against Spobovich. The fourth match featured the Supreme Kai's attendant, Jebit, against Gohan. Following this, Broly was slated to battle Yam. And the sixth match would see Sun Wukong take on Vegeta. The seventh bout was reserved for Android 18, and the eighth would witness Cher facing off against Goten. Once the draw was complete, everyone awaited the commencement of the main event, as Broly greeted the others before making his way towards the Supreme Kai. Broly approached the Supreme Kai, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and remarked casually, "Supreme Kai?" Although phrased as a question, it carried an undeniable certainty. The Supreme Kai and Jebit were momentarily taken aback, their minds echoing with shock as they displayed expressions of wariness. Jebit, equally apprehensive, stammered, Who are you? And how do you know my identity?" Broly smiled faintly and said, "Relax, I am Broly, and it was by mere chance that I learned of this. The Supreme Kai can lend you the Supreme Kai sword." At this moment, not only the Supreme Kai but also Jebit was taken aback, his mouth agape in shock. "How do you know about the Supreme Kai sword?" he stammered. Realizing his own indiscretion, he quickly composed himself and huffed. "The Supreme Kai sword is a treasure of the Supreme Kai realm. No one can draw it forth, and it certainly cannot be given to you." Broly let out a cold snort. "Do not presume that your status as Kaioshin and his attendant renders you immune to my wrath. I am well aware of your intentions for coming to Earth. Should you refuse my request, I cannot guarantee that your endeavors will proceed smoothly." The Kaioshin quickly stepped forward to dissuade him, saying, "Mr. Broly, this matter can be resolved amicably. However, how is it that you know the purpose of our visit to Earth?" Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Kai, Broly replied nonchalantly, "It would have been better if you had mentioned this sooner. As for your intentions," a smile graced his lips as he turned to Yam and Spobovich, stating, "It pertains to their master, does it not?" The Supreme Kai sighed and acknowledged, "Indeed, you know well. Jebit, take him to the Supreme Kai's realm to retrieve the Divine Sword." Jebit, in a state of urgency, protested, but, "Lord Supreme Kai," the Supreme Kai interrupted him, saying, "Jebit, we are unable to wield the Divine Sword ourselves, and it is uncertain whether he can draw it forth." Realizing the futility of his resistance, Jebit reluctantly conceded, casting a fierce glare at Broly before declaring, "Very well, let us proceed." Subsequently, Broly exchanged farewells with the others and departed with Jebit to the Supreme Kai's realm. Upon their arrival, Jebit, in a state of frustration, remarked, "Do you see that? At the very peak of the mountain lies the Supreme Kai's sword. Whether it can be drawn or not depends on you. I must return to assist Lord Supreme Kai. Farewell." Broly soared directly to the summit. Seizing the Kaioshin's sword with a powerful grip, with a forceful heave, he extracted it, returning to the ground, which slightly buckled under the impact. Broly grasped the hilt and tip of the sword, and with a resounding crack, the divine blade shattered. He cast the sword to the ground. And at the moment of its break, a wave of energy surged forth, revealing an eccentric old man clad in the attire of a Kaioshin before Broly. The old man's gaze swept over Broly, momentarily flickering with surprise. Although Broly recognized him, he still inquired, "Who are you?" The old man replied, "As for me, I am Patero, the Kaioshin from 15 generations past." Broly said, "Old Supreme Kai, I have come to you today with a matter of importance. I trust you have noticed it as well. I wonder if you might assist me in resolving this issue?" The old Supreme Kai began to circle around Broly. Observing him closely, "Indeed, your dilemma can be addressed, and I am capable of providing you with the answers you seek." Broly was exceedingly pleased upon hearing this, and urged, "Old Supreme Kai, since you are already aware, I hope you can enlighten me about the true essence of divinity." "Very well, Broly," replied the old Supreme Kai. "Come, sit cross-legged, and I shall impart to you the secrets of attaining godhood. Whether you can comprehend them depends on your own fortune. If you grasp the teachings, you may ascend to divinity. With a keen intellect, it could take merely 6 months. However, if your understanding falters, the likelihood of success diminishes drastically, perhaps even throughout your lifetime. Judging by your countenance, it seems your intellect is quite promising." Broly approached the Elder Kai, seated himself in a lotus position, and the Elder Kai began to stretch his limbs. He inscribed peculiar symbols around Broly, seemingly forming a mystical array. Broly couldn't help but ponder whether this process would take as long as 25 hours, akin to Gohan's ascension. Fortunately, the Elder Kai circled around him in a unique manner, then extended his hand towards Broly, uttering an incantation that Broly could not comprehend. Subsequently, the array emitted beams of light that surged towards Broly, after which there was a profound stillness, and Broly remained with his eyes tightly shut. The Elder Kai proclaimed. Now, it is up to you to grasp this power. After a brief interval, Broly gradually levitated, unfurling his arms as a brilliant azure luminescence began to swirl around him, before gradually retracting into his being. His entire form radiated a vivid crimson glow, devoid of any extraordinary signs, while his hair transformed into a striking shade of red. Opening his eyes, he gazed at the Elder Kai, his irises a deep red set against black pupils. Observing his surroundings, Broly mused. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan God? Excellent. It appears you have begun to comprehend a portion of this power. At this moment, you have ascended to divinity, yet your understanding remains incomplete. Once you fully grasp this essence, your appearance will undergo further transformation. This current state could be regarded as the elementary level of divinity. Complete comprehension will elevate you to the true divine realm. With these words, the Elder Kai leaped in excitement. As Broly gradually descended to the ground, he bowed to the old Kaioshin and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your assistance." Old Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin, brimming with excitement, replied, "It is nothing. It is all due to your own profound insight. Indeed, I have finally created a god." After expressing his thanks, Broly instantly teleported to the martial arts arena. Chapter 45, the conclusion of the martial arts tournament. Simultaneously, in the martial arts arena, the Earth Martial Arts Tournament was in full swing. In the first match, Krillin effortlessly secured victory, while the second match featuring Piccolo against the Kaioshin was currently underway. As both contenders stepped onto the stage, a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of the Kaioshin's mouth. Piccolo, gazing at the Kaioshin, felt as if he were staring into an infinite starry sky. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. What is happening? Why can I not strike him? Struggling to clench his fist, he felt utterly devoid of strength, his mind racing with astonishment. Who exactly is he? The Kaioshin smiled slightly and remarked, "You will soon find out." The sudden words struck Piccolo like a bolt of lightning, and clenching his teeth, he declared, "I forfeit." Piccolo's abrupt decision took the Kaioshin by surprise, who then recalled, he was once a deity. It appears he has some understanding of my identity. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta regarded Piccolo's actions with astonishment. Piccolo remained silent until the Kaioshin stepped down, at which point he inquired, "He is the Kaioshin?" The unexpected arrival of the Kaioshin astounded the crowd. He urged everyone to refrain from intervening, regardless of what might transpire, and though puzzled, they complied. At that moment, Broly appeared before everyone, prompting a flurry of inquiries about his whereabouts. Broly replied, "I just visited the Kaioshin's realm to retrieve the Kaioshin's sword. Now, you all understand he is the Kaioshin, right?" Nods of acknowledgement followed, and Broly warned them to heed the Kaioshin shortly, as formidable adversaries would soon emerge. Goku, upon hearing of the impending threat, felt exhilarated and eager for action. In the third match, Videl, as in the original narrative, faced off against Spopovich. Regrettably, with Videl's current strength, she proved no match for Spopovich and was swiftly overwhelmed, suffering numerous blows before being knocked off the stage. Next came Gohan's match against Jebet. Due to Videl's severe injuries, Gohan implored Goku to procure a Senzu bean for her before he engaged Jebet in battle. Jebet, exuding an arrogant demeanor, challenged Gohan to unleash his full power. Gohan, somewhat irked by the taunt, responded, "If you wish to witness my full strength, I shall show you the Super Saiyan who transcends even the Super Saiyan." "What? A Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan?" Jebet exclaimed in disbelief, only to be swiftly subdued by Gohan's suddenly surging energy. With hair ablaze and surrounded by silver arcs of electricity, Gohan appeared strikingly formidable. What overwhelming energy! I wonder if I can withstand this force, the Kaioshin remarked, astonished. In the outskirts, Spopovich and Yim soon noticed the energy meter spinning wildly. Filled with excitement at the overwhelming energy they sensed, disregarding all rules, one dashed forward to seize Gohan, while the other prepared to absorb the energy. Gohan, realizing their intentions, shouted, "What do you intend to do?" He readied himself to strike, but suddenly felt an oppressive force binding him, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, Spopovich and Yim utilized their devices to extract the energy before departing. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions, having heeded the advice of Broly and the Supreme Kai, remained still, waiting for Spopovich and Yim to leave. After their departure, the Supreme Kai urged Goku and the others to follow, leading the way into the sky. Goku, along with Piccolo, Vegeta, and Broly, trailed behind. The Supreme Kai felt a surge of joy upon seeing Goku and Broly keeping pace, and then recounted the purpose of their visit to Earth. At that moment, Gohan, having been healed by Jebet, joined up with Videl. The host, feeling helpless, temporarily announced a pause in the match, much to the audience's dissatisfaction as they clamored for the competition to resume. After some deliberation, it was declared that Goku, Vegeta, and Broly would forfeit. Additionally, due to Spobovich and Yam's infractions, they were disqualified, allowing the tournament to continue. Following this, Android 18 easily secured a victory, leading to the next match between Shua and Goten. As they ascended to the arena, Shuj declared, "Goten, I won't go easy on you." Instantly, both assumed their stances. With Goten countering, "Neither will I, Sister Shua," they launched into a fierce exchange, battling from the ground to the skies, leaving the spectators in awe. One observer remarked, "I never anticipated these two youngsters would be so formidable." Ultimately, a victor emerged, with Shuj narrowly triumphing and claiming the win. Following Android 18's withdrawal from the competition, Shua was crowned champion. The host exclaimed, "It is truly unbelievable. Just moments ago, 18 forfeited. And now our champion of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament is the 8-year-old Shua. This marks the youngest champion in history. Let us cheer for our champion." A resounding wave of applause erupted, while Chi-Chi congratulated Bulma, whose face radiated an unremovable smile as she watched Shua wave and cheer at her. Chapter 46. The resurrection of Buu Goku and the others followed Spobovich and Yam to a desolate desert, where they spotted the duo landing before a 2-meter-high white capsule. "Babidi spaceship," Jebit exclaimed in delight. The Supreme Kai expressed excitement, stating, "So it was buried underground, shielded by a magical barrier to obstruct detection. No wonder we couldn't find it." Realizing we might return, he took precautions. As the hatch opened, a diminutive, insect-like figure floated out, followed by a towering silhouette. The East Supreme Kai, recognizing the figure, exclaimed in shock, "It's Dabura. I never imagined the Demon King Dabura would also be under his control." Dabura? Sun Wukong and his companions were unaware of the unfolding events. The Supreme Kai elucidated, "Do not underestimate him. Perhaps the strongest among mortals is among you. Yet without question, the most formidable in the demon realm is this Dabura." At that moment, Son Gohan and Jebit appeared, taking refuge behind a rock, while Biddy lagged behind and returned midway. Subsequently, after a brief confrontation with Spopovich, both he and his companion met their demise. Babidi exchanged a few words with Dabura before retreating to the ship's cabin, leaving Dabura standing alone. Meanwhile, Broly wore a smile and remarked, "It seems Dabura has discovered our presence." The group was startled and attempted to relocate, but Dabura was already upon them, leering as he spat at Piccolo and Krillin. Caught off guard, they were struck by his saliva, which soon transformed them into stone. In an effort to resurrect Buu, Broly swiftly ascended into the air, observing the scene below, while the Supreme Kai lamented the dire situation. In a fit of rage, Sun Wukong charged forward with a punch, which Dabura effortlessly evaded. Vegeta followed suit with several strikes, all of which were similarly dodged. Dabura retreated with a cold smirk, taunting, "You should return home." Heh. Vegeta, incensed, retorted, "You insolent fool." However, he quickly regained his composure and scoffed, "Did you misinterpret the situation, believing that defeating two weaklings makes you impressive?" Vegeta's sudden remark caught Dabura off guard, a sly grin forming on his lips. The East Supreme Kai urged everyone to attack collectively. Defeating Dabura would render Babidi powerless. Yet, the Supreme Kai's understanding of their abilities was limited, haunted by past encounters with Majin Buu that had shattered his composure. As Broly remained passive, Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, and Vegeta engaged in a dispute, ultimately resolving to let Gohan take the lead through a game of rock, paper, scissors, which Gohan won. Sun Wukong cautioned, "Gohan, unleash your full power. This opponent is no trivial matter." Gohan nodded, then unleashed a formidable aura, golden flames erupting around him, crackling with silver lightning. Observing this, Broly and Vegeta remarked to Sun Wukong, "This lad has been slacking over the years. His strength pales in comparison to what it was 7 years ago." Sun Wukong sighed. "What can we do? Chi-Chi has always wished for Gohan to pursue academia, so he rarely trains." As Gohan and Dabura clashed, their strengths appeared evenly matched, and soon both bore injuries. Amidst their fervent exchanges, the energy they emitted was absorbed by Majin Buu, who soon reached his desired power level. At that moment, Babidi opportunely unsealed Buu. Just as Gohan and Dabura each lost their combat effectiveness, Broly began to descend from the sky. Sun Wukong and Vegeta sensed a shift, their expressions darkening as they gazed towards the hatch. There, a rotund pink figure emerged alongside Babidi, prompting the Supreme Kai to exclaim in terror, The Majin Buu." Broly gazed with keen interest at the plump and seemingly adorable Majin Buu, While Son Goku's expression darkened, this was indeed Majin Buu, and he should not have underestimated the danger of his resurrection. Vegeta, displaying a hint of disdain, remarked, "Is this truly Majin Buu?" Babidi, observing that Dubra lay defeated on the ground, clearly exhausted, said, "Dubra, well done, but with Majin Buu revived, you are of no further use. Buu, eliminate him." Buu rubbed his belly, feeling a hint of hunger. He declared, "I shall consume him." With a playful flick of his antennae, he transformed Dubra into a colossal chocolate figure, promptly swallowing him whole. Following Dubra's demise, Piccolo and Krillin regained their senses. Meanwhile, Vegeta, underestimating Buu, transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and launched himself at Buu with unrestrained fury. He attacked relentlessly, yet Buu soon appeared grotesquely battered, while Goku, wearing a worried expression, noted that Buu's energy remained undiminished. Upon awakening, Piccolo and Krillin immediately sensed Buu's formidable power. They crouched low, observing Vegeta assaulting the rotund pink creature, wondering if this was indeed the mighty Majin Buu spoken of by the Kaioshin. Such immense energy. Ah, Vegeta has attained Super Saiyan 2 as well, they mused. Conversely, Broly observed the clash with disinterest. Chapter 47. Goku vs. Buu. As Buu had only recently awakened, his power was still somewhat unstable, making him an easy target for Vegeta's relentless blows. This only fueled Buu's frustration and anger, causing smoke to billow from the openings on his head. As his fury intensified, so did his strength, surpassing even Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 form. Vegeta, akin to a punching bag, was mercilessly tossed around by Buu, unable to mount any defense. He was pummeled from the sky to the ground, left battered and bruised, sinking into the earth beneath him. Shocked and unwilling to accept defeat, Vegeta pondered how his opponent had suddenly become so formidable. The injuries he sustained diminished the once mighty aura of the Super Saiyan. As Goku witnessed Vegeta's rapid decline at Buu's hands, he understood Vegeta's pride and refrained from intervening. Broly stood with arms crossed, showing no intention of joining the fray. Goku then said to Broly, "I'll take the lead. I wish to test my strength against Buu." Broly nodded in agreement. The Kaioshin, however, interjected, "This cannot stand. We must all join forces to defeat Buu." Yet Goku responded with confidence, "Do not worry, Lord Kaioshin, I will handle this." Observing Goku's assured smile, the Kaioshin found himself unwittingly relaxing. At that moment, Buu had rendered Vegeta gravely injured and unconscious. Goku instantly teleported to Vegeta's fallen form, transporting him to Piccolo. After entrusting Vegeta to Piccolo, Goku turned his attention back to Buu. "You are undeniably powerful, Majin Buu. I never anticipated that even Vegeta would fall so easily. Now, allow me to demonstrate a power that transcends Super Saiyan 2. Upon hearing Sun Wukong proclaim his superiority, Buu initially felt elated, only to be subsequently engulfed in confusion. What exactly has been surpassed? In the next moment, Sun Wukong unleashed a furious roar, his aura coalescing with such intensity that it seemed to reverberate throughout the very earth itself. His energy surged, expanding to unprecedented levels, and his hair began to lengthen. With a resounding shout, his aura surged forth, blindingly brilliant, overwhelming all who beheld it. Every being on earth attuned to the flow of energy felt the immense pressure emanating from him. Goten, sensing this formidable presence, felt a surge of excitement within, while Piccolo stood in astonishment, taken aback by the sheer magnitude of Sun Wukong's newfound strength. Even the Kaioshin was left wide-eyed in disbelief. As Buu observed Goku's current demeanor, he extended his hand and remarked, "Your terrifying appearance is far from frightening." Goku responded with a faint smile before vanishing from sight. In an instant, he delivered a knee strike that sent Buu hurtling away. Before Buu could regain his bearings, Goku seized the antenna atop his head and began to pummel him mercilessly, striking him with a flurry of punches as if playing table tennis. With a powerful kick, he sent Buu crashing towards the ground, resulting in a thunderous impact that enveloped the area in smoke. The Supreme Kai watched in disbelief as Goku displayed such formidable strength, astonished by his unexpected prowess. Meanwhile, Broly observed Goku, surprised to see that in just over a month, his strength had surged. The pressure had indeed become a source of motivation, leading to such rapid growth and power. As the smoke cleared, the enraged Majin Buu stood his ground, raising his hands to unleash a barrage of energy blasts. Yet Goku effortlessly deflected them. With a swift movement, Goku accelerated towards Buu, unleashing a relentless assault that rained down upon Buu's face and chest, leaving him with no means of evasion or defense. Although the attack appeared overwhelmingly one-sided, Goku was acutely aware that defeating this foe would not be an easy task. Meanwhile, due to his injuries, Gohan had been brought to the Supreme Kai's realm by Jebet, and under the old Supreme Kai's guidance, they both watched the battle unfold. Gohan exclaimed, "I never imagined Dad had become this powerful. I believe he will win this fight." However, the old Supreme Kai, after watching intently, shook his head, expressing concern. He is somewhat careless, seemingly reveling in the thrill of battle. This state is quite taxing for him, and the outlook is grim if it continues. Gohan, upon hearing this, felt a sense of urgency. At that moment, the old Supreme Kai instructed Jebet, please bring everyone except for Goku and Broly to the Supreme Kai realm. Jebet complied, swiftly moving to the Supreme Kai's side. The Supreme Kai, filled with excitement, inquired, "Jebet, how goes it?" Jebet shook his head and replied, "The Kai sword has been drawn, and it contains the seal of the Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago." He then recounted the situation briefly. The Supreme Kai was taken aback, recognizing the parallels with Jebet's earlier experiences. With a spark of enthusiasm, he proclaimed, "This is splendid, with our ancestor present. It seems that Majin Buu may not be insurmountable after all." With a resounding crash, Goku hurled Buu violently into the ground, a terrifying golden energy enveloping the earth. The resulting deafening roar echoed as Buu's rotund form sank deep into the ground, disappearing into the depths below. Buu extricated himself from the soil, shaking his groggy head. Just as he managed to rise, the swift Son Goku, like a flash of light, delivered a punch that sent him flying once more, devoid of any embellishments. Meanwhile, Jebet, accompanied by Piccolo, King Kai, and the injured Vegeta, departed from Earth, soon arriving in the realm of King Kai. This creature proved remarkably resilient. Even the third level of Super Saiyan could not subdue him, unless he granted me the time to gather my energy, which seemed unlikely. Son Goku was well aware of the current battle dynamics. While Buu could not overpower him, he too was unable to completely annihilate this foe. Buu rose once more, his expression tinged with fury, exhibiting a notable enhancement in both speed and strength. With a sudden surge, he struck Goku with tremendous force, sending him flying. In response, Goku swiftly turned and unleashed a Kamehameha wave that pierced through Buu. Yet, Buu exerted himself vigorously to recover, subsequently adopting the stance for the Kamehameha wave. Goku, taken aback, realized this indeed was the Kamehameha technique. With a clenched fist, he deflected the energy wave, astonished at Buu's capacity to assimilate a technique after witnessing it just once. The two combatants found themselves once again locked in a fierce stalemate. As their battle prolonged, Goku's energy waned, and consequently, his stamina began to decline, making it increasingly difficult to match Buu's velocity. At this juncture, Broly and Goku received a message from the Elder Kaioshin, instructing them to refrain from confronting Majin Buu for another day and to first make their way to the Kaioshin realm. Before departing, Goku warned Buu that a more formidable opponent would arrive in 2 days, urging him to cease his wanton destruction. Buu, intrigued, displayed a curious expression. Shortly thereafter, Goku and Broly vanished before Buu's eyes. Buu's disappearance incited Babbidi's ire, leading him to irrationally blame Buu. Infuriated, Buu devised a plan to eliminate Babidi. Chapter 48, Vegeta's rematch with Buu. Meanwhile, upon arriving in the Kaioshin realm, Broly was immediately confronted by the Elder Kaioshin, who exclaimed, "Why haven't you taken action? If you had, Buu would have been dealt with long ago." Broly replied with a smile, "It is not that I do not wish to intervene, but rather that Goku and Vegeta have requested I refrain from doing so, the desire to face Buu themselves. I simply honor their wishes." The Elder Kaioshin, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration. Goku awkwardly scratched his head, while Vegeta stood to the side, fuming. The Elder Kaioshin then remarked, "Surely now it is time for you to step in. Both of them have battled Buu, and you should take your turn." Broly nodded in agreement, stating, "I can indeed intervene, provided neither of them objects." He cast a glance towards Goku and Vegeta. Goku remained non-committal, while Vegeta, with a huff, clenched his fists and declared, "I must face Majin Buu once more." All eyes turned towards Vegeta, who was resolute. Goku could not help but attempt to dissuade him, but before he could finish, Vegeta interrupted, "Kakarot, I am the prince of a warrior race. I would rather perish in battle than live in defeat." He glared fiercely at Goku, asserting, "Super Saiyan 3rd grade, do you find this amusing?" Broly smiled slightly. "All right, I comprehend your intent. Let me be clear, I am not like Goku and the others. Even if you were to perish, I would not come to your aid. Will you still proceed?" Vegeta's face bore a cold smirk. "Who needs your assistance? Just watch how I handle that rotund foe." With that, they set off. Broly clasped Vegeta's shoulder, and in a flash, they vanished. On Earth, Majin Buu was blissfully devouring cream chocolates and other confections in a candy store. The patrons watched him with a mixture of terror and disbelief. At that moment, the space flickered and Broly and Vegeta materialized. Their sudden appearance caught Majin Buu's attention. He recognized Vegeta, a defeated opponent, but paid him no mind as he turned back to indulge in his delectable treats. Broly nodded and stepped aside, gesturing to Vegeta. Vegeta shouted boldly, "Majin Buu, I shall engage you in battle." However, the plump Buu paid him no heed. Infuriated, Vegeta's body erupted in golden flames as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His overwhelming aura sending the desserts before Buu flying and causing chaos among the patrons. Instantly, Buu's expression darkened. Steam began to hiss from his pores. And he turned to Vegeta, declaring, "You are quite bothersome. I shall eliminate you." His energy surged dramatically, reaching the 3rd level, while Broly smirked, finding Buu rather intriguing. Initially, his energy barely reached Super Saiyan 3, yet in his fury, it had soared to a mid-tier level. Vegeta focused intently, preparing for the impending confrontation as Buu raised his fist to strike. From such a distance, Vegeta pondered momentarily, but before he could react, Buu's fist elongated and barreled toward him. He swiftly evaded, grasping Buu's arm and, with a fierce shout, hurled him upward, sending Buu crashing through the roof. Not pausing, Vegeta spread his arms, gathering energy for his ultimate flash. The immense energy collided with Buu, resulting in a resounding explosion. Vegeta soared outside, his gaze fixed on the dissipating smoke. As the smoke cleared, Buu appeared somewhat charred, but evidently unharmed, his anger intensifying. In a sudden leap, he materialized right before Vegeta. Alarmed, Vegeta barely had time to react before Buu struck him, sending him tumbling backward and spitting blood. Elated, Buu danced about, his fist pumping as he approached Vegeta. Regaining his footing, Vegeta sprang up and launched a fierce knee strike, which Buu countered. Subsequently, Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, with Buu responding in kind. Broly watched with keen interest as the rotund Majin Buu, despite his girth, displayed remarkable agility. The clash of fists and feet culminated in a fierce energy wave that sent ripples through the air, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Majin Buu continued to bounce about energetically, while Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground, having been thrown back. It was hardly surprising, such a disparity in power, 3 to 4 times greater, could not be bridged by mere bravado. Vegeta struggled to rise, his hands marred with wounds. And a bitter smile crept across his face as he muttered to himself, "Is this truly me, the prince of the warrior race, the Saiyans, in such a pitiful state? Time and again I have faced failure, relying on others for salvation. Yet, gritting my teeth, I will rise. This time, I refuse to be bested by this fat fool. You shall know that I am the mightiest Saiyan." With a furious roar, he erupted in a cascade of golden light, followed by a surge of magnificent energy. The once diminished aura swelled, growing ever stronger, causing the very earth to tremble. Broly's pupils constricted as he witnessed the awakening of Super Saiyan 3rd grade at this critical moment. Vegeta stood tall, his energy coalescing into a palpable force. With arcs of electricity crackling around him, he cast a cold, piercing glance at Majin Buu, who appeared momentarily taken aback. "I have seen this form before," he mused. "Majin Buu, were it not for you, I might not have attained Super Saiyan 3 so quickly. Yet, the humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid in full." With a thunderous crack, a whirlwind of dust erupted as Vegeta vanished, reappearing before Majin Buu in an instant. A powerful blow landed, sending Buu hurtling away. Vegeta relentlessly pursued, unleashing a flurry of strikes. The air shimmered with flashes of light as they moved at breakneck speed, exchanging blows countless times within a mere second. In the Kaioshin realm, the spectators were astonished. Goku, filled with admiration, remarked on Vegeta's impressive breakthrough to Super Saiyan 3. Gohan, equally surprised, exclaimed, "Uncle Vegeta is holding his own against Majin Buu." The old Kaioshin nodded, though inwardly he harbored doubts. While Vegeta appeared evenly matched with Buu, his current strength was fueled by rage and the confidence of a first transformation. Unfortunately, the power of fury was fleeting, and the tremendous energy drain of Super Saiyan 3 meant that unless he achieved a decisive advantage, Vegeta would inevitably falter when his rage subsided. Indeed, mere minutes later, Vegeta's strength began to wane, and he gradually fell behind. In a moment of sluggishness, he was caught off guard and slammed by Majin Buu, sent tumbling backward. He barely managed to roll and regain his footing, gasping heavily for breath. Broly nodded, having reached a sufficient level of combat, and began to advance. Vegeta, noticing his movement, shouted loudly, "Broly, he is my prey." "Ah, I am aware, Broly replied nonchalantly. But your initial transformation has already diminished your strength, making it impossible for you to defeat him. Humph. Even if it costs me my life, I will take him down. Vegeta retorted fiercely. Stubborn as a dead duck, Broly scoffed, yet he chose to consider Vegeta's pride. Do you not wish to vanquish me in Kakarot? If you perish, how will you achieve that? Moreover, it would be a great pity to die before you have fully acquainted yourself with this newfound power after just breaking through to Super Saiyan 3. Upon hearing this, Vegeta huffed, but fell silent. Broly stood across from Fat Bu and spoke. Hey, Bu, how about we take a break? I'm here to fight you now. Fat Bu responded with a dismissive grunt. No need. Are you really that strong? Broly chuckled to himself, reflecting on how truly naive Bu was. He resolved to defeat him and entrust him to the Elder Kai for further handling. Thus, he began to amplify his power, a golden aura rising around him. Resembling an ordinary Super Saiyan, it was a mere enhancement of strength, devoid of any elaborate transformations. Oh, Fat Bu perked up. Thinking that yet another opponent could transform into golden hair would make the battles over the past few days quite entertaining. In Bu's eyes, golden hair had become synonymous with intriguing adversaries. And so, the two faced off against one another. Chapter 49, Broly vs. Bu. Broly fixed his gaze upon Fat Bu, a mysterious smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Fat Bu, still emitting his characteristic sounds, seemed quite exhilarated. Let the battle commence, Broly announced coolly, instantly teleporting behind Bu. Startled, Bu widened his eyes and turned around, only to find Broly's smirk growing. With a swift left lower hook, Broly struck Bu's abdomen, followed by a powerful blow to Fat Bu's face, sending him hurtling through the air. Yet, before he could travel far, Broly grasped Bu's antenna, yanking him back, and delivered another fierce punch to his head, propelling him outward once more. Fat Bu tumbled through the air, landing awkwardly before quickly regaining his footing. With both hands gripping his head, which had slightly sunk into his chest, he forcefully pulled it out, revealing a grin. He charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches. However, each strike was effortlessly thwarted or evaded by Broly, proving utterly ineffective. Broly effortlessly evaded the attacks of Fat Bu, observing his movements with a smile. So that's how it is. Although you can sense energy, your fighting relies solely on your eyes to perceive your opponent. With such limitations, you stand no chance against me. A series of futile assaults left Fat Bu in a fit of frustration, hopping in place. Suddenly, he tugged at his antenna, dramatically increasing his speed and lunging towards Broly. With palms pressed together, Broly absorbed Fat Bu's onslaught, momentarily pushed back several meters before regaining his footing. Impressive, isn't it? Why not unleash this power against me? Broly teased. Fat Bu's anger intensified, his complexion darkening ominously, steam billowing from the top of his head. Broly watched him with amusement, thinking, yes, this is splendid. The more enraged, the better. Show me the extent of your strength. If only you could revert to Kid Bu, I would relish witnessing the might of the most malevolent Bu. In the original narrative, the mightiest was Gohan Bu, followed closely by Gotenks Bu, with South Kaishin Bu following suit. Yet, it was Kid Bu who proved to be the most tenacious. Clearly not the strongest, his boundless stamina, incredible speed, and rapid regeneration rendered him nearly indomitable unless struck down in one decisive blow. Other Bu forms, having absorbed various beings, saw their recovery slow, missing multiple opportunities for annihilation. In his fury, Fat Bu reached the pinnacle of his power, no longer fluctuating in instability. Broly sighed, indeed. Mere anger could not awaken his wicked heart, profound emotional turmoil was requisite. In the original tale, the loss of Din and Mr. Satan ignited his hatred, expelling the evil within. Very well, let us conclude this battle. Maximizing his energy, Broly suddenly appeared before Fat Bu, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent him staggering backwards. Without allowing him a moment to recover, Broly swiftly executed a heavy side kick, distorting Fat Bu's face and abdomen. Halting his assault, Fat Bu coldly regarded him and declared, "You must see now that you are no match for me. Surrender." Fat Bu inhaled deeply, returning to his original form, seemingly puzzled. He then assumed the stance for the Kamehameha wave. Vegeta, observing, gasped in astonishment. What is this? The Kamehameha wave surged forth, and with a flick of his right hand, Broly gathered a torrent of green energy in his palm, launching it directly at Bu's Kamehameha. The disparity in power overwhelmed Bu's wave, sending Fat Bu flying. Slowly rising, he panted heavily, appearing significantly drained. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Transform into chocolate." A beam of purple light shot from his antenna, Broly, with a mere gesture, disrupted Buu's antenna at light speed, halting the magic, though it bore little consequence for him. Caution was prudent. Fat Bu, disheartened, scratched his head, pondering what to do. It seemed he truly could not best Broly, having survived so long. He had never encountered an opponent he could not defeat, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Finally, he waved his hand and conceded, "No more. I cannot defeat you." Vegeta, witnessing this, felt exasperated. Had he truly been bested by such a spineless creature? However, it matters not. It will not be long before I surpass him entirely. With the confidence of a Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta believes that mastery of this power is within his grasp. Broly remained vigilant, aware that the corpulent Bu might act unpredictably. To ensure safety, he decided to lead him to the Kaioshin realm. Adopting a tone suitable for coaxing a child, he said, "This is for the best, come with me. And once we arrive at a certain place, I will treat you to delicious chocolate candies." With several large exclamation marks appearing above his head, Fat Buu's spirits lifted, and he nodded eagerly, thus being lured to the Kaioshin realm by Broly. Upon reaching the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin circled around Bu, scrutinizing him closely. It became evident that, due to Buu's absorption of the Grand Kaioshin, he had gained a semblance of emotional intelligence. However, deep within, the essence of evil still lingered. "I shall extract his malevolent essence. You must protect me," declared the old Kaioshin, disregarding Goku and the others. He then invoked a spell to draw forth the deepest, darkest part of Fat Buu's being. At that moment, Fat Bu clutched his head and screamed, as dark energy began to coalesce. Most of his power converged in this sinister essence, gradually transforming into a childlike figure of Bu. In contrast, Fat Buu's strength waned, reducing him to the level of Super Saiyan 2 mid-stage. The East Kaioshin, stricken with fear, retreated as he beheld the young Bu. The old Kaioshin, observing his trepidation, inquired, "What troubles you?" The East Kaioshin stammered, He is the original Bu, the epitome of evil, uncontrollable, and responsible for the demise of 4 Kaioshins." Those lacking sufficient power began to withdraw. Broly, upon witnessing the emergence of the young Bu, was elated, exclaiming, "At last, he has appeared." He instantly materialized before the childlike Bu. The young Bu fixed his gaze upon Broly, seemingly recognizing him, and an expression of rage manifested on his face. Noticing this, Broly raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Oh, I didn't expect you to remember me. However, I have lost interest in you. Are you prepared to meet your end?" In a fit of rage, the young Bu screamed, raising his arms as energy surged, expanding from the size of a soccer ball to several meters, clearly intent on annihilating them all, albeit with a hint of overconfidence. As Broly began to gather his energy, he swiftly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, enveloped by a vibrant emerald aura. With his white pupils fixed upon Kid Bu, he beckoned him with a casual flick of his finger, tauntingly declaring, "Come here, trash." Meanwhile, Goku and the others felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, and Vegeta, clenching his fists tightly, was astonished at the vast disparity that remained even after his transformation to Super Saiyan 3. In Chapter 50, The End of Bu, Kid Bu concentrated a massive energy ball in his hands, fixing a fierce gaze on Broly before hurling it with great force. Broly, with a sinister smile curling on his lips, vanished in an instant, reappearing before the energy blast and executing a swift kick that sent it hurtling back. Kid Bu, momentarily startled, ascended into the sky, glaring at Broly with evident fury. However, Broly had no time to indulge his emotions. He instantly teleported in front of him, delivering a powerful punch to his face that exploded his head, tilting his head with a wicked grin. As Kid Bu's body writhed, his head reformed, and he let out an enraged scream that resonated throughout the Kaioshin realm. Broly swiftly kicked him in the mouth, silencing him. Kid Bu staggered back, only to charge forward with a relentless flurry of punches and kicks. Unfortunately for him, Broly vanished once more, reappearing as a phantom behind Kid Bu, with a resounding thud. Before Kid Bu could comprehend the situation, he was forcefully struck into the ground, lying motionless for a moment. "Are you not coming out?" Broly chuckled, pointing a finger as a beam of light pierced the rubble where Bu lay. With a mere gesture, he lifted Kid Bu off the ground with the sword of light. Mocking him, "Is this all you are capable of? I hardly had any expectations." Enraged, steam billowed from Kid Bu's head as Broly leaped before him, looking down with disdain. "What is the matter? Are you angry?" Startled, Kid Bu took several steps back, finally managing to spit out, "I will kill you." Broly scoffed, delivering a powerful flying knee to Kid Bu's abdomen, grasping his antenna and forcing an energy blast into his mouth, resulting in a violent explosion. The shattered pieces of Majin Buu spiraled around Broly, who smirked coldly and activated his protective shield. "Don't let him encase you," the East Kaioshin exclaimed. But before he could finish, the fragments enveloped Broly, reforming into Kid Buu, who laughed triumphantly. Yet Broly's voice echoed from within, "What are you laughing at?" The laughter abruptly ceased as Kid Buu's body began to swell ominously, only to explode again, leaving behind a figure surrounded by golden flames. The fragments reassembled once more, reverting to Kid Buu, who now appeared helpless, his eyes wide with a dark fury yet devoid of any recourse. "Well, it seems this is where your journey ends," Broly quipped, seizing Kid Buu's neck with a speed so swift that he could scarcely react. "Farewell." Upon hearing these words, Buu's gaze turned somewhat disdainful. Seemingly unconvinced that he could be vanquished, Broly extended another hand, gathering a luminous green energy. Little Buu, filled with terror, observed this energy, swiftly altering his form in an attempt to flee, sensing the palpable threat it posed, one that could indeed end his existence. Noticing Buu's desire to escape, Broly let out a cold chuckle, enveloping him within a protective barrier. As he watched the struggling Buu, he sighed and remarked, "I hope you will be a good person in your next life." He then unleashed the energy blast upwards, and with a flick of his palm, a wave of destructive light erupted forth, resembling a fearsome dragon tearing through the fabric of space. Trapped within the barrier, little Buu turned in horror, his eyes wide with despair. In an instant, the energy blast detonated, obliterating him into mere fragments, which were swiftly consumed by the shockwave, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. The East Kaioshin exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful! Majin Buu has been eradicated." The old Kaioshin stroked his beard, retorting, "Isn't that obvious? They aren't even from the same dimension." As the crowd began to gather, Broly sensed the matter had concluded and felt it was time to depart. He turned to Goku and Vegeta, suggesting, "Goku, Vegeta, let us engage in another battle in a month's time. The last fight was rather unsatisfactory, and I did not manage to defeat you within the time of your fusion, which left me quite displeased. Thus, I propose we clash once more. I hope this time will bring me the satisfaction I seek." Goku responded with enthusiasm, "Absolutely. Although it seems I might not be your match right now." Broly smirked mischievously. "You can always resort to fusion again." With that, he disregarded them and instantly teleported back to Bulma's residence. Upon returning home, Broly reclined comfortably on the sofa, while Cher grabbed hold of him, incessantly chattering away. Broly merely grunted in response. Cher, feeling ignored, pouted and exclaimed, "Dad, are you even listening? I am the champion of the martial arts tournament now." Yes, I understand," Broly replied dismissively. Noticing her father's lack of attention, Cher became quite displeased and promptly ran to Bulma to lodge a complaint. Bulma then took Cher by the hand and brought her to face Broly, forcibly pulling him up from the sofa, insisting that he accompany her, Android 18, and Cher for a shopping excursion. Upon hearing the sound, Broly let out a mournful cry and collapsed onto the sofa, while the three women, upon hearing his exclamation, erupted into peals of laughter. They did not spare Broly and insistently dragged him out for a shopping excursion. Chapter 51. The imminent battle in the ensuing month. Broly began to delve deeper into the mysteries of the divine realm, continuously honing his skills. Both Gogeta and Vegeta, renowned for their formidable strength, were now in their Super Saiyan 3 forms. Although they had previously engaged in battle, at that time Vegeta was still in his Super Saiyan 2 state, while Goku had achieved Super Saiyan 3. The combined might of the two could already contend with Broly at full power, even though his own strength had significantly augmented. So too had theirs. Their fusion was not merely a sum of parts, but rather a profound enhancement. Perched on the edge of a precipice, facing a magnificent waterfall, Broly meticulously attuned himself to the power coursing within him. 7 years prior, he had surpassed Goku and his companions in their Super Saiyan 3 forms. And now he reflected on the vast chasm of growth he had experienced. With a sigh, he lamented that while his power was steadily increasing, his mastery of the divine state remained stagnant, confined to the early stages of Super Saiyan God. His comprehension of divinity was still insufficient. He gazed into the distant sky, realizing that before attaining godhood, battles were predominantly determined by skill, speed, and raw power. However, while might and presence were not easily controlled, a deity possessed the ability to command their fighting prowess entirely. His understanding of strength had indeed deepened. As the months swiftly elapsed, Broly's grasp of the divine intensified, elevating his power from the initial stages of Super Saiyan God to its mid-stage. When the appointed time arrived, powerful warriors began to converge on Earth, including Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, Gohan, and Goten, all drawn by the rarity of such a grand confrontation. Even Majin Buu made an appearance, originally. The Supreme Kai had intended to keep him in the other world, but Buu grew restless with boredom and was ultimately settled near Bulma's home, where he could be entertained with sweets and small animals. In a flash, Broly arrived with Bulma, Android 18, and the rest of the family. He inquired, "So, are you ready?" Vegeta remained silent, while Goku, with a smile playing on his lips, responded, "Yes, but we cannot fight on Earth. It cannot withstand the force of our clash." The others looked on with eager anticipation at the unfolding events. Broly chuckled, "It's simple. We'll just borrow the Kaishin realm for a bit." Upon uttering this, everyone joined hands and instantaneously transported themselves to the Kaishin realm. The East Kaishin, the Old Kaishin. And Jebbit gazed at the group, with the East Kaishin inquiring, "Broly, Goku, what brings you all here?" Goku, wearing an awkward smile, remained silent, while Broly boldly proclaimed, "After our last battle with Buu, I mentioned wanting to fight Goku and Vegeta again. We came here to borrow the Kaishin realm for our battle." A wave of calmness swept through the Kaishin realm, yet Jebbit exclaimed, "You're being unreasonable. Do you think this is just any place? This is the sacred Kaishin realm, not some random locale. Ah, what of it? If not, we can always descend to the lower realms to fight. If other planets get destroyed, that's not our concern." Broly replied nonchalantly. The Old Kaishin sighed, "You may as well battle here. After all, this sacred place is sturdier than other spaces. Everyone, keep your distance." Seeing the Old Kaishin's agreement, the East Kaishin and Jebbit reluctantly complied. They instructed Android 18 and Bulma to take their daughter back, while Schwerer cheerfully encouraged Broly, "Dad, you have to win." Broly smiled confidently, ruffling Schwerer's hair. As everyone retreated, only Broly faced off against Goku and Vegeta. Broly's expression turned serious as he spoke. "Will you two come at me together, or how will this go? But even if you team up, it won't help. You might as well fuse." Vegeta scoffed, but offered no rebuttal. He understood that neither individually nor together could they match Broly's might. Perhaps fusion was their only hope. However, the thought of that grotesque fusion dance made Vegeta feel as if he had swallowed a fly. Witnessing Goku's nonchalant demeanor only fueled his frustration further. "Fusion, you say?" The Old Kaishin interjected, "I have the earrings, wear one on each ear, and you can fuse." "Really?" Vegeta exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him at the thought of avoiding that embarrassing movement. Goku widened his eyes. "Is that true?" Indeed. The East Kaishin and Jebbit were equally astonished, each retrieving an earring, yet they failed to notice the sly grin playing on the Old Kaishin's lips. As they donned the earrings, a powerful force drew them together. And with a loud crash, a figure with long hair emerged, resembling the East Kaishin more. "Excellent. I feel incredibly powerful now," Goku exclaimed with glee. "Wow, this actually works. But how long can this fusion last?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down the Old Kaishin's forehead as he turned and coughed before replying, "Well, there's one drawback. The fusion lasts forever." The room fell silent, and Vegeta's brow twitched while Goku stared wide-eyed. "Is there a way to separate?" The Old Kaishin replied, "If it were possible. I would want to separate as well." Goku awkwardly chuckled, "Then let us forget about it." The newly emerged East Kaishin gazed at the Old Kaishin with a look of profound resentment. Son Goku's expression grew solemn. "Are you ready, Vegeta?" Vegeta nodded, assuming a symmetrical stance as they prepared to unite. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light pierced the eyes of all present. As the radiance began to dissipate, Gogeta materialized in the arena. With a powerful shout, he clenched his fists and swiftly elevated his energy, transforming instantaneously into the form of Super Saiyan 3. "Broly, come forth." "I can scarcely contain my anticipation," Gogeta declared coldly. "Haha. Remarkable. I never imagined that the fusion would yield such strength, surpassing all previous limits. You have truly not disappointed me, Splendid," Broly exclaimed with exuberance. Upon uttering his words, Broly immediately transformed into the fabled Super Saiyan, his physique expanding rapidly, hair turning a vibrant green, and his eyes devoid of pupils as he surveyed Gogeta. "Come, let me witness just how much stronger you have become." Chapter 52. The second battle of Broly and Gogeta. The onlookers were tense, their gazes fixed upon the confrontation between Broly and Gogeta. Gohan, glancing at the anxious crowd, inquired, "Uncle Piccolo, who do you think will prevail?" Piccolo regarded Gogeta and Broly thoughtfully before responding. At present, their strengths appear to be quite comparable, and their energy levels seem evenly matched, making it challenging to predict the outcome. Gohan and the others nodded in agreement, continuing to observe intently. Meanwhile, Bulma voiced her concerns, asking, 18, "Do you think Broly can win?" 18, maintaining her composure as she watched the duel unfold, reassured her, "Bulma, there's no need to worry. Broly hasn't yet unleashed his full power. Rest assured, Broly will not be defeated." Upon hearing 18's words, Bulma felt a wave of relief wash over her, allowing her to focus on the battle between Broly and Gogeta. At that moment, Broly and Gogeta stood poised, and after a brief pause, they simultaneously surged forward, vanishing from sight as they charged at one another. Their forms flickered in and out of view, both in the air and on the ground, as the sounds of their fierce clashes resonated around them. Despite the prolonged engagement, neither inflicted significant harm upon the other. Both were merely testing their opponent's capabilities. However, to the spectators, the contest appeared extraordinarily intense. As Piccolo had noted, their powers and energy seemed nearly equal, making it difficult to discern a clear victor. The vibrant green and golden auras clashed in the air, accompanied by explosive sounds that reverberated through the atmosphere, as the immense force caused the very earth to tremble. The crowd remained utterly captivated by the spectacle of combat. Though they themselves lacked such formidable strength, their shared identity as warriors fostered a unique passion for battle. The duel between Broly and Gogeta held an irresistible allure for any martial artist. With a thunderous crash, their fists collided once more, and Broly and Gogeta were propelled apart. Broly declared, "Impressive. I didn't expect you to be this formidable. It seems our warm-up is at an end. Now, I shall reveal my true strength. I vowed to defeat you with my own power. In our last encounter, I was left with a sense of regret, as it was your fusion time that compelled the battle to conclude. This time, I shall bring you down before your fusion time expires." With that, he began to amplify his power. Gogeta nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Indeed, the warm-up has concluded. However, if you claim you wish to defeat me, I shall be keenly observing." He too began to concentrate his energy. The onlookers were astonished. What? Such a fierce battle was merely a warm-up. Yet, 18 remained remarkably calm, observing the two fighters with unwavering focus. At this moment, Broly underwent a remarkable transformation. He gradually levitated, arms outstretched, as an ethereal azure glow enveloped his body, slowly coalescing before retracting inward. His form radiated a deep crimson luminescence, devoid of any forewarning, while his hair transformed into a vibrant red, his eyes gleaming with crimson irises and black pupils as he gazed at Gogeta. "Are you ready? Gogeta, feel free to attack. I am still acclimating to this new form. So take your time. Come on." With that, he beckoned with a flick of his finger. Gogeta, his expression grave, observed Broly intently before vanishing in an instant, executing a swift kick aimed directly at Broly. Yet, Broly effortlessly evaded the strike, causing Gogeta's foot to miss its target. In response, Gogeta hurled a ki blast with his left hand towards Broly, who, recognizing the approaching energy, raised his hand and deflected the blast with a powerful sweep. Gogeta, undeterred, swiftly pushed off the ground and charged at Broly, delivering a fierce punch aimed at him. However, Broly deftly sidestepped the blow, while Gogeta unleashed a relentless flurry of punches, each met with Broly's evasive maneuvers. Frustrated by the ineffectiveness of his attacks, Gogeta lifted his leg to sweep at Broly, at which point Broly countered with a punch of his own. A thunderous impact resonated as their fists and feet collided, with Broly remaining steadfast while Gogeta was sent flying backward, crashing into a small hill before sliding down. With determination, Gogeta pushed himself up from the ground, exclaiming, "I didn't expect your power to be this formidable. My attacks have barely fazed you. But if you think this will make me concede, you are gravely mistaken." With that, Gogeta further amplified his own strength. Broly regarded Gogeta with appreciation. "Gogeta, you have allowed me to adapt to my own power. For that, I owe you my gratitude. In that case, I shall unleash my full might to expedite the conclusion of this battle, triumphantly acknowledging your contribution." With that proclamation, Broly continuously heightened his formidable strength. Onlookers were astonished by Broly's newfound prowess. They had not anticipated his remarkable enhancement. Previously, he and Gogeta had been evenly matched, yet now he had clearly surpassed him. Gogeta, now serious and poised for battle, braced himself for the impending confrontation. In an instant, Broly vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Gogeta, launching a fierce elbow strike. Just as Gogeta attempted to turn around, it was too late. The impact resounded as Broly's elbow struck him, sending Gogeta hurtling away. Without hesitation, Broly accelerated towards the airborne Gogeta, seizing his foot and hurling him skyward with great force. Following suit, he ascended into the air, pursuing Gogeta's rising form. With both hands clenched into fists, he delivered a crushing blow to Gogeta, who plummeted rapidly towards the ground. A thunderous crash echoed as Gogeta's body collided with the earth, creating a vast crater in its wake. As Broly gradually descended to the ground, Gogeta struggled to rise from his position, panting heavily. Impressive. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I hardly had the strength to retaliate. Broly responded with a smile. Gogeta, you have truly disappointed me. To fall after just a few blows is utterly lacking in satisfaction. Is that so? I share your disappointment, Gogeta retorted before launching himself at Broly in an instant, landing a punch squarely on Broly's face. Broly swiftly caught Gogeta's fist, and in a flash, delivered a devastating blow to Gogeta's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Just before Gogeta could soar too far, Broly seized his foot and forcefully hurled him towards the ground, resulting in a thunderous crash as a massive crater formed upon impact. Gogeta slowly rose, glaring fiercely at Broly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body marred with wounds. The onlookers gasped in shock. They had not anticipated Broly's combat prowess to escalate to such heights in such a brief span of time. Although Gogeta was formidable in his own right, he was still unable to overcome Broly's might. Well then, it seems the time has come to conclude this battle. I shall unleash my full strength in a single strike to render you powerless, Broly declared, unleashing his full potential. The outcome of the battle was imminent, and the spectators eagerly awaited Broly's next move. Chapter 53. The end of the battle. As Broly's power escalated, he swiftly surged towards Gogeta. Zeno, observing the battle, felt a throbbing headache. Although the confrontation was nearing its conclusion, the sight of King Kai's planet shrinking by several percentages was particularly distressing. In that instant, Broly appeared behind Gogeta and delivered a swift chop to the back of his neck. Before Gogeta could react, the strike had already incapacitated him, causing him to collapse to the ground, his golden aura extinguishing as he fell into unconsciousness. Moments later, Gogeta split apart, revealing Goku and Vegeta, who reappeared before the onlookers. The crowd rushed to the unconscious Goku and Vegeta, administering a Senzu beam to each, which revived them. At that moment, Broly reverted to his original form and approached the two. Upon seeing Broly, Goku exclaimed, "What transformation was that you just performed, Broly? Once our power increases, I must challenge you." Broly smiled and replied, "I eagerly await your challenge. What I just transformed into is essentially the Super Saiyan God form, signifying a divine state." Everyone gazed at Broly with curiosity. While I have yet to fully comprehend the divine realm, I have grasped aspects of it, allowing me to refer to my transformation as the preliminary stage of Super Saiyan God. Essentially, the divine state, as I understand it, involves having complete control over one's power. Broly explained. The gathered crowd nodded, gaining a clearer understanding. Zeno and the Elder Kai looked towards the depths of the universe, pondering the implications of Broly's formidable power, which might prompt the god of destruction to awaken prematurely. Meanwhile, Bulma, Android 18, and Kaiatsu joyfully surrounded Broly. Goku and Vegeta approached Broly once more, reiterating their desire to engage in battle, to which Broly consented. After exchanging farewells with the Elder Kai, Broly teleported everyone back to Earth. The Kaishin realm fell silent once more, prompting Zeno to exclaim in frustration, "This is outrageous." They left without a word, leaving the Kaishin realm in chaos. The Elder Kai cast a sidelong glance at him, responding, "Well, would you have preferred if they fought on the lower realm? It wouldn't surprise me if they obliterated an entire star system in an instant. Is that what you desire?" Zeno sighed in resignation. "I was merely expressing my thoughts." Upon returning to Earth, everyone dispersed to their respective homes, while Broly remained alone in his room, reflecting on the battle and his own strength. Though the fight had not been entirely satisfying, it had nonetheless provided him with unimaginable benefits. The aura surrounding Broly was steadily intensifying, and the long-standing barrier of his power was beginning to waver. Android 18 and Bulma stood at the doorway, leaning against the frame, their expressions marked by concern as they observed Broly. At that moment, Broly had his eyes closed, lost in the recollection of past battles. As the energy within him surged and clashed against the shackles that confined his being, suddenly, a soft sound echoed, and with it came a profound clarity. The myriad uncertainties that had plagued his mind were resolved in an instant. He realized that his power had transcended from its previous mid-level to the latter stages of a Super Saiyan God. Feeling the exhilarating rush of this breakthrough, Broly turned to the two women and reassured them, "Thank you for your concern. Everything is well now." Bulma anxiously inquired, "Will you ever engage in battle again?" Broly gazed at her with concern, pulling her into his embrace and positioning her across his lap, his eyes fixed intently upon hers. He assured Bulma, "Do not worry. For at least in these coming years, I shall be here, steadfastly accompanying you, Android 18, and Kaiatsu. Bulma gradually relaxed, while Broly sat down, embracing both Bulma and Android 18, whispering in their ears, "Hee hee, will you both keep me company tonight?" Instantly, the faces of Android 18 and Bulma flushed crimson, and Broly, laughing heartily, led them to the dining room for a meal. Chapter 54. The Awakening of the God of Destruction as Gogeta and Broly clashed. In the chaotic center of the universe, within a mysterious space upon a diamond-shaped celestial body, immense and desiccated restraints wound through the chaos. With several temple-like structures perched upon its trunk, a silver-haired figure, resembling a feminine entity, held a staff, resting it on one shoulder. Gazing deeply towards the realm of the Supreme Kai, evidently observing the battle. With the conclusion of the fight, he sighed softly, glancing at a creature with long ears reminiscent of a mouse, which seemed to sense something and occasionally twitched its ears. Unexpectedly, their powers were capable of resonating within this space. It appeared that Lord Beerus would awaken sooner than anticipated. It was originally thought to be years away. Yet it seemed he would awaken in just 2 years. Chuckling lightly, he mused, "I did not expect the mortal realm to harbor such immense power. However, that Gogeta possesses strength without understanding the techniques. What use is that?" But his gaze shifted to Broly, who had transformed into a godly form. "This fellow is rather extraordinary. His strength is nearly on par with Lord Beerus. Truly remarkable. I shall have to observe him closely, if his power were to advance further. Hee. I dare say I shall not find myself lonely in the future." Unbeknownst to Broly, that very night they all shared a bed, and upon waking the next day, they felt refreshed. Observing the two women still buried under their blankets, playing the part of ostriches, he smiled and said, "All right, time to rise." A voice responded, "No. You go out first." Broly, unabashed, replied, "We're an old married couple now. What's the harm?" Yet he stepped outside, allowing the two women to emerge slowly, their cheeks tinged with red as they glanced at one another. After washing up and finishing breakfast, Broly bid farewell to Bulma and Android 18 before heading out. He sought a precipice by a waterfall, closing his eyes to attune himself to the world. Though his battle with Gogeta had not reached its full potential, he had gained much. Thunder rumbled as the sky dimmed, and rain began to fall. The thunderous sound of the waterfall mixed with the pattering of rain, droplets striking Broly's form as he gazed thoughtfully at the heavens. At that moment, Broly closed his eyes once again, entering a peculiar state. His crimson aura swirling around him as his heart ventured into a realm of clarity, his inner world commencing the primordial evolution of the universe, colors intertwining, the cosmos expanding in a manner devoid of any pattern. Captivated by the gradual evolution of the universe, Broly felt his spirit drawn into the spectacle, his aura continuously shifting. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to find Goku, Bulma, and others anxiously watching him, prompting him to inquire, "What is the matter? Why have you all gathered here? Looking at me like that?" Bulma then said, "Broly, do you have any idea how long you have been standing here all alone?" Broly felt bewildered. Although he had lost track of time, it hardly seemed like an extended period, at most, merely half a day. He then remarked, "It shouldn't have been long. Perhaps just half a day." However, at that moment, Android 18 interjected, "Half a day? Broly, you have been standing here for a full half-month. We were all extremely worried, which is why we sought Goku and the others to help locate you. Fortunately, we found you here. Had it not been for Goku and the others preventing us from interrupting, Chi-Chi would have approached you long ago." Broly inhaled sharply, realizing that half a month had already passed. He then looked at the beaming snow, scooping her up in his arms. "All right. Your smile is bright enough to hang a lantern on," he exclaimed, reassuring her, "Let's go out to have some fun." After calming Snow, he mused, "Half a month. I never imagined it would take so long." However, feeling the benefits he had gained, a confident smile graced his lips as he thought, "Is the realm of the divine truly within reach now?" He then joined the others in returning to Bulma's home. Meanwhile, Goku and the others noticed Broly's power had surged once more, motivating them all to train fervently, particularly Goku and Vegeta, who were still reeling from their previous defeat. Despite their fusion, they had failed to best Broly, prompting them to train relentlessly. 2 years swiftly passed, during which Goku had transcended to Super Saiyan 3rd level and achieved full power in the 4th level. Vegeta also surpassed Super Saiyan 3rd level, reaching mid-stage 4th level, with assistance from old Kaioshin, who helped them shed their tails. On this particular day, deep within the heart of the universe, amidst sporadic explosions, a creature resembling a mouse with long ears began to stir on a meteor in the lake center. Lazily, it descended, but suddenly lost its footing and fell to the ground. The god of destruction, Beerus, had finally awakened. In a restaurant, Beerus was savoring a meal prepared by Whis, inquiring, "Whis, during my slumber, did Frisia destroy planet Vegeta?" "Indeed, it was utterly annihilated," Whis replied while slicing his food. "Is that so? After all, those inhabitants were always a bunch of incompetent fools. Especially that King Vegeta, so miserly. It would have been delightful to see it destroyed by my hands. But that planet is simply too far. Wouldn't you agree? Quite a hassle. Nonetheless, Frisia is no saint. He's an arrogant fellow. The next time I encounter him, I shall obliterate him as well," Beerus remarked while continuing his meal. "There's no need for you to intervene. Frisia has already been defeated," Whis responded. "Really? Someone managed to defeat Frisia?" Beerus was taken aback. "Please wait a moment," Whis said, raising his staff and tapping it on the ground. An image of Goku battling Frisia materialized in the air. "Ah, this scene seems familiar. Who is this individual?" Beerus inquired with great interest. "He is a Saiyan named Son Goku, also known as Kakarot," Whis explained. "Were not the Saiyans supposed to be obliterated along with planet Vegeta?" Beerus asked. "Most were. But a few fortunate ones escaped to other planets, including Prince Vegeta," Whis calmly replied. "Isn't Saiyan hair typically black? I must say, it's quite remarkable that a Saiyan could defeat Frisia. In recent years, it seems that the Saiyans have mastered the ability to transform into Super Saiyans," remarked Whis. "What is that?" "Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan." Lord Beerus lay down and then propped himself up, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, his eyes widened in excitement. "So that's how it is. I remember now." Whis inquired, "What did you say? What have you recalled?" "That. Super Saiyan." Super Saiyan. God, I have seen it in my dreams. I fought against a being named Super Saiyan God who looked like this." Beerus asked. "Whis, where are the Saiyans now?" "Most of the Saiyans are on planet 4032, Green, 877, a place called Earth. One named Son Goku, who defeated Frisia, is currently on North Kai's planet. Do you intend to seek them out, Lord Beerus?" Whis responded. "Of course, Whis. How long will it take to get there?" Beerus queried. "Approximately 26 minutes. Whis replied. "That is quite far." "Well, it can't be helped. I shall make the effort," Beerus said listlessly. "Then let us depart." With that, Whis took Beerus to North Kai's planet. Meanwhile, North Kai, having been informed by the Kaioshin of Lord Beerus's approach, anxiously advised Son Goku and awaited the arrival of the god of destruction. Whoosh! A brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens as Beerus and Whis set foot on North Kai's domain. Chapter 55. The power of the god of destruction. Upon seeing Beerus's arrival, North Kai hurried to greet him. "Lord Beerus, welcome to my humble abode. It has been a long time." "Indeed, North Kai, but I must say, your planet is quite small." Beerus yawned. "I sincerely apologize for the simplicity of my dwelling." North Kai replied. "This is due to the destruction you caused in the past," Whis interjected unabashedly, reminding Beerus of his previous mischief during a game of hide and seek. "Oh, is that so?" Beerus asked. North Kai chuckled awkwardly, wondering why Lord Beerus had come to visit. "I have some matters to discuss with the Saiyans over there," Beerus replied. Upon hearing this, King Kai hastily summoned Goku to greet Lord Beerus. After a brief exchange, Beerus inquired about the Super Saiyan God, and upon Goku recalling Broly, he informed Beerus. This news brought great joy to Beerus, who was about to send Whis to take him to Earth in search of Broly. However, Goku unexpectedly challenged Beerus, prompting King Kai to flee in fright to his quarters. Beerus nodded in agreement to Goku's request, and Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, then ascended to Super Saiyan 2. With a powerful roar, he transitioned to Super Saiyan 3 and produced a small moon, crafted with Bola's assistance over the past 2 years. He then transformed into Super Saiyan 4, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming power that generated a terrifying whirlwind, causing the entire North Kai's planet to tremble. As the aftershock subsided, a formidable figure emerged, cloaked in black hair, with red-ringed eyes and a body adorned in red fur, epitomizing the mightiest Super Saiyan 4th level. "Goodness, that startled me." "It seems you truly are not exaggerating," Beerus remarked nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. "Heh, indeed. Should I revert to my third form?" Goku replied proudly. "No need. This is sufficient. Let us begin," Beerus stated calmly. "Do you underestimate me?" "Very well," Goku declared, his energy surging as he charged at Beerus. Upon reaching him, Goku paused momentarily before swiftly appearing behind Beerus, launching a punch. Beerus remained still, merely raising his hands slightly to catch Goku's rapid strike effortlessly. and then casually tossed him aside. As Goku attempted to regain his footing, Beerus had already closed the distance between them. Startled, Goku watched as Beerus smiled and flicked his finger. Snap! Goku was sent flying, barely managing to flip in midair and stabilize himself. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, which he wiped away while keeping his gaze fixed on Beerus. Beerus, standing firm, beckoned Goku with a finger. Instantly, Goku concentrated all his energy and surged toward Beerus, delivering a kick that Beerus dodged effortlessly. Goku continued to throw punches, but each was avoided with ease by Beerus. Then, as Goku threw another punch, Beerus planted his feet on Goku's fist and in an instant, appeared behind him. Goku quickly turned to retaliate, but Beerus evaded once more, resulting in Goku's fist crashing into King Kai's planet. Boom! With a resounding crash, the king of all planets shattered, sending a multitude of soil and stones scattering into the air, raising clouds of dust. At that moment, Beerus emerged from the haze, appearing behind Son Goku. Before Goku could fully turn his head, Beerus swiftly struck the back of Goku's neck with a precise chop. Following the attack, Goku's aura dissipated entirely, and he transformed from Super Saiyan 4 back to his original form, collapsing to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. The North Kai, witnessing the conclusion of the battle, rushed out of his dwelling. "Well then, North Kai," he said as he vanished from the North Kai's planet, guided by Whis. The North Kai sighed as he gazed at the unconscious Goku, remarking, "He's still alive. What a fool." Suddenly, the North Kai regained his composure and used his antenna to contact Broly, informing him about the situation regarding Lord Beerus, as well as Goku's complete defeat in battle, advising Broly to be cautious. Meanwhile, on Earth, all the warriors gathered once more to celebrate Bulma's 36th birthday. Everyone was present except for Goku, including Bidiri and her father, Satan, and of course, the stout Majin Buu. The festivities took place at Bulma's residence, where the ultimate prize, the Dragon Balls, was prepared for wish-making. This was merely a source of amusement, as anyone present could easily locate the Dragon Balls if they truly desired. As the celebration unfolded, the Dragon team engaged in cheerful conversations, with Majin Buu indulging in an excessive feast, while Vegeta and Broly voraciously devoured the food on the table. Meanwhile, Satan sat somewhat awkwardly among the group, while Bidiri and Gohan confirmed their relationship and marriage. "Broly, I am the North Kai. Lord Beerus is heading towards Earth, and Goku, in his arrogance, was easily defeated by him in Super Saiyan 4 form." The North Kai's voice rang urgently in Broly's ear. "Oh, Lord Beerus? He has finally arrived?" Broly thought, excitement bubbling within him. "I understand, North Kai, do not worry. Everything will be fine." Upon their arrival, Beerus and Whis received an invitation from Bulma to attend her birthday celebration, just as in the original tale. When Whis laid eyes on Broly, he emitted a sound of surprise, followed by a warm smile, seemingly oblivious to any potential danger. As the gathering continued, after a while, Whis prompted Beerus, who finally recalled the matter at hand and inquired of the guests, "Does anyone know Broly? I have heard he's the Super Saiyan God." At this, Broly smiled and responded, "I am Broly, but what do you want with me?" With a scoff, Beerus replied, "I had a prophetic dream about battling the Super Saiyan God, which is why I sought you out." "Is that so? I too look forward to our battle. I wish to discover who is stronger, the God of Destruction or the Super Saiyan God," Broly declared, transforming into the Super Saiyan God, his hair a striking crimson, his physique lean, emanating a fiery aura. Beerus's gaze sharpened as he sensed Broly's strength. It appeared that this confrontation would not conclude easily. Chapter 56, God Against God. The onlookers held their breath, retreating in awe. Even Vegeta remained at a distance. For those accustomed to sensing energy, the weight of the situation hung heavily in their hearts. Suddenly, Broly and Beerus moved simultaneously, their actions seemingly transcending the speed of light. The sounds of their fists meeting echoed powerfully, yet there were no dazzling lights or earth-shattering explosions, only the raw, unadorned impact of their collision. With a resounding thud, both warriors staggered back, and Beerus gazed at Broly in astonishment, unable to comprehend the extraordinary power he had just encountered. He had underestimated the legendary Super Saiyan God, who was indeed the formidable adversary foretold in prophecy. Broly, on the other hand, was exhilarated. Ever since his ascension to godhood, he had yearned for a worthy battle, and today, it seemed, he would finally have the opportunity to unleash his full potential. The two warriors locked eyes, and in an instant, they sprang into action once more, the air filled with the sounds of their fierce exchanges. They separated only to collide again, creating a cacophony of battle that reverberated through the heavens. The purple and crimson auras clashed spectacularly, the duel escalating in intensity. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed as their powerful fists collided, forcing them apart once again, both warriors staring intently at one another. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly splendid. You are indeed the god of destruction. This has been the most exhilarating battle I have had since my fight with Gogeta. I believe it is time to unleash my full power, Broly declared with palpable excitement. Indeed, you have earned my respect as a formidable opponent. Your prowess is remarkable. It is time for us to fight with all our might, Beerus replied, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Previously, their tentative exchanges had concealed their true strength. But now Broly had proven to be Beerus's equal, earning the respect of the god of destruction. Both warriors then raised their energy to its maximum. Their eyes locked onto each other, and in a flash, they vanished from sight. The sound of their fierce clash echoed miles away, leaving the spectators on Earth unable to see their movements, but only hearing the relentless sounds of their battle. Goku and the others, driven by curiosity, pursued the source of the noise, while Vegeta marveled. What an incredible display of power. The two exchanged blows with fervor, each strike ringing out like shattered glass. In the brief moments of stillness, the space they traversed bore the marks of their extraordinary conflict, crystalline cracks appearing in the fabric of reality. With a final, resounding impact, the dimensional rifts erupted with brilliant light before gradually restoring themselves. It's a dimensional fracture. The onlookers gasped, and Piccolo exclaimed in disbelief. To create a dimensional rift with mere physical strikes. Truly, this is a battle of gods. I initially believed that this battle would be as cataclysmic as the conflict between Broly and Gogeta. However, it appears to be entirely different. In comparison, the clash between Gogeta and Broly seems remarkably more refined. At this moment, Broly launched a punch towards Beerus's face. Beerus crossed his arms, and with a resounding thud, they momentarily separated. Well, I never expected the Super Saiyan God to be so formidable. It has been ages since I last fought like this, Beerus exclaimed with delight. Heh. Allow me to demonstrate an even more powerful side of myself, Broly declared, his blood surging with excitement for battle. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, appearing behind Beerus to deliver a swift kick. Beerus attempted to turn and block, but his speed fell short, resulting in Broly sending him flying. Broly then gathered his energy and swiftly pursued, his fist poised to strike Beerus. With a tremendous impact, Beerus was propelled into the sea, while Broly accelerated after him, causing the ocean to part under their immense power. At that moment, Beerus quickly regained his footing, launching a punch towards Broly. Unfazed, Broly countered with a fist of his own, and with a resounding crash, they collided. Following this, Broly executed a swift kick, matched by Beerus's own. Their legs clashed, releasing an extraordinary force. As they separated, Broly remarked, "It seems it is time to conclude this battle." With that, a fiery crimson aura enveloped him, propelling him skyward, while Beerus, adorned in a violet glow, pursued him relentlessly. The two engaged in fierce collisions, ascending until they broke through the atmosphere and emerged into the vastness of space. In the cosmos, their speed intensified, and suddenly, with a sharp crack, Broly single-handedly caught Beerus's fist. Following this, he delivered a powerful kick, sending Beerus hurtling back. Broly swiftly followed, delivering another punch. Beerus, seeing this, crossed his arms to block Broly's blow, yet was still pushed back several meters before stabilizing. Impressive. The Super Saiyan God truly has the ability to push me to this extent. It is time to conclude this battle, Beerus exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. He then gathered a massive death ball in his hands and hurled it towards Broly. Haha, you are right. It is indeed time to end this battle, Broly responded, extending his hands to conjure a colossal green energy sphere, which he launched at the approaching death ball. The two orbs clashed, neither yielding ground. Soon after, both Beerus and Broly intensified their energy output, and gradually, the green sphere began to overpower the death ball, ultimately engulfing it and hurtling towards Beerus. Upon witnessing this, Beerus let out a mighty roar, crossing his arms to absorb the energy sphere. With a thunderous explosion, the energy erupted, sending shockwaves across the cosmos, causing the Earth itself to tremble violently from the astounding aftermath. After the aftermath, Beerus's figure appeared before Broly, looking somewhat disheveled, having borne the brunt of Broly's full-force counterattack in the form of a green energy wave, which left him with minor injuries. The two combatants had separated, both seemingly devoid of further intent to engage. A flicker of fervor ignited in Beerus's eyes as he exclaimed, "What a thrill! You are the first to make me exert my full strength without landing a blow, and you have actually wounded me. Truly impressive." You are the second strongest adversary I have ever encountered. He laughed heartily, relishing the experience. Broly, though aware that Whis was the true supreme being of the universe, feigned ignorance and inquired, the second strongest? Who was the first? Beerus turned his gaze towards Whis in the distance, who was indulging in a fruit salad. Upon noticing Beerus's attention, Whis promptly concealed the salad behind his back. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Beerus's forehead as he replied, "His name is Whis. He is my attendant, yet also my mentor." "Your mentor? Then he must be the strongest in the universe." Broly pretended to be astonished. "Who can say? There are 12 universes in total. This is the 7th universe, and I am merely the god of destruction here. Do you not think there may be even stronger beings that exist in the future?" Beerus remarked. Broly chuckled as he gradually descended to the ground, followed closely by Beerus. "Since I have been defeated by you, I shall refrain from destroying the earth," Beerus declared. At that moment, Broly turned to face Whis and slowly approached him. "I have heard the god of destruction, Beerus, say that you are the mightiest being in this universe. Would you be interested in a match with me?" Broly spoke softly. Beerus was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Broly, while Whis maintained his calm demeanor, his profound gaze fixed on Broly for a moment before responding, "Oh, I see. But are you certain you wish to do this now?" "Humph. 3 years. In 3 years, I shall challenge you," Broly replied with a smile. Whis, observing the exchange, said, "Very well. I shall return in 3 years, and at that time, I will fulfill your wish." Broly nodded slightly, opting for silence as he approached Bulma and Android 18. "Well then, Earthlings, we shall meet again in 3 years. With that, Whis, accompanied by Beerus, transformed into a beam of light and vanished into another dimension. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence as Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, astonished by Broly's immense strength. "I never imagined the gap between us could be so vast. It truly vexes me." Meanwhile, Goku, ever cheerful, stepped forward with a grin. "Wow, Broly. I had no idea you had become this powerful. Just what kind of power does that divine state possess? Would you like to know? Allow me to enlighten you. This transformation has been witnessed among Saiyans before, however. That Super Saiyan God only lasted for 10 minutes before fading away," Broly replied nonchalantly. "Oh, how can one achieve such a state? Are there any prerequisites?" Goku inquired eagerly. "Legend has it that if 5 kind-hearted Saiyans infuse their light into another benevolent Saiyan, he can transform into a Super Saiyan God," Broly explained. "Hey, Kakarot, let us give it a try," exclaimed Goten, as he, Cher, Gohan, and 3 others formed a circle, transforming into Super Saiyans and preparing for the ritual. Would it truly succeed? The onlookers awaited with bated breath. After a brief moment, the 6 suddenly felt a transcendent sensation wash over them. As radiant energy began to coalesce around Goku, he slowly levitated, his hair and eyes transforming to a striking crimson hue, his physique becoming leaner. Enveloped in an aura of fiery brilliance, the form of a deity. "How do you feel, Goku? Have you attained divinity?" Piccolo asked. "Feelings? Quite splendid," Goku replied, surveying his transformed self. "Goku, are you not curious about the extent of this divine power?" Broly inquired calmly. Indeed, taking advantage of his new divine form, Goku engaged Broly in combat, while Broly assessed that his strength was approximately 7/10 that of the god of destruction, Beerus. Chapter 57. The final battle of Goku and Broly. After battling the god of destruction, time flowed onward, and 2 years swiftly passed. During this period, Goku, having experienced the divine realm and absorbed its essence during his clash with Broly, had not broken through to a new level but had refined his control over his power, remaining in the full-powered Super Saiyan 4 state. Meanwhile, Vegeta, through relentless training over the past 2 years, had finally elevated his prowess to the full-powered level of Super Saiyan 4. On this day, Goku, Vegeta, and the rest of Earth's inhabitants gathered at Bulma's residence, where Goku and Vegeta united to once again challenge Broly. At this point, Broly's strength had ascended to the later stages of the Super Saiyan God transformation, with one foot already stepping into the realm of true divinity. Upon entering this true divine state, he would be able to undergo further transformations, reaching his ultimate form. At this juncture, the alliance between Sun Wukong and Vegeta provided Broly with a fortuitous opportunity to ascend to the realm of true divinity. Broly, with a nod of eager consent, set forth with Shire, Bulma, and Android 18, while Sun Wukong and the others instantaneously transported themselves to the Kaioshin realm. Upon their arrival, Sun Wukong elucidated their intentions to the Kaioshin, who, despite his vexation, recognized the futility of resistance, thus reluctantly acquiescing. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Earth, alongside the Kaioshin and others, retreated to a secure location, bracing themselves for yet another cataclysmic battle following the god of destruction. In the arena, Broly confronted Sun Wukong and Vegeta, urging them to merge post-haste, declaring that their current forms failed to pique his interest in combat. Though filled with ire and indignation, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta comprehended that facing Broly alone or in unison would inevitably lead to their swift demise. Consequently, they transformed into Super Saiyan 4, casting glances at one another before symmetrically positioning themselves and preparing to unite their powers. With a swift motion, a blinding radiance erupted, and as the brilliance faded, the formidable figure of Gogeta in Super Saiyan 4 emerged before the spectators. A striking mane of crimson hair adorned his head, complemented by a fitted vest. His body cloaked in a rich coat of red fur, and a long, scarlet tail gracefully arched behind him, all while a chilling smile directed its gaze at Broly. Broly gazed at Gogeta, a joyful smile spreading across his face. He had not anticipated that after the god of destruction, another worthy opponent would emerge, allowing him to unleash his full power. Ha ha ha, this is more like it. I never imagined that beyond Whis and the god of destruction, another contender would appear for me to engage in a true battle. Broly exclaimed with delight. Come on, Broly. I lost to you last time, but I shall not be defeated again, Gogeta declared, assuming a battle stance. Very well, Gogeta. I am ready to unleash my might. Are you prepared? Broly instantly transformed into his God Saiyan state, and the battle was imminent. The legendary Super 4 warrior Gogeta versus the God Saiyan Broly. As Broly and Gogeta faced each other, a brief pause ensued before both unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Their fists collided with a thunderous roar, scattering energy in all directions and causing the ground to cave in beneath them. Instantly separating, they collided once again, producing a series of resounding impacts as their fists met with undeniable force, releasing waves of energy that radiated outward. The golden and crimson auras clashed violently in the air, accompanied by explosive sounds, while the immense power caused the very earth and mountains to tremble. With a resounding thud, they exchanged another powerful blow, momentarily parting ways. Impressive. I did not expect that the two of you, fully merged in Super Saiyan 4, could stand against me, Broly remarked. However, the warm-up ends here. It is time to reveal true strength. Gogeta nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have adjusted. It is time to unleash our full power. Without further words, they elevated their energy to its pinnacle and charged at one another. Gogeta leapt forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed squarely at Broly. Broly swiftly evaded the kick, then raised his foot to strike at Gogeta. With a resounding thud, he sent Gogeta flying backward. In hot pursuit, Broly aimed to seize the opportunity for another assault. Upon noticing this, Gogeta retaliated with a kick directed at Broly, who raised his hand to meet the attack. With a thunderous crash, Gogeta's form accelerated once more, while Broly found himself momentarily halted, unable to advance further. Regaining his composure, Gogeta swiftly grounded himself and charged forward, reaching out with one hand to grasp Broly's neck. However, Broly reacted with remarkable speed, pushing off the ground and retreating a considerable distance. Missing his grasp, Gogeta unleashed an energy blast from his left hand, pursuing Broly relentlessly. As Broly landed and spotted the incoming energy sphere, he clasped his hands together, bracing himself to absorb the impact. The ensuing explosion sent debris swirling into the air. But Broly quickly propelled himself through the cloud of smoke, delivering a powerful punch toward Gogeta. The first strike was barely deflected by Gogeta, the second landed squarely, and by the third, Gogeta was sent hurtling backwards from the force of the blow. As Broly accelerated to catch up with the retreating Gogeta, he was poised to deliver a strike. However, Gogeta swiftly pressed one hand to the ground and executed a kick aimed at Broly's chin. Broly raised his hand to block the attack and deftly rolled to regain his footing. In the next moment, he propelled himself forward and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Broly's abdomen. Yet, Broly, with his hands clasped together, successfully deflected Gogeta's formidable blow. With a swift motion of his palm, Broly hurled two energy orbs forward. In an instant, Gogeta evaded them, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent smoke billowing into the sky. With a nimble leap, Gogeta propelled himself towards Broly, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at him. The excitement in Broly's eyes intensified as he charged forward with a powerful punch. The two figures collided with great ferocity, creating a resounding sonic boom. Their fists and feet clashed relentlessly, accompanied by the deafening sounds of explosive impacts. In a final, fierce exchange, they both staggered back, with Goku and Vegeta appearing tattered. While Broly bore the marks of his opponent's strikes, they locked eyes, and in that moment, Broly surged forward once more, delivering a punch that Goku and Vegeta defended against with his left fist. Undeterred, Broly followed up with another strike, which Goku and Vegeta narrowly evaded by tilting his head aside. With a swift motion, he advanced towards Broly, aiming to grasp his neck. Broly deftly sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a kick aimed at Goku and Vegeta. With little time to react, Goku and Vegeta retracted his left hand to block Broly's strike, while his right hand unleashed a burst of energy directed at Broly. Broly clasped his hands together, successfully blocking the energy blast. With a thunderous explosion, dust and debris erupted into the air. At that moment, Gogeta stood at a distance, observing the aftermath of the explosion, waiting for the smoke to clear and reveal Broly's figure. A smile graced Broly's lips as a crimson light flickered in his eyes. With a swift push off the ground, he propelled himself toward Gogeta, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent Gogeta sprawling. Broly leaped forward in pursuit, ready to strike again. But Gogeta unleashed a formidable energy wave from his hands. With a swift motion, Broly conjured a massive energy sphere and hurled it towards Gogeta. Caught off guard, Gogeta managed to deflect the energy blast with a sweeping kick. In an instant, Broly teleported behind Gogeta, ensnaring him and plummeting towards the ground like a meteor. The impact was thunderous, shattering the earth and creating an enormous fissure. Moments later, Broly reappeared in midair, energy coalescing in his hands as he unleashed a formidable energy wave directed at the spot where Gogeta had fallen. The ensuing explosion resonated with a deafening roar, sending debris flying and clouds of dust swirling into the atmosphere, causing the entire realm of the Kaioshin to tremble. As the tremor subsided, onlookers turned their gaze to the epicenter of the blast, where Gogeta, battered yet resolute, struggled to rise. After such an intense battle, he began to draw in deep breaths, his exhaustion evident. At this moment, Broly was slightly out of breath. He then chuckled. "All right, very well, it seems I should deliver the final blow." With that, a vast amount of energy gathered in the palm of Broly's hand, while Gogeta unleashed the Super Kamehameha simultaneously. Boom! Following the resounding explosion, dust enveloped the two combatants. As the dust cleared, Broly stood battered on the ground, while Gogeta lay motionless. Witnessing the conclusion of the battle, the crowd rushed forward, and Gogeta, too, separated into his components. Each person produced a Senzu bean to nourish the three warriors. "I never expected that we would still lose. But I vow to surpass you in the future. I will challenge you with my own strength," exclaimed Goku, who approached Broly, while Vegeta merely snorted and turned away. "Very well. I await your challenge," Broly replied with a smile. Subsequently, the group exchanged farewells with the Supreme Kai and departed from the Supreme Kai's realm, each returning to their own paths. Chapter 58, Breakthrough. After the battle with Gogeta, Broly bid farewell to Bulma, Android 18, and Chilai before retreating into his ring world for seclusion. The recent confrontation had yielded significant insights into his powers, and he recognized that, in his current state, challenging Whis would yield no victory. He might as well be destined for 10 defeats. Thus, he resolved to undertake further training, aspiring to ascend to the true God realm, where a confrontation with Whis might be feasible. In the ensuing 6 months, Broly engaged in a rigorous and intense training regimen. As he progressed, his understanding of his own power deepened. However, he found himself perpetually on the brink of reaching the true God realm, yet unable to cross that threshold. Each time he felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough, he would fall just short, trapped in stagnation. One day, after yet another unsuccessful attempt to breach the true God realm, anxiety and frustration welled up within him. Realizing that he could not continue in this state, he decided to emerge from the ring, intending to spend time with Bulma and Android 18. Since the onset of his training, he had devoted himself solely to his practice, neglecting to spend time with them, and he deemed it necessary to make amends. Upon his emergence, Bulma, Android 18, and Chilai greeted him with excitement, surrounding him joyfully. "Broly, have you broken through? You're out so soon," they inquired. Broly responded with a wry smile. "Not so easily achieved. Although I have gained a deeper understanding of my strength, advancing further remains elusive. I've been quite restless lately, which is why I decided to come out and spend time with you. I truly apologize for not being with you these past 6 months." The women, understanding his plight, shook their heads gently and replied, "Do not speak like that. It is enough that you think of us. Since you have been unable to break through, let us not dwell on it. Instead, let us go out for a walk together." Having finished speaking, one person on each side grasped Broly, while Shire hung on to him as they ventured out to enjoy themselves. For the past few days, Broly had accompanied Bulma and her companions on their excursions. On this particular day, they arrived at a picturesque, secluded area embraced by mountains. Upon their arrival, Bulma and her friends set up a tent and prepared their supplies. Two of them took Shire to gather ingredients, while Broly stood quietly, gazing at the cascading waterfall and the azure sky, enveloped in tranquility. At that moment, his own power began to flow involuntarily, yet he remained absorbed in the breathtaking scenery, oblivious to his own unusual state. When Bulma and the others returned and saw Broly lost in the beauty around him, Bulma was about to send Shire to call him. However, she was halted by Android 18, who sensed the energy surging within Broly. Aware that he might be on the brink of a breakthrough, she stopped Bulma and Shire, and the three of them quietly observed Broly, silently praying for him. At that moment, Broly's consciousness entered an expansive, boundless realm, interwoven with fiery red and golden green hues. He felt as though he had stepped into the primordial universe, where colors intertwined without any discernible pattern. There were no formidable barriers, only endless possibilities for breakthrough and expansion. After what felt like an eternity, the two colors harmoniously fused together, and Broly's heart began to enter a state of clarity, with his power continuously ascending. Suddenly, a sound akin to a rupture echoed, and Broly's aura abruptly shifted. All the energy within him receded, leaving him appearing as if he possessed no strength at all. Just then, Broly slowly opened his eyes, noticing Bulma, Android 18, and his daughter Shire, who were anxiously watching from a distance. He approached them and said, "What is the matter? Do not worry. I was merely sensing something a moment ago." Android 18 scrutinized him for a moment before asking, "Broly, do you realize how long you have been in this state?" Broly remarked, "It shouldn't be long now. It feels like just a moment." Bulma remarked, "Wait a moment. You've been at it for half a day already. If it weren't for Android 18 saying that you were in the midst of a breakthrough and requested us not to disturb you, I would have sent Chi-Chi to fetch you long ago." Broly awkwardly scratched his head and said, "I apologize for causing you concern. Now, please hurry and prepare the meal, as I am absolutely famished." Subsequently, everyone joyfully shared a meal together, and after spending a delightful night in that picturesque location, they returned home as a family. Before long, a year had passed. During this time, following his last breakthrough into the true God realm, Broly's power surged continuously, and with it, his level of mastery ascended as well, bringing him to the latter stages of the true God state. Throughout the year, Goku and Vegeta engaged in relentless training. Goku had reached Super Saiyan 5, entering the realm of the God of Science, while Vegeta, spurred on by Goku's progress, had attained the initial stage of Super Saiyan 5. Today, the inhabitants of Earth gathered at Broly's home, where he and his companions awaited their arrival. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Broly, you may come to the Kaioshin realm with the people of Earth. Beerus and I are waiting for you." Broly suddenly rose to his feet, and Son Goku approached him, inquiring, "Have the gods of destruction arrived?" Broly nodded and replied, "They are currently in the realm of the Kais. I just received word that they are awaiting our arrival. We can set off now." Subsequently, Broly, accompanied by his family, and Son Goku, alongside the others, instantaneously transported themselves to the realm of the Kais. At that moment, the old Kai and the Supreme Kai stood respectfully before Beerus and Whis. With a smile, Whis remarked, "Ah, you have arrived. Those who have attained the realm of true gods. Very well. Since you are here, let us commence." Whis continued. Broly gazed at Whis and nodded, inquiring, "Before we commence our duel, could you reveal your true identity?" Whis smiled, his eyes betraying no emotion, and replied, "Once you have bested me, I shall disclose it to you." Broly nodded, his aura suddenly surging, his hair transforming into a rich brown that cascaded down to his waist. A crimson tail swayed behind him, while flashes of lightning danced around his form, revealing intricate red tattoos. With a confident gaze, he fixed his eyes upon Whis. Whis regarded Broly with a grave expression, his own energy steadily escalating, a terrifying presence enveloping him, causing the very space around him to ripple with intensity. An epic confrontation was on the verge of commencing. The mightiest warrior, Broly, versus Whis. Who would ultimately prevail? Chapter 59. Broly versus Whis. Broly's demeanor grew serious, and the warrior's blood coursed through his veins with fervor. Excitement surged within him as he thought, "Come forth. Let me witness the true strength of the teacher of this god of destruction." With a mighty roar, Broly leaped into the air, launching a powerful punch towards Whis. However, Whis merely tapped the air in front of him with his staff, and an ethereal barrier enveloped him instantly. Broly's fist collided with the barrier, unleashing a tremendous force that rippled across its surface, creating a cascade of luminous waves. Then, with a resounding crack, the barrier shattered. The overwhelming power surged towards Whis, who swiftly retreated, once again summoning a barrier with a deft flick of his staff. In an instant, the protective shield reappeared, and as he pointed his staff once more, a colossal surge of energy emanated towards Broly's formidable assault. With a tremendous clash, the two forces intersected, and after a brief moment of struggle, they ultimately neutralized each other. Broly let out a fierce roar, his figure flickering as he instantaneously appeared above Whis. With a swift motion, he executed a devastating downward kick aimed directly at Whis, resulting in a thunderous impact. The astonishing force struck the energy barrier, sending Whis crashing into the ground, while the barrier shattered instantaneously, causing the surrounding earth to crumble and crack. Whis, however, swiftly emerged from the abyss, gazing at Broly with an expression of acknowledgement. Indeed, he was remarkably strong, his power nearly eclipsing my own. Given this realization, I must adopt a more serious approach, lest I find myself defeated in no time. Whis retracted his staff, an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from his being. He chuckled, declaring, "Without this intensity, it would be rather dull. This is what makes it truly engaging." Sensing Whis's formidable presence, Broly instinctively heightened his vigilance, for at that moment, their energies were strikingly comparable. Although Broly's aura was similar to Whis's, it was worth noting that he had only ascended to this level a year prior, while Whis had been entrenched in this realm for countless years, undoubtedly possessing a greater familiarity with such power. With a decisive step, Whis materialized before Broly, unleashing a punch that reverberated through the air, shaking the very earth beneath them. A cataclysmic blow surged toward Broly with tremendous force. Upon witnessing the impending strike, Broly's expression shifted, and he instantly prepared himself for the onslaught. This punch, seemingly ordinary, possessed an extraordinary swiftness. In a heartbeat, Broly conjured an energy shield enveloping his form. With a resounding crash, Whis's fist collided with the energy barrier, causing the surrounding space to ripple, and the shield shattered into fragments. A tremendous force surged toward Broly, who clasped his hands together to ward off the blow. Yet he was compelled to retreat, eventually stabilizing himself 100 meters away after dissipating the overwhelming power. "Broly, I had not anticipated that in 3 years, your strength would surpass my own. However, your mastery over that power remains inferior to mine. Thus, I am certain of my victory in this battle." With those words, Whis vanished from sight, reappearing beside Broly in an instant, delivering a punch imbued with an aura of destruction radiating from his arm. Broly let out a cold snort, launching a powerful punch towards Whis, a surge of exhilaration swelling within him. "As long as you cannot defeat me in one blow, my mastery over strength will deepen with the continuation of this battle. I shall not be vanquished." The two fists collided, unleashing astonishing might. The formidable shockwave caused the ground to sink dramatically, with a single strike resulting in devastation akin to that witnessed after the battle between Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta and his opponent. The two warriors instantly separated before crashing into each other once more, a fierce gale erupting, causing the entire planet to tremble. In that moment, Broly teleported directly in front of Whis, delivering a punch imbued with cataclysmic brilliance aimed at him. Upon witnessing this, Whis swiftly raised his foot to meet Broly's fist, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the surrounding space. Subsequently, Broly pivoted and kicked at Whis, who responded with a swift strike of his right fist. The resounding clash of fist and foot sent ripples through the fabric of space, reverberating continuously as the fractured space expanded at a visible rate, creating a massive black hole hundreds of meters wide. The tempest of spatial chaos whirled outwards, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. Yet, this seemingly formidable storm was dissipated into nothingness during the collision between Broly and Whis. As the space began to mend, their fierce battle resumed, causing further fragmentation of the surrounding area. With a resounding crash, the fists of Whis and Broly collided once more, and they swiftly separated again. As their combat temporarily paused, the space in which they fought finally had a chance to catch its breath, rapidly healing itself. Just as a terrifying spatial storm was on the brink of emergence, the space restored itself to its former glory. Broly and Whis exchanged a glance, an astonishing aura emanating from both of them. The stage was set for an epic confrontation, as they simultaneously assumed their stances, bracing themselves for the impending battle. In an instant, they surged forward, their fists colliding with a resounding crash, shattering the recently restored space once again. As Broly pivoted, he unleashed a powerful kick, met by Whis's left fist. The collision resonated with a thunderous boom, scattering energy and further fracturing the surrounding space. The two combatants swiftly separated, but in a blink, Broly executed a sudden teleportation, reappearing behind Whis and delivering a fierce kick. Whis, anticipating the attack, propelled himself forward in an attempt to evade, yet his speed proved insufficient. With a resounding thud, he was sent soaring by Broly's kick. In a flash, Broly accelerated, closing the distance to Whis once more, and launched an elbow strike toward him. Observing the impending strike, Whis pressed one hand against the ground, lifting his leg to deliver a kick aimed at Broly's chin. Broly reacted instantly, bringing his hands together to shield against the blow. In a seamless motion, Whis rolled upright and unleashed a powerful punch directed at Broly's abdomen. With a fierce expression, Broly retreated momentarily, casting forth a powerful energy sphere. Whis narrowly evaded the attack. But before he could counter, Broly appeared right before him, delivering a brutal punch. The first strike was barely blocked by Whis, but the second landed squarely, and the third sent him hurtling backward. Broly accelerated once more, seizing Whis's foot and launching him skyward. Propelling himself off the ground, Broly swiftly pursued Whis, soon hovering above him, fist poised to strike. With a resounding impact, Broly struck Whis's back, sending him crashing to the earth. A tremendous explosion ensued, creating a vast crater as dust and debris swirled around. Yet, Whis emerged from the pit, swiftly darting back towards Broly. As the two clashed, fists and feet collided in an intense display of power, shattering the very fabric of space itself, with thunderous sonic booms echoing across the battlefield. With a colossal crash, they momentarily separated, and the disturbed space began its slow recovery. After such a prolonged battle, it is time we unleash our full strength to determine the victor. Otherwise, even if the Kaioshin realm is destroyed, we will remain at an impasse. Whis remarked calmly. Haha, you were right. The time has come. I have no desire to prolong this any further. Let us settle this once and for all and see who prevails, you or I. Who has just ascended to true divinity? Broly replied with a smile. As their words echoed, both warriors erupted with even more potent auras, bracing themselves for the imminent final clash. Chapter 60. The conclusion of battle. In an instant, they vanished from sight, charging towards one another. Their fists collided with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves through the air as the surrounding space shattered with a cacophony of cracking sounds. Though the space struggled to mend itself, their fierce combat continued, each collision further fracturing the freshly repaired surroundings. With another resounding explosion, Whis's fist met Broly's in a powerful exchange. Then, with his left hand, Whis unleashed a radiant red light, forming a sharp energy blade that sliced towards Broly. Upon witnessing the sword strike, Broly swiftly evaded, conjuring an orange energy sphere in his right hand and hurling it towards Whis. Unfazed by the energy orb, Whis did not retreat but instead struck downward with his light sword. In that moment, Broly teleported directly in front of Whis, launching a kick towards him. Whis deftly sidestepped, evading the attack, but Broly had already prepared another energy sphere in his left hand, which he unleashed instantaneously. Whis, caught off guard, realized he could not use his light sword in time to intercept the energy sphere. Reluctantly, he clasped his hands together to shield himself, resulting in a resounding impact that, while not explosive, caused a momentary lapse in Whis's defense, causing him to lean back slightly. A smirk crept onto Broly's lips as he appeared before Whis, delivering a powerful punch. The force of the blow sent Whis hurtling backwards, but Broly accelerated, catching up to him and executing an elbow strike to Whis's abdomen. Following that, he seized Whis's leg and hurled him to the ground with tremendous force, creating a massive crater and sending dust swirling into the air. Whis quickly emerged from the pit, racing towards Broly. As he charged, Broly clenched his fists and met him head-on, their fists and feet colliding in a flurry of strikes, creating a tumultuous clash that shattered the space around them, filling the air with deafening sonic booms. The onlookers were exhilarated by the fierce battle, feeling their journey was well worth it. Broly, he won't be harmed, will he? Bulma expressed her concern, watching the intense combat unfold. Android 18 grasped Bulma's hand reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry, he will be fine." As the fierce exchanges continued, both combatants took a moment to recover. Broly bore numerous imprints of punches, while Whis's once pristine attire was now tattered, marred by several wounds. After a brief standoff, Broly charged once more, delivering a punch that was blocked with his left hand. Undeterred, Broly followed up with another strike, but Whis deftly deflected it, closing the distance rapidly and reaching for Broly's neck. Broly narrowly evaded by shifting his body, and in response, he attempted to grasp Whis's neck. Whis, sensing the danger, swiftly retreated. In retaliation, Broly hurled an energy blast at the retreating Whis. Whis, with hands clasped, summoned a powerful defensive maneuver, resulting in a colossal explosion that enveloped him in flames. As the dust settled, Whis emerged, seemingly unscathed aside from a disheveled appearance. The battle raged on, escalating in intensity as their powers collided, fracturing the earth, causing rocks to crumble, and sending shockwaves through the fabric of space itself. In an instant, a massive rift, hundreds of meters wide, formed, centered around the two warriors, as the very essence of reality fractured and expanded. At that moment, Whis once again conjured a luminous sword and aimed to strike at Broly. Observing the swift approach of the blade, Broly deftly evaded, declaring, "Do not think you are the only one capable of this maneuver," as he summoned an orange sword of light in response, launching his own attack towards Whis. "Indeed, you are a combat genius. Having witnessed this technique merely twice, you have mastered it," Whis remarked, as their swords clashed with a resounding clang, reminiscent of finely tempered steel meeting. In that instant of collision, both fighters simultaneously unleashed strikes with their left hands, generating an explosive shockwave that shattered the surrounding space in layers. The fabric of space rapidly attempted to mend itself, only to be shattered again with even greater force. The speed of restoration was far outpaced by the destruction wrought by the two warriors. Their battle intensified, the swords of light intersecting repeatedly, creating a melodic symphony of clinks and clashes. In an instant, Broly teleported above Whis, bringing his sword down in a fierce arc. With a swift motion, Whis positioned his right hand to intercept the fierce blow, successfully blocking Broly's onslaught. The surrounding space fractured, and a tempest of energy surged, sending their hair swirling wildly. Then, with a sudden thrust of his left hand, Broly struck Whis in the abdomen, propelling him backward with tremendous force. Whis only regained his balance after being sent flying a distance of over 100 meters. Broly evidently had no intention of granting Whis a moment's respite. In an instant, he teleported before Whis, delivering a swift kick that was barely managed to block. Following this, Broly unleashed a powerful punch that struck Whis, sending him hurtling backward. Just as Whis was about to soar away, Broly swiftly pursued him, landing another punch aimed at his abdomen. Seizing Whis by the ankles, he forcefully hurled him into the sky. Broly then promptly caught up to Whis again, striking him with a double-fisted blow. Whis plummeted rapidly toward the ground with a thunderous crash, causing the earth to shatter and rise, forming massive fissures and trenches. Subsequently, a large energy sphere materialized in Broly's palm, which he hurled into the trench. He continued to conjure energy blasts, relentlessly bombarding the chasm. With each explosion, the air was filled with deafening roars, billowing smoke, and flying debris. Finally, Broly prepared a colossal orange energy sphere, launching it with great force, resulting in an enormous explosion that sent shockwaves throughout the entire realm of the Supreme Kai. As the tremors ceased and the dust settled, Whis emerged from the trench in a disheveled state. "I concede, Broly, I never anticipated your strength. Your mastery over power is truly remarkable. To leave me in such a state, you are indeed the strongest in this universe," Whis stated calmly. At that moment, Broly returned to his original demeanor, patiently awaiting Whis' revelation. "I am the representative of order in this universe, tasked with maintaining the normal functioning of this world," Whis explained. "Representative of order? Thank you. I understand. I also realize you haven't exerted your full strength. Until we meet again, I hope to witness you unleash your full power and utilize your authority of rules. Farewell," Broly declared, vanishing from the realm of the Supreme Kai along with his companions. Whis merely smiled and nodded before departing with Beerus. Chapter 61. Encountering the Divine again upon returning to Earth, the group exchanged brief greetings before parting ways. Inspired by the intense battle between Broly and Whis, Goku and Vegeta were driven to train fiercely in the days that followed. 2 years had passed since the fierce battle between Broly and Whis. One evening, after an intense confrontation, Broly found himself in the company of Bulma and Android 18, both of whom were exhausted and had succumbed to slumber. As Broly held the two women, on the verge of drifting into sleep himself, a sudden disorientation washed over him. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had been transported to a strangely familiar realm. This place feels so reminiscent. It dawned on him. This was none other than the domain of that decrepit old god. Why had he summoned me here again? Right, last time he gave me a kick in the backside. Now that I have grown so formidable, surely I can teach that old coot a lesson. With that thought, his eyes began to scan the surroundings, eager to catch sight of the old man. Just as Broly was lost in his exhilaration, the figure of the old god suddenly materialized before him, followed by a sharp rap on Broly's head. Cradling his throbbing skull, Broly let out a pained exclamation. "You little rascal, with your meager powers, Do you think you can take revenge on me? If you wish to seek vengeance, you'll have to wait for another billion or so years, the god remarked nonchalantly. Gazing at Broly with an amused expression, Broly clutched his large head, gazing at the deity with exasperation. You old man, I was merely contemplating in my mind. There is no need for such seriousness, he exclaimed. Moreover, what exactly is it that has brought me here once again? The deity replied, well, it is nothing of great consequence, merely a request for your assistance in a matter. Rest assured, there are benefits to be gained. How about it, you rascal? Will you help or not? The god cunningly coaxed Broly. Upon hearing of the potential benefits, Broly's demeanor instantly transformed into one of utmost respect. He humbly inquired, might I ask what task you wish for me to undertake? I shall devote myself entirely to it and ensure that I do not disappoint you. The deity was quite pleased with Broly's respectful attitude. The matter at hand could be discussed later. For now, let us delve into your strength. Do you believe that your current prowess is indeed formidable? Broly, filled with confidence and a hint of pride, declared, of course. Although I currently lack the ability to retaliate in your presence, I am on the verge of becoming the #1 in the Dragon Ball universe. My strength is indeed formidable. This is not mere bravado. I believe you are aware that I faced off against a certain individual named Whis. Though he refrained from utilizing his power of rules during our battle, I still managed to exert 8/10 of my fighting capacity, and with that, I was able to defeat him. That certainly indicates my prowess. Your confidence is commendable, but do not become complacent. Now, allow me to explain the purpose of my visit. It was inspired by the deities after watching Dragon Ball, as we noticed the existence of a grand martial arts tournament in that world. We, too, wish to host such an event in our realm, with participants chosen by the gods themselves. The competitors will consist of individuals you are likely familiar with. The deity stated calmly. Upon hearing that the divine realm is to host a martial arts tournament, Broly's warrior instincts were ignited with fervor. Excitedly, he inquired, who will be participating? Can you share their names with me? The deity regarded Broly with satisfaction and replied, the list of participants has not yet been finalized. But there are some names you may find familiar. Among those tentatively confirmed are the god Jehovah from the Western celestial realm, the fallen angel Lucifer, and figures from Greek mythology such as Zeus, the Earth Mother Gaia, as well as Uranus, Poseidon, and Hades. These are the representatives from the Western pantheon. As for the Eastern divine realm, we have 4 saints, the primordial supreme being, the heavenly teacher, and the 2 sages, as well as their master, the venerable Hongjun. Additionally, there are the Buddha, the ancestral dragon of the dragon tribe, the Kuanping of the demon tribe, Tai, the yellow emperor Xin Yuan, and Chi Yu, among others. And as for my selection, it is none other than you. Upon hearing these familiar names, Broly was instantly filled with fervor and exclaimed, when do we begin? I can hardly wait. Do not be hasty, the deity replied calmly. With your current strength, you can only defeat a handful of opponents. Aspiring to reach the pinnacle of power is beyond your grasp at this moment. Thus, I wish for you to traverse into other dimensions to hone your skills. I intend for you to fully integrate and master the power of the laws within you. Only then will you stand a chance to contend with them. Fortunately, time is still on your side, as our competition is not scheduled for another 3 years. Broly, puzzled, inquired, will my strength truly increase by venturing into other dimensional worlds? I am sending you to alternate realms because you have yet to master the power of the laws. By entering worlds of lesser martial prowess, your presence will inevitably disrupt the balance of that realm, thus attracting the attention of its overseer. Once you defeat him and take his place, you will gain control over his law power. Although it may be of a lower level, frequent visits to various worlds will allow your law power to evolve and strengthen. Afterward, you can return to your current Dragon Ball world, vanquish its overseer, and absorb its law power. Consequently, your mastery of the law will be complete, granting you the means to challenge those you hold in high regard, the deity elaborated to Broly. Then grant me the ability to traverse the dimensions at will. But I insist on bringing my beloved along, Broly stated resolutely. That is feasible. To draw out the overseer of that world, there are 2 conditions you must meet. First, you must assume the role of the original protagonist of that realm and fulfill the narrative arc. You may alter the storyline, but it must reach its conclusion. Second, once you have completed the plot, your strength must surpass that of the overseer by a significant margin. Only then will your full power draw forth the overseer of that world. Do you understand, you impudent rascal? Broly nodded with palpable excitement. Haha. This way I can not only attract the ladies, but also enhance my own strength, truly a perfect arrangement. How splendid. He continued, now, I shall bestow this ability upon the ring I gave you, and send you back. I hope that when we meet again in 3 years, you will not disappoint me. Broly nodded solemnly. Rest assured, old man, I shall not disappoint you, for I am the strongest. The deity, feeling reassured, nodded in response and bestowed upon Broly the ability to traverse the multiverse at will. There you go, the function has been added. With each world administrator you conquer, your strength will increase. I hope you seize this opportunity. With a wave of his hand, Broly vanished from that realm, and the deity's figure gradually faded away. At that moment, Broly returned to his original space, still cradling the two women in his arms. Yet his heart swelled with excitement as he pondered which world to explore first, eventually drifting into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 62. Approaching the next world on the following morning. Broly rose early and gently roused the two women from their sleep. They exchanged shy glances, their cheeks flushed. You go first. Broly chuckled and stepped outside, allowing them to emerge slowly thereafter. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast, Broly gathered Bulma, Android 18, and Kaiatsu, saying, Please wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Curiosity sparked in Bulma and the others as they inquired, What is it you wish to discuss? I am preparing to venture into other dimensional realms, Broly stated. I wish to know if you would like to accompany me on this adventure. Other dimensional realms? So we can explore different worlds? The three women exclaimed with exhilaration. Indeed, Broly affirmed. This journey serves two purposes. First, to challenge the administrators of these worlds. Upon defeating them, I can absorb their laws and harness their powers. The second purpose is to take you all on a delightful excursion. What do you say? Will you join me? Absolutely. It would be wonderful to experience the styles of other worlds. They responded enthusiastically. However, Bulma interjected, That sounds lovely. But I suspect you have a third motive, seeking beautiful women in other realms, you notorious rogue. Upon hearing this, Android 18 suddenly realized the truth and fixed her gaze on Broly. Upon hearing this, Broly awkwardly glanced at Bulma and Android 18. Feeling a sense of discontent in his heart, Bulma truly seems to be a worm in my belly. How could she possibly know this? Nevertheless, Broly maintained a facade of composure and replied calmly, Hey, Bulma, is it customary for a wife to speak of her husband in such a manner? Be cautious, or I might have to impose some punishment on you this evening. Upon hearing this, Bulma's face instantly flushed, and even number 18 felt a warm blush creep across her cheeks. Nevertheless, Bulma continued, having spent such a long time in your company, we still do not truly know you. However, we both acknowledge our limitations, and thus, we shall not concern ourselves with your pursuits in finding women. That said, regardless of how many women you may encounter in the future, you must never forget about us. Upon hearing this, Broly felt a profound sense of emotion as he gazed affectionately at Bulma and Android 18, and in an instant, he embraced both women. Rest assured, no matter how many women I may have in the future, you shall always remain the most significant to me, he declared. Now that you are all aware of the situation, why don't you prepare yourselves? We shall embark on our journey to another world in 3 days. The girls, upon hearing this, were filled with joy and leaped into the air. The 3 days passed swiftly, during which Bulma, Android 18, and Chi-Chi engaged in extensive shopping, entrusting all their purchases to Broly, who stored them within his ring. Are you all prepared? Broly inquired. Yes, we are ready. By the way, there is one more thing. How long will it be until we return? Bulma asked. Well, it could be as little as 3 years or as much as 5. As we will not be visiting just one world, but multiple worlds, which will require additional time, Broly replied. Oh, understood. I will inform my parents that we are going out for a trip, Bulma said, rushing off to bid farewell to her parents. All right, it's settled. I've also told everyone that we are going on a cosmic adventure, Bulma exclaimed. Broly nodded and said, Very well, you may enter my ring space. I shall let you out once I arrive. With that, he swiftly transported the 3 women into the space within his ring. Subsequently, Broly activated the dimensional travel feature granted by the Divine Ring, preparing to embark on a journey to another world. Chapter 1. The Encounter with Luffy. I shall choose One Piece and see Luffy and his crew, Broly mused, and upon deciding, he stepped directly into the dimensional portal, which shimmered before vanishing from sight. Beneath the cerulean sky, the vast ocean stretched endlessly, with seagulls soaring freely above. On the surface of the sea, a band of pirates led by the grotesque and portly Arlita was busily raiding a merchant ship. At that moment, a brilliant portal materialized in the sky, and a tall, muscular figure gradually emerged from it. Observing the scene of the unattractive woman commanding her pirates in the robbery, Broly chuckled. My arrival is perfectly timed. It seems this is indeed a scene from the first episode of One Piece. Quite splendid. Luffy must certainly be in that barrel aboard the passenger ship. How fortuitous to meet this man destined to become the Pirate King. However, it appears you have been rather cocky in my absence. But now that I am here, the title of Pirate King shall undoubtedly be mine. Haha. With these thoughts, Broly teleported onto the passenger ship and made his way to the cargo hold in search of the barrel containing Luffy. Before long, he discovered the barrel. Aha! I have found it. Now, let me witness the legendary protagonist, Luffy, he exclaimed, and with a swift motion of his lightsaber, he shattered the barrel. As the barrel broke, Luffy emerged with a hearty laugh, reminiscent of the original story. However, upon seeing Luffy's foolish grin, Broly's mood soured, and he interrupted, "Hey, stop laughing. Do you not realize how unpleasant your laughter is?" Luffy, taken aback, replied, "Who are you?" "I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King." "Oh, is that so? Do you possess the strength for such a claim?" Broly scoffed. "Humph. This is my lifelong dream. I would gladly face death for it. Do you doubt my abilities? Shall we test our strengths? If you lose, you must join me as my companion," Luffy proposed. "Oh, you are quite confident, aren't you? If you lose, you shall be my subordinate, but it appears that fate has already sealed your role as my aide. Come now, let me see just how formidable you are with the powers of the Gum Gum fruit." With that, Broly beckoned Luffy with a gesture. Just as Luffy prepared to engage, the pirates who had been looting the passenger ship arrived at the scene. Spotting Broly and Luffy, they rushed forward in an attempt to capture them. However, they were swiftly intimidated by the two's formidable presence and scattered in fear, reporting back to the grotesque and elderly Arlita. Upon receiving the report, Yarlita hastily arrived at the scene. When Broly laid his eyes upon Yarlita once more, he was instantly overcome by a wave of nausea, followed by a swift punch that created a shockwave, sending Yarlita hurtling backwards. After executing this act, Broly turned to Luffy and declared, "Come on. The nuisance has been dealt with." Luffy rushed forward, delivering a punch aimed at Broly, who stood his ground effortlessly, merely using a finger to intercept Luffy's strike. The attack was far too sluggish and feeble. Following this, Broly flicked Luffy's forehead with a single finger, causing him to be propelled backwards. With a resounding thud, Luffy's form soared through the air for several meters before coming to a halt on the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to continue the fight. Observing Luffy sprawled on the ground, Broly instantaneously appeared before him, administering a healing beam and inquiring, "So, kid, have you conceded?" Luffy rose to his feet, grinning as he replied, "I didn't expect you to be this formidable. From now on, you shall be my captain, but how are you so strong? Can you teach me to become more powerful?" Broly chuckled, "First, find yourself a ship. Let us go, the Marines will be here soon. And I'd rather avoid any trouble." Subsequently, true to the original narrative, Luffy secured a small boat and set sail with Broly and his acquaintance, Kobe. Meanwhile, Broly cast a glance at the small vessel they had just collided with, chuckling. "Nami, we shall meet again soon." On board the ship, Broly expressed his desire to explore the Grand Line. Luffy, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement and urged Broly to gather some companions. Following the storyline, Broly, guided by Kobe, headed to the Navy base to seek out his first ally, Zoro. Chapter 2. The joining of Zoro. The small boat drifted with the wind across the sea, and before long, Broly, Luffy, and Kobe arrived at the Navy base where Roronoa Zoro was held captive. The trio disembarked, joyously exclaiming, "At last, we've arrived at the Navy base." They then made their way toward the base. As they walked, Kobe attempted to dissuade Broly and Luffy from pursuing Zoro, but Broly feigned indifference. Luffy countered, "We don't necessarily have to recruit him. We must see if he is a good person." Kobe retorted loudly, "Luffy, what are you joking about? How could he possibly be a good person? He was captured precisely because he is a bad guy." At this juncture, Broly interjected, "Luffy, why not inquire whether Zoro is imprisoned in this Navy base?" Upon hearing this, Luffy approached a fruit vendor, snatched a piece of fruit, and began to eat. The vendor, noticing this, stepped out, and after Luffy tossed him a belly, he asked, "Is there a guy named Zoro in this base?" Upon hearing this, the passers-by swiftly retreated in fear. Observing the situation, Kobe approached quietly and remarked, "It seems we cannot utter the name Zoro here." Broly glanced around and suggested, "Luffy, let us proceed to the naval base." Thus, the trio continued their journey towards the naval base. Along the way, Kobe informed Broly and Luffy that the commander of the naval base was a man named Monka. Upon hearing Monka's name, the bystanders, just as when Zoro's name was mentioned, recoiled in fear. Kobe found this reaction quite peculiar, while Luffy found the townsfolk amusing. Broly, aware of the narrative, understood the reason behind their behavior and remained silent. The three of them reached the entrance of the naval base, engaged in conversation between Luffy and Kobe. As they stood before the tightly shut gates of the naval base, Luffy swiftly scaled the wall to take a look. Kobe followed suit, and soon Luffy exclaimed, "Captain, I see him. Zoro is here. But he is currently bound to a wooden post, standing in the open." Broly nodded slowly and ascended into the air, gazing down at an open space. There, he spotted a figure adorned with a green headscarf, his head bowed low, bound by ropes to a wooden post. This individual, emanating a sense of rebellion and pride, was none other than Krallo, the first character in the original narrative to become a companion of Luffy, albeit notably directionally challenged. Broly instructed Luffy to untie Krallo, but Kobe vehemently opposed this action. At that moment, Krallo noticed Broly and his companions and provocatively remarked, "Hey, you lot are quite an eyesore. Get lost." Broly disdainfully scoffed, while Kobe once again urged Broly and Luffy to refrain from foolishness. Just then, a little girl climbed over the wall with a ladder, bringing a rice ball she had made for Krallo, who harshly rejected her offering. At that moment, Monka's son approached the girl with two companions, snatched a rice ball from her hands, and began to eat it. Displeased by its taste, he discarded the rice ball onto the ground, trampling it underfoot. Witnessing this, the girl's eyes welled with tears. Monka's son then ordered the Navy to throw the little girl over the wall. Upon seeing her being tossed out, Broly swiftly sprang into action, catching the girl in his arms before gently placing her on the ground and wiping her tears away, softly inquiring, "Are you all right?" "Thank you. I'm fine," the girl replied gratefully, gazing up at Broly. Krallo, seething with anger, was met with Monka's son's mocking laughter as he exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to be so resilient, enduring until now." "Humph, I can last a month," Krallo asserted defiantly. "Then you better work hard," Monka's son retorted, laughing as he departed with his companions. After confirming the girl was unharmed, Broly suggested, "Luffy, go check on Krallo." Luffy quickly scaled the wall to approach Krallo. "Oh, you're still here," Krallo exclaimed with some surprise. "Tied up here for display. If I hadn't eaten for 3 days, I would have starved." Luffy replied, "Humph, that's where we differ. I will survive, without a doubt," Krallo declared resolutely. "You're quite the peculiar fellow," Luffy remarked, waving his hand as he prepared to leave. Just then, Krallo requested Luffy to help retrieve the rice ball that Monka's son had trampled and to feed it to him. Surprised yet compliant, Luffy picked up the rice ball from the ground and fed it to Krallo. Subsequently, Luffy returned to Broly's side, and together they escorted the little girl home. Along the way, Luffy informed her that Krallo had eaten the rice ball, which brought her great joy. Kobe, however, expressed his confusion, stating, "It seems Kobe isn't as bad as rumored." Upon hearing this, the little girl became discontented and introduced herself as Carrie. She proceeded to explain the reasons behind Zoro's apprehension, which deeply resonated with Kobe. Just as Broly and his companions arrived at the entrance of the hotel owned by Carrie's mother, an obnoxious sound emanated from within. The four of them stepped inside, and upon entering, Broly's eyes lit up, for he spotted Nami in the vicinity. He mused to himself how serendipitous it was to encounter her here. While Broly contemplated whether to approach Nami, a piercing laughter interrupted his thoughts. "Hee. What a dull day. Let us execute Zoro tomorrow. I hope everyone comes to witness." Broly's anger flared, as his train of thought was abruptly derailed, leaving him in a foul mood. "Luffy, throw that guy out. People like him only create noise," Broly said irritably to Luffy. Hearing this, Luffy dashed forward and delivered a punch, sending Monka's son, Balloon crashing against the wall, where he slid down to the ground. Glaring at Luffy, Balloon spat, "Just you wait. I'll tell my father and have you executed." With that, he slinked away in disgrace. At this moment, Luffy resolved to recruit Zoro. After inquiring with Broly, who nodded in agreement, they ensured Carrie and her mother were settled before leaving the hotel to return to the place where Zoro was bound. Before departing, Broly cast a lingering glance at Nami. "Luffy, go retrieve Zoro's sword. I shall speak with him," Broly stated calmly, noting that Zoro's sword was likely in the possession of Monka's son, Balloon. Luffy acknowledged with a nod and made his way into the military base, while Broly approached Zoro. "Haha, Zoro. I have come to offer you a place in my crew to explore the Grand Line," Broly said casually. "Dream on. I would never join you." "Don't waste your breath," Zoro retorted. Broly, with a smile, replied, "I am aware of your prowess with the sword. How about this? I have sent Luffy to retrieve your sword. Once you have it back, we shall duel." If you lose, you will accompany us to the Grand Line. What do you say? Zoro pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Broly chuckled and said, "First and foremost, let me untie you. Beelzebub has declared your execution for tomorrow." As he spoke, Broly approached Zoro and, with a swift motion, snapped the ropes that bound him, liberating Zoro from his constraints. At that very moment, Luffy was frantically searching for Beelzebub. Suddenly, he heard a sound emanating from the other side of a towering building. Utilizing his rubbery abilities, he leapt into the air to investigate. However, he exerted too much energy, soaring excessively high and colliding with a statue that Monka had constructed, shattering it to pieces. In the chaos, Luffy caught sight of Beelzebub, seizing him and dashing away. Monka, incensed by the destruction of his statue, ordered his men to pursue Luffy. Before long, Luffy learned from Beelzebub the whereabouts of the sword. After retrieving Zoro's blade, he sprinted towards Broly's location. Yet, as Luffy raced towards Broly, Monka and his men encountered both Broly and Zoro. Upon seeing them, Monka immediately commanded his subordinates to open fire on Broly and his companion. Broly, observing the toy-like weapons of the Navy, smirked disdainfully. He instructed Zoro to step behind him, and just then, the sound of gunfire echoed. Zoro gazed at Broly in astonishment, while the Navy personnel stared at Broly in trepidation. Broly gazed at Colonel Monka, who wielded an axe and bore a steel jaw, with disdain, curling his lips lightly. In an instant, he appeared before Monka, lightly tapping him, causing the colonel to collapse onto the ground, unconscious. At that moment, Luffy arrived, and upon witnessing this spectacle, he exclaimed excitedly, "Captain, you're amazing. When will you teach me?" Broly, shaking his head in resignation at Luffy's enthusiasm, then inquired about obtaining Zoro's sword, which he handed over to Zoro, saying, "Zoro, now that you have your sword, what say you? Do you still wish to compete?" Zoro shook his head, replying, "You are formidable. However, I shall surpass you one day. I will join your crew as per our agreement." The Navy personnel erupted in cheers upon seeing Monka downed. Following this, Broly and his companions enjoyed a hearty meal at Garley's hotel before departing, while Kobe, with Luffy's assistance, became a member of the Navy. Chapter 3. The first encounter with Nami and her joining the trio sailed away from the Navy base, and as Broly and the others departed, Nami was scheming at a certain spot in the ocean, luring 3 foolish members of the buggy pirate crew onto her small boat. Seizing the moment when their attention was diverted by her treasure chest, Nami stealthily boarded their ship and set sail. Meanwhile, Broly and his companions were gliding slowly with the sea breeze, aware that they would soon encounter the buggy pirate crew, where they would meet Nami. Broly felt a tinge of excitement at the prospect. True to the original tale, Zoro accidentally knocked Luffy's hat off. In pursuit of his hat, which had been caught by the wind on a bird, Luffy utilized his rubber abilities to bounce after it, only to land directly in the bird's beak, becoming trapped and carried away. "Zoro, you paddle the boat and catch up. I'll keep an eye on Luffy," Broly declared as he activated his flight technique to follow. Zoro, momentarily stunned by the scene, then furiously rowed to catch up. Before long, Luffy was transported by the bird to his small town where Buggy was located. The annex of the buggy pirates inadvertently freed Luffy from the bird's beak, sending him crashing to the ground. Broly soon arrived and spotted 3 petty thieves pursuing Nami. He swiftly descended from the sky, landing before Nami, who, upon seeing him, exclaimed, "Boss, you've come to save me." Broly was momentarily taken aback, not realizing that Nami's words were meant for Luffy, but before he could respond, Nami turned and ran, saying, "Sorry, but I leave this to you." The members of the buggy pirate crew glared fiercely at Broly upon hearing Nami's words. Observing Nami's retreat, Broly thought with a smirk, "Oh, little girl, I am not so easily manipulated. Using me comes at a price." The buggy pirates mistakenly believed that Broly was Nami's superior. Thus they refrained from pursuing her and instead resolved to capture Broly first. As the crew contemplated their plan, they prepared to launch themselves at Broly. Meanwhile, Nami, who was fleeing, found herself on the rooftop. Gazing at Broly, she couldn't shake off a lingering concern for his safety. Broly turned around, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd. With a casual motion, he unleashed a powerful punch that generated a fierce shockwave, hurtling towards the members of Buggy's crew. With a resounding thud, the shockwave knocked them down, leaving them sprawled on the ground, unable to move. Nami, witnessing this spectacle, gasped in astonishment, her mouth forming an O shape. "Incredible! You are truly formidable. You dispatched this group with such ease." At that moment, Luffy, descending from the sky, landed before Broly, gazing at him with admiration. "Oh, so it's you. By the way, what is your name?" Although Broly was aware of it, he feigned ignorance, asking for the sake of politeness. I am Nami, a thief specializing in stealing pirate treasures. By the way, would you be interested in teaming up with me? She inquired. I have no interest in that, Broly replied playfully, turning as if to leave. Just then, Luffy's stomach let out a loud growl. Captain, I'm so hungry. Nami quickly interjected, let me treat you to some food. Broly nodded in agreement, and together with Luffy and Nami, they set off. Meanwhile, at Buggy the Clown's headquarters, Buggy inquired, have you not yet captured the thief? A small crew member responded, we are currently pursuing them with all our might. Buggy's anger flared. Why was the nautical chart stolen so easily? The crew member recoiled in fear, explaining, we were preparing to set sail for the Grand Line. Yes, Captain Buggy. But the one in charge of the nautical chart accidentally lost the key, the small crew member hurriedly added. What did you say? Buggy shouted in fury, subsequently issuing orders for the immediate retrieval of the nautical chart. At that moment, in an empty house, Broly and Luffy were enjoying their meal. Although Broly knew Nami was not from this town, he feigned curiosity, asking, do you live in such a large house by yourself? Nami replied, I am not from this town. The townspeople fled in fear of Buggy. Haha, Nami, what is your purpose as a thief specializing in stealing from pirates? Broly asked with a smile. I am to save up 100 million berries. Nami responded. What do you need so much money for? Luffy interjected. That's a secret. With a nautical chart of the Grand Line, making 100 million will not be a dream, Nami explained. A nautical chart? Are you a navigator? Broly inquired. I am far more skilled than any mere navigator. Nami replied proudly. Perfect. We are in need of a navigator. Would you consider joining us? Broly asked. Really? Nami questioned. To which Broly affirmed, yes, we are headed for the Grand Line. I wish to explore, while Luffy aspires to become the Pirate King. Broly declared, I refuse. Upon hearing Broly refer to Luffy as a pirate, Nami, in a fit of anger, deemed Broly a pirate as well, thus vehemently rejecting him. After uttering these words, Nami distanced herself, retreating to the window. At that moment, members of the Buggy pirate crew were searching for Nami and her companions. Sensing the urgency, Nami turned to Broly and, in a sudden flash of inspiration, stated, if you agree to fulfill one request of mine, I may consider joining you as your navigator. Broly's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, we have agreed. Please, tell us what you wish. Nami replied with a chuckle. I hope you will accompany me to find the clown Buggy, though you must be bound with ropes. All right then, we have consented. Broly responded with a grin. Shortly thereafter, Nami fetched ropes, securing Broly and Luffy before leading them to Buggy. In a departure from the original narrative, upon encountering the clown Buggy, Broly effortlessly snapped the ropes and declared, we have come to meet you, and, incidentally, to bring about your demise. Infuriated by Broly's words, Buggy commanded his subordinates to seize him. Unfazed, Broly cast a casual energy sphere into the crowd, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent dust and debris swirling. In the aftermath of the blast, Buggy's minions vanished, while Buggy himself seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos, Broly intentionally allowing his escape. Meanwhile, Nami stood in stunned silence, a sense of unreality washing over her. Not far from their location, Zoro, alerted by the explosion, hastened to the scene. At the same time, Buggy's fierce subordinate, the Beast Master Machi, accompanied by his beloved lion Ricky and the performer Kabeji, approached Buggy, seeking permission to engage in battle. Buggy consented to their request, and together with his two subordinates, they made their way toward Broly and the others. Before long, Machi, his loyal lion, and Kabeji confronted Broly, demanding, have you dared to offend the members of the Buggy pirate crew? Broly cast a disdainful glance at Moji and Kabeji, disregarding them entirely. In an instant, he appeared before Kabeji, delivering a single, precise strike that left Kabeji gravely wounded on the ground. Without hesitation, Broly then moved to stand before Moji and his beloved lion. Ricky, and with a mere flick of his finger, both fell to the ground, following Kabeji's fate in their injuries. Nami, witnessing this spectacle, pinched herself to confirm that she was not ensnared in a dream. Although Buggy was astonished by the swift downfall of his two subordinates, he remained confident in the powers of his dismembering devil fruit. Just then, Nami regained her composure and informed Broly that she would take her leave to search for the treasures of Pirate Buggy in the navigational charts of the Grand Line. Broly turned with an air of disdain towards Buggy. Although Buggy might have concealed his true strength, to Broly, he belonged to the category of utter insignificance. Regardless of any hidden prowess, Buggy, incensed by Broly's gaze, suddenly detached his hand from his body and launched an attack towards Broly. Observing the slow-motion approach of Buggy's hand, Broly leisurely extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking the assault. Then, with a swift movement of his foot, Broly appeared before Buggy, delivering a powerful punch that sent Buggy soaring into the sky, completely unprepared for the onslaught. Witnessing this, Luffy exclaimed with excitement, "Incredible!" While Zoro could only manage a wry smile. Broly, Luffy, and Zoro were eagerly awaiting Nami's arrival. Before long, Nami appeared, burdened with a considerable pack. Upon seeing her, Broly exclaimed, "Nami, join us on our adventure." Nami contemplated for a moment before responding, "All right. But let it be known, this is merely a partnership." With that, the four departed from the quaint town, embarking on their respective vessels as they set sail once again. Chapter 4. A chance encounter with Usopp. As their ship traversed the tranquil seas for some time, they eventually spotted a serene village nestled on a small island. They navigated towards the island and soon anchored their ship. Just as they disembarked, Zoro suddenly became alert, gazing intently at the distant thicket, and cautioned Luffy, "Be wary. We are not alone." Broly recognized that it was Usopp along with 3 children playing the pirate game, so he leisurely moved aside. Upon hearing Zoro's mention of someone, Luffy began to look around, inquiring, Where exactly?" At that moment, numerous projectiles shot towards Luffy's feet, prompting him to dodge left and right in place. Nami, witnessing this, swiftly took refuge behind Broly. When the barrage ceased, many pirate flags emblazoned with skulls rose amidst the trees on a distant hill. Luffy, upon seeing the multitude of flags, exclaimed, "Yay, so many people." Nami, upon hearing Luffy's exuberance, retorted with dissatisfaction, "You still have the leisure to admire others." Broly, hearing her, revealed a faint smile. Just then, a voice called out, "I am Usopp, the captain of the pirate crew that rules this village. People respectfully address me as Captain Usopp. If you intend to attack this village, I advise you to leave at once. My 80 million subordinates will not spare you." Luffy, impressed, shouted, "How amazing!" Nami sighed in exasperation at Luffy's reaction, while Broly looked on at him in disbelief. Zoro turned his head, rolling his eyes at Luffy, and Usopp proudly pointed to himself with a thumbs up. At that moment, unable to bear it any longer, Nami declared, "This must all be a lie." Usopp, startled, clutched his head in surprise, exclaiming, "You've seen through me." Nami replied, "See?" He admitted it. Meanwhile, Usopp continued to hold his head, lamenting, "I accidentally let it slip." Nami observed Usopp's complaints with a look of incredulity. Luffy, astonished, turned to ask, "What is a lie?" Usopp, regaining his composure, grumbled, "You damned aid," before adding, 80 million is an exaggeration, but I still have an elite squad." In the bushes of the forest, the 3 children, including Onion Head, upon hearing Usopp's words, immediately waved their pirate flags in unison with his declaration. Nami glanced at them and remarked, "Is it a squad of only 3 people?" The trio, upon hearing Nami's words, panicked and leapt from their hiding spot, exclaiming, "We've been discovered." They promptly discarded their flags and fled. Usopp, witnessing their retreat, shouted in astonishment, "Hey, you guys, don't run away." At this moment, Nami approached the spot where Luffy had been ambushed, picking up a concealed weapon from the sand. "I've never heard of a pirate using a slingshot as a weapon," she remarked, blowing off the sand to reveal the marble sheen. Luffy, upon hearing this, erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You are indeed quite amusing." Usopp, feeling insulted, retorted, "You underestimate me. I possess dignity, and it is this very dignity that earns me the title of Proud Usopp." As he spoke, he retrieved his slingshot from his backpack, loading it and aiming it at Luffy. Seeing this, Broly recognized that it was time to bring an end to the farce. Approaching Luffy, he declared, "Since you have declared war upon us, you must wager your own life. I assure you, I am not merely attempting to intimidate you." Zoro, upon hearing Broly's words, glanced at him before turning his attention to Usopp, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Luffy, with one hand pressed against his hat, wore a solemn expression, fixating his gaze on Usopp. Broly, too, regarded Usopp with a serious demeanor, and at that moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from the 3, directed towards Usopp, causing his hands to tremble in fear. Usopp, feeling the tension, stood at a standoff with the 3, but soon his resolve faltered, his legs weakened, and he knelt on the ground, murmuring, "What a terrifying presence! Truly formidable!" As Usopp collapsed, laughter erupted among the onlookers, and Luffy stepped forward, teasingly asking, "Usopp, is your father Jesus Boo?" Startled by Luffy's mention of his father's name, Usopp tumbled down the small slope, then sat up, exclaiming, "He indeed is my father." "How did you know?" As Usopp inquired, Luffy helped him to his feet and suggested they head to the village tavern. Along the way, Luffy explained how he came to know Usopp's lineage. After their meal, Nami turned to Usopp and asked, "Are there any shipwrights in the village who can operate vessels? Also, where might we acquire a larger ship?" Usopp sighed, responding, "As you can see, this is merely a small village. Regrettably, you will not find what you seek here." At that moment, Zoro, seated by the window, interjected, "Isn't there a villa on the hill?" Nami excitedly inquired, "Does Usopp know them? Could we possibly ask for their assistance?" Usopp, with a serious tone, replied, "That won't work." He then found an excuse to slip away. Observing Usopp's departure, Broly suggested, "In that case, let us visit the villa on the hill and see if we can find what we seek." Upon hearing Broly's words, the group nodded in agreement and departed from the restaurant, making their way towards the villa perched atop the hill. As they journeyed along the path to the villa, they encountered the three children who had previously assisted Usopp. From their conversation, they learned that the villa's mistress, Kaya, had experienced an improvement in her health thanks to Usopp's help. Upon hearing this, Luffy exclaimed with enthusiasm, "That's wonderful. Let us inquire if she might grant us a ship." Before long, the group arrived at the villa's entrance, only to be informed by the children that they could not enter as guards were stationed at the door. Broly, upon hearing this, smirked and glanced at the railing before swiftly carrying Nami inside. Meanwhile, the others, utilizing Luffy's rubber abilities, managed to enter the villa's courtyard in a manner reminiscent of the original tale. At that moment, Usopp was engaged in light-hearted banter with Kaya when Luffy and his companions dramatically descended from above, landing on the ground with a thud. Broly, having accompanied Nami, soon joined Luffy. Kaya gazed at the unexpected visitors in astonishment, while Luffy boldly declared, "We have come to request your assistance." Kaya, puzzled, inquired, "Request my assistance?" "Indeed. We are in need of a large ship." Luffy began, but was abruptly interrupted by a stranger. "What are you all doing here?" The individual, clad in a tailored black suit and wearing glasses, approached them with an air of authority. "Who permitted you to trespass?" he demanded, adjusting his glasses with a flourish. At this moment, Broly took a keen interest in Kuro, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, while the others turned their gaze toward him. Subsequently, as depicted in the original narrative, Usopp and Kuro engaged in a heated argument concerning their fathers. The group then exited the villa alongside Usopp. And while they pondered how to procure a ship, Usopp inadvertently overheard a conversation between Kuro and Zango. He hurried to inform the villagers, but they dismissed his claims. In desperation, Usopp returned to the villa to warn Kaya that she was in danger from her butler, yet Kaya did not believe him and struck him across the face. Following this, Usopp sought out Broly and the others to express his determination to protect the village, to which they readily agreed to assist. Eventually, everyone retired for the night, preparing for the impending confrontation with the Black Cat Pirates at dawn. Chapter 5. Usopp joins the next morning. A ship adorned with a black cat emblem appeared not far from the sea, making its way toward the small island village. Before long, the vessel approached, and under the leadership of Captain Zango, the pirates began to leap from the ship one by one. Upon witnessing the scene, Broly addressed Luffy, saying, "Luffy, you and Zoro shall handle these minions." After uttering these words, he seated himself upon a stone pedestal. Meanwhile, Luffy and Zoro eagerly awaited the oncoming pirates, who, spurred on by Zhang charged towards Broly and his companions with a thunderous roar. Soon, the two factions clashed, and with a single rubber-infused strike, Luffy sent the advancing pirates hurtling back, realizing that if he did not swiftly neutralize the obstruction posed by Luffy and his allies, their plans would be thwarted, resulting in their demise at the hands of Kuro. Zhang quickly resorted to his hypnotic abilities, enhancing the pirates' combat prowess, and commanded them to press forward against Luffy and the others. During Zhang's hypnotic manipulation, Luffy, unable to avert his gaze, also succumbed to the trance. In a frenzy, he charged at the pirates, swiftly sending them sprawling to the ground. Yet, his momentum did not wane as he dashed towards the ship from which the pirates had disembarked, exerting all his strength to demolish the vessel's bow. Zhang, taken aback by this turn of events, hastily employed his hypnosis once more, putting Luffy to sleep. In the wake of Luffy's slumber, two individuals emerged from the ship, eliciting a joyful reaction from Zhang. "Ah, I nearly forgot. We still have our trump card," he exclaimed, promptly commanding the Cat brothers to assault Zoro, who remained blocked in their path. One of the Cat brothers, Sam, feigned weakness as he charged towards Zoro. Observing Sam's demeanor, Zoro grew complacent, failing to unleash his full potential from the outset, and brandished a knife to warn the approaching Sam. Nami and Usopp exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the apparent frailty of Zhang Yao's so-called trump card. Just as Sam closed the distance to within mere meters of Zoro, his expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed his full strength, leaping with sudden speed towards Zoro. Caught off guard, Zoro was unable to react in time, and his two knives were swiftly seized during their collision. Enraged by the loss of his weapons, Zoro retaliated, but Sam evaded his attack, and Zoro, maintaining his forward momentum, surged towards the location of his swords. Sam leapt onto Zoro's back, gripping his arms, and directed his brother, Bachi, to assault Zoro. However, Zoro managed to break free from his restraints and dodge the incoming attack. The Cat brothers then launched a coordinated assault on Zoro, who, armed with only a single knife, found himself in a position of defensive necessity against their combined onslaught. Concerned by the unfolding situation, Nami and Usopp watched anxiously, as Usopp readied his slingshot to assist Zoro. Broly restrained him, prompting a puzzled gaze from Nami. Broly explained, "If you fire that slingshot now, Zoro will instinctively shield himself with his body. Should you proceed, their focus will shift to you. Moreover, there is no need for concern. Simply return his two swords to him," Broly declared, swiftly appearing at the spot where the swords had fallen, and with a kick, he sent one of the swords flying towards Zoro. At that moment, Kuro arrived, and upon seeing him, the pirates halted their actions, their expressions marked by tension and fear. The Cat brothers, unwilling to submit to Kuro, charged at him, only to be swiftly outmatched by Kuro's speed. Subsequently, Kuro granted them 5 minutes to deal with Zoro. Upon hearing Kuro's words, the Cat brothers hastened towards Zoro, who, now armed with 3 swords, possessed formidable strength. As they approached, Zoro effortlessly dispatched the Cat brothers with a single strike. As in the original narrative, Butchie, due to his considerable girth, survived Zoro's blow, pleading for Zango to hypnotize him. Although his powers were amplified, he still could not overcome Zoro. As the 5 minutes provided by Kuro elapsed and the tension mounted, Koya arrived, intent on stopping Kuro. However, appearing behind Kuro, he instinctively retaliated. And just as it seemed Koya was doomed, Broly instantaneously intervened, catching Koya and evading the attack. "It is unbecoming of a gentleman to strike a lovely lady," Broly remarked nonchalantly. "Now that everyone is present, it is time to conclude this tiresome game. Zoro, summon Luffy. It is time to end this charade," Broly insisted. Nodding in agreement, Zoro approached and called Luffy to rise. Hearing Broly's dismissive words, Kuro was filled with rage, unleashing his ultimate technique, the spoon, as he charged at Broly. Observing Kuro's attack, which was slightly faster than a tortoise, Broly remained unimpressed, waiting patiently. Soon, Kuro's claws were upon him. In an instant, Broly seized Kuro's hand, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing Kuro to lose consciousness. With a forceful motion, Broly hurled Kuro aside. The pirates, witnessing Kuro's swift defeat, were struck with terror and fled in desperation, soon vacating the island entirely. After the battle, everyone retreated to a restaurant to dine, and after their meal, Koya approached the group, proclaiming, "I have a gift for you all, as a token of my gratitude for your assistance. Please accept it." After expressing their thanks, they followed Koya to the seaside, where Luffy's excitement was palpable upon sighting the grand ship. After collectively thanking Koya, they set sail with Usopp towards the horizon. Chapter 6. Journey to the floating restaurant on this day aboard the Going Merry. "Haha, Captain, I have crafted our pirate flag. What do you think?" Luffy waved an odd flag, shouting exuberantly. Upon witnessing this, Broly instantly collapsed in laughter, while Zoro stared at the flag in disbelief and remarked, "If we were to use such a pirate flag, our crew would be doomed. This guy has no artistic talent whatsoever." Usopp sighed. "Luffy, is this your idea of drawing? You fool, if you can't draw, then don't," Nami exclaimed. Subsequently, Usopp snatched the brush from Luffy, declaring, "Let me take a crack at it. I used to love doodling on other people's walls, which ignited my artistic flair." And with that, he began to paint. However, when the result emerged, everyone gasped. It was merely a caricature of Usopp himself. Zoro and Luffy approached, each delivering a punch to his head, admonishing, "Don't alter the design recklessly." After a round of modifications, they finally perfected the pirate flag's design. Broly, upon seeing the familiar emblem, felt a wave of nostalgia. It was the classic skull flag adorned with a straw hat from that beloved television series. Luffy, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Haha, we finally completed it, the birth of the pirate ship, Going Merry." Just as everyone took a moment to relax, a sudden cannon shot startled them all. They quickly gathered on the deck, where Luffy stood by the cannon, perplexed as he muttered, "How strange, Why can't I aim properly? Idiot. Let me give it a try. Usopp declared, stepping up to the cannon and aiming it at a rock in the sea. Boom. The rock was obliterated. Wow, that's amazing, Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, when it comes to shooting, I'm the best. How about it? Shouldn't I be the captain? Usopp boasted. No, you should stick to being the sniper. Now, let us go eat. Luffy replied without hesitation, having finally secured his position as captain thanks to Broly. Soon after, everyone returned to the cabin, gathering around the dining table. Luffy looked at everyone and said, I believe we should recruit more companions before we enter the Grand Line. As Broly observed Luffy's serious demeanor, he pondered whether Luffy had finally recognized the significance of finding a skilled chef at sea. The others, too, were taken aback by Luffy's unusual seriousness. Indeed, we must find someone exceptional, Nami asserted. They are an indispensable member for our long voyages. Zoro added with a sigh. Luffy, delighted by the camaraderie, exclaimed, So, you all think the same way. I knew it. Our pirate crew absolutely must have a musician. Silence enveloped the group momentarily, unable to contain his frustration. Broly delivered a swift thump to Luffy's head and shouted, Are you foolish? I thought you might finally utter something sensible. What do you think navigating the seas entails? We are pirates. Of course we need to sing. Just as the group began to voice their critiques of Luffy, a sudden roar erupted from the deck. Pirates, come out. I will slaughter you all. Luffy was the first to dash outside, engaging in combat with the assailant. In mere moments, the foe lay defeated on the ground, prompting the rest to follow suit. Looking at the fallen figure, Zoro inquired, Are you Johnny? Weren't you with Joseph? Zoro, Johnny exclaimed in surprise. Luffy, curious, asked Zoro, Do you know him? Johnny lamented, That guy Joseph, he fell ill. A few days ago, he suddenly started bleeding profusely and lost some teeth. I didn't know what to do, so I intended to take him to Rock Mountain for recovery, but then that mountain exploded. Both Luffy and Usopp stood in stunned silence. Where's Joseph now? Zoro asked. Soon, Johnny led Zoro to Joseph, who was lying on their ship. Johnny and Zoro then carefully transported Joseph onto the deck of the Going Merry. Nami approached to examine him and remarked, He has scurvy. In the past, he would have certainly perished, but now, with timely treatment, he should recover in just a few days. Really? Johnny exclaimed, filled with excitement. Who are you calling big sister? Nami retorted angrily. Turning to Luffy and Usopp, she commanded, You two fools, don't just stand there. Hurry and fetch a barrel of rum for Joseph to drink. The two swiftly returned with the rum, pouring it into Joseph's mouth. Moments later, Joseph miraculously stood up, declaring, I'm better. Really, thank you all. I thought I was done for. You need to rest properly. You can't recover that quickly, Nami admonished. Before she could finish, Joseph collapsed again. Subsequently, Johnny took Joseph to the room prepared by the others. This serves as a lesson. The provisions aboard the vessel are limited, necessitating a thoughtful allocation while ensuring nutritional balance. Thus, we are in need of a maritime chef, remarked Zayuo. Broly nodded and inquired, Does anyone know where we might find such a person? At that moment, Luffy, with a cheerful grin, exclaimed, Well then, let us embark on a quest to find a chef at sea. That way, we can indulge in delectable dishes. Johnny seemed to recall something and said, Big brother, if we are in search of a sea chef, I know of a place where we might find one. Though I'm uncertain if the chef would be willing to come. It is the renowned sea restaurant in this area. Moreover, the man known as Hawkeye, whom you have been searching for, is also there. A sea restaurant? Luffy and Usopp exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, we shall arrive in just 2 or 3 days of sailing, Johnny assured them. Hawkeye. Zoro appeared to be struck by a revelation, trembling intensely. Hawkeye Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I wonder how formidable he truly is. Broly thought to himself, elated. Since arriving in the world of One Piece, he had yet to encounter an opponent who could compel him to take things seriously. The prospect of meeting one of the 7 warlords, Hawkeye, filled him with joy, even though he knew that the man would pose no real threat to him. However, it promised to bring him a modicum of combat enjoyment. Chapter 7. Luffy's ordeal. The ship sailed across the sea for another 2 days. Haha, we have finally arrived at the sea restaurant, Johnny called out excitedly from the bow of the ship early in the morning. Upon hearing his shout, everyone rushed eagerly to the front of the ship. Oh, what a colossal fish! They exclaimed in awe as they beheld a large wooden fish rising majestically in the distance. The restaurant was ingeniously designed to resemble a fish, with 2 flagpoles standing upright at the head and tail, their sails fluttering in the wind, exuding an air of grandeur. At that moment, a ship suddenly cruised by, adorned with black and white stripes. Its captain exhibited a brazen demeanor, and the sail bore peculiar patterns alongside a line of English text. Marine? Johnny and Joseph trembled as they hid behind a door panel. Upon hearing this, Luffy's mouth dropped open in astonishment as he gazed at the Marines. When did they show up? They won't attack us, will they? Usopp timidly questioned. Across from them stood a Marine clad in a striped shirt, with golden hair, who raised his right hand, leisurely observing the flag on Broly's ship. I have never seen this pirate flag before, he remarked, revealing a steel prosthetic on his right arm. He was none other than Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Iron Fist Horty. Horty clenched his iron fist and brazenly shouted towards Broly's group. I am a Marine Lieutenant. Who among you is the captain? I am Luffy, the captain. We recently crafted the pirate flag a few days ago, Luffy replied earnestly, while the others looked at him in disbelief, wondering why he would say such a thing at a time like this. I'm Usopp, the sharpshooter. Usopp imitated. And at that moment, Horty noticed Johnny and Joseph, who were hiding behind the door. I've seen you two before, he remarked. Johnny and Joseph, the bounty hunters specializing in capturing third-rate pirates. Have you finally fallen into the hands of pirates? Upon hearing this, Johnny and Joseph felt a surge of displeasure and began to shout angrily at the Navy. Horty's voice then cut through. Consider yourselves fortunate today. I am here to indulge in culinary delights and have no time to play with third-rate pirates. He gestured ominously to the gunners, commanding, sink them. Seeing the gunners' actions, Usopp exclaimed in alarm, oh no, they are about to fire on us. The others turned to him just as a cannonball soared through the air with a resounding boom. Luffy dashed forward, using his body to rebound the cannonball, sending it hurtling back at an even greater speed. However, it appeared to veer off course, crashing into the rooftop of the floating restaurant with a thunderous explosion, creating a gaping hole. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, the owner, Zoe, donned in a tall chef's hat and a chef's uniform, with 2 long whiskers under his nose and a wooden leg propping up his missing limb, was engulfed in smoke. His anxious staff asked, Boss, are you all right? Zoe bellowed, Of course not. But get back to work immediately. It turned out that Zoe was the proprietor of the floating restaurant. However, your condition, one staff member hesitantly remarked. Zoe scolded him fiercely. A chef's duty is to serve food to customers. Do you want my restaurant to go bankrupt? He then kicked the staff member out of the room. At that moment, several other staff members entered, dragging Luffy in as if he were a small chicken. Boss, we've brought the criminal. It's him, they exclaimed, presenting Luffy before Zoe. You scoundrel. Now tell me, how do you plan to compensate us? Zoe demanded furiously. After some discussion, it was revealed that Luffy had no money to offer. Zoe, resigned, declared to Luffy, if you have no money, then you shall work in my restaurant to repay your debt, 1 year of unpaid labor. Luffy, drenched in sweat, stared at Zoe in disbelief. A year. It seems Luffy's days are about to get quite difficult. Meanwhile, the previously arrogant Navy Lieutenant, Horty, was seated elegantly at the restaurant, dining with a beautiful woman. He waved his hand and called out, Waiter. A staff member in a black suit approached leisurely, a cigarette dangling from his lips, causing Horty to mistakenly assume he was the waiter. What are you staring at? I'm talking to you. Horty cast a furious glance at the young man clad in a black suit, who appeared indifferent to his presence. He pointed at him and exclaimed, Sir, allow me to rectify your misunderstanding. I am the sous chef here, not a mere waiter. This young man was none other than Sanji, the sous chef of the floating restaurant. However, before he could finish his sentence, Sanji's old habit resurfaced as he noticed a stunning beauty nearby, immediately diverting his attention to flirt with her. Horty, ignored and seething with rage, resorted to his usual antics by unleashing a swarm of insects to disrupt the scene. When that failed, he contemplated resorting to violence, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground by an enraged Sanji. Meanwhile, in the owner's office, Luffy was engaged in a heated negotiation with the proprietor. Can we shorten the time? How about just 1 week? Zeph, the owner, erupted in anger. Absolutely not. You destroyed my restaurant and injured me. And you think a mere week of free labor is sufficient compensation? Upon hearing Zeph's refusal, Luffy continued unabated. Do you really expect it to be a year? That's unacceptable. I've endured 10 years, finally becoming a pirate. I cannot remain here for a whole year. Fine. Let's settle on 2 weeks. No. 3 weeks will do as compensation. The more he spoke, the more spirited he became, ultimately making the decision himself. Zeph, unable to contain his frustration, bellowed, You fool. Do not make decisions on your own. Watch this. Prosthetic leg kick. With that, he leaped and kicked Luffy across the room. After delivering the kick, Zeph declared, Whether I forgive you is my decision. However, I have a rather swift solution. Would you care to try it? Just leave one of your legs behind. Luffy, of course, would not agree and retorted, Old man, are you out of your mind? Zeph, incensed by Luffy's response, leaped again to unleash a crushing blow, only to have the floor give way under the impact. Chapter 8. The appearance of Mihawk and the battle in the dining hall of the floating restaurant. Sanji was seething with anger. As Navy Lieutenant Hody both threatened to summon the Navy to destroy the establishment, ignoring the pleas of his comrades to refrain from confrontation. Sanji was determined to confront Hodibo. At that moment, a hole suddenly appeared in the ceiling, and two figures plummeted from above. Indeed, it was Luffy and the owner, Zeph. Phew, that was a close call, Luffy exclaimed, brushing off the dust. Zeph, rising to his feet, looked up at the ceiling, exclaiming, damn it, my ceiling. He turned to Luffy, scolding, you little brat, this is all your fault. Luffy immediately retorted, how can you blame me? You caused this yourself. Just then, a voice from one of the crew members shouted, boss, stop Sanji. Upon hearing the crew member's warning and witnessing the chaos unfolding, Zeph quickly intervened to halt Sanji. While Hodibo was sent sprawling to the side, suddenly, a Navy soldier burst into the room, shouting, Lieutenant, Captain Hobody, this is dire. That person has escaped. What? How is that possible? When we captured him, he was nearly starving and lacked the strength to resist. We Haven Tea fed him in 3 days. How could he possibly muster the energy to flee? He cast a dubious glance at the soldier. Just as the soldier was about to respond, a gunshot rang out, and he fell to the ground, his fate uncertain. As the soldier collapsed, a gaunt figure, swaying as he walked, adorned with a headscarf stained with blood, entered the scene. A burly man rushed towards the feeble individual with alarming speed, greeting him with an insincere friendliness that was quite repugnant. That man is doomed, Hobody remarked, watching the brute audaciously approach the weakened figure. Quickly, bring forth food and water. The man weakly implored. I sincerely apologize, but may I ask if you have any money? The burly man inquired. Hurry up and bring the food. Anything will do. The man retorted impatiently. So, you have no money then? The brutish expression of the man instantly morphed into one of fierce malice, and he struck the man with a punch that sent him crashing to the ground, shattering chairs and tables in the process. He then seized the fallen man and hurled him out the door. The surrounding patrons gasped in astonishment, taken aback by the cook's unexpected strength. The owner, Zoff, was infuriated, exclaiming, you fool, you've broken more chairs and tables. Meanwhile, Hobody, witnessing this scene, grew increasingly anxious for his own safety and cautiously made his way toward the exit, eager to leave the establishment. On the deck of the seaside restaurant, the man who had just been thrown out lay trembling on the ground, ravenous. Soon, Sanji approached with a bowl of fried rice, placing it before him. Although initially reluctant to eat, he eventually yielded to Sanji's encouragement and began to eat, tears streaming down his face as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, this is the best meal I have ever had in my life. Seeing this, Luffy beamed with joy and extended an invitation to Sanji to join his pirate crew. However, Sanji steadfastly refused. Just as the two were embroiled in their debate, a voice interrupted them. Excuse me, may I interject? What is it? Both turned to look at him, clearly displeased by the interruption. I am Akin of the Creek Pirates. Akin introduced himself. Luffy looked at Akin quizzically, asking, who is Creek? Akin and Sanji were momentarily taken aback. Sanji stared at Luffy with an incredulous expression. You don't know? Creek is the most formidable pirate in these waters, commanding over 50 ships and 5,000 pirates. He is a monster. At that moment, a voice from above resounded. Jofu, you scoundrel. Hurry up and get to work. Cease your idleness. Meanwhile, Akin expressed his gratitude to Sanji, bidding farewell to both Sanji and Luffy before departing in the lifeboat provided by Sanji. Sanji, scoundrel, what are you still doing? Get back to work at once. The old man bellowed in anger, prompting Luffy and Sanji to hastily rush into the dining room. Luffy had initially been washing dishes, but for every dish he cleaned, another met an unfortunate fate, leading the kitchen staff to assign him the task of serving plates outside. As Luffy emerged into the dining hall, he spotted Broly and Nami leisurely seated at the dining table, indulging in delectable fare. Ah, you all, taking advantage of my absence to feast on delightful food, Luffy exclaimed in frustration. Hey, scoundrel. Nami greeted Luffy with a wave. Broly gazed at Luffy and chuckled. I hear you plan to stay here for a year? Usopp, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, does that mean I can become captain? Zoro chimed in, can I alter the flag? Luffy glared at his companions, and when they were distracted, he discreetly picked his nose and deposited a nugget of mucus into Zoro's drink. After doing so, he casually remarked, "Go ahead and drink up." Both Broly and Usopp struggled to suppress their laughter at this mischievous act. Meanwhile, Zoro, oblivious to the prank, prepared to take a sip when he suddenly seized Luffy, forcefully pouring the drink into Luffy's mouth, causing him to choke and collapse onto the floor. This scene erupted into hearty laughter among the group. At that moment, Sanji spotted Nami and rushed to her side, eager to impress her. Broly, witnessing this, felt a surge of irritation, thinking, "You'll regret this once you join. I'll show you how to handle a rival trying to charm my designated girl." Unbeknownst to him, Sanji involuntarily shivered at the thought. Just then, the surrounding customers began to panic, with shouts echoing, "The Krieg pirates are coming! Everyone, flee!" Usopp, in a state of alarm, called out, "Hey, we should run too." Luffy, upon hearing this, stepped to the window and sighed. What a massive ship. Is Ajin here to repay a debt? On the horizon, the Krieg pirates' vessel approached rapidly, an enormous ship, 10 times the size of ordinary vessels, albeit in a dilapidated state. As if it had weathered calamity, customers fled in droves, leaving not a soul behind, until a colossal figure appeared at the restaurant's entrance. The figure gradually came into focus, revealing Ajin supporting a gigantic man clad in a fur coat. This man, gaunt and frail, yet extravagantly dressed, was none other than the infamous leader of the Krieg pirates. Krieg himself. Ajin, observing the captain's dire condition, implored the patrons, "Please, save our captain. Without your help, he may perish." Yet, the crowd remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, the restaurant staff, noticing Krieg's weakened state, resolved to alert the Navy to apprehend him. At that moment, Sanji approached Krieg with a plate of fried rice, offering it to him. Krieg devoured the meal with haste, and once finished, he rose, instantly sending Sanji flying with a single blow. Empowered by the food, Krieg revealed his true nature, declaring his intent to claim the restaurant for himself, ordering the patrons to prepare provisions for 100 men. In the face of this overwhelming demand, Ajin, after pleading in vain, found himself struck down by Krieg. As the command echoed throughout the restaurant, the crowd remained motionless. Sanji, having risen from the ground, attempted to prepare himself, only to be halted by the others. At that moment, a particularly brawny crew member brandished a small cannon and aimed it at Krieg, firing with tremendous force. The cannonball struck Krieg directly, producing a violent shockwave. Just as everyone presumed Krieg had been vanquished, the smoke dissipated to reveal him unscathed. Incensed by the resistance, Krieg manifested gun barrels from various parts of his body and unleashed a barrage upon the crowd, sending them sprawling to the ground. In the midst of the chaos, the proprietor, Zeph, presented 100 portions of food and water to Krieg. Subsequently, Krieg took the provisions aboard a ship, distributing them to his subordinates before commanding them to assault the restaurant. Just as the crew prepared to disembark for the attack, a thunderous crash reverberated as Krieg's vessel was suddenly cleaved in two. The pirates aboard were thrown into a state of panic. At that moment, Usopp shouted, "This is bad. Nami, Johnny, and Joseph are still on the ship outside." He then dashed towards the exit. Broly, aware that Nami had undoubtedly cast Johnny and Joseph into the sea while steering the ship towards Arlong's territory, remained unhurried. He intended to finish his business with Mihawk before pursuing Nami. Meanwhile, the others followed Usopp outside, where they soon heard the cries of Johnny and Joseph. "This is terrible. Sister Nami pushed us into the sea and escaped with the treasure and the ship." The group was taken aback, and after learning the details, Luffy and the others decided that Usopp, Johnny, and Joseph should pursue Nami. At that moment, they noticed a small boat emerging slowly from the sea. The boat's corners were adorned with candles, and a tiny sail fluttered in the breeze. It contained but a single chair, upon which sat an individual. As they drew nearer, a gaze reminiscent of an eagle became visible. The figure gradually came into focus, revealing a man with a distinctive mustache, eagle-like eyes, a black gentleman's hat, and a floral-striped black shirt draped over his solid physique. His open collar displayed his muscular build, and around his neck hung a string of crucifixes, while a massive black blade prominently adorned his back. Upon witnessing this, Krieg's crew was thrown into further disarray, as one of them cried out, "Captain, this is bad. It's the one who destroyed our fleet." Upon witnessing the scene, Broly displayed an unmistakable joy. "Ah, finally, Hawkeye has appeared. I hope you can ignite a spark of interest in battle within me." As Zoro laid eyes upon the figure on the small boat, his heart raced with a sudden intensity. Could this be the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye? Meanwhile, the pirates, gripped by sheer terror, shouted at Hawkeye, "What grievances do we share? Why do you fixate upon us?" "Because it is dull," Hawkeye calmly articulated his reasoning. unable to endure the paralyzing fear any longer. The pirates drew their weapons and fired at Hawkeye. In a swift motion, Hawkeye unsheathed his black blade and positioned it before him. Miraculously, the incoming bullets altered their trajectories, veering off harmlessly. The pirates were astounded. Suddenly, Zoro's voice echoed from behind them. No matter how many guns are fired, they won't find their mark. I will deflect the bullets with my blade. With that, Zoro appeared before Hawkeye. I challenge you, he declared, donning a bandana. To dare issue a challenge to me shows great courage, but to challenge me is to pay the price, Hawkeye replied nonchalantly, with his sword clenched between his teeth. Zoro asserted, this is my dream, and a promise to my friends. Let us commence. Everything is prepared. The great battle is imminent. In response, Hawkeye brandished a small knife, stating, for you, this knife will suffice. Zoro, infuriated, lunged at Hawkeye, but his attacks were effortlessly parried. Frustration mounted within Zoro as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Yet Hawkeye countered each one with ease. In a final attempt, Zoro prepared to unleash his ultimate move, Tiger Hunt. However, with astonishing speed, Hawkeye closed the distance, driving the small knife into Zoro's chest. Luffy, Johnny, Joseph, and Usopp cried out in alarm, Zoro. Observing Zoro's lack of evasive action, Hawkeye questioned, do you wish for me to pierce your heart? Why do you not evade? I do not know. All I know is that if I take a single step back, my dream, my promise, will be utterly obliterated. In such a case, death would be preferable. Zoro replied, his face pale. At that moment, Broly felt a flicker of admiration for Zoro's unwavering resolve. Very well. Aha. To demonstrate my respect for a worthy opponent, I shall use the world's strongest black blade to determine our victor. Hawkeye revealed an intrigued expression as he slowly drew the black blade from his back. Subsequently, Zoro unleashed his strongest technique from the three-sword style, launching an attack toward Hawkeye. With a horizontal grip on his sword, Hawkeye executed a swift, sweeping motion toward Zoro. The clash of their blades resulted in Zoro's two swords shattering instantly. Defeated, Zoro never imagined he would encounter failure. Could this truly be the might of the world's greatest? Zhuolua silently questioned himself. He slowly sheathed his knife and turned to face Hawkeye. It is the disgrace of a swordsman to be wounded from behind. Subsequently, Hawkeye raised his black blade and struck down towards Zhuolua, causing blood to spurt forth. Zhuolua then gradually collapsed and fell into the sea. In a moment of urgency, Johnny and Joseph leapt into the water to save Zhuolua. As Luffy was about to rush forward, he was forcefully restrained by Broly. Meanwhile, Johnny and Joseph managed to bring Zhuolua back to shore. Seeing that Zhuolua still clung to life, they were overjoyed and hurriedly took him for treatment. As Broly observed the others settling Zoro comfortably, he leaped onto the small boat and addressed Mihawk, saying, Mihawk, let us engage in a duel. The onlookers were taken aback by Broly's declaration, while Mihawk regarded him with caution. Do you wish to challenge me? I hope you can provide me with some genuine thrill in battle. With that, Broly beckoned Mihawk with a finger. Mihawk raised his sword above his head and struck at Broly with lightning speed. However, Broly remained unmoved, merely extending a single finger to intercept Mihawk's attack. The clash of metal reverberated through the air as the blade met his finger. I did not anticipate your strength. You blocked my black blade with just a finger. Mihawk swiftly retracted his sword, retreating. It is now my turn, Broly declared, instantly appearing before Mihawk. He thrust a finger forward, and realizing evasion was futile. Mihawk quickly positioned his black blade in defense. Another metallic resonance echoed as their forces collided. Mihawk felt an immense power surge through his arm, nearly causing him to lose grip on his sword, and he staggered back several meters to dissipate the overwhelming force. Broly ceased his pursuit and remarked, Hawkeye, you ought to unleash your full strength. Otherwise, it may become rather amusing. As you wish, replied Hawkeye, as a tangible black radiance enveloped his blade. He then swung his sword towards Broly, and the dark blade of energy detached from the weapon, hurtling swiftly towards him. Observing the impending strike, Broly remained motionless, slowly extending his right hand. In an instant, he intercepted the black blade of energy, then gradually brought his palms together, causing the dark force to dissipate into nothingness. The onlookers were left in utter shock. Luffy and Zoro were aware of Broly's formidable prowess, yet they had not anticipated it to be this overwhelming. Hawkeye, astonished, gazed at Broly and exclaimed, how can there possibly exist a being of such immense strength in this world? To have caught my full force attack with a single hand. With renewed determination, he bellowed, and his black blade was instantly enveloped in a dark luminescence, launching yet another strike towards Broly. Broly gazed at the swiftly approaching blade of energy and, with a powerful punch, struck towards it. The force of his fist dissipated the blade in an instant. Ah, this is rather lackluster. I am hardly engaging even a fraction of my power in my base form. With that, he suddenly appeared behind Hawkeye, delivering a swift chop aimed at his neck. Hawkeye, caught completely off guard, was struck and fell into unconsciousness. Subsequently, Broly revived Hawkeye, who, upon regaining his composure, stood up and respectfully remarked, "I never anticipated the disparity between us would be so vast. I could not even withstand a single move." Broly smiled and said, "You have done quite well. Continue to strive for greatness. I eagerly await your next challenge." Hawkeye respectfully glanced at Broly and replied, "Thank you, my lord. It seems I must take my leave now." With that, he leaped onto his small boat and rowed away. Meanwhile, Broly turned to Luffy and said, "Luffy, I leave the remaining matters in your capable hands. I must first ascertain what has transpired with Nami." Upon hearing this, Luffy acknowledged with a nod. And then Broly vanished before everyone's eyes. Chapter 9, The Wrath of Broly as Luffy engaged in a fierce battle with Creek. Broly had followed Nami to the island of West Sigia. Observing the surrounding devastation, he noted the extensive destruction and concluded that the area was deserted. "I shall follow Nami's scent to locate her," he resolved. Just as he was about to pursue her trail, a fisherman approached him and demanded, "You are not from this island. Who are you, and what is your purpose here? You must pay a ransom of 100,000 berries for your life, or else I shall end you." Broly slowly raised his head to regard the fearless merman, saying, "You truly have no fear of death to speak to me in such a manner." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending the merman flying. Subsequently, Broly, fueled by Nami's anger, made his way toward Arlong's territory. However, midway, he encountered Nami. "What brings you here, Broly?" she inquired. "Our ship's navigator is absent, so I naturally came to bring you back." Broly replied with ease. "You should return," Nami retorted. "I already told you it was a partnership. And now I am an officer of the Fishman pirate crew. I have no ties with you any longer." With that, she turned and fled. Broly gazed at the retreating Nami, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. What a foolish girl she was, unwilling to express her burdens and opting to shoulder all the pain alone. Subsequently, Broly made his way to a quaint eatery in the village of Cocoa West, where he ordered a meal and took a moment to rest. Outside the village, on a cliff, lay the grave of Nami's mother. This was the place Nami frequented whenever she was troubled, seeking solace in her mother's memory. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind her. "Nami, you haven't changed a bit." "No, Kiko. What brings you here?" Nami inquired. "I heard you had returned, so I thought I would come and see you," replied Nokiko. Meanwhile, by the seaside of the village, a villager shouted excitedly, "Look, a navy ship." The villagers turned their gazes toward the horizon, where a massive naval vessel was approaching, and they watched in exhilaration as it drew nearer. Soon, Arlong received word and prepared to send someone for negotiations. However, the Navy fired the first shot, inciting Arlong's wrath. He dispatched his 3 most capable subordinates to obliterate the naval ship. In no time, the 3 fishermen swiftly dismantled the Navy vessel sent to aid them. On the shore, the villagers looked on in anguish and despair as the Navy, which had come to rescue them, sank into the depths of the sea. The 3 fishermen returned to Arlong's domain. "You have worked hard," Arlong said with a relaxed smile to the returning trio. "Dealing with those individuals was far too easy. Everything is under our control. Indeed, Nami's navigational charts have been immensely beneficial to us. Yes, it's a pity that the leader agreed to let her sell her village for 100 million berries to gain her freedom." The 3 individuals spoke with an air of ease. Soon, the fishermen resumed their drinking and chatting. At that moment, another squad of Navy soldiers arrived at Cocoa West Village, specifically seeking Nami. They proceeded to her former residence and unearthed the funds she had diligently saved to purchase the village. In the ensuing struggle, Nami's sister, Nokigo, was injured. Overwhelmed with despair, Nami found herself shattered. The entirety of her 8 years of savings had vanished, leaving her just a breath away from realizing her dreams. In one devastating instant, all hope crumbled before her. Her mind blank. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she glanced at the emblem of the Fishman pirate crew etched on her arm. Grasping the dagger that had fallen to the ground, she began to stab at the symbol with a haunting rhythm. At that moment, Broly emerged from the dining hall, intent on seeking out Nami for a conversation. He understood that Nami refrained from confiding in them due to her disbelief in their ability to defeat Arlong, unwilling to endanger Broly and the others. Therefore, he resolved that if persuasion failed, he would directly obliterate Arlong's domain. Following Nami's lingering aura, Broly found her in tears, relentlessly stabbing her arm with the knife. A surge of anger engulfed him, and he approached her slowly, gently stroking her head. "Nami," he said, "I know you are in profound pain. The 100 million berries you painstakingly saved over 8 years have been taken by the Navy colluding with Arlong. But do not despair. I shall assist you. Come. I will make Arlong regret ever stepping into this world." With that, he soared rapidly toward Arlong's territory. In a fury, Broly's speed was astonishing. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of Arlong's domain. Without a moment's hesitation, he shattered the door with a single punch. Gazing at Arlong, lounging in a chair, he coldly declared, "So you are Arlong? I will make you regret living in this world." With clenched fists, he prepared for his first transformation since entering the world of One Piece. "Let us go." With a thunderous roar, Broly's energy surged dramatically, causing the entire One Piece world to tremble. The ground of Arlong's territory began to crack and fracture. Broly's height increased by 30 centimeters, his purple hair shifting to a vibrant green, his pupils vanishing completely. The legendary form of the Super Saiyan finally emerged in the realm of One Piece. As the dust settled, a towering figure with blazing green hair and an aura of overwhelming energy stood before the fishmen, who trembled in fear at the sight of Broly's transformation. The sheer pressure emanating from him instilled a sense of despair among them. In a bid to suppress their fear, the leader of the fishmen, Arlong, stammered, "We do not know how we have offended you, my lord." Broly's gaze, devoid of pupils, fell upon Arlong. "You should not have made Nami weep. Nor should you have treated her as a mere tool. I have vowed to make you regret your existence in this world. Are you prepared for that?" At that moment, Nami and the villagers, ready to resist, arrived at the entrance of Arlong's territory. They gaped at the unfolding scene, while Nami, moved by Broly's words, felt tears stream down her cheeks uncontrollably. Arlong, his anger surging past his fear, retorted, "Do not underestimate me." With that, he lunged at Broly, but in a swift motion. Broly sidestepped and struck Arlong's abdomen with a precise blow. Instantly, he seized Arlong, who was about to be sent flying, lifting him effortlessly. "I told you I would not let you die so easily. You will regret coming to this world." With that, he restrained Arlong and cast him to the ground. Turning his attention to the other fishmen, Broly conjured a small energy sphere in his left hand and hurled it, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent dust billowing. When the haze cleared, the villagers beheld a massive pit, 10 meters deep and wide, while the fishmen had vanished without a trace. Next, Broly summoned another energy sphere in his right hand and directed it toward the fishmen's base. A resounding blast followed, and as the dust settled, the once mighty fishman's stronghold was reduced to nothingness. Broly then approached Arlong. With a swift kick, he crushed one of Arlong's hands, followed by another kick that shattered the other. Continuing his assault, Broly's relentless strikes contorted Arlong's body beneath his feet, and soon, his life extinguished. Casually, Broly hurled Arlong into the sky and unleashed a ki blast, leaving not a single cellular fragment behind as Arlong vanished from this world. Witnessing Arlong's demise, the villagers erupted in jubilant cheers. Broly then approached Nami, gently ruffling her hair. "Silly girl, the cage that bound you has been shattered. You need not worry any longer. Do not conceal anything in the future. We are partners." Nami, blushing, looked at Broly and said, "Thank you." Soon after, Luffy and the others arrived at Cocoa West Village. That evening, the villagers held a grand celebration, festooned with lights and decorations, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The following day, with the villagers bidding them farewell, Nami and her companions boarded the Going Merry, setting sail towards the Grand Line, leaving their homeland of Cocoa West behind. Chapter 10. Bounty of 700 million. As Broly and his companions departed the island of Cocoa West, the Navy headquarters was convening a serious meeting. Recently, several significant pirate battles have erupted in the East Sea, a rear admiral stated. Notable pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million have perished in these conflicts, all instigated by a single pirate crew, the Straw Hat Pirates. The rear admiral continued, pinning up photographs of Luffy and Broly on the wall. The Straw Hat Pirates? I haven't heard of them. Are they a newly established crew? And who are those two individuals? A naval colonel gazed at the photograph above and inquired. One of them is the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, while the other is a combatant from the same crew, particularly this fighter named Broly. He is exceedingly dangerous. The rear admiral pointed at Broly's image. An informed major, brimming with excitement, rose to his feet and exclaimed, "Indeed, that fellow named Broly is truly a terrifying individual. He defeated one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk, in merely 2 moves. What? Impossible. Dracul Mihawk is one of the 7 warlords. His strength is unfathomable. How could he possibly be vanquished in just 2 moves? The naval officers erupted into fervent discussion. Subsequently, the rear admiral called for silence, then sighed. Although Mihawk's prowess is indeed profound, Broly is even more formidable. His strength may very well surpass that of our admirals. The room fell eerily silent at the mention of the admiral. An admiral, to them, was akin to a deity. Given that the Straw Hat Pirates harbor such a being, should we not consider recruiting them, much like the 7 warlords? Proposed a colonel. The rear admiral shook his head, stating, "The higher-ups have instructed us to observe for a while longer before making any decisions. For now, let's issue new bounty posters." Adding Monkey D. Luffy with a bounty of 30 million, and the war demon, Broly. He cleared his throat, 700 million. Though everyone had anticipated this, they were nonetheless taken aback by the staggering amount. On the boundless ocean, aboard the Going Merry, Nami remarked to the seagull delivering newspapers, "If the price goes up again, I won't be buying it. Why be so frugal over a newspaper? You don't need to save money now." Usopp replied, engrossed in his own studies. "What do you know? While I no longer need to save for the village, I must now save for myself. I refuse to be a destitute pirate," Nami declared, as she leisurely settled into a chair. Understood. No need to say more. "I'm currently experimenting with a new pepper bomb." Usopp began, but was interrupted when Luffy, having been caught stealing oranges by Sanji, collided into him, splattering chili oil across his face. Amidst the commotion, Nami suddenly let out a piercing scream, startling everyone. Broly stepped out of the cabin and inquired, "Nami, what has happened? Why are you shouting so loudly?" The others looked at Nami with curiosity. Nami pulled out a bounty poster, and as soon as Luffy caught sight of his own bounty, he snatched it away, exclaiming with laughter, "I've been issued a bounty. 30 million. This is fantastic. I have finally become a great pirate." He joyfully danced around in excitement. "What about us? Why aren't there any for us?" Usopp voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. At that moment, Nami produced another bounty poster and directed it towards Broly, saying, "Brother Broly, this is your bounty. It amounts to 700 million. I haven't seen the others." The group gasped in astonishment upon hearing the bounty. Luffy, in a burst of enthusiasm, seized the poster from Nami and presented it to Broly, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly impressive. It's already 700 million. Broly took the bounty poster, glanced at it, and smiled. I didn't expect the Navy to hold me in such high regard. A bounty of 700 million right from the start." Luffy, undeterred, continued to dance and shout in joy about his own bounty. Nami, sweating nervously, looked at Luffy and said, "You fool. Do you realize what these bounties signify? We can no longer leisurely remain in the East Blue. Many will come to hunt us down. Even the Navy will not spare us. Why worry about that? We are heading to the Grand Line. Ha ha ha." Luffy began to sing and dance again. Just then, Zoro pointed towards a distant, indistinct shape and called out, "Hey, is that an island over there? Can you see the island?" "We must have arrived at Logue Town, known as the place of beginnings and endings," Nami stated solemnly. The group looked at her in confusion, and she pointed at the island, explaining, "That island is where the Pirate King was born and also where he was executed." Luffy suddenly fell silent, contemplating, the place where the Pirate King was executed? Broly smiled and asked, "So, Luffy, where do you wish to go?" After a considerable effort, the ship finally docked at the harbor of the town. Luffy dashed down the gangway, exclaiming, "I'm heading to the execution platform." No one could restrain him as he ran off. Meanwhile, the others disembarked. Sanji went in search of ingredients, Usopp sought out equipment, and Zoro borrowed 100,000 berries from Nami. When Nami insisted on triple the repayment, Zoro reluctantly agreed and took the borrowed money to find a weapons shop. At that moment, Nami approached Broly, her cheeks flushed, and asked, "Broly, would you accompany me on a shopping trip?" Finding Nami adorably charming as she blushed, Broly nodded and replied, "All right, I'll join you for a delightful outing today. You can shop for as long as you wish." With that, he took her hand, and Nami's face grew even redder as her heart raced, following Broly as they strolled together. The scene shifted to a desolate, uninhabited island in the Grand Line. "Hawkeye, what brings you here?" queried a pirate on the island. "I'm looking for your captain. Where is he?" Hawkeye responded, scanning the surroundings. "Ah, a rare visitor. Are you here to challenge me to a duel?" A man with red hair, 3 scars across his left eye, and clad in an old pirate coat emerged from the jungle. "You certainly seem at ease, but I am not here for a duel. I have other matters to discuss." As he spoke, Hawkeye produced the bounty posters of Luffy and Broly, continuing, "Recently, I encountered a formidable opponent who instilled fear in me. He defeated me in just 2 moves, and he was with that young man you mentioned before." Shanks chuckled upon seeing Luffy's bounty poster. Luffy, you finally arrived. Turning to Hawkeye, he inquired, is the powerful individual you mentioned the one on this other bounty poster? A staggering bounty of 700 million. Hawkeye nodded, indeed. A bounty of 700 million right from the start is quite astonishing. After hearing this, I am truly eager to meet him. Shanks gazed thoughtfully at the sky. They will soon reach the Grand Line. You will meet him sooner or later, and then you shall witness his dreadful prowess. With that, Hawkeye effortlessly ascended to his small boat. Hey, forget about that. Everyone, let us continue drinking. Let us celebrate that little rascal Luffy becoming a pirate. Cheers. Exciting cheers erupted from the island. Meanwhile, in the village where Luffy was born, villagers gazed at his bounty poster, expressing their astonishment. Chapter 11. The Beginning and the End of the Town. Broly and Nami leisurely sauntered along a street imbued with the hues of medieval Europe. As they gazed at the dazzling array of merchandise displayed in the storefronts, Nami's excitement surged, and she eagerly dragged Broly from shop to shop. With each visit, Broly's hands became increasingly laden with bags. Eventually, Nami led him to the finest clothing boutique in the quaint town, where she selected several exquisite garments and retreated into the fitting room. Meanwhile, Broly sank into a chair to rest, reflecting on the formidable prowess women possess when it comes to shopping, whether in the third dimension or the second. Even as a being of divine stature, he found the experience somewhat exhausting, while Nami seemed to brim with energy. Just as he pondered this, Nami emerged from the fitting room clad in an opulent fur coat and turned to Broly, inquiring, "What do you think, big bro?" Broly examined her carefully and nodded in agreement, stating, "The attire you wear exudes an air of opulence and sophistication. It suits you remarkably well." Nami, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy and soon retreated to the fitting room, emerging in a strikingly alluring red cheongsam. At that moment, Broly's gaze was captivated by the delicate glimpse of her fair legs revealed by the side slit of the dress, and he exclaimed, "You look truly stunning in that. Utterly enchanting. You are a vision of beauty, radiating elegance." Nami, flattered by Broly's compliments, blushed and shyly inquired, "Is what you say truly genuine, big brother Broly?" Broly, upon hearing this, nodded solemnly and remarked, "Of course it is true. Nami is so beautiful, and wearing this outfit accentuates her charm even more." Subsequently, Nami tried on several garments, each time emerging from the fitting room to seek Broly's opinion. Without fail, Broly lavished her with praise. At that moment, the shopkeeper, noticing that Nami had finished trying on everything, approached with a professional smile and inquired, "May I ask, do you wish to purchase all of these?" Nami was about to respond, but Broly interjected, nodding affirmatively, "Yes, we'll take them all. Please wrap them up. How much do I owe?" Upon hearing that they would take everything, Nami tugged at Broly, wanting to say something, but he silenced her, stating, "These clothes can only reveal their true worth when worn by you. Only your beauty is worthy of them." Nami's cheeks flushed with joy upon hearing this. And after Broly settled the payment, he took her hand and they exited the store. Once outside, Nami exclaimed, "Thank you, Broly. You are truly wonderful." Broly smiled slightly and continued to stroll alongside her. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Zoro. Zoro wandered the streets in search of a nearby weapon shop, intending to procure 2 swords for temporary use. Suddenly, a commotion ahead captured his attention. As he approached, he noticed 2 individuals, seemingly pirates, surrounding a bespectacled girl, apparently intent on attacking her. Just as he considered intervening, the girl swiftly incapacitated both assailants. The onlookers erupted in applause, praising the girl as prowess. When her glasses fell to the ground, Zoro stepped forward to retrieve them, and as he turned to return them, he was momentarily stunned by her visage. She bore an uncanny resemblance to his senior, Kuina. At the same time, Luffy finally located the execution platform, and upon seeing it, he was filled with excitement. Promptly climbing atop it and murmuring, "This is the place where the Pirate King meets his end." At the marine base in Lobetown, a frantic soldier reported, "Captain Smoker, urgent news. Several pirate crews have invaded Lobetown, including the recently emerged Straw Hat Pirates." Smoker, unfazed, waved the soldier away, saying, "I understand. You may leave now. And try not to overreact in the future." As the soldier exited, another rushed in, exclaiming, "Captain, pirates have appeared at the port and in the square. You must come at once." Upon hearing this, Smoker donned his captain's uniform and began assigning tasks to his subordinates as he made his way outside. Meanwhile, Zoro emerged from the weapon shop, having acquired 2 swords at no cost, feeling quite satisfied. As he prepared to head toward the dock where their ship was moored, he inadvertently found himself at the execution platform, thinking to himself that since he was already there, it would be the perfect opportunity to search for Luffy. Just then, he heard the voices of Usopp and Sanji. Zoro, what are you doing here? Sanji and Usopp approached Zoro, bearing a colossal fish. Since we're here, let's find Luffy and head back together, Zoro remarked. Hey, you're all here. At that moment, Broly arrived at the execution platform, carrying a large bag filled with Nami's clothes alongside her. Nami, glancing at the dimming sky, cautioned everyone, the atmospheric pressure is unusually low here. I believe it's safer for us to return to the ship soon. The group nodded in agreement, and Zoro urged, let's hurry and find Luffy so we can return swiftly. As they searched for Luffy, a commotion erupted within the crowd, with people pointing towards the execution platform in astonishment. Look, that lunatic has climbed the platform. Broly and the others immediately turned their gaze to where the crowd was pointing, quickly recognizing the foolhardy figure of Luffy. Broly then said, Nami, let me take you back first, and then I will join the others. After a brief exchange with Zoro and the group, he escorted Nami back to the ship. Once he had set down her belongings and exchanged a few words with her, he instantaneously reappeared beside Zoro and the others. At that moment, as Zoro was urging Luffy to descend, a figure clad in a gray cloak emerged in the square, declaring, Haha, Luffy, I have finally found you. With that, he cast aside his cloak, revealing himself to be the previously defeated clown, Buggy. Beside Buggy stood an unusual beauty wielding a spiked club. As Broly observed that everyone had gathered, he instantly appeared before Buggy and unleashed a powerful punch. Buggy had not yet had the chance to utilize his devil fruit abilities before being sent flying by the overwhelming force. Zoro and Sanji, witnessing Broly's assault, rushed over to join the fray, plunging into the throng of pirates. Meanwhile, on the execution platform, Luffy saw that Broly and the others had engaged in combat and promptly leaped down to join the battle. Just as Broly and his companions were immersed in the chaos, a large contingent of Marines charged forward, initiating a pursuit of the group. As the Marines began their chase, Luffy was the first to escape the square, with Broly closely following him towards the port. As the group raced towards the harbor, a bespectacled girl appeared ahead, calling out Zoro's name. Upon seeing her, Zoro paused to allow Luffy and the others to proceed, while Broly and the others continued their relentless sprint forward. As they neared the port, they were confronted by Marine Colonel Smoker, who blocked their path. Realizing that Luffy and the others could not engage Smoker, Broly positioned himself to confront the colonel, allowing Luffy and his crew to escape. Smoker, with your smoke fruit powers, I wonder if your smoke can affect me. Let us see how you fare against me, Broly declared, disdain evident in his voice. Smoker, infuriated by Broly's contemptuous demeanor, transformed his body into smoke, attempting to ensnare him. However, as the smoke neared Broly, it could not penetrate his defenses. You cannot even approach me. How can you entangle me? Broly scoffed. Realizing the futility of his attempt, Smoker retreated, acknowledging Broly's formidable strength. Your power is indeed impressive, but you cannot reach me. Cannot reach you? Are you jesting? Broly retorted, delivering a swift punch that sent Smoker flying. At that moment, Broly's afterimage began to fade as he remained stationary. How about that? Can I reach you now? Enough of this game, Smoke Man. I must take my leave. With that, Broly utilized instant transmission to find Zoro, swiftly transporting him to the Golden Mary, which was heading towards the Grand Line. Chapter 12. Entering the Grand Line just as Broly and Zoro materialized on the Golden Mary, a sudden and ferocious storm descended upon the vicinity of Rogue Town, engulfing the area within 100 miles. Torrential raindrops pounded every corner, the sky darkened ominously, and fierce winds howled, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder, as if threatening to consume the world. An hour later, the tempest raged on. Several anxious Marine soldiers approached Smoker to report, Colonel Smoker, the sudden storm has allowed Buggy's pirate crew and Alvida to escape. We must set sail to pursue the Straw Hat crew. We are heading to the Grand Line. Smoker, ignoring his subordinates' reports, was consumed by anger, his sole focus on capturing Broly and Luffy for revenge. Very well, I shall join you. Beside him, Tashigi gripped her sword tightly, her expression resolute as she declared, I will never forgive Roronoa Zoro. I must capture him with my own hands. Upon hearing the decision of the two to set sail, a naval soldier mustered the courage to advise, but this town is under the jurisdiction of the colonel. What will happen here if you leave? Smoker replied solemnly to his subordinate, as long as it does not impede me, that will suffice. He was aware that the rumors of Broly defeating Mihawk in 2 moves were indeed true. However, he would not allow his superiors to intervene. He was determined to personally apprehend Broly and redeem the disgrace of his previous defeat. Thus, consumed by fury, Smoker set forth with Tashigi and a contingent of naval subordinates, eagerly boarding the fleet and departing from the port, braving the storm as they advanced towards the Grand Line. The Going Merry, amidst the sudden tempest, rocked violently upon the treacherous waves that surged like erratic heartbeats on a monitor. On board, Luffy and the crew exerted every effort to maneuver the ship. The Going Merry, battered by wind and waves, pressed onward with unwavering determination towards the Grand Line. Just as everyone was laboring to operate the vessel, utterly exhausted, the sky suddenly cleared, and the sea sparkled with clarity. What? Has the storm ceased? Luffy and the others exclaimed in astonishment at the sight. At that moment, Nami, her face etched with confusion, looked up at the heavens and noted the pristine blue sky devoid of even a hint of wind. Wait, no wind. Nami suddenly recalled something and shouted in alarm. Oh no, we've entered the doldrums. The doldrums? What on earth is that? Luffy and the others questioned, puzzled. At this moment, Broly addressed the crowd with a chuckle. Behold, this is the lair of the colossal sea kings. Soon, there shall be ample sustenance. He spoke nonchalantly. Upon hearing of the potential feast, Luffy was filled with excitement. However, Nami suddenly shouted, Why are you all acting as if nothing is amiss? Raise the sails. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and you, Broly, quickly paddle the ship into the storm. Ah, Nami, there's no need to panic. With me here, everything will be fine. How about we all sample the flavor of the colossal sea kings together soon? Broly waved his hand dismissively. Just then, the ship began to shake violently. What is happening? The others exclaimed in unison. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a massive object erupted from the sea beside the Going Merry. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a plethora of gigantic sea beasts, each more bizarre than the last, yet sharing one common trait, their sheer enormity. Wow. Everyone on board, except for Broly, gasped in astonishment. Broly, seeing the situation, shook his head in exasperation and said, Did I not mention that there's no need to panic? Sanji, wait for me to gather more meat. You shall prepare a feast for us later. The others, initially believing it to be a jest, were taken aback when they realized that Broly was indeed serious, leaving them momentarily stunned. Upon hearing the mention of meat, Luffy was instantly awakened, drooling as he exclaimed, All right. I'm off. You all stay here. With that, a shimmering sword of light appeared in Broly's hand, and in an instant, he found himself before a sea creature resembling an octopus, swiftly slashing at it with his radiant blade. In a mere blink, the creature was cleaved into several large pieces of meat. Broly promptly sheathed the sword, grasped the largest chunk of meat, and soared back to the ship, placing the substantial piece on the deck. He smiled slightly at the astonished crew and announced, There we go. We have food now. Hold on tight to the ship. We must depart. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, a shockwave surged towards the colossal sea beast behind them. The ship accelerated forward with the force of Broly's energy wave, and the creature, unable to utter a cry, was entirely vaporized. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a fierce wind howled, accompanied by torrential rain and deafening thunder, signifying the return to the tempestuous storm zone. Haha, we have finally returned to the storm. Everyone on the ship, except for Broly, lay flat on the deck, weakly shouting to escape the perilous calm zone. All right. Seeing you all like this, I shall say no more. There is no danger. Sanji, take this piece of meat and prepare a meal. I am quite famished. Broly stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the crew scrambled to their feet, while Luffy fixated on the enormous piece of meat, salivating. Broly, you scared me to death just now. Is that how you play? Nami shouted at him, still shaken. Broly approached Nami, gently ruffling her hair as he said, Silly girl, if it weren't for my strength, I would have let you all go by now. Rest assured. With me around, everything will be fine. I will not allow our beloved Nami to come to any harm. Upon hearing this, Nami's cheeks flushed as she let out a proud huff, choosing to remain silent. Truly, he who could defeat Mihawk in mere 2 moves could effortlessly obliterate such formidable sea creatures. Zoro gazed at Broly with admiration, resolutely stating, It seems I must exert myself even more in my training. Meanwhile, Sanji, the chef, looked eagerly at the fresh chunks of meat on the deck, pondering. Should I roast this large piece of meat or perhaps boil it? Either way sounds delightful. Sanji, hurry up and cook. I'm starving, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the meat. Zoro, Sanji, Luffy, let me help you train when we find the time. Your current abilities are still too lacking. The trio nodded in agreement. Just then, Nami suddenly shouted, I've finally figured out how ships can scale the mountains to enter the Grand Line. Everyone turned to her. Intrigued. It's the ocean currents. The four seas create a massive current that rushes towards that mountain and then flows out into the Grand Line. The immense current can pull ships to the mountain summit. Sanji's eyes sparkled with hearts as he praised her. Miss Nami, you are incredible. Upon hearing Nami's revelation, Luffy looked bewildered and replied, I don't quite understand what you're saying, but is it that unbelievable mountain? The group stared at Luffy in disbelief, while Nami gazed at him with exasperation, saying, Never mind, I know you want to understand. Explaining it would be futile. At this moment, Broly pointed ahead and exclaimed, Everyone, look, we are almost there. Before them loomed a colossal and boundless red wall. The Going Merry, with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, navigated the mighty ascending current through the narrow riverine path, slicing through the waves as depicted on the nautical charts, successfully crossing the towering red land. Ha ha. We can see the Grand Line. They cheered. As the ship reached the summit, it accelerated down the river, rapidly approaching the base of the mountain, ready to enter the Grand Line. However, at that very moment, a massive black wall appeared before Luffy and his companions. Nami gasped, This is impossible. After the upside-down mountain, there should be nothing but sea. How can there be a mountain? She then picked up her telescope for a closer inspection. Ah, she cried out, It's a whale. Realizing the imminent danger, panic ensued as the Going Merry, propelled by the swift downhill current, hurtled towards the whale's belly at breakneck speed. If they collided, the ship would surely be shattered into pieces. Upon witnessing the scene, Broly let out a sigh, fully aware that it was the whale in question. In an instant, he teleported to the ship's mast, lifted the vessel into the air, and swiftly carried the Going Merry towards the others. He then gently set the ship down before them, leaving everyone in a state of astonished silence as they gazed at Broly. Oh, come now, do not look at me like that. I am merely a legend that you cannot emulate. After a moment, the crowd regained their composure, and a sense of numbness washed over them. Hey, everyone, look. There's an old man sitting on that little island. Let us go over, Luffy exclaimed. The Going Merry gradually sailed to the island, where the group inquired of the old man, Hey there, do you know why that whale blocked our path? The old man regarded them with a steady gaze and began to recount the tale of the whale named Brara. Upon hearing the story, the crowd felt a surge of anger towards the whale's adversaries, yet they were deeply moved by the whale's unwavering loyalty. At that moment, the sound of sinister laughter echoed from nearby. Ha! We won't miss our chance this time. Let us make it our meal. A peculiar duo emerged. A man and a woman, both clad in eccentric attire and brandishing rocket launchers, glaring menacingly at the whale. Recognizing the woman, Broly realized she was Princess Waiwi. The old man's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon them. The two intruders raised their rocket launchers, aiming at the whale, and smirked, Prepare yourselves. We are claiming this whale's meat. Just as they were about to fire, Luffy delivered a powerful punch, sending the crown-wearing man crashing to the ground. In a flash, Broly appeared before Princess Waiwi, blocking a punch aimed at her by Luffy. Luffy, do refrain from striking a lady. Startled, the two assailants trembled in fear and fled in haste. Meanwhile, the whale continued to ram against the rocks, prompting Nami to urgently ask, Did you not explain the truth to Labu? I tried, but he wouldn't listen. Whenever I bring it up, he lets out a thunderous roar, silencing me. The old man lamented. Turning to Broly, Nami inquired, Broly, do you have any solutions? The poor thing looked so miserable. Broly patted Nami's shoulder and said, Watch me. With that, he performed the air dance technique and soared in front of Labu. He placed a single finger against Labu's path and remarked, Is this all the strength you possess? I can stop you with just one finger. Labu, refusing to accept this, roared defiantly. Oh, not convinced? If you disagree, then you must train diligently. When we meet again, we shall see who truly prevails. As he spoke, Broly unleashed a finger beam, and with a resounding blast, a hole was pierced through the red Earth continent. Broly gazed at Lab and remarked, Do you see that? The things you believe to be indestructible throughout your life, I can shatter with a mere finger. You must train diligently and strive to surpass me. Lab, as if seeking to prove something, let out a thunderous roar towards the sky. The old man across from him also wore a reassuring smile. Broly smiled with satisfaction and said, Excellent. It is settled then. Upon my return, I shall witness your strength. To survive is to grow stronger. Subsequently, everyone gathered around the old man, who was grilling the large chunks of meat they had obtained from the Sea King. They savored the feast joyfully, celebrating their camaraderie. After indulging in the delightful meal, they bid farewell to the old man and boarded the Going Merry, embarking on their inaugural adventure along the Grand Line. As they stood at the stern of the ship, they waved goodbye to Laboon, who bellowed in response, as if to bid them farewell as well. Chapter 13. The Conspiracy of Welcome Town. The Going Merry was heading towards its first destination in the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak. During their voyage, the weather was capricious, alternating between heavy snow, warm sunny days, and tumultuous thunderstorms. Amidst these unpredictable weather changes, Nami wore a look of exasperation, fortunately. With the use of the permanent log pose acquired from the old whale, they managed to stay on course and arrived at Whiskey Peak. A place that seemed like a pirate's paradise but was, in reality, a pirate's hell and a haven for bounty hunters. As the Going Merry gracefully docked at the harbor, a multitude of villagers who had been eagerly awaiting their arrival greeted them with exuberant cheers, flowers, and colorful streamers filling the air. It was undeniable that any ordinary pirate witnessing such a scene would hardly suspect it was a fade orchestrated by bounty hunters. At that moment, Luffy, in his typical foolishness, raised his arms in jubilation, while Sanji was left dazed and enchanted by the town's charming ladies. Usopp, shaking off his initial trepidation, stood at the bow of the ship, basking in the villagers' adulation. The only composed ones among them were Broly, Nami, and Zoro. Upon disembarking, a peculiar figure with curly hair, dressed in a suit and holding a saxophone, approached them with enthusiasm. Greetings, esteemed pirates. I am the mayor of Whiskey Peak, and on behalf of the townsfolk, I extend a warm welcome to you all. We have prepared a grand feast for your enjoyment. Please indulge yourselves. Upon hearing of the feast, Luffy could hardly contain his excitement, pulling Sanji and Usopp along in a chorus of cheers. Broly, Nami, and Zoro gazed in exasperation at the three imbeciles. The grand banquet commenced abruptly as the townsfolk, under the guidance of the curly-haired mayor, flocked to the tavern, exulting in wine and beauty, offering their cheers. The residents exhibited an extraordinary exuberance. Each was accompanied by a throng of others. Some were captivated by Luffy, who devoured food heartily, while others were enraptured by Usopp's tales of adventure. Meanwhile, Sanji, the lecherous chef, was playfully flirting with the ladies. Upon hearing of the 100,000 berries bounty, Nami pressured Zoro and implored Broly to join her in a drinking contest with the group. As the festivities progressed, night gradually enveloped the scene, and the Straw Hat Pirates succumbed to intoxication. Observing the fallen comrades, the townspeople promptly ceased their merriment, leaving a few to stand guard before exiting the building. Not long after their departure, Zoro, who had been slumped over the table, awakened, swiftly dispatching the ineffectual guard with his sword. With a wicked grin, he exited. Shortly thereafter, Broly and Nami regained consciousness, and at Nami's insistence, Broly accompanied her in search of valuable treasures. Meanwhile, Zoro was engaged in a fierce struggle against bounty hunters from the Baroque works, while Broly joined Nami in her quest for riches. However, despite their efforts, their search yielded no results, inciting Nami's frustration. Where on earth could these rascals have hidden their money? She pondered. Enough, lass. There is nothing of value in this town. The residents are all bounty hunters affiliated with Baroque works, and most of their earnings go to the organization. They possess little wealth themselves. Stop searching, Broly explained. Nami, seething, retorted, Broly, since you knew, why didn't you stop me when I went looking? Humph. She turned her head away, adopting a dismissive demeanor. Broly found Nami's anger to be utterly endearing, unable to resist the urge to gently pinch her adorable nose, saying, All right. Do not be upset. I shall introduce you to a lucrative business opportunity shortly as compensation. Is that agreeable? This was your promise, mind you. Should I find it unsatisfactory, further compensation will be required. Yes, yes. It was indeed my promise, rest assured. You shall undoubtedly be pleased. Meanwhile, the battle outside was nearing its conclusion. It turned out that over 100 bounty hunters had all been vanquished by Krallo, leaving only the curly-haired Mayor Icolum, Princess Vivi, and the Clown Man. Before long, both the Clown Man, Icolum, and Princess Vivi met with defeat. As Broly sensed the arrival of two individuals, he recognized them as Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. Realizing that Princess Vivi's identity was on the verge of being exposed, he turned to Nami and said, Nami, business has come our way. Let us venture outside. Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes sparkled with visions of wealth, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the battlefield had shifted. Vivi and her companions, who were engaged in combat with Crocodile, were now being relentlessly pursued by the newly arrived duo. Vivi, desperately fleeing atop a dock, was aware that her partners had sacrificed their lives for her escape. Mr. Five scoffed disdainfully as he observed Vivi's flight, extracting a booger from his nose and flicking it in her direction. The notion that she could escape before his explosive fruit was nothing short of absurd. Just as the projectile neared Vivi, Broly and Nami emerged, conjuring a protective shield before her. An explosion resounded, shrouding Vivi's location in a cloud of dust. Just as Mr. 5 prepared to depart, a voice emerged from the haze. So you are the princess. How about we protect you for a fee of 1 billion berries? Nami joyfully addressed Princess Vivi. What? 1 billion? Vivi was taken aback, bewildered by the proposition, when suddenly, Miss Valentine appeared above Broly and the others. Weighing in at 10,000 kilograms, a woman adorned in a lemon-patterned outfit and wielding an umbrella descended like a meteor toward them. Broly swiftly shielded Nami and Princess Vivi, then remarked, Nami, you two discuss this at your leisure. I shall handle this trouble first. Nami nodded in agreement, and Broly approached Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Are you the elite agents of Baroque Works? Pathetically weak, indeed. Broly declared before instantly closing the distance to Mr. 5, delivering a punch that sent him flying. He then turned to Miss Valentine. Will you carry the nearly dead one away, or shall I escort you? Without a word, Miss Valentine leaped above Broly, declaring 10,000 kilograms, and descended rapidly toward him. Broly raised one hand skyward, effortlessly grasping her foot. It appears you wish for me to escort you after all, he stated before tossing her aside and delivering another kick to Mr. 5, causing both figures to vanish from sight. Chapter 14. Rob and Vivi watched in astonishment as Broly effortlessly dispatched Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, exclaiming, I never anticipated your prowess, Mr. Broly. Broly smiled and waved his hand, saying, it's nothing, just a few insignificant pests. Upon witnessing Broly effortlessly dispatch two adversaries, Nami felt an overwhelming surge of confidence and began negotiating prices with Princess Vivi. Broly sought out Krallo, and upon finding him, Luffy unexpectedly awoke, confronting Krallo for reasons unknown, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Without hesitation, Broly stepped between the two and delivered a sharp blow to each, silencing their discord. Upon learning that Luffy's grievance stemmed from his belief that Krallo's actions against their gracious host were profoundly ungrateful, Broly gazed at the fool with exasperation before leading both Luffy and Krallo to Nami's side. Meanwhile, as Nami was negotiating prices, Vivi informed her about the Baroque Works and their sinister plot to usurp her homeland, Alabasta. She candidly conveyed the dire situation, explaining that due to the current civil unrest in Alabasta, there were insufficient funds to meet Nami's exorbitant demands. Disheartened by this revelation, the astute Nami recognized the peril of becoming embroiled in a political struggle, especially one aimed at toppling a monarchy. Thus, she resolutely abandoned the idea of escorting Vivi back to Alabasta. Even if Vivi could indeed pay 10 billion berries, Nami would not accept such a hazardous undertaking. Just as Nami prepared to relinquish her plans, Vivi inadvertently uttered words that caused Nami's expression to shift dramatically. Though you are formidable, you stand no chance against one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. At that moment, Nami noticed a vulture and a sea crow perched nearby, observing them. Before they took flight together, in a state of alarm, Nami shook Vivi and pressed her for information about the two creatures. At this moment, Broly approached, gently reassuring. Do not fear, my dear. There is no need for worry. He patted Nami's shoulder, urging her to regain her composure. Overwhelmed by the terror of being pursued by the 7 warlords, Nami collapsed into Broly's embrace, lamenting, having just entered the Grand Line, and already being chased by the 7 warlords. I simply cannot endure this. Fear not, fear not. Look at Luffy and the others. They seem utterly unperturbed. Broly pointed towards Luffy, who was blissfully speculating about Crocodile's character, and Zoro, whose fighting spirit was palpable as he comforted Nami. These two fellows were surprisingly carefree. They had just engaged in fierce combat yet now seemed to revel in camaraderie. Indeed, those devoid of worries can live so freely. But they are the 7 warlords. Nami continued to weep. Have you forgotten our captain's dream? He aspires to become the Pirate King. If he were to cower before a mere 7 warlord, how could he ever hope to realize his ambitions? Besides, you have me here, fret not. I do not regard a mere 7 warlord with any concern. As Broly tenderly wiped away Nami's tears, he softly reassured her. Broly, dear brother, let us flee together. Nami, her face streaked with tears, implored Broly, her words scarcely registering amidst her distress. Broly gently flicked Nami's forehead, chuckling as he sighed. Do you really believe that the scouts dispatched by someone with aspirations of usurpation would be mere idlers? Those 2 creatures that just departed must have undergone specialized training. They have undoubtedly sketched our likenesses. At that moment, The two creatures that had just flown away reappeared before Nami, presenting her with the sketches of everyone. Before soaring off once more. Oh, now there's no chance of escape. Nami lamented, burying her face in Broly's embrace as tears streamed down her cheeks. Broly, helpless, gently embraced Nami, patting her back softly while whispering words of comfort. Soon after, Ikalame, dressed similarly to Vivi, stepped forward with a clever ruse. He disguised himself as Vivi, leading several makeshift dummies crafted from blankets to divert the enemy's attention, allowing Luffy and his crew to facilitate Vivi's escape. As they sent Ikalame aboard the ship, everyone watched as it gradually sailed away. Just as they prepared to return, the vessel erupted in a fiery explosion. In an instant, the ship that had been drifting upon the sea vanished without a trace, leaving Luffy and his companions with expressions of utter despair. At that moment, Nami tightly held Vivi, soothing her as the princess, who had strived for her homeland, bit her lip fiercely, struggling to suppress her tears. After a brief silence, Luffy spoke with solemnity. Let us set sail. To Alabasta. Zoro hastened back to the Going Merry to prepare, while Luffy ran off to find Usopp and Sanji, leaving Broly to protect Nami and Vivi. When Broly, Nami, and Vivi arrived at the Going Merry, they witnessed Luffy, one hand clutching Sanji's leg and the other grasping Usopp's long nose, swiftly navigating through obstacles as he charged towards them. The two being dragged wailed and cursed at Luffy. But he, holding his breath, chose to ignore them entirely. Once aboard the Going Merry, an oblivious Sanji and Usopp expressed their dissatisfaction with setting sail at such a time. Shouting loudly, Zoro, with a grim expression, urged Nami to explain, and she swiftly resolved the matter with a punch to each of them. Just then, a voice called from behind, "Be careful as you sail, avoid the rocks." Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned around, with Usopp and Zoro brandishing their weapons at Robin. The source of the sound. True to the original story, Robin disarmed Usopp and Zoro, tossing their weapons onto the deck and seizing Luffy's straw hat. Broly refrained from intervening, smiling as he observed Robin. Upon witnessing her take Luffy's straw hat, he vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind her, gently retrieving the hat and tossing it back to Luffy. With a calm demeanor, he remarked to Robin, "Do not toy with Luffy's straw hat. It is his most cherished treasure. Furthermore, your fruit abilities are of no consequence to me, so do not waste your efforts. The bounty of 700 million indeed speaks volumes. The rumors of you defeating Mihawk in 2 moves are not unfounded." Robin had already attempted to use her Hana no Mi powers to cast Broly away, but her efforts were in vain. Nevertheless, she remained unperturbed. She waved her hand to silence Luffy's outburst, and Broly coolly stated, "Return and inform Crocodile to clean his neck and await my arrival. Am I to understand that you wish to declare war on my boss?" Robin smiled at Broly, unfazed by his words, which only confirmed the absence of loyalty and trust between her and Crocodile. Luffy is the captain. As long as he consents, that suffices. Broly turned his gaze to Luffy. "I will be the one to knock that bastard away," Luffy declared earnestly, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Broly. "As you wish, Luffy." Broly nodded in agreement, then turned to Robin, saying, "You heard that. Our Straw Hat Pirates officially declare war on the warlord Crocodile. Let him await our arrival." "I shall convey the message," Robin replied with a smile, displaying no other emotion regarding the provocation of her employer. She then charmingly addressed Broly, saying, "You will soon pass through Little Garden, which is quite perilous. It is the permanent pointer to Alabasta." "Huh, that will not be necessary. Luffy prefers to chart his own course." Broly gently declined Robin's offer, to which Luffy nodded in agreement. Observing that she was not welcome here, Robin turned and leapt onto her turtle mount, departing. "Broly, why not take that permanent pointer?" Nami exclaimed after Robin's departure, grasping Broly's garment. "Do you not understand that with that pointer, we could head straight to Alabasta?" Broly gently patted Nami's shoulder and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Do you truly not comprehend Luffy's character? Even if we were to capture him, he would undoubtedly obliterate everything in his path. Moreover, are you certain that what she provides us is genuine? Let us not forget, she remains our adversary." Subsequently, Nami chose not to dwell on these concerns, as Luffy let out a resounding roar and directed their course towards the fabled Little Garden. Chapter 15. Arrival at Little Garden after a considerable duration of sailing. The group finally beheld the legendary Little Garden. The island was teeming with colossal trees and ferocious beasts, resembling a primeval forest. Utterly at odds with the notion of a little garden. Are there truly monsters here? Usopp trembled as he spoke, clearly overwhelmed by fear. With such dense foliage, how can this be called a little garden? Nami questioned, gazing at the towering trees with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, a sharp cry echoed from the depths of the forest, startling everyone. What was that noise? Usopp had already collapsed onto the ground in fright. Fear not. It is merely a small bird. Sanji pointed to the avian creature soaring in the sky. Is it truly just a small bird? Luffy raised his gaze. His expression filled with doubt as the bird appeared to grow larger, its flapping wings causing the ship to sway violently. Seeing this, Usopp resolutely declared, I have decided not to set foot on the island, nodding emphatically in affirmation. Nami swiftly sought refuge behind Broly, clutching the hem of his garment with a look of concern and fear etched on her face. Wow, Miss Nami looks incredibly adorable like this. But why is she hiding behind Broly? Sanji observed Nami's frightened demeanor with a smirk before casting an irritated glance at Broly. Broly turned to Nami, gently patting her back, and said, Do not be afraid, silly girl. You are but a little bird. What is there to fear? Come, let us disembark together, with me by your side. There is nothing to worry about. Nami, gazing at Broly, felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance wash over her. She nodded in agreement, preparing to descend from the ship alongside him. Sanji, lunch. I want pirate lunch. I can smell the scent of adventure. Luffy, born with an inherent love for adventure, immediately became exhilarated, clamoring to leap ashore and explore the forest. Hey, can I come too? If I stay here, my thoughts will run wild. It's better to venture out. Vivi, summoning her courage, suggested joining Luffy on his escapade. Upon seeing Vivi's eagerness, Nami thought to herself that she too would accompany Broly, and decisively declared, Vivi, come with me. You are our precious princess, after all. With big brother Broly around, you shall be quite safe. All right, let the adventure begin. Luffy exclaimed, shouldering the pirate lunch prepared by Sanji, as he leapt off the ship, raising his fist towards the sky, exuberantly shouting as he ran ahead. Broly, Nami, and Vivi followed closely behind. Nami, you're going too? Usopp lamented, his eyes brimming with tears as he watched Broly and Nami recede into the distance. All right, let us have a competition. Hige, let us see who can catch the biggest game. At that moment, Sanji and Zoro had already jumped off the ship, preparing to test their hunting skills, and promptly turned to head in opposite directions. What am I to do if you all leave me behind? Usopp cried, shedding tears. Meanwhile, thanks to Broly and Nami's company, Princess Vivi's duck remained on board, trembling as it watched Usopp, hoping he would protect it. It's all up to you. Usopp turned to the duck, imploringly. Meanwhile, Broly noticed Luffy marveling at a colossal creature in the distance. Broly recognized it as a prehistoric dinosaur, while Luffy was referring to a brontosaurus. At this moment, Princess Vivi, observing the long-necked beast, began to perspire, clearly frightened. Nami clutched Broly's arm tightly, her mouth agape in silence. Broly gently patted Nami's delicate hand, offering her a reassuring glance. Nami, receiving Broly's calming gaze, gradually regained her composure. Suddenly, the neck of the long-necked dinosaur was unexpectedly severed by an unseen force, casting a shadow over Broly and his companions. A monster! Nami screamed, instinctively clinging tightly to Broly, while Vivi looked up at the enormous figure obscuring the sky, also frightened and clutching Broly's other side. Beside the fallen brontosaurus loomed an enormous figure, brandishing a colossal sword and shield, clad in warrior armor, with a tattered cape billowing behind him. His appearance resembled that of an ancient gladiator, but he was so immense that he dwarfed even the dinosaur, towering over it by at least twice its size. Broly scrutinized the towering giant before him, who in turn appraised Broly and his companions. The giant hoisted his colossal sword upon his shoulder and bent down to gaze at them. Suddenly, he erupted into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. It has been ages since I last entertained guests. Luffy, initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure and, unfazed, stretched his rubbery arm to leap onto the giant's shoulder. He addressed the giant with enthusiasm. You are enormous. Are you a human? A devil fruit user? Ha. I am the mightiest warrior of Elbaf village. My name is Dory. The giant Dory proudly introduced himself with a booming laugh. In Broly's embrace, Vivi and Nami gazed in awe at Dongli, whispering softly, a giant. This is my first encounter, though I have heard tales before. Fear not, Nami, Vivi. He means us no harm. Let us greet him, Broly gently reassured them. With that, he cradled Nami and Vivi and employed his aerial technique to soar to the other shoulder of the giant. There, he called out, Greetings, Dongli. We are pirates. I am Broly, this is Nami, and this lovely lady is Vivi. Over there is our captain, Luffy. After Broly introduced Nami and Vivi, he exclaimed, Oh, you are also devil fruit users? Ha. You are pirates too. It has been a while since I have seen pirates here. I must invite you all to my home. Dongli, displaying his hospitable nature, chuckled as he spoke and, without awaiting consent, led the group towards his abode. Chapter 16. The battle and departure. In the little garden, the giant Dongli brought everyone to his home, where he ignited a fire and began roasting the meat of the long-necked dragon he had just hunted. At this moment, Luffy was eagerly devouring a massive piece of dinosaur meat that Dongli had prepared, exclaiming, "Uncle Giant, this meat is absolutely delicious." Dongli, holding the minuscule pirate bento that Luffy had given him, laughed heartily. "Waha. Your pirate bento is quite tasty too. However, it is hardly sufficient." Indeed, the dinosaur meat was exceptionally flavorful and had a wonderful texture. Broly, unreserved, cut a large chunk of dinosaur meat for himself and gently reassured Nami and Vivi, who were sitting beside him, looking apprehensive. "Nami, Vivi, there is no need to fear. This dinosaur meat is delightful. It will be hard to come by again. So hurry and eat." He then handed each of them a small piece of meat. Feeling comforted by Broly's words, Nami and Vivi settled down, expressed their gratitude, and began to savor the meat with great enjoyment. "Mr. Dongli, may I ask you a question?" Nami inquired while relishing the dinosaur meat. "How long will it take to store the records on this island?" Dongli pondered for a moment and replied, Regarding the records of this island? If I recall correctly, it will take a year to complete the recording." Nami and Vivi exchanged anxious glances, and just as they were about to inquire if there was a more convenient method, a sudden eruption from a distant volcano shook the surroundings, its thunderous roar echoing across the island. Dongli, who had been laughing and feasting moments before, instantly turned serious, silently grabbing the massive sword and shield beside him, addressing Broly and the others. "It seems the time for the duel has arrived. I must take my leave." With that, a palpable aura of menace radiated from him as he strode towards the volcano. Luffy, Nami, and Vivi watched Dongli with curiosity as he explained the reason for his impending duel, revealing that such battles had persisted for a century without a victor. Vivi, perplexed, shouted at Dongli, "How can this be? Even if they harbor hatred towards each other, after 100 years, they should have moved past it." "Enough, Vivi. It is not as you perceive. This is about honor. It is the highest honor of warriors." Broly interjected sternly, preventing Vivi from continuing. Nami, pulling Vivi closer, whispered words of comfort, casting a resigned glance at the excited Luffy and the composed Broly, remarking dispassionately, "Men are utterly tiresome." At that moment, the onlookers beheld a giant approaching from across the volcano, wielding a colossal axe and draped in a cloak. He bellowed towards Dongli, "Dongli, it seems we both yearn for a homeland. Therefore, Broky, I shall defeat you and return to Elbaf." As he spoke, Dongli surged forward at an astonishing speed, colliding fiercely with Broky. The impact resounded like thunder, sending trees soaring and a cloud of dust billowing into the air, causing the very island to tremble. The clash of these titans was indeed a spectacle to behold. Meanwhile, within the Baroque works, the bombers Mr. 5 and Mr. 3, along with Miss Valentine and Miss Golden Week, were scheming on how to deal with the two giants, as well as Luffy and Broly. Unbeknownst to them, Usopp and Vivi's duck, who had been tied up and silenced aboard their ship, were being held captive. Mr. 3 remarked, "Since these two are companions of those ruffians, this works to our advantage. While the others may be manageable, Broly, who is rumored to have bested one of the 7 warlords, Hawkeye, in just 2 moves, poses a significant challenge. We could use them as hostages." As the battle between the two giants intensified, each blow was delivered with lethal intent, both combatants exerting their utmost strength. Having fought for a century, they knew each other's every move, rendering a fair opportunity to strike a fatal blow nearly impossible. After a prolonged struggle, the Titans, utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground, exchanging smiles. Despite their adversarial roles, their friendship remained profoundly deep. At that moment, Mr. 3 unleashed a sticky candle wax that ensnared both giants. Hearing their roars, the others rushed towards them. Upon seeing Mr. 3, Broly quickly understood the situation. Ensuring Nami and Vivi were safe, he teleported to Usopp's side, freeing him before delivering a powerful punch to Mr. 3, who was caught off guard and sent flying. Then, Broly turned to Luffy, stating, "Luffy, that fellow is yours. I will handle the rest." Nodding in agreement, Luffy confronted Mr. 3, while Broly effortlessly dispatched the other 3. After rescuing the giants from their sticky predicament, he joined Nami and Vivi to watch the duel between Luffy and Mr. 3. With great effort, Luffy ultimately triumphed over Mr. 3, and the group rejoiced, not only having defeated a high-ranking officer from Baroque works, but also emerging unscathed, with the giants' lives secured. The two giants expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the crowd, while Sanji presented Nami with a permanent log pose he had retrieved from the White Cottage. Upon seeing the log pose, Nami's joy was palpable as she informed everyone that they could set sail, eliciting a wave of happiness among the crew. Soon, they returned to the Going Merry, preparing to embark on their next adventure. During this time, the giants Dory and Bragi came to bid farewell to the group. Standing on the opposite shore, weapons in hand, and urging everyone to sail steadfastly forward, never to retreat, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead. At that moment, a colossal creature resembling a goldfish emerged from the depths of the sea, its size formidable enough to swallow an island whole. The sight of this monstrous being struck terror into the hearts of the crew, and Nami, in a state of panic, shouted, "Steer the ship." Yet, Luffy remained resolute, determined to press onward, for he held unwavering faith in the Giants' Council. At this moment, Broly approached Nami, gently patting her back to offer comfort. He then turned to the others and assured them, "Fear not. With me around, there is no need for concern." Subsequently, Broly utilized his flight technique and soared above the ship, gathering a vibrant green energy sphere in his hands. As he concentrated, the energy orb was relentlessly compressed, its power escalating exponentially. The ferocious pressure emanating from the sphere rendered the sea island beast utterly immobile. Sensing the moment was right, Broly bellowed and hurled the energy ball towards the beast. With a resounding explosion, the colossal sea island creature was obliterated, leaving not a single cell behind. As the surrounding seawater was instantly vaporized, creating an extensive trench on the ocean floor, devoid of any water or life within its depths. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, gazing at the devastation wrought by Broly. Meanwhile, Broly grasped the ship's mast, employing his flight technique to keep the vessel airborne. Necessitated by the immense destruction that had occurred, as the energy sphere had evaporated the ocean's surface, two giants bowed in Broly's direction, slowly watching him and his companions depart. Chapter 17. Nami falls ill. The Golden Mary glided serenely across the vast ocean, heading towards Alabasta, having left the giant island known as Little Garden. "Captain, didn't you say you would train me to become stronger? We've entered the Grand Line, yet I have yet to see any training." Since Broly had split the sea in two with his energy wave, Luffy had been incessantly pestering him for training, while Zoro eagerly anticipated the chance to learn from Broly as well. "Enough. Your incessant chatter is giving me a headache," Broly replied, handing Luffy the golden dragon bracelet he had always worn. This bracelet can adjust your own gravity with a maximum capacity of 100,000 times. Take it and set it to 1 times for now. Gradually train with it. Once you adapt to the 1 times gravity, you can increase it. This will enhance your speed, stamina, and the power of your punches. So train diligently with this adjusted gravity. Turning to Zoro, Broly continued, "I'll craft you a gravity bracelet as well, each weighing 500 pounds. Once you acclimate, I'll increase the weight, allowing you to enhance your swordplay speed and strength." With that, Broly bestowed the bracelet upon Zoro. "Broly, may I ask you a question?" Nami inquired, her curiosity piqued along with the others. "I've noticed you always wear this bracelet. What gravity do you set for yourself?" "Me? I always set it to the maximum," Broly replied effortlessly, prompting the others to think to themselves, what a freak of nature. Upon hearing Broly's words, Luffy and Zoro diligently intensified their training. Meanwhile, Vivi and Nami engaged in conversation on the deck. At that moment, Sanji had completed preparing lunch, and after the group gathered for their meal, they each pursued their individual endeavors. Luffy strived to acclimate to the gravity, aimed to withstand 20 times the gravitational force by the time we reach Alabasta. This will significantly enhance your strength. And Zoro, it is imperative that you swiftly adapt to this weight. Furthermore, during battles, unless I instruct you otherwise, you must remain in combat mode, Broly advised Luffy and Zoro. Just then, a panicked cry from Vivi pierced the air. "This is bad. Everyone, come quickly. Nami has a high fever." At this moment, Broly addressed Luffy and Zoro, saying, "I'll go check on Nami. Zoro, please oversee the ship's navigation." With that, he vanished from the spot and arrived beside Nami. "First, I need to carry Nami into her room," he thought. Upon seeing Nami collapsed on the deck, drenched in sweat, Broly quickly spoke to the anxious Vivi nearby before lifting Nami into her room. Soon, everyone except Zoro, who was monitoring the ship's journey, rushed into Nami's room, their faces etched with concern. Sanji, tears streaming down his face, looked at Nami, who lay on the bed, flushed and feverish, and panically asked, "Is Nami going to die? Could that really happen?" How could Nami possibly die? Don't speak such morbid words. She needs rest now, so keep quiet, Broly retorted, pushing Sanji aside as he gazed at Nami, who was burning with fever. He then turned to Vivi and said, Vivi, please take Nami's temperature. All right, she replied, and proceeded to measure Nami's temperature. Afterward, with a worried expression, she exclaimed, This is bad. It's reached 40 degrees. Nami must be in immense pain. This illness could very well claim her life. No, Nami can't die. Please, Nami, don't leave us. Upon hearing Vivi's alarming words, Luffy and the others erupted into chaos once more. Broly and Vivi simultaneously erupted in fury, exclaiming, Cease your clamor at once and grant us silence. Broly gazed at the crowd with calm determination and said, We must seek out a doctor at once, so that Nami can receive treatment promptly. This way, she should be out of danger. Alas, with no one aboard the ship possessing medical knowledge, even if Broly were aware of her ailment, he would be at a loss as to how to provide a remedy. It seemed the next course of action would be to locate the ship's doctor, Chopper. Meanwhile, the weather began to grow increasingly frigid, indicating their approach to Winter Island. They needed to reach Winter Island swiftly, for Nami's safety was at stake. Broly's heart was heavy with concern for Nami. Broly had just made a decision when, unexpectedly, Nami stood up in opposition. No, we cannot afford to waste any more time. We must hasten our journey to Vivi's kingdom. With that, disregarding her own frailty, she rose from the bed and rummaged through the drawer of the table. There's a newspaper. Upon hearing Nami's words, Vivi approached and retrieved the paper. How could this be? Impossible. The king's army, comprising 300,000 soldiers, had defected to the rebel forces. This turn of events completely altered the situation. Holding the newspaper, Vivi gazed in horror at the devastating news, her delicate hands trembling uncontrollably. The plight of her kingdom had deteriorated to an unbearable extent. If this continued, a brutal civil war would erupt in Alabasta at any moment. It cannot be. Just a safe return. I must hurry back. If we do not make it in time, 1 million citizens will be driven to slaughter one another. Vivi continued to murmur in anguish, using the newspaper to shield her face. This is a newspaper from 3 days ago. I'm sorry. Even if I let you know, it wouldn't change the speed of the ship. I didn't want to cause you distress, which is why I hid it, Nami said apologetically to Vivi, then turned to everyone with determination, stating, So now we must proceed according to plan, sailing straight towards Alabasta. As she prepared to rise, Broly firmly pressed her back down, admonishing her with concern. Your current condition does not permit you to overexert yourself. You need to lie down and rest. Thank you for your concern, but Nami looked at Broly gratefully. Yet her stubbornness prompted her to speak, only to be interrupted by Broly covering her mouth. After a moment of contemplation, Broly declared, First, we must go to the nearest island to find a doctor. We need to cure Nami's illness as soon as possible, then set sail for Alabasta at full speed. Otherwise, if our only navigator falls ill, the ship cannot continue its journey. Vivi nodded in agreement. Broly is right. Nami, if you collapse, we cannot reach Alabasta. All right, let us do it. Luffy, the captain, joyfully decided after hearing Broly and Vivi. Subsequently, Broly instructed Vivi to remain in the room to tend to Nami while he joined the others to leave Nami's quarters. He then ascended to the deck, using his energy to accelerate the ship. Thus, the Going Merry disregarded the compass pointing towards Alabasta and sped across the sea, searching for an island with a doctor. Chapter 18. The joining of Chopper. After navigating swiftly for half a day, the Going Merry was met with a heavy snowfall. In the cabin, in Nami's room, Broly had gathered ice and snow from outside, placing it in a plastic bag to create an ice pack, which he then applied to Nami's feverish forehead. Only then did he feel a slight sense of relief, turning to Vivi and saying, I hope this method will help lower Nami's temperature a bit. Broly seated himself beside Nami's bed and addressed Vivi. Vivi, you have been tirelessly caring for Nami for quite some time. Why not take a moment to rest? I shall look after her now. Upon hearing Broly's words, Vivi cast him a grateful glance, yet shook her head in response. I am not fatigued. It is you who must be weary after urging the ship to hasten its pace all this while. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside. Luffy, come and see. Is there not a figure standing upon the surface of the sea? Zoro, stationed at the lookout, had spotted a silhouette upon the water through his telescope. As the crew turned their gaze forward, Broly, intending to converse further with Vivi, was suddenly jolted as the ship swayed violently. What is causing such turbulence? Vivi exclaimed, losing her balance and tumbling to the floor. Observing this, Broly swiftly caught her and helped her regain her footing. He then said to Vivi, I entrust this place to you. I shall step outside to ascertain the situation. With that, Broly hastened out of Nami's room. Upon emerging from the cabin and onto the deck, he was met with a jarring voice. Wah! Startled, are you? Behold the grand submarine assault ship, the Brickik. Before them loomed a pirate vessel, vastly larger than the Going Merry, a sailing submarine adorned with the head of a crowned hippopotamus at its bow. Recognizing this emblem, Broly understood they were in the presence of the Brickik pirates, led by none other than Wapol, the former king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, who had consumed the Munch Munch fruit. Luffy and the others stood before the enormous pirate ship, utterly astonished, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Yet, at that moment, Broly was consumed by fury. It was incomprehensible that Wapol would choose this precise moment, when Nami so desperately required a doctor, to make his appearance. It was as if he had come to court his own demise. At this moment, Broly's expression turned icy, and he addressed Luffy and the others, saying, Luffy, continue with your tasks, I will handle this. Upon hearing Broly's frigid tone, Luffy instinctively shrank his neck. In an instant, a green energy sphere materialized in Broly's hand, which he hurled towards Wapol's colossal pirate ship. A resounding explosion echoed from the other side, followed by the continuous cacophony of the pirate screams, shouts, curses, and splashes. As Luffy and his companions looked ahead, they realized that the once mighty pirate vessel had vanished without a trace, leaving only the echoes of the pirates' cries to attest to its recent existence. Broly then urged them, stop dawdling, hurry and set sail. Nami's condition cannot endure much longer. After uttering this, he entered the cabin to tend to Nami. Listening to Broly's words, Luffy and the others resumed their training and navigational duties. After checking on Nami, Broly briefly informed Vivi of the recent events before emerging onto the deck to accelerate the Golden Merry. They swiftly approached the nearby island kingdom of Drum, blanketed in pristine white snow. Upon docking, the villagers emerged, armed and unwilling to let the crew enter, insisting they leave. We have a patient who needs a doctor, Luffy shouted loudly at the unfriendly residents. However, the villagers remained adamant in their refusal, haunted by past assaults from the Blackbeard pirates, instilling a deep fear of further pirate incursions. Just as Broly's frustration threatened to erupt, Vivi stepped forward, kneeling sincerely to plead with the villagers, while Luffy, the captain, also knelt in request. Observing their humility, Broly's agitation subsided, and he felt a sense of joy at their actions. At that moment, a seemingly authoritative figure among the villagers stepped forward, agreeing to their plea. This leader informed them that all the doctors in the kingdom had been captured, leaving only one, known as the Witch, Dr. Kureha, residing atop the tallest of the distinctive cylindrical mountains. Upon learning of the doctor's whereabouts, Broly turned to the group and said, You all follow at your own pace. I will take Nami up first. With that, he gently cradled Nami in his arms, enveloping her in a protective barrier to shield her from the cold and the fierce winds of flight, before ascending towards their destination with a graceful technique. During the flight, Nami slowly opened her beautiful eyes, gazing at Broly's worried expression. Her gratitude was palpable as she softly called out to him. In response, Broly tenderly reached out, caressing her ailing face, and with a reassuring smile, he said, Nami, do not speak. We will soon find a doctor to heal you. Just rest easy for now. Nami gently nodded in agreement, her beautiful eyes casting a glance at Broly before she peacefully closed them, finding solace in his embrace. Subsequently, Broly, fueled by a surge of energy, soared towards the towering castle atop the grand cylindrical mountain, leaving a trail of soft azure jet stream in his wake. In no time, he arrived at the summit, cradling Nami as they reached the magnificent castle that loomed like a relic of medieval Europe, its grandeur accentuated by a blanket of snow that lent it an air of enigma. Once there, Broly approached the castle gate, calling out loudly, Who goes there? What is all this commotion? A resounding voice echoed from within the castle, and with a creak, the gate swung open to reveal a stylishly attired elderly woman, a bottle of fine liquor in hand, stepping forth from the castle. At this moment, Broly politely approached the elderly woman, aware that she was the renowned witch, Gyriva, whose age surpassed a century. He understood that addressing her as grandma would undoubtedly infuriate her, potentially jeopardizing Nami's treatment. Therefore, with a reluctant spirit, Broly referred to her as Miss, imploring her assistance in curing Nami's ailment. Upon hearing Broly's address, Gyriva's countenance brightened, leading her to acquiesce to Broly's request for Nami's treatment. Subsequently, Broly followed Gyriva, cradling the unconscious Nami, as they entered the castle. In no time, the trio arrived in an expansive chamber, where Broly gently laid Nami upon the bed. Guriva then commenced her medical intervention. After 2 hours of treatment, Nami's persistent fever had slightly abated, and the slumbering Nami began to flutter her eyes open. "Nami, you are awake," Broly exclaimed, sitting beside her bed and tenderly touching her forehead. Relieved, he continued, "Ah, your temperature has decreased. I believe you shall recover soon." Big brother Broly, where are we?" Nami inquired weakly, propping herself up and gazing around. Following her line of sight, they spotted a reindeer resembling an adorable little bear, standing on its hind legs with a blue nose, nervously hiding its head outside the door while its body remained visible. This was, without a doubt, the future ship's doctor of the Straw Hat crew, Chopper. "Nami, this is the doctor's home. You remain quite fragile. You must rest well. Please refrain from inquiring about anything else for now, and focus on recuperating," Broly said gently, pressing her back down to lie comfortably and covering her with a blanket. "Come out, we can see you." Broly smiled, addressing the timid reindeer. "You must be Chopper, the one Guriva spoke of." Noticing the silence, Broly pondered for a moment before adding, "You truly are adorable. Ordinary folk would typically hide their bodies, wouldn't they?" Upon hearing Broly's remarks, Chopper concealed himself even further. Broly, amused by Chopper's adorable antics, laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. I've already spotted you. Why hide? I've heard you are an exceptionally skilled doctor." Upon receiving Broly's compliment, Chopper peeked out from the doorway, swaying his body while squinting and grinning, retorting, "Stop rambling. How could a human possibly praise me? Even if you say that, I won't be pleased, you rascal." Broly gazed in bemusement at Chopper, who was joyfully twisting his body. At that moment, Guriva entered Nami's room, holding a bottle of liquor. Approaching the bedside, she placed a finger on Nami's forehead to measure her temperature. Sipping her drink as she remarked, "Not bad. It's 38 degrees. It seems the young lady's fever has slightly subsided." Nami sat up and looked at Guriva, who introduced herself. With a gentle motion, Guriva lifted Nami's garment, causing Nami to blush. Guriva then explained to Broly the cause of Nami's ailment. It was due to the venom from a creature known as the Caskia, which, if left untreated, would lead to death within 5 days. Fortunately, Guriva possessed a nearly forgotten antibiotic, or else Nami would have been in grave danger. "Where exactly did you come from? Surely you cannot be wandering in the wilderness with your midriff exposed?" Guriva inquired of Nami, her expression filled with curiosity. Broly let out a bitter smile and said, "We came from the small garden, and I never expected to encounter such pests. With so little clothing, this is the consequence." Upon hearing this, Nami was suddenly enlightened. She then instructed that they must rest here for 3 days before departing. However, Nami vehemently disagreed, and in the end, Broly had no choice but to enforce her to lie down. At that moment, Guriva discreetly exited, leaving Broly to tend to Nami in the room. Before long, Luffy and the others finally reached the mountaintop. Broly sensed their presence and, after informing Nami, went await at the castle entrance for them. Upon seeing Broly standing at the door, Luffy and the others rushed forward to inquire about Nami's condition. Broly reassured them that Nami's illness had improved, but full recovery would take 3 days. Hearing this, everyone felt a sense of relief. Broly led the group into the castle, where they soon encountered Guriva, who appeared with Chopper. Usopp, observing Guriva's attire that belied her age, could not help but exclaim "Granny," before delivering a swift kick that sent her flying, admonishing her, "Mind your words. I am a radiant young lady of 139. Vivi and the others, witnessing Usopp's unfortunate fate, broke into a cold sweat, silently expressing their relief. At that moment, Luffy spotted Chopper hiding behind Guriva and, with drool cascading from his mouth, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Ah, meat. What kind of meat is that?" Startled, Chopper bolted away in fright. Luffy, still drooling, hastily pursued him, while Sanji, brimming with excitement, declared, "I must bring him aboard. He has a portable food supply." With that, he too chased after Chopper, igniting a wild chase within the castle. Meanwhile, Guriva recounted Chopper's experiences to Vivi and the others, deeply moving them with the tale. The commotion from the chase roused Nami, who had been resting, and she emerged from her room to find everyone gathered. "Oh, you all are here," she exclaimed. Vivi immediately rushed over to Nami, expressing her concern. "Nami, why aren't you lying down to rest?" Nami smiled and shook her head, replying, "Thank you for your concern, but my fever has subsided." At this moment, Broly approached Nami and forcibly carried her back to bed, urging her to lie down and rest. He then turned his attention to the raucous commotion created by Luffy and his companions. In an instant, he appeared before Luffy and Sanji, delivering a punch to each that silenced them. He then informed them about Chopper's situation. After hearing Broly's words, Luffy resolved to invite Chopper to join their crew and set off to find him. 2 days swiftly passed, during which Luffy persistently pestered Chopper to join his pirate crew. The others, recognizing Chopper's medical skills, also sincerely invited him to join. Ultimately, after much hesitation, Chopper acquiesced to their pleas and became a member of their crew. The newly joined ship's doctor, Chopper, transformed into a 4-legged reindeer and pulled the group on a sled, carrying the nearly recovered Nami. Amidst the complaints of the seemingly ferocious yet kind-hearted Guriva, they departed the castle, heading towards the dock where the Going Merry awaited. The group paused in the snowy landscape, gazing up at the flurry of pink snowflakes swirling in the air, each voice expressing heartfelt admiration. At that moment, Chopper looked up at the sky, tears streaming down his face as he cried out the names of Guriva and Silksick. Thus, amidst the enchanting cascade of pink snow, they boarded the Going Merry and set forth on their journey towards Alabasta. Chapter 19. Nami's heart returns in the tranquil night sky. Large snowflakes fell incessantly, and a bright full moon hung over the vast ocean, casting shimmering reflections on the sea's surface. On the Going Merry, the boisterous laughter of Luffy and his friends shattered the night's serenity. Ah! Even the moon and cherry blossoms in the sky are joining the fun. Usopp laughed heartily as he watched Luffy comically inserting chopsticks into his nose and widening his mouth for amusement. Turning to the new addition, Chopper, who sat alone on the ship's railing, Usopp called out, "Chopper, how long are you going to sit there? Come over here and drink with us." At the sound of Usopp's call, Chopper joined Luffy and the others. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji sat on the deck, enjoying several bottles of wine and reveling in the merriment. Just as the festivities reached their peak, Nami's voice rang out, "Hey, you bunch of drunks." She pointed to the nearly lifeless Karu and added, "Can't you show a little concern for what's happening over here?" Luffy glanced at the weak Karu, squawking in Vivi's arms, and dismissively replied, "Ah, it's not like he is dead." However, Vivi was heartbroken, lamenting, "Wah, Karu, how could you be frozen in the river?" It turned out that Karu had been left on the ship and somehow fallen into the river. When the others found him, he was already freezing and on the verge of collapse. Seeing Karu in such a state was undoubtedly devastating for Vivi, who had grown up with him and considered him a dear friend. "Don't mind them. Those fools won't care about this." Broly could no longer bear the sight and approached Vivi. He offered a few words to Luffy and then turned to Vivi with a reassuring smile, saying, "Do not worry. Vivi, quickly warm it up. Once its body is warmed for a while, it will be fine." Upon hearing Broly's words, Vivi hurried to provide warmth to Karu. And soon after, Karu had made a full recovery. At that moment, seeing Karu was safe, Vivi's tears transformed into a joyful smile as she embraced Karu and expressed her gratitude to Broly, saying, "I am so fortunate to have you, Brother Broly. Thank you for your help." Nearby, Nami glanced at Luffy and the others, who were still indulging in drinks and merriment. She nodded and smiled at Broly, exclaiming, "Brother Broly is indeed the most dependable." Broly smiled and said, "It's nothing of great significance." At that moment, the fully recovered Karu was chirping excitedly at Broly. Meanwhile, Chopper, who was reveling in the merriment with Luffy and the others, turned around and began to translate for Broly. "It expresses its heartfelt gratitude to you, Broly. Without your assistance, I would have perished from the cold. I accidentally slipped on the ship and fell into the river." Upon hearing Chopper's words, Broly nodded and remarked, "Chopper, you truly are remarkable. You can even comprehend its speech." Nami clapped her hands and praised Chopper with a smile. "Indeed, Chopper, you are truly impressive. I never imagined that besides your medical prowess, you possess this ability as well." Chopper, momentarily taken aback, quickly beamed with a golden glow. Clapping his hooves and swaying his body, exclaimed, Stop your flattery. Even if you praise me like this, it won't make me happy." At that moment, Luffy and the others observed Chopper's antics, beads of sweat trickling down the back of their necks. "Chopper knows medicine?" Luffy and the crew, unaware of the situation until Nami informed them, gasped in astonishment. Nami, exasperated, inquired, "Then why did you want Chopper to join us?" To which Luffy and Sanji replied, arms crossed, "Because he has just an amusing reindeer that can transform. A backup food supply in these extraordinary times." Enraged, Nami delivered a punch to each of them, shouting, "You two idiots! You're driving me mad." Subsequently, she pulled the frightened Chopper over and reintroduced him to everyone. "Let us toast our new companion." They then exuberantly celebrated Chopper's official joining. After indulging in food and drink, aside from Broly and Nami, the rest were thoroughly inebriated, though Nami remained sober. She had consumed quite a bit as well. Broly then carried Luffy and the other gentlemen back to their cabin, returning to assist Nami in helping Vivian to her room. As they exited the room together, Nami, perhaps feeling the effects of the alcohol, lost her footing and began to fall backward. Broly, noticing this, swiftly caught Nami in his arms, steadying her. He gently asked, "Nami, are you all right? I see you've had quite a bit to drink. Let me help you to your room to rest." With a rosy hue upon her cheeks and a misty gaze in her eyes, Nami looked up at Broly and softly replied, "Brother Broly, I'm fine. The alcohol has hit me, and I feel weak. Please carry me there." Upon hearing this, Broly momentarily froze, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He then swiftly lifted Nami into his arms and strode purposefully towards her room. Once they arrived at Nami's chamber, Broly gently laid her down on the bed. Just as he intended to rise, Nami wrapped her arms around him, exclaiming, "Broly, my dear brother, I love you. Please don't leave me." Broly gazed at the impassioned Nami and smiled. "Nami, have you truly made your decision? You know nothing of my past." With unwavering resolve, Nami tightened her embrace around Broly, refusing to let him go, and declared, "I am absolutely certain this is not mere gratitude. I do not care about your past, nor do I concern myself with whether you have a wife. All that matters to me is that I hold a place in your heart. I love you." Upon hearing this, Broly was profoundly moved. He gently lifted Nami and placed her on his lap, sharing his story with her. Though he refrained from disclosing his origins from another world, Nami listened intently. Despite learning that Broly had 2 other women, she harbored no regrets. Once he finished recounting his tale, Broly softly inquired, "Now that you know my situation, Nami, what is your decision?" Nami, still tightly embracing Broly, pressed her crimson lips against his. After a moment of surprise, Broly willingly surrendered himself to this joyous encounter. Chapter 20. Arrival at the port city. As dawn broke and the first rays of light filtered into the room, Broly awoke, his eyes fluttering open. He gazed at Nami, who lay peacefully in his arms, her face glowing with satisfaction after the events of the previous night. A tender expression crossed Broly's face as he gently caressed Nami's sleeping form, his fingers softly tracing her rosy cheeks, filled with affection. Staring at the cabin ceiling, he reminisced about their shared experiences, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had never anticipated that during his furious transformation, when he vanquished the evil dragon to save her village, Nami had developed a deep, genuine love for him, one that transcended mere gratitude. Suddenly, Broly sensed a subtle tremor from Nami in his embrace, realizing she had awakened but was too shy to open her eyes. A gentle smile appeared on Broly's face as he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "What's the matter? Feeling shy, Nami?" He spoke tenderly while continuing to caress her face. Hearing his words, Nami slowly opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed. She pushed Broly's hand away and exclaimed, "Stop teasing. Hurry and get up. If everyone finds out, it would be so embarrassing." After Nami's persistent urging, Broly indulged in a moment of warmth with her before they both dressed and rose from the bed. Once they had tidied themselves, they stepped out of the room and onto the deck, where they encountered Luffy, who was munching on pieces of meat with both hands. "Good morning, Broly, Nami. Why are you 2 together?" Luffy remarked casually, stuffing another morsel into his mouth. Nami's face instantly flushed upon hearing Luffy's words, and she retorted, "Mind your own business. And how did you manage to steal food again?" With that, she playfully punched Luffy on the head. "Did Luffy steal food again?" "Oh, Miss Nami, with her rosy cheeks. Looks enchanting." Sanji, who had just awoken from the cabin, overheard Luffy's antics and was about to reprimand him. However, upon catching sight of the blushing Nami, he instantaneously appeared before her and Broly, his eyes filled with infatuation. "Who is blushing?" "It's certainly not me," Nami exclaimed, delivering another playful punch that sent Sanji sprawling to the ground. Broly gazed at Nami in silence, only to be taken aback as she suddenly winked at him. Adopting a gentle and charming demeanor, she addressed Broly, saying, "What's the matter, brother Broly? Did I come across as too savage just now?" Broly smiled gently at the tender Nami and said, "Not at all. It is this Nami that is truly adorable." Upon hearing his words, Nami felt a surge of joy. She grasped Broly's hand and called out to Sanji, "Sanji, hurry and prepare breakfast." At Nami's command, Sanji immediately sprang to his feet and rushed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for everyone. Bathed in the warmth of Nami's affectionate heart, Broly felt an overwhelming sense of happiness as he admired the genuine smile radiating from her. The sea was tranquil, with white clouds drifting lazily across the azure sky, while charming seagulls frolicked upon the mirror-like surface of the water. The Going Merry sailed smoothly in the embrace of the ocean, having set a steady course towards Alabasta for 5 days. During this time, Nami had completely immersed herself in the whirlpool of love with Broly. He had confided in her about everything, and although Nami felt a twinge of discomfort upon learning that Broly had 2 wives, she eventually accepted the reality after his gentle persuasion. Meanwhile, everyone was seated on the deck, listening to Vivi recount tales of their homeland and the Sand Crocodile. A hero? Is Sand Crocodile truly a hero of the Alabasta Kingdom? Nami inquired, perplexed, as she sat beside Broly. The so-called 7 warlords of the sea are recognized by the world government for their goal of eliminating pirates in pursuit of treasure. However, for our nation, Crocodile has always been seen as a hero, as he helped us drive away the pirates attacking our cities. Broly smirked and remarked, "He is merely a despicable and nefarious pirate who exploits the title of a hero to seize Alabasta." On the other side of the deck, Luffy, sprawled on the ground and drooling while fervently shouting about his hunger, upon hearing Broly's words, sprang to his feet with renewed vigor. He energetically swung a fist and exclaimed, "In any case, we just need to knock that Sandman away." It is worth noting in a fit of indignation that the provisions meant for the entire crew had been entirely devoured 3 days prior by Luffy and his accomplices, Usopp and Chopper. Naturally, Luffy, as the primary culprit, received a well-deserved reprimand from Sanji. However, after 3 days of hunger, it was evident that Broly would not allow Nami to suffer alongside them. He generously offered 2 senzu beans to Nami and Vivi. Thanks to the senzu beans given by Broly, both Nami and Vivi felt no pangs of hunger throughout these 3 days. Vivi expressed her astonishment, deeply touched by this act of kindness, while Nami, aware of Broly's nature, was not surprised. Yet, his thoughtfulness stirred her heart, deepening her infatuation with him. Indeed, the first step is to quell the unrest and subsequently expel the Baroque works from the kingdom to save Alabasta. As Vivi answered, a faint trace of worry lingered on her brow, revealing her deep concern about whether they could truly rescue her homeland. Upon hearing Vivi's words, Broly involuntarily furrowed his brow. She spoke of first suppressing the uprising and then expelling the Baroque works from the nation. Yet Broly felt that such a course of action seemed virtually impossible. After all, the Sandman had been inciting the populace, who regarded him as the hero of the kingdom. It remained uncertain how much credence the foolish citizens would lend to the princess's words. Observing Vivi's current state of distress, Nami, aware of Broly's formidable strength, approached her to offer reassurance. "Do not worry, Vivi. We will undoubtedly assist you in saving the kingdom of Alabasta." At this moment, Broly approached Vivi, gently patting her shoulder and reassuring her, "Do not fret. You must have faith in everyone and trust that your companions can help alleviate all your troubles." Meanwhile, Vivi was striving to hold back her tears as she prepared to speak to Broly and the others when suddenly, the ship lurched violently. In an instant, a colossal sea creature resembling an octopus emerged from the previously tranquil waters. Upon seeing it, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, and saliva dripped from his mouth as he exclaimed, "Wow, there's meat. There's meat. Finally, I can eat. I haven't had anything for 3 days." With that, Luffy delivered a powerful punch to the sea monster. With a resounding crash, the creature was swiftly defeated by the famished Luffy, who then dragged it aboard the ship. Sanji, witnessing this, promptly began to prepare the creature's meat in the kitchen for everyone. Luffy, with his eyes gleaming, dashed towards the dining table, eagerly anticipating the food that Sanji was preparing, exclaiming, "Finally, meat. I'm nearly starving." The others, hearing Luffy's words, cast him disdainful glances, and Broly, unable to contain himself, delivered a playful smack to Luffy's head, saying, "Serves you right. Who told you to devour all the food meant for everyone?" Soon, everyone enjoyed a hearty meal, and the Merry reached the coastal city of La Roja. Chapter 21. Fire Fist Ace. As the ship docked at the expansive city of La Roja, Luffy leaped off with remarkable speed, joyfully shouting, "Haha! I was satisfied on the ship. Now I can continue eating." Within moments, he had vanished from sight. Vivi, noticing Luffy's sudden disappearance, anxiously inquired, "What should we do? This city is so vast. How are we supposed to find him now that he has run off?" Broly gently patted Vivi's shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. "Do not worry, Vivi. With my presence, finding Luffy will be a breeze." Nami, standing beside Broly, echoed with a radiant smile. "Yes, Vivi, fret not. Broly is incredibly formidable. If he seeks Luffy, he will locate him in no time." Knowing Broly's prowess, Nami felt no concern. Rather, she basked in pride and comfort at having such a powerful partner. Meanwhile, Chopper gazed at Broly with wide, sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "Wow, Broly is truly that remarkable." Usopp, standing with his hands crossed at his waist, began to boast to Chopper about Broly's feats, declaring, "Indeed, Broly is extraordinary. Let me tell you, on Giant Island and Little Garden." He recounted Broly's exploits as if they were his own, leaving Chopper in awe and captivated. Nami sighed, a hint of exasperation in her voice. "I only hope Luffy can exhibit some awareness. After all, he is a wanted man by the Navy. Especially in such a bustling city, caution is paramount." Broly gazed at the group and said, "Sanji, please procure some ingredients. The supplies on the ship have been entirely consumed by Luffy. Zoro, you should accompany him. Chopper, kindly check if there are any medicinal herbs we need to purchase. Usopp, if you require any materials, please join Chopper as well. As for Nami and Vivi, if you wish to shop for clothing or other items, I shall accompany you." Upon hearing Broly's words, everyone nodded and set off to procure their respective items, while Broly accompanied Nami and Vivi on their shopping expedition. Nami, filled with delight, eagerly took Broly's hand, ready for a grand shopping spree. As they strolled along, Nami and Vivi acquired numerous items, including perfumes and jewelry. It goes without saying that Broly was the one footing the bill and carrying their purchases, as he was, after all, Nami's partner. And Vivi was also destined to be his. Once they had gathered nearly everything they needed and were preparing to regroup with the others, they passed a splendid clothing store. Upon catching a glimpse of the alluring garments within, Broly imagined how enchanting Nami and Vivi would look in them. Without hesitation, he took the initiative to pull both of them into the store, insisting they try on a couple of dancer outfits. Nami, enchanted by the beautiful costumes, immediately seized Vivi's hand and rushed to make a purchase, even trying on the dancer attire right there in the shop. Broly's eyes feasted upon the mesmerizing sight of the two women adorned in their alluring outfits, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Nami, you look absolutely stunning, and Vivi, you are delightful as well." Upon hearing Broly's compliments, Nami placed her hands on her hips, chuckling with delight, and proudly twirled to showcase her graceful figure for Broly's admiration. Captivated by their exquisite forms, Broly felt a rush of exhilaration. However, Vivi, under Broly's intense gaze, shyly averted her eyes, lowering her head, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks as she softly murmured, "Brother Broly, such attire is not suitable for traversing the desert." Broly smiled and said, "It's all right, by then. I can simply carry you all and fly." After speaking, Broly exited the clothing store with Nami and the others, making their way towards the rendezvous point. At that moment, Luffy's boisterous voice suddenly erupted, "Hey, Broly, Nami, you're all here. Run." Upon hearing the commotion, Broly turned his gaze back, only to see the foolhardy Luffy sprinting towards them, pursued by a throng of Navy soldiers, with Smoker the Smoke Man relentlessly on his trail. It was bewildering how Luffy, in his usual misfortune, managed to cross paths with Smoker. As Smoker heard Luffy shout, his eyes fixated on Broly, a murderous intent igniting within him. He immediately abandoned Luffy and charged straight at Broly, declaring, "This time, I will certainly capture you. Take my punch." With that, one of his arms transformed into a colossal white smoke fist, hurtling towards Broly with ferocity. In the face of the rapidly approaching giant fist, Broly wasted no time. He swiftly scooped up Nami and Vivi beside him and activated his flight technique, soaring into the sky. In truth, Broly could have easily shielded Nami and Vivi behind him and effortlessly blocked the punch, but such a splendid opportunity for advantage was too tempting to pass up. Hence he embraced both ladies and took to the air. With a thunderous boom, the enormous fist lost its target and crashed into the nearby buildings, obliterating a whole row and creating a massive gaping hole, followed by a resounding collapse. Broly hovered effortlessly in the air, cradling two lovely ladies in his arms. With a swift motion, he lifted one leg and aimed it directly at Smoker below, delivering a powerful kick. Just as Smoker intended to transform, he was struck with a resounding bang, sent flying through the air. Without a glance back, Broly ascended with the two women, soaring back above the Thousand Sunny. As he was about to descend onto the ship, a piercing scream from Nami broke the moment. "Ah, big brother Broly, what happened to the things I bought?" Broly smiled gently and said, Nami, of course, I brought everything back. I will show you later." With that, Broly gracefully descended onto the Going Merry, releasing the two women as everyone else boarded the ship. Upon seeing Nami and Vivi's attire, Sanji's eyes immediately sparkled with hearts, and he struck a foolish pose. Meanwhile, Nami, clutching Broly, anxiously inquired about the items she had just purchased. Broly promptly retrieved them from his spatial ring. Vivi, astonished by the magically appearing items on the deck, curiously asked Broly, "Brother Broly, where exactly did you store these things?" Nami, accustomed to Broly's spatial ring, was not surprised and hurried off to organize her belongings. Broly, noticing the members of Baroque Works and the Navy approaching, remarked, Vivi, I will explain later. We must leave now, or we will be surrounded. Thus, the group swiftly departed on their ship. At that moment, Luffy was sitting cross-legged on the railing, excitedly telling everyone about his encounter with his brother, boasting that he had never won a fight against him during their childhood, even before his brother had eaten a devil fruit. Just as he was bragging about being able to defeat his brother who had consumed a devil fruit, a man wearing a cowboy hat, shirtless, with a string of beads around his neck, leaped onto the railing where Luffy was perched, causing Luffy to tumble onto the deck. Luffy exclaimed, Who are you saying you can beat? No need to say. This is my brother, Fire Fist Ace. Moreover, Ace bore a distinctive emblem of the Whitebeard pirates on his back. Luffy stood up from the deck, grinning as he introduced, Hee, this is my brother, Pordasti, Ace. Ace hopped down from the railing and graciously addressed the group, saying, Thank you all for taking care of my younger brother. Everyone, except Broly, was momentarily taken aback, then bowed in return, responding, No, it's not like that. It was truly unexpected that the notoriously impolite and willful Luffy had such a considerate and caring brother. Ace then asked, Luffy, would you be interested in joining the Whitebeard pirates? Of course, your companions can come along too. After a brief conversation with Luffy, Ace extended an invitation to join his current crew. However, Luffy, who was steadfastly pursuing his dream of becoming the Pirate King, rejected the offer without a second thought. Subsequently, Ace handed Luffy a piece of paper, instructing him to keep it safe, telling him that he could use it to meet him again in the future. He also mentioned that he was there to settle some matters. As Ace prepared to leave, his gaze fell upon Broly, and he grinned, saying, War Demon Broly, you are quite formidable. You easily dealt with Smoker, truly worthy of having bested Mihawk in just 2 moves. Luffy, proud of Broly's strength, chimed in, Broly is incredibly strong. I'm currently undergoing his special training. So, Ace, what do you think? Would you like to join my pirate crew? At this moment, Broly gazed at Ace and said, Ace, I am aware that your adversary is Blackbeard Teach. Nevertheless, I know that regardless of the circumstances, you will not relent. Hence, I must caution you that Teach is formidable, surpassing you in strength. Be wary of his devil fruit ability. He wields the power of the Yami Yami no Mi. Take care in your confrontation. After listening to Broly, Ace nodded appreciatively and replied, Thank you. He then stood upon his small vessel, untied the rope securing it to our ship, and pointed towards the 5 pirate ships approaching across the sea, grinning as he asked, Shall I take care of that rabble? Those pirate ships belong to the Baroque Works. Broly waved his hand and, utilizing his aerial technique, soared into the sky. With a casual flick, he unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the swiftly approaching pirate ships. An explosive sound reverberated as 5 pirate vessels were utterly obliterated, unable to evade the onslaught. The sea ahead erupted into towering waves, a spectacle of grandiosity at its zenith. Ace, witnessing Broly's effortless display of strength, momentarily stood in awe. Indeed, he was formidable. He anticipated with excitement the day he would encounter them at the end of the Grand Line. After marveling, he greeted his companions and swiftly departed in his small boat. Chapter 22. A decision after leaving the coastal port city of Lalahara. The ship traversed a massive river known as St. Du River and landed upon the oasis referred to as Eul. By now, it was already noon. We have finally arrived. Is this Yuba? It certainly appears desolate. As Luffy set foot on solid ground, he curiously surveyed the landscape, which was a city ravaged by wind and sand, now utterly deserted. Not quite. This is Elmaru Oasis. We must continue northwest through the desert for half a day to reach Yuba, Vivi replied, shaking her head. Oasis? Nami looked skeptically at the dilapidated city, surrounded by a sea of yellow sand, where not a hint of greenery could be found. Indeed, this place has only recently succumbed to such desolation. Vivi managed a strained smile, feeling a pang of sorrow for her homeland's plight. Let us proceed. Arriving at Yuba sooner would be beneficial, Broly suggested, to which Vivi nodded in agreement. Along the way, Vivi elucidated the reasons behind the rebellion, as well as the issue concerning the dance powder. Broly was relatively well acquainted with the Alabasta incident, recalling how Crocodile had ensnared Vivi's father with dance powder, inciting extreme discontent and fury among the populace, which ultimately led to the uprising. With the aid of Virgo's abilities, Cobra found himself in an indefensible position, resulting in the rebellion's escalation. Crocodile's cunning throughout this affair had certainly drawn attention. The journey to Yuba proved arduous. However, for Broly, Nami, and Vivi, the trek was considerably easier. Thanks to Broly's protective barrier, The scorching sun and abrasive winds posed no hindrance to them. The path from El Meru to Yuba led through an extensive ancient desert region. Where Broly was aware of an underground relic, he was curious whether ancient weaponry lay within it, and he was eager to discover the nature and might of such armaments. Vivi opened her water pouch only to find it completely devoid of water, pursing her lips in silence as she sealed it once more. At that moment, a hand reached out, holding a pouch containing about half a bag of water. "Here, take it," Broly said with a smile. However, Vivi hesitated. "It's all right, drink up," he encouraged. Broly nonchalantly waved his hand and spoke. Vivi paused for a moment, accepting the water pouch he offered her. Although she hesitated, her long journey had left her quite parched. Stealing a glance at Broly, she couldn't resist taking small sips. Half the pouch, he must have taken a drink from it. She pondered, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Could this be considered an indirect kiss? 3 hours later. I'm so tired. I'm both hungry and exhausted. I want to eat meat," Luffy exclaimed while walking. "If it weren't for that idiot who let a bird trick him into losing all our food and water, we wouldn't be in this situation," Nami scolded, delivering a punch to Luffy's head. Please don't hit me. I'm sorry," Luffy apologized, cradling his head. Yet, by his demeanor, it was evident that he still lacked awareness of his own folly. Just then, a gigantic lizard came barreling towards them, chasing after a camel. Before Vivi could even scream, Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy had already dashed forward, swiftly dispatching the colossal creature. Was that really necessary? Usopp muttered, his jaw dropping in astonishment. The three had acted in unison. Even the bystanders felt a tinge of sympathy for the vanquished monster, Nami murmured. "Well, we have meat now. Can we eat this, Sanji?" Luffy asked excitedly. "Well, it looks promising." "Haha, I'll go cook," Sanji replied, satisfied. "It arrived just in time," Zoro muttered. Under the blazing sun, the rocks served as natural grills, requiring no cooking utensils. They simply skewered the meat on branches and placed it on the stones. Before long, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. The camel, rescued by Luffy, proved to be quite amusing. With Chopper serving as a translator, they managed to converse. "I'm just a passing camel, and I'm grateful for your rescue. I can carry you, but I refuse to carry men," Chopper relayed, causing Broly to roll his eyes in disbelief. Nami then named the camel Eyelash, leaving everyone perplexed by such a whimsical choice. Nevertheless, the journey became much easier with Eyelash, especially for the two ladies. Though Broly silently lamented the decline of societal standards, even camels now displaying such peculiar preferences. As night fell, Yuba finally appeared in the distance. However, the group sensed something amiss. The wind howled violently, and even the ground trembled slightly. Broly furrowed his brow. "Yuba is being attacked by a sandstorm," Vivi gasped. When they reached Yuba, the storm had passed, yet they were left in shock by the sight before them. How could this happen? Vivi stared blankly at the oasis, nearly buried in sand, murmuring helplessly. "This is terrible. It looks no different from that city called Irmaru," Zoro remarked, supporting Usopp. "Isn't this supposed to be an oasis?" Sanji furrowed his brow as Shashua commanded the ground to rise, burying the oasis beneath. Vivi spoke softly. At that moment, a voice echoed from nearby. Could it be a traveler? Crossing the desert must be exhausting. It was then that Broly and the others noticed that there were indeed people in the sand pit ahead. "We sincerely apologize. This city has long since withered away." Broly discerned that before him stood an elderly man. His skin withered and parched from the relentless assault of the desert sun, wielding a shovel to excavate the sand. It appeared that this vast pit had been meticulously unearthed by his own labors. Nevertheless, the old man smiled and remarked, "There are still places to rest. There are several inns here, the finest in the city." Vivi approached him and inquired, "Excuse me, I have heard that the rebel army is stationed in this city." The old man's expression darkened instantly. "What business do you have with that? You are not considering joining the rebel forces, are you?" "Certainly not." Vivi hastily waved her hands, which eased the old man's demeanor. "Those fools have long since departed from this city," he continued. "What do you mean? How could this be?" Vivi exclaimed in astonishment. From the old man's words, she learned that the rebels had already relocated to Catarrhia, leaving her feeling dizzy. Their efforts were in vain, as Catarrhia was situated near the port. Subsequently, the old man recognized Vivi from Luffy's words, and his excitement deeply moved Broly and the others. Despite many having betrayed the kingdom, there remained those who steadfastly held on to their beliefs. The following morning, the group set forth toward Catarrhia, and Dato paused his work to bid farewell to Vivi and her companions, even offering the precious water he had painstakingly unearthed to Luffy. The single-minded Luffy was profoundly touched. However, not long after leaving Yuba, he suddenly sat down on the ground, refusing to budge. I quit, Luffy declared earnestly. Vivi, what is it? I intend to send Crocodile flying. He continued, even if we thwart the rebels, we cannot stop Crocodile. Once we reach that city, I doubt anyone will heed the words of pirates. Broly found Luffy's reasoning compelling. Vivi sought to argue further, but Luffy interrupted her, asserting, you do not wish for the people, nor for us pirates, to lose lives in this war. But our adversary is one of the 7 warlords. And with 1 million on the brink of uprising, you still hope for everyone's safety? You are too naive. Broly gazed at Luffy, suppressing a chuckle. When had Luffy ever dared to label another as naive? Yet, on this occasion, Broly found himself in complete agreement with Luffy's sentiments. Luffy, please consider Vivi's perspective for a moment. Nami exclaimed with fervor. Nami, wait a moment, Broly interjected, drawing her into his embrace to halt her words. He then leaned in to elucidate Luffy's intent in her ear. After listening, Nami fell silent. Broly attempted to interject as Vivi sought to counter his argument, but he was swiftly halted. Luffy articulated the situation succinctly, asserting that they had indeed misjudged the order of their priorities. First, they must vanquish Crocodile, the root of their troubles. Only then could they hope to quell the rebellion. Without eradicating the source, they would be powerless to prevent the upheaval. Upon hearing Broly's words, Vivi regained her composure. Broly then encouraged her, saying, you must have faith in your companions. We will undoubtedly assist you in achieving your goals. Now, let us proceed directly to Rain Base. Luffy chimed in with enthusiasm. Huh? Broly is right. But why are we heading to Rain Base? Broly gazed at Luffy in exasperation, veins protruding on his forehead, before finally shouting, you, shut your mouth. Chapter 23, The Chaotic Rain-Soaked Ground. Rescue of the others under Broly's attentive care. The seemingly insurmountable desert transformed into a less daunting challenge. Along the way, Luffy proposed a game of rock, paper, scissors, declaring that the winner would assist everyone with their luggage. Except for Broly, Nami, and Vivi, who did not participate due to the absence of baggage, everyone else chose scissors, while Luffy alone picked rock, thus emerging victorious. Luffy, panting and burdened with all the luggage, exclaimed, I'm so tired, and it's so hot. I won, so why is this happening to me? Sanji, reveling in his misfortune, retorted, it's precisely because you won the game that you must be quiet and carry it all. The others have nothing to carry. After all, you declared that the winner would handle the load. Broly ambled leisurely at the rear, taking his time to admire the tempestuous beauty of the desert. Vivi, noticing his slow pace, instinctively slowed her steps until she walked alongside him. Brother Broly, thank you. As Broly remained silent, Vivi felt compelled to break the silence. Perhaps it was the sun's warmth that lent a slight blush to the princess's cheeks. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to make such a resolute decision, Vivi murmured, her gaze cast downward. Broly smiled and said, it's nothing. It's merely a matter of differing perspectives. What each of us sees is shaped by our own positions. The burden you carry is exceedingly heavy, obscuring your view of the matters at hand, while we are unencumbered by such weight, allowing us to see more clearly than you. There's no need to thank me for this. Are we not comrades? Indeed. Vivi nodded vigorously, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. How far are we from our destination now? Broly inquired. We have just departed from Yuba. It will likely take us another day to reach the rainy lands, Vivi estimated, considering the distance and their pace. Oh, another day? That's far too slow. Broly shook his head. How about this? I shall proceed to the rainy lands alone. If any issues arise, I can handle them, and you may follow afterward. No, I want to go with you. Nami insisted resolutely upon hearing this. Broly observed Nami's resolute expression and recognized that it was imperative to bring her along. He then addressed the group, stating, in that case, I shall take Nami with me. You all may follow shortly. All right, Broly, you go ahead, Luffy replied, but be sure to leave us plenty of water and an abundance of meat. Otherwise, we shall not have enough to eat. Upon hearing this, Broly, in a fit of annoyance, delivered a playful thump on Luffy's head. Subsequently, he left behind provisions and water. After bidding farewell to the others, he and Nami soared towards the rainy land using the sky dance technique. Within a mere half hour, Broly and Nami had arrived at their destination. Nami, let us first find a place to stay, then we can indulge in a meal. Followed by a visit to the casino. Broly remarked, gazing at Nami in his arms. Yes, that sounds splendid. Let us hurry, after our meal. I am eager to head to the casino, Nami exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with dreams of berries. After their meal, Broly escorted Nami into the casino, exchanging 1 million for chips, and they began to revel in the games. Before long, Broly had amassed a series of victories, and the pile of chips on the table steadily grew. Nami, brimming with joy, clung to Broly, dancing with laughter. At that moment, a man approached them, saying, "Sir, you have won 300 million consecutively. Might it be time to reconsider your luck?" Broly pondered for a moment before saying, "It's not impossible. I, too, find this place rather unexciting. How about you take me to the VIP room instead?" The man remained silent, while an elderly gentleman nearby nodded in agreement. "This way, please." The man instructed, leading Broly and Nami toward the VIP area. On their way, Nami excitedly clung to Broly, and before long, they arrived at the VIP lounge. Broly dominated the gaming tables, amassing a staggering sum of 2 billion before finally deciding to cease his winning streak. With a hefty bag of money in hand, he exited the establishment alongside Nami, causing a collective sigh of relief from those behind them. Once in a private room, Nami eagerly turned to Broly. "Remember our agreement. All the money is mine. You can't backtrack on this." All right. I understand this is all yours. Just let me hold on to it for safekeeping, okay?" Broly whispered into her ear while embracing her. You can keep it for now, but once Vivi's situation is resolved, I expect it back," Nami replied, comfortably nestled in Broly's arms. "Good. Then let us rest," Broly said with a mischievous grin as he carried Nami to the bed for a night filled with indulgence. The following afternoon, Luffy and the others finally arrived in the rain-soaked area. Upon encountering Luffy's group, Broly was astonished to see a large contingent of Navy soldiers hot on their heels, led by Smoker and Tashigi. "What is going on here? Did you come here just to race against the Navy?" Broly asked, bewildered. "This is all Luffy and Usopp's fault," Sanji exclaimed angrily. "They went to buy water and returned with a whole lot of trouble." "Well, who would have thought the Navy was also buying water?" Luffy complained. "This chase is not a viable option. We should split up and regroup at Crocodile's Lair, the Rain Banquet Casino." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Broly concurred with Luffy's plan. In unison, the group darted off in different directions. To Broly's surprise, Smoker did not pursue Luffy, but instead ran toward him. "Nami, you go ahead. I'll deal with this trouble and catch up with you later," Broly instructed Nami, who was following him. She nodded, "Just be careful," and continued on her way. Soon, Broly found himself in a secluded alley with Smoker, who had stopped and turned to face him. "Why aren't you chasing Luffy?" Broly inquired. That's none of your concern," Smoker replied, drawing his sea stone weapon from behind him and aiming it at Broly. "My weapon is infused with sea stone. You best surrender quickly." Broly smirked. "You truly are arrogant. If you wish to fight, then come. I have no time to entertain you." Smoker huffed and initiated the attack. His hand transformed into serpentine mist, sweeping towards Broly. Swiftly dodging, Broly retaliated with a punch, and with a resounding bang, Smoker was sent flying, crashing to the ground. "Knowing you cannot catch me, why do you even try?" Broly inquired. "I am a Navy officer, and you are a pirate. Is that not sufficient reason?" Smoker replied, clutching his chest. "Such a rationale is rather dull," Broly scoffed. "You do not understand. This is my justice." Smoker growled. "Haha, do you truly believe that your Navy embodies justice? Why not use your own eyes to ascertain the truth?" Broly sneered. Struggling to rise, Smoker glared intensely at Broly. "Go to Sabaody Archipelago. There you will discover the truth," Broly declared before vanishing from sight. At the entrance of the rainy casino, Broly frowned, surveying the surroundings. Where has everyone gone? Could it be that my encounter with that foggy man consumed too much time, and they have entered without us? He then focused on sensing their positions. I can feel them." He promptly disappeared from the spot. "Broly, big brother," Vivi exclaimed joyfully upon his sudden appearance. As Broly glanced around to see her battling several banana crocodiles. "Look at you all, how careless. Captured already?" "Oh, Smoker, how come you are here?" Broly remarked, kicking a crocodile that lunged at Vivi and eyeing the cage. "Broly, big brother, please let us out," Nami urged. "Yes, the key. The key has fallen into the crocodile pit. Please help us find it," Usopp shouted. "Really? Do we need a key for such a flimsy door?" "Surely, you jest." With that, Broly exerted force and dismantled the door effortlessly. Everyone stared in awe at Broly. "Isn't that a bit too formidable?" Broly simply smiled. "Let us proceed and pursue that wretched crocodile. I suspect he has already made his way to Albana." Sanji looked at Broly with a forlorn expression. For just as Broly had opened the cage, he had arrived only to find that Broly had already rescued everyone and dealt with Mr. 3. Nodding in agreement, They dispatched the remaining banana crocodiles and burst forth from their confinement, setting their course for Albana. Chapter 24. The battle commences on the way to Albana. Usopp suddenly remarked, "Are we truly just going to run to Albana? If you wish to flee, then by all means, do so. We need to find a means of transport." Broly replied with a smirk. "Where do we find that?" Nami asked, puzzled. "Hey, everyone." At this moment, Chopper arrived riding atop a large red crab. "Wow, a crab?" Usopp exclaimed, startled once again. "Chopper." Nami joyfully waved at him. "That's a moving crab," Vivi explained to the group. "It looks quite delectable," Luffy shouted, eyeing the crab with delight. Subsequently, everyone climbed onto the back of the crab, preparing to advance, when suddenly Vivi was yanked back by a golden hook. Upon seeing this, Luffy extended his arm to rescue Vivi, but in doing so, he was pulled towards the hook himself. "What an idiot," Sanji remarked with frustration. "You all go ahead. I can handle this alone," Luffy shouted from midair, landing headfirst in the desert yet maintaining his position, continuing, "Hurry and get Vivi to the palace district. You must ensure her safety." "Idiot," Zoro chuckled scornfully. "Hey, Chopper, let's go straight to Alabasta." "Okay, I understand. Let's set off." "All right, you all go ahead. I'll stay back to keep an eye on Luffy. He'll be fine. You all hurry." Broly instructed the group, then activated his flight technique, pursuing Luffy's direction. "Vivi, don't worry. With Big Brother Broly here, everything will be fine," Nami reassured the anxious Vivi. Meanwhile, the battle between Luffy and Crocodile had commenced. From the outset, the confrontation appeared overwhelmingly one-sided, with Crocodile remaining effortlessly composed while Luffy's attacks proved entirely ineffective. Broly, observing the lopsided battle, recognized that Luffy currently stood no chance against Crocodile, and he was unaware that only water could effectively strike Crocodile. The outcome of this battle seemed predetermined, with Broly's only task being to save Luffy from death. Indeed, shortly afterward, Luffy succumbed and lost consciousness. Just as Crocodile prepared to deliver the final blow, Broly swiftly intervened, blocking Crocodile's lethal strike. "Your captain is truly pitiful. Are you also seeking death?" Crocodile scoffed. "Hey, how bold of you to speak to me like that. Given the number who've perished thus far, it seems you too wish to meet your end. Allow me to expedite your journey." Broly's eyes glinted with a cold light. Infuriated, Crocodile's expression darkened as he resolved to unleash his full power. However, even without holding back, he was far from being Broly's match. The offensive strength of sand was relatively low compared to other natural abilities. Perhaps only smokers mispossessed even lesser potency. Whether it be fire, lava, ice, water, or lightning, their lethality far surpassed that of sand. Broly gazed at the oncoming barrage of sand, not even raising a hand. Yet all the attacks halted a mere meter away from him. Is this truly the extent of your strength? As a warlord, you are nothing but a trifling fool. The fury within Crocodile escalated, and he frantically manipulated the sand to assault Broly once more. However, each attack dissipated into nothingness upon nearing Broly's vicinity. Robin, equally astonished, observed Broly. This young man could render Crocodile's assaults entirely ineffective. A spectacle indeed. "Well then, Crocodile, as your strikes cannot reach me, I shall prepare to retaliate." With that, Broly vanished from sight in an instant. The next moment, a resounding bang echoed as Crocodile was sent hurtling backward, promptly losing consciousness. TSK. How utterly tedious. So weak. It appears I must hasten to assist Luffy in realizing his dream of becoming the Pirate King. Once that storyline concludes, I shall challenge the overseer of this world. Broly mused, before turning to Robin and saying, "Robin, ensure your safety, will you? The next time we meet, I hope we shall be comrades." Without waiting for Robin's response, he lifted Luffy and soared towards Alabasta. Meanwhile, Nami and the others, with the assistance of the crab and Princess Vivi's duck, Karoo, swiftly arrived at Alabasta. Upon reaching the city, they disguised themselves as Vivi and split up to divert the attention of the agents, buying Vivi time to thwart the rebel forces. "How shall we impersonate her? Our physiques and attire bear no resemblance whatsoever," Usopp questioned. "A cloak will suffice," Sanji replied. "Very well. The high-ranking agents of Baroque Works should have reached Alabasta by now, and we are bound to confront them. Let us form our teams. Usopp and Chopper will pair up, while Nami and Zoro will head to the western gate. I shall take the southeastern gate, and Vivi will obstruct the rebels at the southern gate. Upon encountering the enemy, we shall engage in battle according to our respective groups," Sanji declared as he surveyed the group donned in cloaks. "Vivi, you should hide for now. Once we have led the Baroque high-ranking agents away, you can then proceed to the southern gate to intercept the rebels. Everyone, prepare for battle. The group nodded in agreement with Sanji's plan and began their actions as the clash was imminent. Chapter 25 concludes perfectly. On another front, Broly had rescued Luffy. Fortunately, Luffy's vitality was as resilient as a cockroach. After Broly provided him with a few sips of water, he awakened. Immediately, he weakly cried out, "Meat. I want to eat meat." Hence, Broly led Luffy to a nearby restaurant to settle down. I'm so full, brother Broly. Let us set forth to Alabasta. Luffy exclaimed after satisfying his hunger. You remember that, do you? Broly rolled his eyes. No need to rush. Zoro and the others have already made their way there. Trust in them. Oh, right. What about Crocodile? I recall being defeated by him. Luffy nodded. That wretched Crocodile. He fled after being struck by me. He must have headed to Albana, Broly remarked. Have you had your fill? We should set off for Albana now. I shall not assist you further. You must defeat him on your own, Luffy, Broly instructed Luffy. I understand. I am full now. I will surely be able to send him flying this time. Luffy nodded earnestly. Very well, let us depart. With that, Broly took Luffy's hand and soared towards Albana using the sky dance technique. In Albana, Usopp and Chopper were engaged in battle against the formidable duo of Mr. Four and Miss Christmas. Through their diligent collaboration, Usopp and Chopper ultimately triumphed over their adversaries. Just as they celebrated their victory, Sanji confronted Mr. Two in combat. The two exhibited equally matched leg techniques, repeatedly clashing midair. Mr. Two then transformed into Usopp's likeness in an attempt to confuse Sanji, but was promptly kicked away by Sanji. How infuriating. You wretch, that is your friend's face. What do you take your friends for? Mr. Two seethed as he stood up. Are you an imbecile? No matter what form you take, you remain you. I shall not be deceived by such facades. The essence of a person lies in their heart, Sanji declared with righteous fervor. How trivial I am to be bound by appearances, I now comprehend. In your heart, Mr. Two transformed into Nami's visage, causing Sanji to immediately become infatuated. Even she is no different from my other friends, is she? Once Mr. Two reverted to his original face and glanced back, Sanji returned to normal. However, upon Mr. Two transforming back into Nami, Sanji's infatuation resumed, and when Mr. Two changed back, Sanji returned to his usual self. After several repetitions, Mr. Two discerned Sanji's utter vulnerability to Nami's face and directly transformed into her likeness, charging at Sanji. Influenced by Nami's visage, Sanji sustained injuries until he eventually recognized a flaw and began his counterattack. Ultimately, Sanji managed to secure a hard-fought victory, earning a small token of friendship. Meanwhile, Zoro and Nami encountered the aggressive duo of Mr. One. I leave this to you. I shall cheer you on, Nami said before hastily retreating. Zoro, watching Nami vanish, sighed and drew his 3 swords, bracing for battle with Mr. One. Miss Doublefinger, you handle that fleeing woman. I shall deal with this fellow Mr. One instructed before engaging Zoro in combat. Zoro observed Miss Doublefinger as she swayed towards Nami's direction, showing no inclination to intervene. Before long, Miss Doublefinger caught up with Nami. What is the matter? Not running anymore? Have you exhausted yourself or simply resigned? She taunted, approaching the now still Nami. Humph, I will not be defeated by you. Subsequently, Nami brandished Usopp's modified weather stick towards Miss Doublefinger. The battle between Zoro and Mr. One, as well as Nami and Miss Doublefinger, commenced. Thorny fingers. Suddenly, Miss Doublefinger's fingers elongated dramatically, sharp spikes aimed at Nami. Just as it seemed she would be pierced, the attack merely struck the wall. In her ignorance of the weather stick's capabilities, Nami could only evade the Thorn Woman's relentless assaults, while Zoro found himself in a dire predicament, unable to breach Mr. One's defenses. As time progressed, Nami gradually discerned the weather stick's purpose and, with newfound understanding, sent the Thorn Woman flying, ultimately securing victory in the battle. Meanwhile, Zoro, battered and bruised, began to grasp the essence of the swordsman's art. Contemplating deeply, he launched an offensive against Mr. One. After numerous attempts, he finally mastered the essence of the swordsman, achieving his own ascension and triumphing over Mr. One. As the battles drew to a close, Broly had already arrived at the royal palace with Luffy, where Luffy and Crocodile were engaged in a fierce confrontation. Although Luffy had uncovered Crocodile's weakness, the clash remained evenly matched. However, Luffy inadvertently found himself ensnared by Crocodile's grip, who prepared to drain him of his life force. In a flash, Broly appeared before Crocodile. Delivering a resounding blow to his left hand, thus averting Luffy's grim fate. Startled by Broly's sudden presence, Crocodile transformed into sand and made his hasty escape. Broly gazed in the direction where Crocodile had departed and remarked, "Luffy, you should pursue him, but exercise caution regarding the venom on his hook." "Understood." Luffy nodded and set off in pursuit. With the assurance that Luffy could handle Crocodile, Broly decided to address the final issue at hand. After a brief contemplation, he activated his sky dance technique and ascended into the heavens. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the clock tower, Broly encountered Crocodile's subordinates, Mr. Seven and another. With a disdainful sneer, he delivered a decisive kick, sending both of them flying and rendering them completely unconscious. At that moment, only 5 minutes remained until the explosion. Broly opened the enormous dial and glanced towards the west, where his companions were gathered at the base of the clock tower. Broly looked quickly. "Is there a bomb there that could obliterate the square?" Vivi inquired, her gaze fixed on him. "Ah, you mean this?" Broly replied, acknowledging the bomb's formidable power. "If it were to detonate here, even the one who launched it would not escape." He retrieved the massive timed explosive from behind him. "Do not fret. Leave it to me." With that, Broly ascended the platform, with less than 3 minutes remaining before the explosion. "Hurry and neutralize it," Usopp shouted. "Not yet. There is still ample time," Broly observed, his eyes fixated on the countdown as it dwindled down to 40 seconds, at which point he assumed a throwing stance. "Hey, are you actually planning to throw it?" Chopper exclaimed incredulously from several levels below. "You will find out shortly," Broly replied with a slight smile, then, with a surge of strength, hurled the bomb skyward. The crowd watched in awe, jaws dropped, as the bomb pierced the clouds, followed shortly by a resounding explosion echoing through the sky. "A monster! Usopp, not human! Sanji, pervert!" Chopper exclaimed. "Well, the matter is resolved. I shall seek out Luffy now. You all can make your way over at your leisure," Broly declared before employing his airwalking technique to reach the underground chamber, where Luffy was delivering the final blow to Crocodile. Thanks to Broly's warning, Luffy had avoided poisoning, but he bore numerous wounds. After sending Crocodile crashing to the ground, Luffy collapsed, unable to rise. "I'm hungry," he lamented, casting a wistful glance at Broly. "All you think about is food." "All right. Let Vivi prepare a grand feast for you soon," Broly responded. Upon hearing this, Luffy began to shout excitedly from his position. Subsequently, Broly approached Robin, seizing her and lifting her under his arm. "Release me. I have no reason to live," Robin protested, struggling against him. "Silence. I will give your life meaning. Live for yourself from now on. Honestly, I've told you to take care of yourself, yet here you are," he admonished. Broly disregarded her protests and approached King Cobra, asserting, "Very well, we shall take our leave. Vivi is awaiting you." Utilizing the technique of flight, he ascended from the underground palace. No sooner had they exited than Robin insisted on departing, and Broly made no effort to dissuade her, as their bond was merely one forged by the act of saving her life. Broly, accompanied by Luffy and Cobra, made their way towards the square. It was unclear when the rain began to fall from the sky. Before reaching the square, they encountered others already seated there. Subsequently, everyone graciously accepted the invitation from Vivi and her father, King Cobra, to reside in the royal palace. Chapter 26, Preparations for Departure that night. A much-anticipated banquet commenced within the palace. Alongside a long dining table, the attendees included Vivi and her father, King Cobra, with seating arranged as follows. At the head, King Cobra. To his left, Vivi, followed by Nami, Broly, Usopp, Zoro, Chopper, and Sanji. From the outset, Luffy was voraciously indulging in the feast, with others eager to keep pace, aware that lagging behind would mean missing out on the delectable offerings. However, for the soldiers in attendance, it was akin to a calamity. As they observed food remnants such as flying bones, shrimp shells, and fruit peels scattered throughout the hall, their expressions reflecting dismay and murmurs of the absence of a noble atmosphere. Surely, a banquet of this grandeur ought to be accompanied by decorum. In the kitchen, Dakota appeared quite content, cheerfully preparing dishes while exclaiming, "Indeed, this is extraordinary, but I shall not be outdone." Just as Zoro was about to savor a piece of meat from his plate, Luffy snatched it away, and Usopp faced a similar fate with his lobster. Momentarily stunned, Usopp stomped onto the table, brandishing his knife at Luffy and demanding, "Hey, Luffy, you just took food from my plate, didn't you?" Luffy, with his mouth full, could only shake his head vigorously, scattering food remnants in the process. Unable to bear it any longer, Nami, seated diagonally across from him, seized a bone and hurled it at his face, exclaiming, "Stop splattering everywhere." Meanwhile, Chopper was slurping up noodles with abandon, foregoing the use of utensils. "There's plenty more," Vivi stated, presenting another dish to Chopper. Usopp, with a mischievous grin, poured spicy chili sauce onto his rice dumplings, taunting, "Just wait, stinky Luffy. This is my special chili." In the next instant, oblivious to the impending consequences, Luffy snatched the dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth, his face turning crimson as he breathed fire in response to the spice. Usopp, reveling in his small victory, laughed until tears streamed down his face. "Huh. Serves you right for stealing my food." Sanji, intrigued by the culinary techniques of Alabasta, continued to eat while questioning the attendants. Nami, savoring each bite, exclaimed, "This is delicious." Meanwhile, Broly was also enjoying the feast, his plate piling high with food. Luffy, with a mouthful of meat protruding, spoke indistinctly to the king. "So, Uncle is actually a king? That makes him Vivi so dear." The morsel slipped from his mouth, only for him to retrieve it and continue. "Father, right? Patience, patience. Let us finish our meal first," King Cobra replied, somewhat embarrassed. "Indeed, that is wise." Then Luffy continued to wave his arms, stuffing his mouth with food. As he spotted a piece of meat on Broly's plate and reached out to seize it, Broly swiftly grasped Luffy's outstretched hand, declaring, "If you dare to snatch my food, I shall enlighten you on why flowers bloom in such vibrant hues." He then released Luffy's hand, to which Luffy obediently replied, "I understand." The others erupted in laughter. "Ha ha, finally someone can put you in your place. Could I have another cup of wine?" Zoro shouted, brandishing his empty cup. "Water, water." Sanji yelled while helping the choking Chopper catch his breath. "This table is far too noisy," the soldiers complained, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. Unable to bear it any longer, they found it rather vulgar, especially as Princess Vivi continued to laugh joyously. As everyone finished their meals, the revelry commenced. The soldiers' expressions transformed from embarrassment to astonishment, then to suppressed laughter, ultimately erupting into raucous mirth. Luffy, with a belly as round as a ball, rolled across the table, while Chopper humorously stuck chopsticks in his nose with the other end propped against his chin, gaping wide as he danced atop the table. Usopp, with his elongated nose, balanced bowls and plates precariously. The trio's antics had everyone on the brink of laughter. Hearing the merriment and laughter from outside, Big Mom, who was cooking in the kitchen, finally exhaled in relief. She had not anticipated how much this group of pirates could consume. Luffy devoured enough for 50 people, while the others each managed at least 2 or 3 portions, and Broly astonishingly feasted on 60 servings. After the meal, King Cobra and Ikelim led everyone to the royal palace's hot springs for a bath. As they soaked, King Cobra suddenly sat cross-legged and bowed in gratitude to the gathering. Once they finished bathing, everyone returned to their quarters, and Nami and Vivi soon entered. "What shall we do tonight?" Usopp inquired. "Of course, we must leave quickly. The Navy might be waiting for us at the port," Zoro replied. "You fool. There is no time for cuisine. We must depart immediately," Sanji scolded Luffy. As Broly was about to speak, he paused, then said, I'm afraid it seems everyone will have to stay here tonight." "Why is that?" Nami inquired, stepping closer to Broly, her expression mirroring the curiosity of the others present. "It's nothing. Just an unwelcome visitor has come looking for me. You all stay here, and I shall return shortly," Broly asserted, attempting to depart, only to be halted by Nami's grip. "What sort of troublesome individual? Can't we accompany you?" Nami implored, holding onto Broly's hand, clearly reluctant to let him face this alone. Broly helplessly pinched Nami's cheek and chuckled. "All right. Let that fellow come find me. After all, he is here to challenge me." At that moment, Broly released the energy he had been suppressing, which was instantly sensed by the individual, who then appeared before everyone. Chapter 27. The Pirate World. Goku and Vegeta versus Broly. "Well, how did you two end up here? Didn't I tell you to go travel? How did you find this place?" Broly inquired with a smile upon seeing the two. Nami and the others, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the two, wore serious expressions, their demeanor cautious. "We learned from the dragon that you were not here, so we broke through the dimensional barriers with our own strength to come here, seeking to challenge you. We thought you might be itching for a fight. So, Broly, is there anyone in this world who can compel you to fight at full strength?" Goku asked. "Haha. Well, I suppose Vegeta must have reached the realm of Super Saiyan God by now. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to find me," Broly replied with a smile. Vegeta snorted in acknowledgement, revealing that they had indeed traversed from the Dragon Ball world through the dimensional barriers to the world of One Piece. "Broly, we want to spar with you. It's quite dull without you around," Goku said, eager to engage. "How about this? Not right now. I'll send you back first, but I shall return in 5 years to challenge you. Just don't let me down when the time comes. Broly said with a smile. Humph. When did you become so indecisive, Broly? I just want to have a match with you. I'm curious if Kakarot and I together can defeat you. Enough talk. Let us go. Vegeta said coldly. Oh, so, Vegeta. Does that mean you are determined to fight me today? How about you, Goku? Broly asked. Both nodded in agreement. Very well. Broly decided to prepare for their match upon seeing their knots. This world cannot withstand our power. A single blow could shatter it. So follow me. Broly instructed Goku and Vegeta. At that moment, Nami spoke up. Broly, could you take us along as well? The others looked at Broly with eager expressions. Broly glanced at Nami and the others, nodding. All right. Let us all go. With that, Broly transported Goku, Luffy, and the others into the realm of the rings, where Bulma and the others were astonished to see Broly and Goku. This is my space. Let the battle commence here, Broly declared. Hey, Bulma, Android 18, and Chi-Chi. You're all here. Goku greeted them cheerfully. How did you and Vegeta arrive here, Goku? Bulma asked curiously. Oh, after consulting the dragon. Vegeta and I broke through the dimensional barriers with our power to come here, just to challenge Broly, Goku explained, scratching the back of his head. Hello, Sister Bulma. Sister 18, and Chi-Chi. Nami greeted Bulma and the others, while Luffy and his companions gazed curiously at the surroundings. Broly turned to Bulma and said, Bulma, take Luffy and the others into the house to watch our battle. Bulma nodded in agreement and led Luffy and the others back inside. All right, let us begin. With that, Broly transformed into his true god form. Upon witnessing this, Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances and initiated their fusion in a synchronized manner. With a flash of light, the super warrior Gogeta was born. Broly declared, I will not lose to you again. Subsequently, Gogeta transformed into the Super Saiyan God form and confronted Broly. Wow, is that really Brother Broly? He looks different. Luffy exclaimed with curiosity, and the others shared expressions of astonishment. At that moment, both combatants sprang into action, instantly vanishing from sight as they charged toward each other. Their figures flickered intermittently in the air and on the ground, accompanied by the relentless sounds of fierce collisions. They battled for an extended period without inflicting significant harm on one another, each testing the other's strength. However, to Luffy and his friends, the intensity of the fight was utterly shocking. They could see nothing, only hear the thunderous impacts, indicating the ferocity of their clash. As they continued to collide midair, the atmosphere erupted with explosive sounds, the immense force causing the very ground to tremble. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed as their fists collided. Broly and Gogeta separated momentarily, with Broly chuckling, not bad, not bad. Although the fusion hasn't reached its peak, your power is nearly on par with mine. That was just a warm-up. Now, let me show you the terrifying might of the true God realm. With that, Broly amplified his strength once more. Gogeta nodded in agreement. Indeed, the warm-up is over. But defeating me will not be so simple. He too began to gather his energy. Luffy and the others were taken aback. What? That intense battle was merely a warm-up? I had no idea Brother Broly was so formidable. Nami gazed at Broly with admiration. Are you ready? I'm about to attack, Broly declared before vanishing from sight, launching a powerful kick toward Gogeta. Gogeta narrowly evaded the blow, and as Broly realized his kick had missed, he unleashed an energy blast with his left hand toward Gogeta. Gogeta, seeing the blast approaching, crossed his arms to shield his face, bracing for impact. Noticing this, Broly propelled himself forward, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Gogeta. Just as Gogeta had absorbed Broly's energy blast and was recovering, Broly's fist arrived with a resounding impact. Boom! With a resounding clash, Gogeta was propelled backward, crashing into a small hill before sliding down its slope. Quickly, Gogeta supported himself with his hands and rose to his feet. To his surprise, he realized that even without transforming into his divine state, there remained a significant disparity between them. Yet, he declared resolutely, I shall not concede. In an instant, Gogeta vanished from his position, reappearing behind Broly. He launched a powerful elbow strike toward him. Broly, leaning forward, retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Gogeta. The impact echoed with a thunderous boom as their strikes collided, propelling Broly several meters forward while Gogeta was sent flying. Ha! Excellent! It has been ages since I felt such exhilaration. Come at me, Gogeta. With that, Broly accelerated, hurtling toward Gogeta and delivering a fierce punch. Gogeta narrowly evaded the blow, but Broly continued his relentless assault, throwing punch after punch, each impact resonating with a series of sharp crackles. Then, Broly launched a powerful kick that sent Gogeta soaring through the air. Seizing Gogeta's foot, he hurled him forcefully upward, and then followed suit, ascending into the sky to confront Gogeta's rising form. With both hands, he struck down upon Gogeta with tremendous force. The collision was monumental, sending Gogeta plummeting toward the ground. A deafening explosion erupted as dust and debris filled the air, and as it gradually settled, a vast, gaping crater was revealed upon the Earth's surface. Broly gradually descended to the ground, while Gogeta struggled to rise from the earth. Huff, huff, it's impressive. I never anticipated your strength would remain so formidable. I find myself utterly devoid of the ability to retaliate. Who would have thought that a mere difference in realms could result in such a disparity? Broly smiled and remarked, Hiki, now you understand. You must continue to hone your skills. Although you have reached the initial stage of true divine power, it is merely strength alone. Luffy and his companions, witnessing this fierce battle, felt as though they were trapped in a dream, utterly astonished that anyone could possess such immense power. They could not even discern the moves exchanged between the two combatants, let alone capture their shadows. Following his shock, Luffy's resolve to pursue his own path grew stronger, while Zoro encouraged himself internally, aspiring to surpass them in the future. Usopp, on the other hand, thought, what a monster. How bizarre. Sanji, all right, I believe it is time to conclude this battle. I am truly delighted that you allowed me to unleash my full power in this fight. Now, let us finish this with your loss of combat ability. With that declaration, Broly began to prepare for his ultimate attack. He then dashed towards Gogeta, instantaneously appearing behind him, and delivered a swift chop to Gogeta's neck. Just as Gogeta responded and attempted to evade, Broly's hand struck true. As a result, Gogeta collapsed to the ground, unconscious, and subsequently separated into the forms of Goku and Vegeta, reappearing before everyone. Broly approached and offered each of them a Senzu bean, reviving them from their stupor. I never anticipated that a mere difference in realms could be so vast. Broly, please send us back. We shall continue to train diligently and will certainly challenge you again in the future, Goku stated. Very well, I await your challenge. Now, I shall transport you back. Bulma, do you wish to return as well? I have unfinished business here, and this world is perilous. I cannot accompany you, Broly replied. All right then, please send us back. It's been a while since I've seen my friends. Bulma nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Broly opened a portal with his ring, sending Goku and the others away, before departing the ring world himself. Chapter 28. Departure. Upon emerging from the ring world, everyone gazed curiously at Broly, awaiting his explanation. Broly, observing their puzzled expressions, calmly stated, Do not look at me with such eyes. Ask whatever you wish. I shall share what I can. If I cannot disclose something, then do not inquire, as it would be of no benefit to you. What was that form you displayed earlier, Broly? It was astounding. Transform for me once more, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Ah, that form cannot be manifested here. If I were to transform, it would signify that I am about to leave, Broly explained. Who were those two formidable fighters you battled? They were incredibly strong. Where did they come from? Sanji inquired. Those two are named Goku and Vegeta. They hail from another world and are former friends of mine. Indeed, they are exceptionally powerful. If they unleash their full might, a single punch could obliterate this world. Broly spoke softly. Upon hearing his words, everyone cast puzzled glances in his direction. At that moment, Vivi inquired, Brother Broly, you mentioned coming from another world. Does that mean you are not from this realm? The crowd turned their attention to Broly, eagerly awaiting his response. Indeed, I, too, hail from a different world. If you wish, once Luffy becomes the Pirate King, I can take you all to my world for a visit. What do you think? Broly smiled. Luffy, upon hearing this, exclaimed, That sounds fantastic. But will there be meat to eat when we get there? The others also appeared quite intrigued by the prospect of such an adventure. Broly smiled upon hearing Luffy's words and said, Luffy, all you ever think about is food. However, there are numerous delicacies there that you have yet to taste. I shall take you to indulge in them. Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his mouth began to water. Broly, is that truly the extent of your power? Zoro remarked with a serious tone. Broly gazed at Zoro and declared, upon transforming into that form, it represents the full extent of my power. As for my ultimate purpose in this world, it is twofold. Firstly, to witness Luffy ascend to the title of Pirate King. And secondly, to challenge the sovereigns of this realm. I have conveyed all I wish to express. I trust there are no lingering inquiries. However, there remains one more matter to address. It is now well known that you are aware of my abilities. Henceforth, unless you all face annihilation, I shall refrain from intervening in battles. My involvement, while expedient in resolving conflicts and propelling Luffy swiftly towards his goal, would ultimately rely on my strength rather than your own. Should I ever be absent, you would lack the means to uphold the title of Pirate King. Therefore, I shall not intercede in future confrontations. Broly spoke earnestly to the assembly. Upon hearing Broly's words, Luffy and the others nodded in understanding. Luffy, in particular, affirmed, "You are absolutely right, Broly. I aspire to become the Pirate King through my own efforts, without relying on your strength. In future skirmishes, you need only deal with the minions. We shall manage the rest ourselves." Broly gazed at Luffy with a sense of satisfaction and then said, "Well, it's time to depart. If we don't leave now, we will truly be surrounded by the Navy, and escape will become impossible." At that moment, a guard entered holding a den mushi and announced, "Apologies. There is a call for you. They say they are looking for you." "Who is it?" Luffy inquired, a puzzled expression adorning his face as he looked at the others. "It might be a trap. Perhaps we should refrain from answering," Zoro remarked nonchalantly. "But he claims to be a friend," Broly interrupted, taking the den mushi from the guard's hand and gesturing for him to leave. He placed the den mushi on the table and calmly said to Luffy, "We should answer it. The fact that they are reaching out to us at this moment suggests they are indeed a friend." Sanji, standing closest, picked up the receiver, only to be greeted by a flamboyant voice exclaiming, "Wah, it's me." After a moment of silence, Sanji expressionlessly returned the receiver, abruptly ending the call. Shortly thereafter, the den mushi rang again, and this time Luffy answered, expressing his displeasure. "Hello, are you that cross-dresser? What do you want from us?" The individual, Frankie, informed them that he had taken their ship, which incited fury among the group. If he were present, he would undoubtedly be met with a severe beating. He had navigated the going merry upstream to the Santora River, where he awaited their arrival, and mentioned that the port had already been sealed off by the Navy. The group, uncertain of whether to believe his words, hesitated until Broly spoke. "At this juncture, we have no other options but to trust him temporarily. Let us proceed as he suggested. With me here, there is no need to fear any tricks." The others nodded in agreement, gathering their belongings in preparation for departure. Next, the matter of Vivi became troublesome. Conflicted and lost, Vivi was unsure of her path. Observing her distress, Nami approached and offered her a choice: tomorrow at noon, we will pass through Eastport. However, we cannot linger there. If you wish to continue traveling with us, that fleeting moment will be your opportunity to board. We will warmly welcome you into our ranks as pirates." With smiles and playful farewells, the group bid Vivi goodbye. Outside, the area was teeming with Navy personnel, so they decided to escape through the window to avoid detection. Broly remained behind, ensuring their safe descent before turning to Vivi and saying, "You are the Princess of Alabasta. While you bear responsibilities, you also possess the right to choose. The decision rests solely with you." With that, he leapt out of the window, pursuing Luffy and his companions. Soon, Broly caught up with them, and Luffy expressed his regret about not being able to leave this country quickly. Even while sprinting at full speed, Luffy was not idle. He devoured food that he had somehow acquired from who knows where. Before long, they arrived at the location indicated by the androgynous Fon Kale, who was indeed waiting for them there. The group swiftly boarded the ship, and once aboard, Luffy began to dance with the androgynous Fon Kale. Broly watched Luffy helplessly, realizing that if one were sincere with him, he would undoubtedly reciprocate with sincerity. Chapter 29. The joining of Vivi and Robin the next day, as dawn broke. The citizens of Alabasta began to gather in town squares, where a transponder snail would broadcast Princess Vivi's coming-of-age ceremony live. No one wished to miss this significant occasion that had been postponed for 2 years. "The princess is ready. You may enter now. Honestly, though you both are Vivi's elders, you cannot barge in while she is changing." Dakota glared fiercely at her husband, Ikelim, and Vivi's father, King Cobra, who had both intruded into the princess's room while she was changing. It was utterly exasperating. "Ah, I just suddenly remembered something. But now it's of no consequence," Ikelim said, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he scratched the back of his head. This morning, he had dreamt of the princess dressed as a pirate queen, nearly scaring himself half to death. "Your Majesty Cobra, what do you intend to do with that large box?" "These are merely some gifts for my daughter, to commemorate her coming of age," King Cobra replied, carrying the large gift-laden trunk into the room. "You should join me, Ikelim. I have a few tasks for you." By 10 in the morning, the square was teeming with people, all eager to witness the determination ceremony of their resilient princess. When the clock struck 10, Princess Vivi finally appeared, adorned in a splendid pink palace gown, amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd. "Princess Vivi, Your Highness." Everyone cheered for their beloved princess, but gradually, they began to notice something amiss. Although 2 years had passed and the princess should have matured, she seemed excessively tall. Moreover, that face was unmistakably the poorly made-up visage of the palace guard captain, Icolum. "Where's the real princess? We demand the true princess. Down with the fake princess." "We did not come to see you, Captain Icolum." "Get down, Captain Icolum." Upon realizing that the princess was an impostor, the crowd erupted in fury, hurling whatever they could find at Icolum. It seems the ruse has been uncovered. They've certainly thrown quite a distance, Icolum thought as he dodged the flying debris, bewildered by how they managed to toss items so high. "However, since the princess has entrusted me with this task, I must resort to my ultimate strategy." Icolum emerged from behind, brandishing 2 fans, and began performing an uproariously comedic dance. Laughter erupted among the spectators, momentarily stabilizing the chaotic scene. Poor Icolum. King Cobra observed his captain's antics with a serious demeanor, devoid of any smile. "Vivi has sacrificed so much for this kingdom and for me as her king. It is time for me, as her father, to do something for my daughter." As the audience, momentarily distracted by Icolum's performance, regained their composure, the situation began to spiral out of control once more. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the telephone bugs scattered throughout the space. Vivi's voice. "Some time ago, I embarked on a perilous adventure, traversing the dark seas in search of despair. It was only after leaving this kingdom that I realized the vastness of the ocean." Everyone listened intently as Vivi recounted her experiences over the years, sharing the joys and sorrows of her journey. Though the identities of her companions remained unknown, the sincerity of her emotions undeniably touched everyone present. "Enough, Icolum," Cobra interjected, placing a hand firmly on his assistant's shoulder to halt his ridiculous dance. "You have done more than enough for Vivi. Now it is time for me, as her father, to take action. Our family has ruled the kingdom of Alabasta for centuries, during which many great queens have emerged. For years, I have believed in my daughter's potential to become a remarkable queen, and throughout these dark times, she has proven her exceptional capabilities. When I learned of her desire to continue her adventures with her companions, I felt torn. As a king, I should resolutely demand that she remain and aid me in governing the kingdom, my princess. Yet, before being a king, I am a father." Cobra paused, inhaling deeply before proclaiming with fervor, "As a father, I now say, soar towards your dreams. Fly, my daughter." His voice resonated throughout the entirety of Alabasta via the telephone bugs, reaching even the Straw Hat pirates, who were under the onslaught of naval cannon fire. "Huh. It seems Vivi will be joining us. I shall go fetch her while you all continue sailing forward," Broly declared, eliciting cheers from the crew. In an instant, Broly teleported to Vivi's side. At that moment, Decada appeared before Vivi, urging her, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and leave." Broly smiled encouragingly at Vivi. "Aunt Decada, what brings you here?" Vivi exclaimed in surprise at Decada's sudden appearance. "Of course, I am here to see you off. Here. This is the luggage your silly father prepared for you. What an uncommunicative fellow he is. Take care," she said, wiping away tears as she handed the large suitcase to Vivi. Broly approached Vivi and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Hee hee. This must be the surprise your father prepared for your coming of age. Come on, Vivi." Vivi nodded, wiping away the traces of her tears, and called to her companion Karoo. "I understand now. Let's go, Karoo." "Thank you, father. Come on, brother Broly." Broly nodded towards Decada, taking Vivi and Karu with him as they instantaneously teleported aboard the ship. The sight of Vivi's return brought joy to everyone, but Broly quickly interjected, All right. Now is not the time for celebration. We still have many Navy ships in pursuit. Let's first escape before we rejoice." The group nodded and sprang into action. The crossdresser Frankie lured the Navy vessels to chase after his ship, allowing Luffy and the others to finally break free from the encirclement. However, Frankie's ship was ultimately sunk, and the crew paid their respects, acknowledging him as a dear friend. With the Navy's pursuit behind them, laughter erupted among the group. At that moment, Broly yawned and remarked, "It's about time you made your appearance, Robin." The long-awaited reunion was met with Robin's graceful greeting as she emerged from the cabin. Zoro immediately placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, fixing an intense gaze on Robin. "Are you seeking vengeance for your organization? I shall be your adversary." Nami and Vivi exclaimed in unison, Why are you here?" Meanwhile, Usopp, tears streaming down his face, shouted into a megaphone, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Chopper dashed around in a panic. Sanji's eyes transformed into hearts as he dreamily exclaimed, "It doesn't matter who it is, as long as it's a beautiful lady." Robin, glancing lazily at Broly, remarked, "You haven't forgotten what we shared, have you?" Upon hearing this, Sanji erupted in fury towards Broly, while Nami began to exhibit signs of a brewing storm. The rest of the crew watched Broly with a mix of astonishment and intrigue. Broly regarded Robin with a pained expression, astonished to discover that she too possessed a cunning disposition. He then said, "Hey, Robin, could you refrain from speaking so ambiguously? I haven't done anything, have I?" To which she replied with a smile, "How could you claim to have done nothing? Since you refuse to let me perish and I currently have nowhere to go, might I join your ranks?" Broly nonchalantly remarked, "I agree, but I am not the captain. Whether to join depends on Luffy." "What? How can it be like this? She is an enemy." Everyone except Luffy exclaimed. "Sigh, Luffy, what do you think?" Broly stood up and inquired. "Oh, in that case, there's nothing we can do." "Very well, I agree," Luffy responded with a smile. Subsequently, everyone was swayed by Robin's persuasion. And aside from Zoro and Vivi, there were no objections. At that moment, Broly approached Vivi and shared Robin's past with her, which led to her acquiescence. The next day, the Mary reached a deserted island resembling a pineapple. Chopper and Robin remained on the ship, while the others disembarked to search for supplies. Nami, however, took Broly along to explore and survey the island. In the evening, the group reconvened, lighting a bonfire not far from the ship. They enjoyed dinner while sharing stories of their day, and the bond between Chopper and Robin grew stronger. Chapter 30. The ship that fell from the sky the following morning. Everyone woke up, freshened up, and after breakfast, set sail once more. "Broly, ever since we left Alabasta, I've been wanting to ask you, just how strong are you now? If you were to unleash your full power, to what extent would it reach? Although I witnessed your battle, I still wonder just how formidable you truly are." Vivi voiced the curiosity that lingered among them, while Robin paused her reading, attentively gazing at Broly. Broly smiled slightly and remarked, "How powerful am I? If I were to unleash my full strength in my current state, this world would gradually collapse. However, if I were to transform and then strike with all my might, the world would be obliterated in an instant." The crowd gasped in astonishment at his words. Noticing their reactions, Broly chuckled, "Look at your expressions. There is no one in this world who possesses the qualifications to compel me to exert my full power in my ordinary state. Even the combined might of the Navy's top 3 admirals and their fleet admiral would only provoke me to use a mere 40% of my strength before I could easily vanquish them all. Therefore, I shall refrain from participating in future battles. It is imperative that you all strive to enhance your own abilities. Unless you all fall, I will not intervene." The crowd nodded in agreement, while Robin, initially skeptical, found herself swayed by the reactions of those around her, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Subsequently, everyone returned to their training, with Luffy adapting to the tenfold gravity environment over the course of several days. As time passed, life continued as usual, albeit with Broly busier than ever. After witnessing his prowess, everyone sought his guidance for training and understanding the impending challenges that lay ahead. Broly dedicated himself wholeheartedly to training Zoro, Sanji, Luffy, Usopp, and the others. One day, having just completed their training, they were resting on the deck when Sanji remarked, "Is it raining?" "Raining?" Usopp replied, perplexed, as he looked up at the sky. Broly also glanced back and said to everyone, "It is not raining. Something is falling from above." As soon as Broly finished speaking, something descended from the sky, landing beside the Mary. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a ship plummeting from above. With a resounding crash, the large vessel caused a tremendous wave, rocking the Mary perilously, threatening to capsize it. Chopper clung tightly to the ship's railing and shouted to everyone, "Hold on tight, don't let go." Just then, Vivi and Nami, who had just emerged from below deck, lost their balance and fell from the second floor. Broly, quick as lightning, caught both Nami and Vivi. Nami, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "What just happened?" Broly shouted to Zolo, who was still on the second floor, "Zolo, take control of the ship." Zolo nodded and went inside to operate the helm. Broly placed Vivi and Nami on the deck and said, "Now, do not move. I shall shatter the fallen objects." As everyone responded, a small energy sphere materialized in Broly's hand, which he casually hurled at the debris that had descended from the sky. With a resounding explosion, everything that had fallen vanished without a trace within the energy blast. Subsequently, the ship navigated away from the perilous area, and the crew, relieved to have escaped danger, settled down. At that moment, Vivi remarked, "How peculiar. How could the ship have fallen from the sky?" Zoro gazed at the azure expanse above and replied, "Isn't there nothing up there?" Suddenly, Nami gasped, her eyes fixed on the pointer on her wrist. Sanji, noticing her distress, inquired, "What is it, Miss Nami?" Nami, somewhat astonished, pointed to the recording compass and exclaimed, "What should we do?" "The recording compass is broken. It's stuck pointing upwards." Robin interjected to clarify, "It is not broken. Rather, the island possesses a strong gravitational force that has altered the compass's readings. The pointer indicating upwards merely signifies that it has been commandeered by the Sky Island." "Sky Island?" the group asked in astonishment. However, Broly remained unfazed. Upon hearing Nami mention the pointer's orientation, he had already surmised the plot concerning the Sky Island. Curiously, Nami inquired, "What exactly is the Sky Island?" Luffy, intrigued by the topic, chimed in, "Sky Island? An island floating in the air?" Zoro skeptically remarked, "That seems improbable. How can there be an island in the sky?" Robin continued her explanation, "It's not quite like that. To be precise, it is a sea that floats in the sky." "A sea?" Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp's eyes sparkled with curiosity as they asked eagerly. Sanji, still perplexed, crossed his arms and said, "This is becoming increasingly incomprehensible." Vivi turned to Broly, observing his calm demeanor, and asked, "Brother Broly, do you possess knowledge about the Sky Island?" Broly nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I am aware that Sky Islands do exist." Upon hearing Broly's words, Robin immediately inquired with curiosity, "Broly, could you describe what the Sky Islands are like?" Broly pondered for a moment before addressing the group. Indeed, as Robin just mentioned, the Sky Island is a realm of floating seas, where their oceans consist of clouds, and their islands are formed from solidified vapor. Their seas lie 7,000 meters above us, where the air is quite thin. Robin, in a contemplative tone, remarked, "If that is the case, it stands to reason that there must be human inhabitants on the Sky Island. I wonder what their civilization is like." Broly waved his hand and said, "I cannot articulate that clearly." Upon hearing the conversation among the group, Luffy immediately stretched out his arm and shouted, "Since there are seas and islands in the sky, let us set sail at once. Brothers, turn the helm upward and advance." The others looked at Luffy with a mix of resignation. Sanji remarked, "The helm cannot be turned upwards, Captain." Nami, still incredulous, asked, "Brother Broly, are you certain that a Sky Island truly exists? How could such a thing be possible?" "I suspect the log pose is simply malfunctioning." Robin addressed Nami, saying, "You are mistaken, Miss Navigator. What you should consider is not the malfunction of the log pose, but rather the methods of the heavens. No matter how peculiar the region we traverse or how dire the crisis we encounter, one must never doubt the log pose. This is an unwavering rule in these waters. It is far better to question the knowledge within your own mind than to doubt the existence of an island in the direction indicated by that pointer." Broly also spoke, saying, "Nami, what Robin just mentioned is indeed correct. As the navigator, the reliability of the log pose is of utmost importance. Otherwise, it poses a significant danger to everyone." Nami responded with a heavy heart, casting her gaze upon the log pose on her wrist. Broly addressed the group, saying, "How about this, Sanji and Chopper? You two dive into the sea to retrieve the ship that just fell overboard and see if there is anything of use to us." After the group prepared diving equipment for the two, they plunged into the depths to search for the vessel that had recently descended from the sky. Before long, they emerged with an iron chest, which they opened to reveal a map and a means of transportation. Broly glanced at the map and remarked, "This must be a map of the Sky Island, and this tool should serve as its means of transportation." He then handed the map to Nami. Upon hearing Broly's words, Luffy disregarded everything else and exclaimed joyfully, "Great! Now that we have a map, we can head to the Sky Island." Nami examined the map, shook her head, and replied, "Even with a map, it won't suffice. We currently have no idea how to ascend. We need more information. If such a large ship can reach there must be a way for our vessel to soar as well. If only we could discover a means to land on the Sky Island aboard that ship." After sharing a glance, Zoro and Sanji exchanged words, with Sanji stating, "There is nothing else. That ship seems to have been plundered. All we found were these items. Nothing more." Upon hearing this, Nami felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Just then, a peculiar ship approached from the distance, halting near the vessel that had fallen from the sky. A figure aboard was whistling and shouting, "Prepare the tools. All the wrecks are our responsibility to salvage." Vivi observed the strange group from a distance and commented, "What an odd bunch." The others also looked on with curiosity. At that moment, the sea began to tremble violently once more, prompting everyone to peer into the depths, where they spotted a colossal shadow that had emerged from the abyss. Usopp, intrigued, inquired, "Is there something down there?" Broly took a moment to assess the situation before addressing everyone. "It is a sea king, a colossal turtle." As the immense creature emerged from the depths, revealing its massive form, it clamped down on the sunken ship, voraciously chewing. Nami, gazing at the gargantuan turtle that loomed above the waves, exclaimed, "How can it be so enormous?" Usopp, feeling a twinge of trepidation, called out, "Are you certain this is a sea king?" Sanji, equally incredulous, remarked, "Indeed, it's nearly the size of an island." Zoro, displaying his own surprise, added, "In the grand line, it's not entirely implausible." However, at that moment, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, "What a gigantic turtle! How fascinating! I want to climb on it and play." Hearing Luffy's words, Nami swiftly reacted, delivering a punch that sent him crashing to the deck. As she was determined to prevent any potential calamity that could arise from Luffy's reckless curiosity, Broly smiled at the anxious crowd and remarked, "I believe it would be prudent to leave this place. Without my presence, it could indeed be perilous." At that moment, Nami commanded everyone to prepare for departure. But Luffy stubbornly insisted, "No, I still want to play with it." As the others were about to scold Luffy, the sky unexpectedly darkened, plunging them from daylight into twilight. Everyone was taken aback, and Usopp exclaimed, "What is happening?" Chopper, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, said, "Has it turned to night?" Nami checked her pocket watch and replied, "No, it's not yet evening." Vivi grew increasingly anxious, while Zoro and Sanji tensed up. Observing their unease, Broly reassured them, "There is no need for concern. This is merely the shadow of the inhabitants of the Sky Island being cast down, confirming its existence. Now, let us depart." With that, the tension eased, and the ship sailed away from the previous location. "Incredible! That truly startled me," Nami said, clinging to Broly's arm. "Yes, if it weren't for your explanation, I would have been genuinely frightened," Vivi echoed, also holding on to Broly. The others expressed their own feelings of astonishment. When suddenly a voice they had never heard before cut through the air, "Even I am trembling with fear." They turned in silence to see what was happening. "What are you doing here?" Sanji asked, puzzled. The monkey replied, I was so stunned that I didn't expect to land on your ship. Get off at once." The others, unlike Sanji, were less accommodating. Usopp, Zoro, and Luffy leapt towards him, delivering a kick that sent him flying away. Chapter 31. Gaia Island. What should we do now? We haven't found any clues to reach the Sky Island, and we have no idea where to go next, Nami sighed. Robin sat on the railing, observing Nami below, smiled, and then pulled something from her pocket to hand to Nami. "Here, take this." Nami accepted it, exclaiming, "A permanent pointer." Robin, noticing Nami's confusion, explained, "I found this on that monkey ship. You can use it for now. It should point towards nearby waters. Perhaps we can discover a way to ascend to the skies." Nami covered her face with her hands, reflecting on how she had gone down to salvage only to find nothing, not even a clue about the Sky Island. Feeling disheartened, she realized she could only rely on Broly and Robin. "You truly understand me," she said, tears streaming down her face. Broly looked helplessly at Nami as she walked over, embracing her in a comforting manner. "All right, don't cry anymore. I'm here for you. As for those rascals, let them cause their commotion." Nami glanced at the eternal log pose in her hand and inquired, "Gaia? Is that their base? Are we heading there?" Suddenly, Luffy, munching on takoyaki, interjected, "The direction of this ship should be decided by you, Captain." Nami retorted angrily, yet ultimately resolved to go to Gaia. Luffy excitedly dashed to the helm, only for Usopp to suddenly ask, "If our destination changes to Gaia, won't we lose the record for Sky Island?" This remark jogged Luffy's memory, prompting him to exclaim, "Pause the plan for Gaia." He then rushed to Nami and asked, "If that's the case, how do we reach Sky Island?" Nami, with a blank expression, replied, "Weren't you the one who suggested going to Gaia?" Luffy nodded vigorously, declaring, "But I didn't expect it to turn out this way." Nami responded, "It's not about expectations. It all depends on the log posts." Luffy fell silent, and at that moment, Broly, unable to bear it any longer, landed a fist on Luffy's head, saying, "Idiot. Even if you want to go to Sky Island now, how will you get there? The best course of action is to go to Gaia and seek information about Sky Island. It's hard to believe you're the captain and can't see this." Luffy pondered for a moment and immediately retorted, "But Broly, can't you fly? You could just lift the ship and fly us up there." Broly delivered another resounding blow to Luffy's head, exclaiming, "Have you ever contemplated what you would do without me? Furthermore, this is a maritime adventure. The true delight lies in our quest to discover our own path. Luffy nodded and apologized. I'm sorry, Broly, and you too, Nami. He then proclaimed loudly. So it's settled. Let us set sail for the land of meat, Gaia. The crew fell silent, yet they obediently turned the helm, guiding the ship towards Gaia. Before long, the Mary reached Gaia Island, where numerous pirate ships astonishingly lined the harbor. Usopp pointed at the vessels in disbelief. Are those really pirate ships? Nami and Vivi rushed over, exclaiming honestly. Usopp, how could pirate ships be so conspicuously docked in the port? At that moment, they spotted an individual on the shore being mercilessly beaten by pirates. Tears streamed down the faces of Vivi, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper as they wondered. What manner of town is this? Broly gazed at Nami and Vivi's expressions, gradually approaching the two women and enveloping them in his embrace, reassuringly stating, What is there to fear? You both are well aware of my strength. Now, cease your tears. Upon hearing Broly's voice, the tension in the group dissipated, and the two women clung even more tightly to his arms. This town, known as Mogu Town, was established with the funding of pirates, resulting in a chaotic atmosphere. Due to its location above the clouds, the place remained unscathed by naval attacks, making it a veritable haven for pirates. A voice emerged from behind, belonging to Robin. Upon hearing her words, Nami and Vivi tightened their grip on Broly, fearing he might vanish. It was ultimately decided that Broly, Luffy, Nami, Vivi, and Zoro would venture into the town to gather information. Initially reluctant, Nami and Vivi changed their minds upon seeing Broly's determination, knowing that their safety was assured in his presence. Listen closely, no fighting here. Once we uncover news of the Sky Island, we shall depart, especially you two. Nami instructed Luffy and Zoro, who nodded in response, though it was uncertain how much of her words truly resonated with them. The air was filled with the chatter of passers-by, their discussions revolving around the number of foes they had vanquished or gossiping about women. The content left Nami and Vivi blushing, and they clung even more tightly to Broly, seeking solace in his steadfast presence. Broly, upon witnessing the two women, offered a faint smile and extended his arms to embrace them, joining Luffy and the others as they proceeded. They had not traveled far when a frail individual suddenly tumbled from his horse before them. Could you kindly assist me in getting back on my feet? The elderly man implored, casting his gaze towards Broly and the others who stood not far away. Broly raised his hand to interrupt the words of Zolo and the others, turning his gaze towards the elderly man on the ground. Are you not weary of living for so long? Are you planning to have my companions assist you to your feet, only for you to reward them with apples laced with explosives? Do not presume that your association with that individual will shield you from consequence. For me, there exists only those I choose not to eliminate, not those I fear to eliminate. You have 3 seconds to vanish from my sight, or face your demise. The crowd looked at Broly in confusion, unable to comprehend his motives. At that moment, an explosion erupted not far behind them, as someone exclaimed that a feeble-looking individual had offered them apples, which detonated upon consumption. It was then that the realization dawned upon the group, and they glared furiously at the old man. Meanwhile, the elder, witnessing the unfolding situation, said nothing but quietly rose and led his horse away. Subsequently, the group chose to disregard the old man and turned to leave. Before long, they arrived at a tavern, where the 5 of them sat in a row, with a burly figure seated beside Luffy. Broly accompanied Vivi in savoring some delicacies, while Zoro leisurely sipped his drink. Nami was engaged in conversation with the proprietor regarding the island's mysteries, and Luffy was indulging in food. Suddenly, a heated dispute erupted between Luffy and a burly man, ignited by a disagreement over the same dish and beverage, one extolling their deliciousness while the other condemned them. Nami and Zoro quickly intervened to mediate, while Broly gestured for Vivi to disregard the commotion and continue her meal. Just as the confrontation seemed poised to escalate into violence, the tavern owner interrupted by delivering the food package requested by the burly man, causing him to depart. Shortly after his exit, a man clad in a blue captain's coat entered, inquiring about the presence of the pirate known as the Straw Hat Kid. It was Bellamy. The patrons gasped in surprise. Following him were several others who entered the tavern. Bellamy took a seat at the spot previously occupied by the burly man and ordered drinks for himself and Luffy. After finishing his drink, Luffy praised him as a good person, only to have Bellamy forcibly slam his head onto the table. Zoro immediately drew his sword, pointing it at Bellamy, while Nami urged, Zoro, wait. We haven't even gathered any clues yet. She then turned to the proprietor and asked, We wish to travel to Sky Island. Do you know the way? The owner stared blankly, offering no response, and the previously raucous tavern fell silent. Moments later, a wave of laughter erupted within the bar, with Bellamy's laughter ringing the loudest. What is so funny? Nami inquired. The log pose is pointing directly to the sky. She added. The crowd erupted in laughter once more. You truly believe in those outdated legends? As if there are pirates up in the sky, Bellamy scoffed, dismissing the five with disdain as he launched into his self-important tirade about the absurdity of Sky Island. After finishing, he struck Luffy with a punch, prompting other patrons to hurl objects at him. We absolutely cannot fight this battle, Luffy lamented from the ground. Bellamy, seeing Luffy's refusal to retaliate, continued his assault, also targeting Zoro, yet both refrained from fighting back. Broly, you must help them, Nami and Vivi implored. Hearing this, Bellamy's group paused, laughing derisively. Don't bother asking him. You two should join us instead. What future do you have with them? Upon hearing this, Broly looked at Nami and Vivi and said, Nami, Vivi, please assist Luffy and Zoro back. I shall join you shortly. With that, an aura of menace enveloped Broly, causing Bellamy and his crew to recoil in fear. Seizing the moment, the two women helped Luffy and Zoro to leave. I had no intention of engaging with you lowlifes, but your words crossed a line. So I must insist you vanish. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, and when he reappeared, Bellamy and his crew lay sprawled on the ground, blood incessantly spilling from their mouths. Broly, casting a mere glance at the scene, chose to depart. Along the way, Broly reunited with Luffy and the others, and the five of them returned to the ship together. Nami unleashed a tirade upon Zoro and Luffy. Why is it that I, unscathed, am the one expressing such outrage? Usopp inquired, perplexed. Who knows? Luffy responded, gazing vacantly at the others. Truly, why did you not take action earlier? A man should have sent them flying. No. We ought to have obliterated this cursed town entirely. Thank goodness for Broly, our elder brother, Nami exclaimed, brandishing her fists, with Vivi chiming in supportively. Ah, come now, Nami. Do not be enraged. The reason they refrained from intervening lies in the legacy of our era, the tides of time, and the aspirations of humanity. These are forces that cannot be thwarted. As long as people persist in their quest for the answers to freedom, this will never cease. Broly remarked with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the others paused in contemplation. Nami and Vivi leaned quietly against the ship's railing beside Broly, while Luffy and Zoro exchanged a knowing glance, seemingly enlightened. Have we gathered any intelligence regarding Skypiea? Chopper inquired from the side. Skypiea? The mere mention of that name sends the entire crew into fits of laughter. Is my statement truly more amusing than Nami's? Nami erupted in fury once more. At that moment, Robin returned to the ship, presenting a map before Luffy. This marks our current location, Magu Town. Do you see the cross across from us? That is Gaia. Within resides a man knowledgeable about Skypiea's secrets. We must seek him out first. She continued, his name seems to be Wabronk Click. He was banished from this city for his grandiose dreams. Shall we go and speak with him? Absolutely, let us go see. Luffy exclaimed with anticipation. And the others nodded in agreement, preparing to embark on their quest to find Wabronk Click. Chapter 32. Journey to Skypiea after a voyage lasting 4 to 5 hours. Broly and his companions arrived at the northeastern part of the island, with the residents of Wimbarankarika now in sight. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the castle before him, exclaiming, Incredible! Fool, open your eyes and see clearly, Zoro retorted, casting a casual glance. This castle was merely a board, and the house behind it was only half the size of that board. What kind of dreams must he have harbored to be banished by the townsfolk? Nami, observing the peculiar dwelling, turned to Robin and inquired, What do you think? I'm not sure, but I've heard that the island of Gaia is said to conceal a vast treasure of gold, Robin replied with a smile, causing Nami's eyes to brighten with anticipation. Gold, you say? Is it buried treasure from some pirate? Nami exclaimed. Who knows? Hurry and dig, Chopper. Unearth the gold, she directed, turning to instruct Chopper to commence the excavation. Is someone truly living alone in such a place? Sanji pondered as he approached a tree stump, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Luffy barged through the door, relieved to find the house unoccupied. On that wooden stump, Nami discovered a book titled The Great Talker Roland. The Great Liar Roland? I've heard that story in my childhood, Sanji reminisced, a nostalgic expression gracing his face. It was quite popular in the North Sea where I was born. Moreover, it seems that Roland was a historical figure. That tale is ancient, dating back over 400 years. About an explorer named Wimbaranku Roland who resided in a certain country of the North Sea. He was known for spinning fantastical tales of grand adventures. However, the villagers could never discern the truth in his words. Ultimately, the great talker passed away. How tragic it is that he never became a brave warrior of the sea. Nami concluded her retelling, glancing back at Usopp. Don't look at me. Please refrain from adding any disheartening comments. Usopp expressed his frustration as everyone turned their attention to him after the story. Just then, a loud splash echoed as something heavy fell into the water, and Luffy's figure disappeared from the shore. Shortly after, a robust-looking man leaped from the water onto the bank. Who are you? What business do you have in my territory? Are you here for the gold as well? He questioned, his expression wary, and before anyone could respond, he launched an attack. Usopp immediately jumped into the water to rescue Luffy, while Sanji stood ready to fend off the man's assault. The man's strength was comparable to a Sanji not fully exerting himself, but with the addition of a firearm, he gained the upper hand. Just as Zoro was about to intervene, the man suddenly clutched his chest in agony and collapsed, unconscious. They quickly carried him into the house. This man has severe decompression sickness, a condition typically afflicting divers, they realized, as one emerges from the depths of the ocean. The phenomenon of decompression can lead to the formation of numerous small bubbles within the bloodstream, a condition that is essentially a manifestation of accumulated fatigue. Chopper, with a look of concern, elucidated to the group that this individual must have engaged in daily diving without allowing the bubbles in his blood vessels to dissipate, resulting in such a severe ailment. While decompression sickness is not considered a critical illness, if left unaddressed, it could indeed become fatal. The others nodded in understanding. And at that moment, Luffy, having been retrieved from the sea by Usopp, listened to the expert explanation and succinctly concluded, in short, it's a rather peculiar phenomenon. The group rolled their eyes at Luffy's remark, and Nami inquired, but why would he do such a thing? Ah, silly girl, Haven Tea I mentioned before? It's in pursuit of gold. Broly affectionately pinched Nami's nose. Yet, just as she was about to elaborate, Nami recalled from a fairy tale that gold had sunk to the ocean floor. As the group engaged in animated discussion, shouts echoed from outside, growing closer to the house. Soon, two enormous heads squeezed through the narrow doorframe, simultaneously exclaiming, "Captain, we've heard someone has intruded on the island." Before they could finish, upon seeing the room filled with people, they furiously shouted, "What are you doing here? Patients require a quiet environment to rest. Stop the commotion." Chopper expressed his dissatisfaction at the interruption of his treatment. However, after his reprimand, he noticed the two massive monkey faces staring back at him. "Is the patient unwell?" One of the monkeys inquired in a deep voice. "Are you treating him?" The gorilla also glared at the occupants of the room. "You can't see for yourselves? We are attending to this ill gentleman," Luffy retorted, wide-eyed. "Fool, they are wild animals. They won't heed your words." Usopp shouted. The gorilla and monkey, tears streaming down their faces, exclaimed, "What kind-hearted individuals." Usopp responded, "They actually understood." Luffy soon found himself conversing with the gorilla and monkey outside, prompting Broly to roll his eyes, realizing that only creatures of the wild could communicate with one another so effortlessly. Shortly thereafter, Kulik awakened and clarified his misunderstanding. "I apologize for the trouble I've caused. I thought you were treasure-hunting pirates after gold. Feel free to ask whatever you wish to know." Broly confidently declared, "Indeed. The Golden Country is also our objective. After all, there is no need to conceal such a matter. The pursuit of treasure by pirates is a perfectly natural endeavor. You must know the way to the Sky Island, right?" Kurlik paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "You actually believe in the existence of the Sky Island? Eh? There is no Sky Island?" Luffy exclaimed. Chuckling to himself, Kurlik replied, "I cannot say for certain whether it exists. However, I do know of an individual who claimed it to be real, though he is a universally renowned charlatan, and his descendants have been left unable to hold their heads high due to his deceptions." Upon hearing the term charlatan, Luffy instinctively glanced at Usopp. "Don't look at me," Usopp retorted angrily. With a light chuckle, Kurlik retrieved an old notebook from a pile of books beside the bed and handed it to Nami. "This is Rolando's nautical diary, which contains some information about the Sky Island. However, once you associate with this individual, you may end up as the subject of ridicule, much like myself." As Nami perused the diary and read its contents aloud, the expressions of the group shifted to one of eager anticipation. Since the nautical log from 400 years ago referenced the Sky Island, it served as proof of its existence. It appeared that this journey had not been in vain after all. Sky Island truly exists. How wonderful! Luffy and his companions exclaimed joyfully. "But how do we actually reach the Sky Island?" Nami asked, her brow furrowed in contemplation. "Ah, the upward ocean current," Kurlik responded. "If it truly exists, then we may rely on that current, which might just carry you to the heavens. Broly smiled and remarked, "The greatest challenge lies in our ignorance of the location and the timing of that ocean current. I yearn to reach Sky Island. What must we do to locate that ascending current?" "Uncle," Luffy exclaimed resolutely. Kulik chuckled at the eager expressions of the group and said, "Ah, you are indeed impatient. Follow me." Subsequently, Kulik led everyone outside, where they sat on stone benches as he explained the matter of the ocean current in detail. He also informed them that in order to reach Sky Island, they needed to modify their ship and capture a creature known as the guidance bird from the forest. After their meal, aware of the task ahead, the group divided into several teams to search for the guidance bird in the forest. The members split into 4 groups: Luffy and Chopper, Broly and Nami, Vivi and Karu, Sanji and Usopp, and Zoro and Robin. As fate would have it, Broly's team encountered an array of insects, yet the elusive guidance bird remained unseen. Although Broly easily dealt with the insects, Nami and Vivi clung to his clothing in fright. Once Robin managed to capture the guidance bird using her abilities, the group returned. Upon their return, Luffy joyfully boasted about the insects he had caught. But the others paid him no mind. Meanwhile, the Mary had been successfully modified, now sporting 2 wings, a design that pleased Luffy immensely. He expressed his gratitude to the gorilla and monkey by presenting them with the insects he had caught. "All right, my brothers, we are setting sail," Luffy shouted. "Do not worry, Uncle. We will surely help you find evidence of the golden country in the sky." With Luffy's enthusiastic declaration, the crew boarded the ship in succession. The monkey and the gorilla also boarded their vessel, and after Luffy climbed aboard, they set off. The sun had risen brightly, and Luffy and his companions were amusing themselves with the guidance bird, curious as to why it consistently pointed south. The bird, in turn, claimed it could indicate other directions, only to revert back to south moments later, eliciting hearty laughter from the group. Amidst their jovial banter, a crew member from the monkey's ship suddenly reported the appearance of cumulonimbus clouds ahead. Startled, the gorilla realized that the anticipated event had occurred sooner than Kulik had predicted. "Report to the captain. 10 o'clock direction, with waves contrary to the ocean current, possibly a massive whirlpool," a gorilla diver relayed from beneath the surface. "That's the spot. Steer towards the 10 o'clock direction. That is an omen of eruption. Advance there without hesitation," the monkey exclaimed, gesturing towards the 10 o'clock position, where a colossal whirlpool was gradually taking shape, the once tranquil sea now transforming into turbulent waves. With the whirlpool drawing closer, the monkey's smile widened, certain of their good fortune. Indeed, the wind is favorable, and the cumulonimbus clouds are also moving toward the whirlpool's center. The scale of the eruption is indisputable. "We shall part ways here. The whirlpool will guide you into the current. You shall undoubtedly succeed in reaching Sky Island," the gorilla echoed loudly, waving farewell to the Straw Hat Pirates with fervor. "Ah, we are surely doomed. Turn back. I no longer wish to go to Sky Island." Usopp gazed at a colossal sea creature being engulfed by a swirling vortex, his heart nearly leaping from his throat in sheer terror. "It was too late, Usopp. How could one possibly turn back in such circumstances?" Moreover, some hearts had already soared into the heavens. Zoro pointed at the frantically shouting Luffy, ruthlessly shattering Usopp's illusions. "What to do? We're doomed. Hurry, Nami. Isn't your navigational skill exceptional?" Usopp cried out to Nami, clutching Karu, who was equally panicked. Nami's extraordinary nautical prowess was now his sole glimmer of hope. "I am at a loss as well. The forces of nature are beyond our control," Nami replied nonchalantly, her hands tightly gripping Broly's, while Vivi, on Broly's left, held on as well. It was decidedly safer to remain close to those who could fly. With the last shred of hope extinguished, Usopp despondently collapsed before Karu. "Sky Island. Here I come," Luffy shouted excitedly, clutching the bow of the Mary, amidst the splashing waves. Chapter 33. The Sky Knights arrive at Sky Island. Phew, I thought I was a goner. But to my surprise, my prayers were indeed answered. Long exhaled, as the sudden disappearance of the whirlpool signified salvation, though he remained puzzled by the phenomenon. "While I do not wish to dampen your spirits, the reason for the calm is likely that the eruption from the ocean floor is imminent." Nami's voice trembled slightly, based on her vast navigational experience. The forthcoming eruption would undoubtedly be unprecedented in its ferocity. "Do not fret, Nami. The impending eruption will yield genuine ocean currents. I trust in your abilities as our navigator. And besides, I am here with you, so there is nothing to fear." Broly reassured her with a pat. "Ha ha ha, but do not be in such a hurry to leave. Straw Hat Luffy, prepare yourself. I am here to claim your bounty of 100 million. Blackbeard bellowed with his toothy grin, laughing boastfully. A mere newcomer with a bounty of 100 million. This is a windfall delivered to me by the heavens. Broly cast a disdainful glance at the arrogant Blackbeard, a smirk playing on his lips. He was certain that Blackbeard would not catch up this time, even if he did. It mattered little. He could simply send him to hell ahead of time. Just as Blackbeard's raft drew near the Mary, the sea suddenly began to tremble violently. Broly tightened his grip around Vivi and Nami, shouting to the others, "Everyone, secure yourselves immediately. The upward current is about to begin." Upon hearing Broly's command, everyone hurriedly complied. And soon they felt an irresistible force surging from beneath their feet. The upward current acted like a colossal pillar, propelling the Mary skyward, while the immense wind pressure made it nearly impossible for them to keep their eyes open. After several seconds, as they managed to open their eyes, they discovered that the Mary was soaring vertically into the sky. "Wow, this is amazing. We're really flying," Chopper exclaimed with excitement. "We are truly in the air. How wonderful." Vivi echoed joyfully. "Quack." Karu flapped his wings at the bow of the ship, dreaming of flight despite being destined to swim. "Phew, that startled me. But I actually knew it would succeed. Back in the East Blue, I used to soar into the sky to pluck stars daily with the upward current," Usopp remarked, relieved that the danger had passed, quickly returning to his usual bravado, admired by Chopper's adoring gaze. "You all rejoiced too soon. Have you not noticed the ship ascending?" Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, pointing at the sea creature falling helplessly below. "If we do not resolve this issue, we shall meet the same fate." "Oh no. This is the end. Falling from such a height is certain death," Usopp lamented, his anxiety resurfacing at Sanji's words. At that moment, Nami seemed to have an epiphany and shouted to the chaotic crew on board, "Quick, set the sails." Though uncertain of Nami's plan, the crew complied, compelled by her usual authority. "Nami, is it really wise to unfurl the sails in this situation?" Vivi inquired curiously. Not only Vivi, but everyone except Broly was baffled by the purpose of raising the sails under such circumstances. This was no ordinary water column, but a sea current that reached the heavens. The wind blowing upward was an explosive updraft. "As long as there is sea and wind, I shall navigate. I am the ship's navigator. Rest assured, it shall be fine," Nami declared with unwavering confidence. "Ah, this is bad. The ship is leaving the water." Chopper clung to the railing, witnessing the hull exposed above the waves. His mind flooded with the earlier calamity of the sea creature. Usopp grasped the mast, his voice rising in a frantic scream that echoed through the heavens. At that moment, Usopp noticed everyone staring at him with expressions of disbelief. He glanced around, wiped the sweat from his brow, and sighed in relief, only to realize that the ship was indeed flying. Of course, the Mary has now transformed into a celestial vessel. "Hurry, Mary, let us soar to the Sky Island in one breath," Luffy exclaimed from his esteemed seat. Time passed, though it felt uncertain how long, until the Mary reached the end of the ascending current. As the ship surged through the thick layers of the cumulus clouds and came to a halt, everyone except Broly felt as though they were gasping for air. The physically robust Zoro and others fared better, but Usopp collapsed directly onto the deck. "Is everyone all right?" "It seems something is amiss," Zoro panted heavily, feeling more fatigued than during his battle in Alabasta against Mr. One. "How could I be in trouble when you, with your algae-like hair, are fine?" Sanji, though also struggling to breathe, couldn't resist bantering with Zoro. "Brother Broly, I feel rather unwell. What is happening?" Nami inquired, equally breathless, while Vivi beside her gasped for air as well. "Oh, this is merely due to the thin oxygen at high altitude. It will pass shortly," Broly assured, channeling his energy to relieve the pressure on the two women, and soon they adapted to the conditions. After a while, the others managed to regain their composure. "Hey, is this really the Sky Island? There is no island in sight. It's all clouds. We are sailing on the clouds," Luffy exclaimed, standing at the ship's railing, searching for any sign of the island. "The log pointer still indicates upwards. The Sky Island must be situated even higher," Nami observed, glancing at the log pointer on her wrist. "All right then, let us continue our journey towards the Sky Island." "Accelerate," Luffy commanded, his voice booming from his special seat. "Aye," the crew responded collectively. "I never imagined I would sail amidst the clouds one day. It feels absolutely wonderful. I wonder if angels will appear," Vivi mused, propping her chin on her hand, reminiscing about the stories of paradise her father had told her in her youth as the Mary stirred the billowing clouds. "Angels? Wait. Are you talking about beautiful angels? Will there be lovely angelic maidens here? I wish to catch a glimpse of an angel," Sanji exclaimed, suddenly invigorated at the mention of the keyword. Angels and mermaids were the ultimate dreams for every man. His mind conjured an image of himself surrounded by a bevy of enchanting maidens with wings, and he began to twirl and dance with excitement. The others joined in the exhilaration, creating a lively commotion. Meanwhile, Usopp, gazing at the white sea, impulsively leaped overboard to swim. However, lacking a solid bottom, he was eventually rescued by Luffy and Robin, who combined their abilities to bring him back aboard. Broly observed the chaotic gathering of individuals and shook his head, settling down with Nami in his arms as a faint smile graced his lips while watching the playful antics of the crowd. "Ah, a bull just sank a ship and is now charging toward us," Chopper exclaimed, turning rigidly to point at a figure adorned with a bull's head mask, who was rapidly approaching. "Hey, stop. What are you planning to do?" Sanji shouted at the masked individual. The stranger offered no response and barreled toward the group, prompting the three main combatants of the pirate crew to step forward, ready to engage. However, the ensuing events took everyone by surprise. What they believed would be an easy confrontation turned into a swift defeat at the hands of the masked assailant. How could this happen? Nami gasped in astonishment. It must be due to the lack of oxygen. They have yet to acclimate to the high altitude, Robin deduced, recognizing the root of the problem. After swiftly dispatching Luffy and the others, the masked figure ascended into the sky, retrieving a cannon from his back and aiming it at the merry-go. "This is bad. We're being targeted," Chopper shrieked upon seeing the ominous muzzle of the cannon. "Do not worry. Brother Broly has already gone to handle it," Vivi reassured Chopper. Just as the masked man prepared to fire, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back and was kicked away, vanishing into the white sea. Shortly thereafter, Broly returned to the ship. "Brother Broly is indeed the most reliable," Nami exclaimed as she rushed to embrace him. Broly gently patted Nami's head and then called out to a knight, lost in thought while riding a large bird high in the sky. "Have you been here for so long without coming down to greet us?" "A pleasure to meet you, venerable Sky Knight." The knight skillfully directed the bird to descend and leaped from its back, bowing to everyone. "You must be from Qinghai. Those from your region may find the thin air of the White Sea quite challenging. In such a perilous environment, one could easily meet their demise, ultimately ending up in the belly of an airborne fish. I am a mercenary by trade, and I can ensure your safety," he glanced at Broly. "Though it seems you may not require my services. Nonetheless, I can offer consultations for a fee of 5 million each." An awkward silence ensued as everyone regarded the Sky Knight with puzzled expressions, utterly bewildered by his purpose. Noticing their strange reaction, the knight assumed they were dissatisfied with his pricing and quickly added, "Surely not. That is the most affordable rate I can offer. I cannot go any lower." The old man continued to ramble about his frugal lifestyle when Sanji, growing impatient, interjected, "So, what is this exto you keep mentioning?" The elderly man, perplexed, responded, "Did you not arrive here from the high seas? Surely you must have passed 1 or 2 islands. What on earth are you talking about?" Luffy exclaimed, thoroughly confused. "Wait, are you saying there are other ways to reach this empty sea? And what do you mean by 1 or 2 islands? Are there many islands in the sky?" Nami immediately inquired. "You all did not arrive here, did you?" the Sky Knight questioned. "We came via the ascending current," Robin informed him. "From that monstrous current? I never imagined there would be such daring souls." Nami, upon hearing this, threw herself into Broly's embrace, tears streaming down her face. "So it wasn't a regular route after all. I knew it." She then turned around and shook Luffy vigorously. "What were you thinking? You could have gotten us killed. Why didn't you gather more information before coming up here?" "Well, now that we're here, it doesn't matter," Luffy replied. Meanwhile, Usopp lay on the deck, muttering, "The Sky Island is so terrifying. Were there any casualties?" The Sky Knight inquired. "None at all. Everyone has arrived safely," Luffy answered, still held tight by Nami. "Other routes are far less forgiving. Out of 100, only a few might make it. The ascending current may be dangerous, but it's an all-or-nothing gamble. You either survive or perish. You are indeed bold and capable navigators. If you encounter danger, blow this whistle, and I shall come to your aid. Normally, it costs 5 million, but consider this a gift," the knight said, tossing them a whistle as he prepared to depart. "Wait, what is your name?" Nami called out anxiously. "I am called Ganker, and my companion is Pierre, a bird from the horse fruit. Brave adventurers, I wish you the best of luck." Upon finishing his words, the old man transformed into a speckled Pegasus, riding away on a magnificent bird. The onlookers gazed at the creature, which resembled neither horse nor bird, and beads of sweat instantly adorned their foreheads. "In the end, he revealed absolutely nothing to us," remarked Robin. "Indeed," agreed Vivi. "Let us summon the old man and inquire further." With that, Luffy picked up a whistle, ready to blow, but Nami and Usopp rushed over, one grasping his neck and the other covering his mouth, contorting Luffy's features in the process. "This is meant for emergencies," Nami exclaimed. Consequently, a struggle ensued over the whistle, until Nami triumphantly hung it on the mast, bringing silence to the group while Luffy was relegated to the ranks of those forbidden to blow the whistle. Once the whistle dilemma was resolved, Zoro suggested they proceed onward. Chopper spotted clouds resembling waterfalls, prompting the Mary to sail towards them. The ship was obstructed by an enormous cloud, and out of curiosity, Luffy stretched out his arm to test it, discovering its remarkable elasticity. Thus, the trio of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji began to frolic upon it. Usopp noticed a grand gate beneath the waterfall ahead and expressed a desire to investigate. The Mary slowly navigated around the cloud, and the scene ahead gradually came into focus. It was a colossal star-shaped gate inscribed with the words "Gate to the Heavenly Kingdom." The group soon realized that the waterfall-like clouds were indeed a cascading waterfall. Upon seeing the gate to the Heavenly Kingdom, Usopp remarked that perhaps everyone had already perished. As the Mary sailed through the gate, an elderly woman with a small pair of wings emerged from a side entrance, wielding a camera and snapping photographs of the crew aboard the ship. After finishing, she set down her camera and addressed the group. "I am Amazon, the gatekeeper of the Heavenly Kingdom. Are you here for sightseeing or for war?" "To say we are merely sightseeing would not suffice," Nami replied. "We seek to reach the Sky Island. Is it located beyond this gate?" Luffy inquired. "Indeed, it lies beyond. However, each of you must pay a national fee of 1 billion Iku. It is the law," the old woman stated. 1 billion? How much is that in berries?" Usopp gasped. "Regardless, 1 billion certainly seemed exorbitant," remarked Chopper. 9 individuals amount to 90 billion, Robin added. "What if, hypothetically, we lack the funds?" Nami asked, forcing a smile. "Lacking money does not preclude your ascent. Conversely, it may lead to your descent. I am neither a gatekeeper nor a guard. It depends solely on your will." The woman replied, her expression unchanging. Upon hearing this, the group felt a surge of joy. "So, there are 9 of you, correct?" The woman confirmed their numbers once more. "We wish to go to the Sky Island. But how shall we ascend?" Luffy asked, a puzzled expression on his face. No sooner had he spoken than 2 enormous pincers emerged from the depths, grasping the severed wings of the Mary on either side. "A specialty of the White Sea." "Emergency shrimp," the old woman exclaimed. The head and body of the special shrimp leaped out of the water, instantly darting away. The melee ship swiftly surged toward the waterfall, and everyone wore expressions of exhilaration. Broly, with a mischievous thought, chuckled to himself. "Hee, I am quite pleased now. Soon, you shall all bear the consequences. Do grow well." Shortly after, the merry-go leapt high into the air, and soon descended, revealing in the distance an island enveloped in clouds. "Wow, this is Sky Island. How beautiful!" the crew exclaimed, marveling at the ethereal island and its cloud-kissed structures. Upon reaching the shores of the aerial isle, they joyfully leaped down, their feet sinking into the soft sands, feeling as though they were dreaming. Usopp and Chopper, lying atop the fluffy clouds, squinted at the dazzling scenery, soon engaging in playful rolls across the billowy expanse. Meanwhile, Luffy was perched on a tree, struggling to bite into a green, pumpkin-like fruit without success. As everyone busied themselves, a melodious tune began to waft through the air, compelling all to turn towards the source. Atop the tallest sand dune stood an enchanting figure, gracefully caressing a golden harp, reminiscent of the purest angel from the heavens. Sanji, utterly captivated, gazed at the lovely apparition as though entranced. Chapter 34. The trial of a legal entry commences. Moments later, the music abruptly ceased, and the beautiful figure turned, beaming at the group. "Greetings. I am Cornus, and I welcome you to Angel Beach." She then picked up a snow-white fox at her feet and approached, saying, "This is Cloud Fox, Sue. Are you from the sea? Oh, beautiful angel. Please accept my sincere admiration for your floral beauty." Sanji exclaimed, presenting a bouquet while reciting his poetic praises. "You must cease this immediately," Nami interjected, employing the age-old remedy for Sanji's infatuation, ignoring his charming demeanor as he continued to fawn over Cornus. "Pay him no mind. He gets carried away," Nami explained to Cornus. "Do you reside here?" "We just arrived from below and wish to learn more about this place." "Indeed, I am a native of this land, and I would be delighted to assist you," Cornus replied, holding Sue close and smiling warmly at the group. At that moment, an object swiftly approached from the sea, prompting Cornus to greet it. "Ah, father, over here." A figure in the distance waved back to her. "Excuse me, what is that vessel your father is operating?" "It has neither sails nor oars. How does it navigate the sea?" Nami inquired, pointing at Cornus's peculiar craft, reminiscent of something they had previously salvaged, which Broly had insisted be kept safely. That is a wiba, a unique type of vessel from our sky island. It is powered by shells, but it requires a high level of skill to operate. I have only just learned to pilot it, Cornus said, feeling a bit embarrassed as an islander for having only recently acquired the ability to navigate the wiba. Wow, it's so stylish. I want one too. Luffy gazed enviously at the uncle, who effortlessly piloted the magnificent vessel across the sea. My apologies, everyone, but I must come to a halt, he shouted as he approached, seemingly with no intention of slowing down. Just as the onlookers anticipated a display of daring stunts, the uncle steered the vessel straight towards a towering tree. I trust no one was injured? The tree groaned as it struggled to rise, addressing the crowd with a bemused expression. Cornus introduced her father to the group. Father, have you caught any fish? Indeed, quite a bounty. Are these your friends? Her father inquired, looking at the assembled company. Yes, we just met. They hail from the Blue Sea, Cornus replied candidly. I see, then they must be unfamiliar with many things. If you do not mind, I warmly invite you all to my home to savor the delicacies of Skypiea, Cornus's father offered graciously. Sky cuisine? Allow me to assist, Sanji exclaimed excitedly. Food. I want to go. But can you lend me that thing for a bit? Luffy joyfully dashed over to Cornus's father, eagerly examining the vessel. That contraption is not suited for you. You should focus on dining, Broly advised Luffy. Upon hearing the mention of food, Luffy promptly abandoned his desire to play and prepared to join the others for a meal. Excuse me, uncle, could I borrow this vessel for a moment? Nami expressed her interest in the stylish mode of transportation. Of course, but be warned, the ship's design is quite light, and even a small wave can alter its course. It may be challenging for a novice. My apologies, Cornus's father cautioned as he lent the vessel to Nami. No need to worry, uncle, Nami will manage just fine, Vivi reassured him. As the conversation unfolded, Nami had already taken the helm, skillfully navigating the vessel across the waves. Miss Nami, you are simply the best, Sanji exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Nami, we must head to Miss Cornus's home. Hurry, Broly called out, waving to Nami, who was enjoying herself at sea. You all go ahead. I want to play a little longer. I'll catch up on my own, Nami declared, gleefully dashing across the water, occasionally executing impressive tricks. Watching Nami's graceful antics, Luffy shouted from the shore, filled with envy. So amazing. I want to try. Hey, Luffy, do you not wish to indulge in Scythian cuisine? Sanji interjected promptly, aware that once Luffy became fixated, it could lead to chaos. Cuisine? I want to eat. Let's go quickly. Upon hearing the mention of food, Luffy immediately shifted his focus and clamored to set off. Subsequently, the group followed Cornus and her father to their home, while Sanji busied himself preparing a meal, and Cornus stayed behind to clarify some of the group's uncertainties. Meanwhile, Nami, who was enjoying some time at sea, piloted the Wave Rider towards an island. Just as she contemplated whether to disembark, a cacophony erupted nearby. Suddenly, a man fled from the island, spotting Nami on the Wave Rider, pleading for her to take him away. At that moment, a burst of flames erupted from behind, incinerating the man to a crisp, startling Nami, who hurriedly steered the Wave Rider back to her original location. At this juncture, the group listened to Cornus's account regarding a deity on the Sky Island and a particular island that was strictly off-limits. As they decided to search for Nami, they encountered a minor setback. Several individuals clad in military attire approached Luffy and the others. A man resembling a captain addressed them, declaring, "You must be the 9 illegal entrants from the Blue Sea." Illegal entrants? How could that be? Usopp exclaimed incredulously. The captain produced a photograph, asserting, "We received this from Granny Amazon. Confess your crimes." The group then grasped why the old woman below had mentioned that entry could be gained without payment. The captain proclaimed that if they had not paid upon arrival, the fee now amounted to tenfold the original price, a sum met with widespread disbelief. Usopp endeavored to maintain calm, urging the others to refrain from conflict until Nami returned. Just then, Nami arrived on the Wave Rider. But upon hearing Usopp's mention of the exorbitant entry fee, her expression darkened. She drove the Wave Rider directly at the enforcement captain, sending him flying several meters. Following this, the other members of the enforcement team, aided by Cornus's father, carried their captain back to the house, while Cornus rushed to the group, urging them to escape while the coast was clear. Everyone nodded in agreement, hastily preparing to set sail. However, Luffy remained rooted in place. Before long, the soldiers returned, silently opening fire on the group. Upon witnessing this, Luffy and the others sprang into action, swiftly overpowering the enforcement team. The captain, with a sardonic grin, informed them that they were now classified as level 2 criminals, and that divine adjudicators would soon arrive to pass judgment. Broly chuckled disdainfully and remarked, God? Priest? Judgment? Ha! Do not make me laugh. That trash who consumed the Thunder Nature Devil fruit could not possibly judge me. The others, upon witnessing Broly's reaction, recalled the presence of an even more formidable being aboard their ship. Consequently, they resolved to venture to that island, preparing to embark. Meanwhile, Luffy, intent on salvaging the remaining dishes, dragged Sanji to Konis's home for takeout, with Usopp accompanying them to repair some components. The rest awaited the trio aboard the ship. At that moment, the vessel was seized by 2 pincers, swiftly propelling it forward. Meanwhile, the 3 in Konis's home became aware of the situation. Konis's father informed them that the exceptionally swift shrimp was a messenger of the gods, and the items it transported were always offerings to the divine. The 3 who had not accompanied them would need to participate in trials to rescue their companions. Chapter 35, Reunion under Konis's guidance. Luffy and his companions arrived at the port leading to the trial grounds. As they selected a ship to embark on their journey, Konis relayed all pertinent information to them. As she recounted the details, the surrounding crowd instinctively distanced themselves from her in fear. Suddenly, a powerful bolt of lightning struck towards Konis. Observing this, Luffy swiftly pulled her out of harm's way, saving her life. It was then that the Sky Knight, Gonfall, whom they had encountered upon arriving at Skypiea, appeared before them. They entrusted Gonfall with Konis's safety and boarded the ship bound for the trial grounds. Meanwhile, aboard the Going Merry, Nami exclaimed, "Where are we? Surrounded by trees?" Robin assessed their surroundings and replied, "This is likely an altar. We may have been taken as offerings." Hearing this, Nami and Vivi, frightened, sought refuge in Broly's embrace. Broly, noticing the trembling of the 2 women in his arms, smiled reassuringly, "Fear not. I am here. There is no place in this world that I cannot reach." Reassured by Broly's words, Vivi and Nami found solace. Just then, Chopper inquired curiously, "What do you intend to do in those woods?" Zoro declared, "I want to explore the forest. Luffy and the others will surely come looking for us. We can use this as our stronghold. Why venture into the woods?" Chopper asked, puzzled. "There is said to be a god on this island. I wish to meet him." Zoro stated resolutely, "I too wish to investigate. This altar is a relic thousands of years old. Perhaps I can uncover more historical discoveries here." Robin expressed her keen interest. "Broly, please stay and keep us company," Nami pleaded, clinging to him. Broly smiled faintly and inquired, "Nami, do you wish to remain here? Are you not going to seek the fabled Golden Country that Rolando mentioned?" "The Golden Country? Is this truly the Golden Country?" Nami keenly grasped the keyword in Broly's statement, gold. "Based on the discoveries from these ruins, the possibility is indeed substantial," Robin affirmed. "Excellent. Let us embark on this adventure at once," Nami declared enthusiastically, pointing towards the woods across the way, embodying the spirit of an adventurer, of course. Disregarding the symbol of Bailey in her eyes, "I cannot fall short of Nami. I too wish to accompany Brother Broly," Vivi interjected. "Yes, I desire to explore. For Alabasta does not boast such expansive forests. I appreciate your guidance, Brother Broly." "Very well, it is settled. Chopper will remain to safeguard the ship and mend the hole that has been damaged. I can sense any danger. You stay here, Chopper," Nami instructed, handing him the whistle left by the Sky Knight. As the group reached a consensus, Broly ultimately made the decision. Upon hearing Broly's words, everyone nodded, gathering their belongings in preparation for departure. "But how shall we reach the other side? There are numerous empty sharks below. Swimming across is impossible." Zoro turned, scanning for any tools that might assist him in crossing. Eventually, his gaze landed on a sturdy vine. "Ah, this vine should suffice. Thank you," Robin said as she retracted her fruit abilities and waved dismissively at Zoro. "No need for thanks. I merely wish to hasten my exploration of the historical ruins." With that, Zoro grasped the vine and swung across with determination. "Hey, it seems feasible. You all come over." After confirming the safety of the other side, Zoro waved for everyone to hurry over. "Kiki, Robin, would you like me to carry you across?" Broly asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "No, thank you. I can manage on my own." Robin decisively declined Broly's offer, wary of the dangerous glint in his gaze. "All right. Nami, Vivi, let us cross as well. Chopper, keep a vigilant watch over the ship. I will rush back at the first sign of danger, rest assured." Subsequently, utilizing the art of aerial maneuvering, He embraced the two women and soared across to the opposite shore. Thereafter, everyone safely reached the land across the river. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions, navigating their vessel, narrowly evaded a series of perilous traps and mechanisms. They opted for the trial of the sphere, and shortly after embarking, they encountered the guardian of this trial. Due to the intricate web of their minds, the trio engaged in a strenuous battle before ultimately triumphing over the guardian and returning to their ship to continue their voyage. As Luffy and his companions clashed with the guardian of the trial of the sphere, the indigenous inhabitants of Skypiea, the Shandians, began their assault on Appiato. On the other side, at the altar, Chopper, left to guard the ship, soon faced an approaching priest intent on slaying the sacrificial offering. Upon spotting the incoming priest, Chopper instinctively blew the whistle given by Ganker. Before Ganker could arrive, Chopper valiantly fought to protect the Mary from destruction at the hands of the priest. However, the disparity in strength proved too great, and he was swiftly overpowered. Just as he faced imminent demise, Ganker arrived just in time to engage the priest, but regrettably, he too was quickly defeated and fell into the lake at the altar. Meanwhile, Zoro, Broly, and the others, having disembarked from the ship, discovered a half-ruined house by the seaside, which shared a connection with the abode of Kulik on the ground. This revelation left them astounded, and Robin was particularly elated, as this island dated back 400 years and might harbor historical texts. At that moment, Broly sensed Chopper was in peril. After bidding farewell to his companions, he vanished before their eyes and reappeared aboard the Mary. Upon witnessing Ganker being cast into the lake by the priest, Broly swiftly confronted the priest, delivering a single, devastating blow that severely injured him, causing him to tumble into the lake. Broly then rescued Ganker and approached Chopper, exclaiming, "Chopper, you are truly brave and quite clever. Take good care of this old man. I'm returning to Nami and the others. Luffy and the crew will arrive shortly, and we shall return swiftly. Stop with the flattery. No matter how you praise me, I won't be pleased, you rascal," Chopper retorted, twisting his waist with a beaming expression. Broly smiled and, in an instant, teleported back to Nami and the others. They anxiously inquired about Chopper's condition, to which Broly reassured them, "Rest assured, Chopper is fine. He is currently taking care of the Sky Knight." Subsequently, Broly shared the happenings concerning Chopper and informed everyone that Luffy and the others would soon arrive at the altar. The group then decided to convene first. As the sun began to set, Luffy and his companions finally approached the altar, only to be confronted by a swarm of sky sharks emerging from the steep slope below. They swiftly engaged in battle, dispatching the unexpected onslaught of sky sharks, and their ship surged into the lake below, arriving at the altar's forefront. There, they spotted Broly and the 5 others, who had just returned and were standing by the shore. The group exchanged the information they had gathered, and Nami revealed to Luffy and the others that they were indeed in the true land of gold. Hearing this, Luffy was overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming his desire to seek out the gold, while the rest of the crew, except for Usopp and Chopper, shared in his enthusiasm. After glancing at the time, they agreed to rest in the nearby forest for the night, planning to return to Angel Island the next day in search of gold. Chapter 36. The beginning of battle. The following morning, everyone awoke, and, after breakfast, Broly assigned tasks to the group. Despite his overwhelming fear, Usopp, not fully grasping Broly's instructions, stubbornly chose to join the exploration team. "Broly, what exactly did you do?" Nami pondered, observing Usopp's apparent bravery as he volunteered to venture out, leaving her perplexed. I merely offered him a little encouragement," Broly replied with a subtle smile. Though Usopp may be plagued by negativity, deep within him lies something more precious than life itself. Nami said, "Broly, please help us lower the Mary from here." Broly nodded, utilizing his aerial maneuvering technique to grasp the ship's mast and lift it effortlessly, subsequently soaring above the sea to gently place the Mary down. Meanwhile, Sanji expressed his discontent alongside Usopp as they ventured deeper into the woods, questioning why he had to accompany them. "Miss Nami must be worried about me, her knight. What will they do without me?" "Cease your complaints, Sanji. You are now my personal bodyguard, Captain Usopp's, and you must always be vigilant in protecting me, understood?" Usopp, clutching his slingshot, cautiously advanced beside Sanji. "Honestly, if you're afraid, you shouldn't have come. I alone can handle that priest," Sanji remarked, observing Usopp's cautious demeanor with skepticism regarding his ability to perform in critical moments. Upon hearing Sanji's words, Usopp retorted loudly, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. "Enough. I will surely defeat that guy." The two continued their bickering as they made their way toward their destination. In a different part of the forest, Luffy's crew advanced methodically, not far from Apaya. A multitude of Sandians charged toward it, rallying behind the great warrior Calgera, who would undoubtedly protect them. The priest has already been vanquished twice, this time. We will certainly triumph over Enel, Weber shouted, leading the charge toward the long-coveted land. At that moment, the Straw Hat Pirates and the Sandians converged at Apaya, ready for battle. Just as everyone moved toward Apaya, a towering pillar of lightning suddenly erupted into the sky, and Usopp, sensing an ominous foreboding, realized it was directed toward the Mary. In a nearby ruin, Luffy's exploration team also gazed up at the colossal lightning bolt. Is that guy Enel attacking someone again? Chopper asked worriedly, his kind heart hoping for no one to be harmed. It appears that the Mary is under attack, Robin observed, scanning their surroundings and making a definitive conclusion. Then let us hasten to confront that god, Luffy declared, lowering the brim of his hat to shield his face before turning toward the direction of the god's abode. Shouldn't we go back to help? Chopper, startled by Luffy's decision, inquired. Onward. There is nothing to worry about. Broly is there, and nothing will happen. We must trust our comrades. That is the essence of being a pirate, Zoro asserted, following Luffy with fierce determination. Ah, but the south is that way. Robin pointed in the opposite direction of Luffy and Zoro's departure. Is that so? I see we are heading south. Luffy replied nonchalantly, turning toward the direction Robin indicated. It's your fault for leading us astray. If you don't know the way, don't wander off carelessly. Zoro felt a flush of embarrassment. Do you truly believe you can disturb the great deity? My divine warrior can vanquish you all. A figure resembling a colossal rice ball crashed through the towering ruins, appearing before everyone. Upon hearing this individual's words, Zoro smirked coldly, preparing to unsheath his sword and strike down the intruder, but a tall silhouette interposed itself before him. May I kindly request that the swordsman and others take their leave? Robin turned to the group, offering a chilling smile. I wish to impart a lesson to this divine warrior on how to respect historical relics. Luffy and Zoro nodded in agreement, declaring, absolutely no problem. On the deck of the Going Merry, Broly observed the massive lightning strike approaching with disdain, smirking as he effortlessly dispersed the electrical assault. TCH, what pathetic attacks. To call such feeble power divine is a grand jest. Nami and Vivi instinctively sought refuge in Broly's embrace upon witnessing the lightning. Meanwhile, in the forest of Apayado, the divine warriors and the Sanjians were locked in fierce combat. At that moment, Luffy and Zoro encountered their foe, the priest of the Iron Trial, Om. Luffy, you and Chopper press on. I shall handle this priest, Zoro declared, drawing his sword to confront Om. Both warriors swung their blades simultaneously, engaging in a fierce clash. On another front, Sanji and Usopp faced yet another priest, and thus the epic battle commenced. With their combined efforts, they swiftly dispatched the priest and advanced forward, while Robin also overcame her adversary and continued on. Soon, Robin, Sanji, and Usopp arrived at the scene where Zoro was still battling Om. It seems you have found yourself in quite a predicament, Green Algae Head. We have already eliminated one priest. Would the great Sanji lend you a hand? Sanji teased, raising an eyebrow at the enscathed Om, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Shut up, you curly brow. This is none of your concern. I will finish him off, Zoro retorted, unleashing a more ferocious assault. Spurred by Sanji's provocation, Zoro quickly overcame his opponent, though he sustained injuries in the process. After regrouping with the others, they pressed on towards Enel. Shortly thereafter, they stood before Enel, while the Sanjian warrior, Weber, also approached him. Zoro glanced around but could not find Luffy. Spotting Chopper rushing over, he inquired, Chopper, where is Luffy? Luffy was swallowed by a snake. Chopper cried out, what on earth is that fool doing? Don't worry, Chopper. Luffy will be fine, Sanji reassured. Oh my, I never anticipated so many would arrive here. Truly remarkable. How about becoming my subordinates? Enel grinned at the assembly. Dream on, Zoro shouted as he charged at Enel with his blade, with the others simultaneously launching their attacks. Those who dare raise a hand against the divine must pay the price. Enel let out a chilling laugh, unleashing a torrent of lightning upon the crowd, causing them all to collapse in agony. At that moment, the tardy Luffy finally arrived before Enel, but the sight before him nearly shattered his very soul. His once lively companions now lay charred and lifeless upon the ground, a sight that rendered Luffy utterly unable to maintain his composure. At this moment, Broly sensed the situation of his companions. After a brief exchange with Nami and the others, he instantaneously appeared before Enel. Upon observing that everyone still had a flicker of life within them, he let out a sigh of relief. Although he intended for them to fight on their own, the thought of losing a comrade due to his negligence was unbearable. He then addressed Luffy, saying, Luffy, go confront Enel. I shall not intervene. I will tend to the others. Luffy nodded in response and declared to Enel, you will pay for this, Enel. Chapter 37, Enel's defeat. Haha. What wrong? What are you mere mortals resenting? My game must reduce the numbers. They cannot dictate my actions. I am merely assisting them in resolving this predicament, Enel mocked, his laughter echoing with madness. You pitiful wretch. God? That is merely a title the inhabitants of Skypiea bestow upon their ruler. You are nothing more than a wielder of a rather potent Logia-type devil fruit. With your meager strength, you dare to claim divinity? Utterly absurd. Broly scoffed at the deranged Enel. I can hardly find a reason to send you flying. But since my crew has been injured, the captain must take action. Thus, I shall be the one to send you flying, Luffy proclaimed. Addressing the wounded comrades whom Broly had brought to safety, Luffy unleashed a thunderous roar directed at Enel, his aura radiating an overwhelming authority that flickered and vanished. It appeared that Luffy was now serious. I entrust this task to you, while I shall look after the others. With that, Broly began distributing sins of beans to each injured individual. Enel, observing Luffy's grave demeanor, smirked darkly. Ha! You think you can send me flying? Do you possess such capability? I am not in a pleasant mood, and there is no need for further discussion. I shall show no mercy. Die. Judgment of the gods. As Enel spoke, he gathered a massive surge of electricity in his hands and hurled it towards Luffy, causing great concern among the recently revived comrades who anxiously watched Luffy. Broly, unperturbed, addressed the crowd, stating, Fear not. Luffy's fruit abilities are perfectly suited to counter Enel's powers. While Enel may have a chance against the rest of you, he is destined to lose against Luffy. The bystanders, perplexed by Broly's assertion, exchanged glances. After all, Luffy is a rubber man. Electricity is ineffective against him. Broly offered a brief explanation, and the others chose not to delve further, content in the knowledge that Enel's abilities posed no threat to Luffy. Their focus returned to the battle between Luffy and Enel, just in time to witness Luffy delivering a powerful kick that sent Enel flying, which alleviated their concerns. As Enel recovered from Luffy's strike, the disdain he once held for Luffy vanished, replaced by a profound apprehension. He leapt back, incredulous, exclaiming, What are you? How can my electricity be rendered ineffective? Luffy, maintaining his composure, replied, I am Luffy, a pirate, a rubber man.